KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
This one towards first. Singleton will field it. He'll flip to King, and that's an Astros winner today. A 3-3 road trip. The Astros become the only American League team to have a winning record in the history of the Oakland Coliseum, other than the A's themselves, as they end up 55-54 all time in this building. Blummer, that's a great way to head back home on this long trip back to Houston.
Well put, Todd Callis. It is indeed. As we welcome you in on a Thursday in which we are in studio, it is still Texans Training Camp coverage, obviously, but an off day for the fellas. A lot going on yesterday at Texans Training Camp we'll get into. And the Astros yesterday afternoon. It was a good afternoon yesterday. 8-1 the final score. And I don't know if you've heard the good news, Seth Payne.
What is it?
The good news is this. The Astros, not only are they still in first place, they expanded their lead yesterday. Because the Seattle Mariners suck at professional baseball.
They've gotten bad.
Legit bad.
Whereas the A's offense over the last month has actually been incredibly good. The Mariners are falling apart at the seams.
They're falling apart. And normally we wouldn't be saying this about the A's, because I remember last year I was at a game where Framber Valdez pitched a complete game shutout against the A's, and I'm like, well, that is the A's, but good job, Framber. Hunter Brown yesterday was awesome, and the A's have actually been a bit of a measuring stick for that sort of thing lately. They've been the best offensive team in baseball over the last several days.
Yeah, over the month of July.
Yeah,
not just several days, over the month of July. That Lawrence Butler, man, I'm at the point where I still like this young kid. This right fielder for the A's.
Why?
I'll end up hating him eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a whenever he's got almost like a less flashy Ricky Henderson vibe to him.
Oh, Ricky would not want to hear you comparing anybody to Ricky.
I know.
He would say that. He'd say, you don't compare anybody to Ricky.
Yeah,
he would say the
third person.
Third person, yes.
I think it was the glasses he was wearing yesterday. You know, he had those big glasses on. I think look. By the way, Astros is now the only team in the AL with a career lifetime winning percentage in that ballpark.
A winning record. Yeah, Callis just said that at the end of the cut right there. Yeah,
oh, really?
50. But 55 and 54, that's what was at stake yesterday. They lose that game.
I don't know. What do they do with stadiums? Do they ever tear them down, Sean, or do they stay standing
I
next
live
to
in
the
Houston,
new one forever?
So as far as I know, they stay as a monument to all the great sports that
I just can't for the life of me remember various explosions and implosions.
Like a dead relative perched in an easy chair.
I totally can. Usually we stuffed. We're like Norman Bates in Psycho.
Yeah.
We're just keeping the corpse of stadiums stuffed up and alive and talking to them like they still matter.
In a totally convenient spot, right next to the other stadium.
Never tear down that Astrodome. I love it so much. When was the last time you visited it? Well, I just
Do you even know what's inside it? Well, no.
Yeah.
Feral cats and a lot of trash.
You basically sent it off to some third-rate Bosnian old folks home and claim that you love it.
It's a big weekend this weekend, man. The Dodgers are coming to town. The hated Dodgers are coming
I hate
to town.
the Dodgers as much as I'll one day hate Lawrence Butler.
Yes.
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hunter Brown, I guess if there's one thing you can take from this series, another hot take, Sean.
Yeah.
I've got this bullet point. Nobody in Houston's talking about this. I think they could go get themselves a starting pitcher.
They got till Tuesday to get that worked out, by the way.
It's all right. It's time. Let's take care of this thing.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, we've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it, but man, you just can't rely. I guess what they say is true. You can't rely on underdeveloped AAA pitchers if you want to win a major league.
Yeah.
If you want to win a major league championship.
As the old saying goes, yeah, exactly.
Did Callis say anything like that yesterday?
Probably at some point.
He's obviously in my Google Doc, obviously stealing all my talking points.
Yeah. Callis is thieving from Payne and Pendergast.
That's why he just figures out a way to say the correct names and much more regularly than I do.
Indeed, that's his job. So,
technically my job.
So the Astros went. People like the raw Seth Payne.
That's right. I always go raw dog with my listeners.
That's it, man. So the Astros win yesterday. Game up on the Mariners. Dodgers in town this weekend. So that was good to see. Training camp yesterday was lively.
It was lively. Derek Stingley had a hell of a day.
He did.
Active on many fronts.
Yes.
Both before, after, and in between the whistle.
As an actual cornerback, made some good plays.
He made a beautiful play on the ball on a C.J. Stroud throw to Tank Dell down the right sideline, where this is where, man, Stingley's ball skills are so good. All those things that you get frustrated about with defensive backs, like when they've got a guy covered and you're like, just look for the ball. Look for the ball.
He does that.
He looks for the ball.
Yeah.
He times it perfectly. I was talking to Sarge afterwards because on that play, I had actually been looking over. I was watching Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter had a good rep, but it was all for naught. So the Stingley just classically read the eyes of Tank Dell, was running step for step with him. And then when Tank Dell went up for the ball, Stingley turned around, intercepted it, and then Tank kind of reached in and tried to grab it. They wrestled for about, it seemed like about 30 or 45 seconds.
I was going to say 30 seconds.
I thought there was going to be a fight right there.
I did
and
too.
I think that might have been some of where it started. It's been a lot of chippiness out there over the last couple days.
Yeah.
So then you can set up the fight.
We'll hit the fight in the next segment. I've got some winners and losers for the fight we'll get to in the next segment. But the fight, it was a skirmish for sure.
It was a skirmish, some shoving, and then a cheap shot by Derek Stingley.
Cheap shot by Derek Stingley was the big thing. Yeah, I didn't like seeing that. And I'm guessing he and Dalton Schultz have had a conversation about it since then. I don't know. You've been in a locker room. You've been at training camps where there have been fights before, I'm sure, amongst teammates.
This one, look, fights right after, like all the stuff that happened right after the whistle. I don't know if any punches were thrown or not. I mean, there's so many people in there in this scrum. But, fights are usually, you leave it on the field, and it's supposed to be no big deal. If it's a natural fight. Derek Stingley just ran.
It's a cheap shot.
And just hit Dalton Schultz from the side as the offense was walking away from the fight. It was a cheap shot. Yeah. And it's one of those things, I think, I don't know what led up to it or anything, but Derek Stingley, most likely in that situation, he's got to apologize.
Yeah.
It'll be cool as long as he apologizes, because that was a cheap shot.
It was a cheap shot,
yeah.
Look,
it happens. I don't think it means he's a bad person or anything. You just lose your head sometimes, but it was a cheap shot.
This is one of those times where it was a good thing there were fans in the stands, because the fans were the ones who got the footage of the fight.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
We're not allowed to film practice.
They don't let the media shoot after.
Meanwhile, the fans can take all the footage they want.
Out, yeah.
Which please, like one of our listeners did yesterday. Please send that footage to us. I will quote tweet you. I won't steal your video or anything.
Yeah.
I will give you full credit.
Buy
for
you
it.
a beer.
But man, some of these awesome plays at practice that we're not allowed to film, but the thousands of people in the stands are. Please direct those to us when you can.
Nico had a couple of those yesterday. As far as the good stuff, the non-Stingley stuff yesterday, Nico, I thought Nico had a good day. He had that deep ball from CJ that probably would have been a sack in a real game.
Yeah.
But it was kind of cool still to see CJ's arm talent drop it in the bucket right there.
Would have been a sack in the real game, but it didn't affect the timing of what was
going on with the route.
Right. So you can give him credit for the reception.
For sure.
There was a play later where Dalton Schultz got a reception after, it was like 10 seconds into the play. It was a clear coverage sack. Or not even a coverage sack, but just everybody stopped, and CJ kept running around, just kind of,
Finish the play, man.
Yeah.
Finish the play. And then Nico, boy, the one that was making the rounds both from fan video and the Texans themselves posted it was when Nico caught that. He caught that pass on the outside, and it was a lot like a play Diggs made in practice earlier in the week where he
put
stopped
on the
on a dime and started running to space the other way. And Nico, that would have been the one he had, that catch and run that he had where he did that yesterday, was going to be at least like in a real game where there was tackling, because eventually some guys were there to kind of thud him. Would have been at least like a 20-yard game.
It was a really well.
Might have broken the tackle too.
It was a really well-run route against Lassiter. Got a lot of separation on an out, but it would have been for a shorter intermediate gain. But Lassiter got deked by
shook,
him. Yeah, because it's one thing when you see Diggs or Tank Dell do it. It's still impressive when they do it, but that's what they do. They're smaller guys. When a guy that's Nico, 6'3" like that does it, that was impressive, man.
That was crazy.
It was like Tom Cruise in the original Top Gun when he put on the brakes
and
let the Soviets fly over him.
Yeah, that's right.
Lassiter was a Soviet in this instance.
He was.
Oh, yeah, I guess in Top Gun, they never make it clear, like, whether it's
who
Soviets
the opponent
or not.
is.
Yeah,
just some MiGs coming in. That's all they were.
Just a guy with a Russian accent.
Yeah. They never specify the enemy. The enemy we knew this time, and his name was Kamari Lassiter. And he went... Phew.
So there was a safety that got there, but Tank Dell, who led the league in broken tackles after the reception last year, might have very well beat that, and it would have been a touchdown.
I was impressed with Jawar Jordan yesterday.
Jawar Jordan is the most intriguing guy in camp.
Yeah, he's the most intriguing guy in camp.
For me.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, because he's undersized, and, his measurables and everything else, and based on the film, too, he's not as...
He's a 6th-round running back rookie, for those who don't know.
From Louisville. He's not as freakishly fast as you really want the smaller guys to be, but he does have really good vision on the run plays.
Yeah.
He's got a knack for picking out the seam and the hole in his running lanes. And then as a receiver, he's silky smooth as a receiver. And it's kind of like the way Derrick Henry has build-up speed. It's like, okay, if you get the lane, then he's awesome. If you get Derrick Henry in the backfield, he's not very good at dodging and darting and everything. I could see Jawar Jordan almost being like a minuscule Derrick Henry because he does break tackles, too, when he's on the run. Yeah. So I'm fascinated by him. But they're not allowed to tackle yet. Right. So we just got to see how his game translates to NFL tackling.
I wrote yesterday my recap that I would like to see him, especially with Joe Mixon out right now.
Yeah.
I would like to see him get a few more reps with the
ones.
The ones, yeah.
Against
ones
in the first
too.
Quarter of preseason games. It would be really cool.
Yeah, just to see, really get a feel for what we've got there.
Oh, boy.
As much as you can in preseason.
This is the thing, too. This is where I think that I really hope that they do a good job of giving Davis Mills a glow up. Because there's some throws that he makes in practice, especially when he's got a chance to throw to Tank Dell or somebody, that, that's a beautiful throw. Mm-hmm. That's a touchdown. That's this, that's that. But then he still misfires on the easy throws so much.
Badly misfires.
Misfires.
Yeah.
It could be the future of this franchise, Sean. The future of this franchise might hinge on just the few smatterings of preseason games where Davis Mills either does or does not misfire on the easy throws because he might go off in a couple of these preseason games and somebody's going to trade a second-round pick or something
that would be beautiful.
For Davis Mills because their starting quarterback goes down. And there are now so many offenses similar to the Texans because Kyle Shanahan has Johnny Appleseeded his way across the league.
Yep.
It was like half the teams in the league are running a Kubiak-Shanahan style
that's not an exaggeration. It is. It's like that's about the number.
I think there are a lot of teams out there that might see Davis Mills put on a good showing in the preseason. If their starting quarterback goes down, they might say, like, well, you know what? We'll see. Let's just plug and play this dude.
Lines are open. All right, winners and losers. We had our first fight at training camp yesterday. I got 3 winners and 3 losers from Stingley v. Schultz from yesterday. Nick Caserio sat down with us yesterday. If you missed the entire interview, it's up on our podcast. We've got some highlights from that, including Nick Caserio talking about C.J. Stroud, a little chatter about Tom Brady as well. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, I got to talk about Prize Picks. The Prize Picks app. Number 1 daily fantasy app is Prize Picks. Over 5 million members on there, including
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we had Nick Caserio on yesterday. He was really good. We'll get to him in just a second. But the big story yesterday, Derek Stingley, I think you hit the nail on the head in the open set. Derek Stingley was the big story. As a cornerback, had a good day, man. Had one of the best plays of camp on a pick where he ran the route basically for Tank Dell and went up and got the ball, and Tank didn't like it, and Tank was trying to wrestle the ball away. I'll tell you what, it was funny watching Nick out there yesterday. The GM's got kind of eyes on practice, kind of stands in the background quite a bit. The skirmish between Tank and Stingley, where Tank was trying to steal the ball away from him, and it's basically the two of them hugging a football and rolling around on the ground.
Yeah.
Two of the more injury-prone players on the team rolling around on the ground. Nick was making a beeline to get over to that little kerfuffle over there. When the actual fight was going on down a little bit later, where it was like 20 guys sitting there pushing and shoving, and eventually Stingley cheap-shotting Dalton Schultz, Nick was just kind of laying back and watching that whole thing play out.
That was there was a huge scrum.
Yeah.
And, mostly peacemakers more than agitators. At one point, C.J. Stroud was trying to get in to break it up, and then it looked like it might have been, was it Lonnie Johnson that was pushing Stroud away?
Lonnie was in the mix in there, yeah.
I don't know who it was that was trying to push, trying to keep C.J. out of being a peacemaker, which actually, because it was a defensive player, it looked like it might have been contentious. I choose to think whoever that player was, it was more like, all right, no, you stay out of this, CJ. We don't need you.
Yeah.
We don't need you catching a stray.
Okay, well, let's start there. Okay, so yesterday, the whole thing started when Stephon Diggs caught a pass over the middle, was kind of falling to the ground, and Jimmy Ward kind of helped him fall to the ground and landed on top of him.
Right, and maybe it's hard to tell exactly. Like, did he do it with oomph, or did he kind of just fall on him because he had his feet cut out from underneath him? It was on a day where there had been a little extracurricular chippiness that this apparently was a tipping point.
It was enough to get the defense and the offense nose to nose collectively with each other in kind of a big crowd. And the crowd, you could see there was some movement in the crowd, a little bit of pushing and shoving, no punches thrown or anything like that. And then when they finally got the two sides relatively separated, man, out of nowhere, like shot out of a gun, Derek Stingley comes over and just waylays Dalton Schultz from kind of like the side.
The side,
definitely, but definitely not within view where Schultz could brace himself.
Schultz didn't see it coming or anything.
No.
It was a cheap shot.
It was really,
I mean, and it was a cheap shot against your own teammate.
Yeah.
The other day, D'Amico's talking about how important it is that guys not, in the course of a play, don't be hitting guys from the side when you're practicing with shoulder pads on.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. Stingley went up and did that very thing, except like about 2 minutes after a play.
Yep.
It was, and at the time we were watching from the other sideline, Tegan Cotoriano was really heated and worked up.
He was.
This offense, before Stingley came in and hit, I think it was before Stingley came in and hit Schultz. Maybe it was after, but I noticed Tegan Cotoriano all worked up as the offensive players were walking back towards the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And Stingley came out of nowhere and just hit him.
All right, so I've got 3 winners and 3 losers from this fight. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll get to Nick Caserio. I thought you touched on C.J. Stroud, so I'll start there. I thought C.J., for a guy who's hyper-competitive, did a good job of keeping himself out of the middle of the fray. You don't want your quarterback in there in the middle of the crowd where he might catch a stray person falling on the ground and hitting him in the leg or something like that.
By keeping himself out, do you mean he was restrained by another person? Because he didn't keep himself out of it. He was trying to get in there.
The footage I saw, I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
The footage I saw, he was he was on the fringe of the fray, like kind of holding a defensive player back.
Okay. He was, at one point, he was trying to get in. And
good job getting out there.
I believe
CJ.
the one I saw, the defensive player was holding him out.
Okay, so I saw him holding a defensive player out.
At one point,
yeah. All right, so CJ.
I don't know if he held himself out as much as he was going in. I'm assuming he was going in to try to break it up. It really, typically that's what
Good job
quarterbacks
staying
do.
healthy. How's that?
Okay, good job.
Good job staying healthy, CJ Stroud. Number 2, winners. I think D'Amico Ryans loved this yesterday. I think he loved the chippiness. I think D'Amico, he he likes when guys get a little upset.
I don't know.
A little shovey.
Okay. There might be him liking the chippiness part of it.
Yeah.
I don't think he liked Derek Stingley taking a cheap shot on Dalton Schultz.
No, I'm talking about the overall, like the fight.
The
whole fight thing. Yeah, nobody likes a cheap shot.
He's got to have a conversation with Stingley about that.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just like, it's flat out. It's unacceptable.
Right.
I don't know if that was bad. It was really bad.
Right.
It was really. I don't know what led up to it or anything, but you don't take a cheap shot on one of your teammates, much less one of your high paid
$12 million a year tight end.
Just from the side, well after a skirmish is over.
You can pull that crap with Catoriano. You can't pull it with Schultz.
You made a good point too, Sean, which
What's
is
that?
and especially if you're one of the most injury-prone dudes in the league, don't do it, okay?
Yes.
If you're a guy that hasn't had a healthy season since 2019, don't be going and taking cheap shots on Dalton Schultz.
No. I would say so DeMeco Ryans I have as a winner because I think he liked the actual, like, the chippiness that led to a fight. I think DeMeco likes an occasional fight at training camp.
It's tough. It's tough because I think guys that really like it, because I think Coughlin used to be that way, but when one of his when I was in Jacksonville, Marcus Stroud was a rookie, first-round draft pick. He broke his hand on an offensive lineman's face. You got to be smart. Got a good overhand right on a 6'7" offensive lineman.
Yeah,
whose helmet was off. So Stroud had usually, if you get the guy's helmet off, in a lot of ways you've already won the fight because if it didn't get broken up, you've got the advantage there. So they don't like. After that, Coughlin was strictly prohibited fighting.
Okay.
So I think DeMeco liked the chip, and it wasn't I don't know if there was even a punch thrown. Yeah, he would really like it if there was chippiness, and I don't know if there was a punch thrown because of the scrum.
Yeah, it was hard to see.
Yeah,
it's hard to see. Number 3, Stefon Diggs. He kind of walked away from this whole thing. You know what? And first loser in this whole thing, I think Diggs was a winner because he walked away from it. I don't think he caused anything. He caught a football and went to the ground. NFL notifications at NFL Notify, first loser. They tweet out a picture of Diggs, and it says, Texans wide receiver Stefon Diggs was in the middle of a fight at training camp today. Are we surprised?
Yeah.
That was lame.
It's one of those things where it's literally true, but it's obviously misleading. You're like, okay, yes, he was in the middle of it, but it leads you. Somebody that doesn't know and hasn't watched it reads that, and it reads as if like, oh, okay, he was a part of it.
Throwing punches, yeah. You can't tell the story of that fight without mentioning Stefon Diggs, but he didn't cause the fight. Like, he wasn't in the middle of it.
You just flat out, honestly, you got to block all of these nameless, faceless aggregators. If it's one thing if it's an aggregator, but who has his name on it. These
NFL notifications.
They're the worst. They put out those tweets where it's like a one-word quote, and they just completely destroy the context of it.
Stingley, loser in the fight, for sure. You hated that. A lot of people hated that. Jimmy Ward, I will put him in this category of loser in the fight. For a guy who gets hurt a lot, he sure does push the envelope in these padded practices.
Oh, that's a good point,
remember last year he blasted Dalton Schultz over the middle on a play? Mm-hmm. He's been doing a little of that out there at these couple first padded practices. And I get it, he's a vet, and maybe you get a little latitude, kind of like like you're one of the older guys, in college, a dorm or whatever. You can get away with a little bit more. You can get away with bullying the freshman and sophomore a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You missed time with 3 different injuries last year, man.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be making other people unhealthy if you're unable to stay healthy during the year.
Right.
Those are my rules.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are my winners and losers from the fight yesterday.
I think that, so usually that stuff's left on the field. You don't bring it into the locker room. I do think that DeMeco probably had a nice conversation with Derek Stingley afterwards. And those guys, I'll have the audio from this here in the next segment or two. But the 2 linebackers from the Colts, E.J. Speed and Zaire Franklin, that have been kind of going back and forth with C.J. Stroud the entire offseason, they had actually specifically brought up Dalton Schultz as a guy that they respected as a dog, who would go after them in games and talk and wouldn't back down, wouldn't try to be looking to the officials or anything. He was scrappy, but then could pound it out afterwards and just say, hey, it's all just football, whatever.
Yep.
Schultz is no punk.
No.
I think there's sometimes for two reasons. One, because he went to Stanford.
Bingo.
And two, because he can't block. Then I think people might assume he's a punk or something. Like, no, there's plenty of guys who can't block who aren't punks.
Right.
Schultz is no punk.
He's not, man.
Sometimes these young guys need to be like, they need to realize, like, oh, the big kind of goofy looking gamer dude from Stanford, he's a punk. I'll just be careful with that.
Absolutely.
Be careful with that.
Yeah. Stingley. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. He talked about C.J. Stroud. Here's Nick Caserio talking about how C.J. Stroud makes his job easier.
Well, he's a good player, so you want to have more good players. Good players want to play with good players.
Yeah.
So I think we're very purposeful about how we try to build a team, and it's getting people with the right mindset, with the right mentality, and just come in and do your job and just be the best version of yourself each day, whatever that entails. So don't worry about things that you can't control. Just go out there and try to improve. I was talking to actually Blake Fisher about this yesterday going into, after the walkthrough, and it's about, well, I'm just going to, focus on maybe one or two things that day. If you try to focus on 60 things in practice, you're not going to perfect anything. So, and I think CJ takes that same approach. He's very competitive. You saw that competitiveness yesterday in the team drill.
Yes.
He has that edge to him, and he's not afraid. So, I mean, that's just part of, growth and development in the position. Being confident in yourself. If you're confident in yourself, you're confident in your preparation, then you can go out there and play confidently on the field.
A lot of good things there about CJ. The first 5 seconds of that cut was what I was trying to get at with the question with him. Good players like to play with good players.
Yeah.
It's easier to sell Daniil Hunter and Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs that this is the right place for them to go win a Super Bowl when you've got C.J. Stroud as your quarterback.
Just kind of like
he was around Brady all those years, so he knows.
Right. Well, yeah, they would get all those veterans that were just trying to win a Super Bowl, and they knew that going to the Patriots and playing with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, that was the way to do it. I think the added benefit, if the Texans can capitalize on some of this potential that they have right now, is that Belichick was always looked at as a guy who's like, okay, yeah, look great. He's not like a lovable players coach or anything, but he's going to help me win a championship. Whereas with D'Amico, you get the added benefit of, man, I like watching this guy on the sideline and the things people say about him. This sounds like the Shangri-La of places to go. They got C.J. Stroud, and they've got a coach who, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, there have other times. For a long time, the Broncos were a little bit like that, A, because they were good, and B, because Shanahan had a reputation as a player's coach, Mike Shanahan. Mm-hmm. And the environment was just a really cool environment. Kubiak came out of that school, and then Kubiak, I mean, obviously they never had the appeal of being the it team or anything in Houston when Kubiak was here, but he was thought of as a guy that, man, it's fun playing for that guy.
No doubt.
He doesn't really, there's not a lot of BS.
Nope.
He cares about being a good football team.
Let's play one more. Seth, you followed up with that question, asking Nick about he saw Tom Brady early in Brady's career, rise to stardom, Hollywood marquee figure, and how does that transition go? What are his concerns, or how does he feel about being the GM when C.J. Stroud is on a similar ascension?
No, it's interesting. Everything this day and age is that much more magnified because there's so many more eyeballs. Sean and I were just talking before, the various platforms that are available. So there's always opportunities. People are watching what you're doing. I would say 20 years ago, it wasn't as magnified, and there was a lot that happened. Like when you go back and look at Tom, like he had success early, but he didn't, because in 2000 he was a fourth-string quarterback. Yeah. And then he was the backup quarterback going into 2001. And then he played when Drew got hurt, and then we went on a run there. And I'd say that off season, there's probably a lot coming at you. The 02 season was one of our worst seasons, actually. I mean, we went 9-7. Mm-hmm. Like, we were horrible. Yeah. I mean, we didn't make the playoffs. So it was like, all right, well, let's go back to the drawing board. So I think you have to separate each year. What happened in the past? What happened that year? All right, that's great. Let's focus on the present. And let's not get too caught up in things that it's great to have fun. We want people to live their lives and enjoy what they're doing. That's great. And just understand, everybody's tugging at you, right? Yeah. Everybody wants you, and there's eyeballs, and everything gets magnified. But once you step back into this arena, then the focus is on football, because if you play great football and you're good at your job, you're going to have so many other opportunities because of how you played on the field. So I think it's important for any player to not lose sight of that.
And I wonder, he didn't specifically cite Brady as a guy that didn't, progress in his second year as a full-time starter. But I wonder, I I don't know if that's what he was kind of just insinuating or what have you.
Yeah.
But the other thing I would point out about that first Patriots team was, like, on paper, they weren't that good of a team.
No.
I remember there was a quote by Bill Belichick that after the game after the Super Bowl, he had called up. He was talking with one of his friends on the phone. He's like, "Can you believe we won with that team?"
Right.
You know.
Right.
So yeah, that's the ultimate lesson. And like, look, no matter what you did the year before, you start from scratch the next year. So I think that in terms of CJ, he consciously tries to keep a humility about himself. So regardless of anything he did that was very public in the offseason, I think he very much gets and understands that part of the game, that you always have to start back at square one, that anything you did last year, it doesn't come easily to replicate it. So I'm not overly worried about that.
No, and Nick doesn't seem overly worried about it either. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're in studio today. No Texans practice today. They're back at it tomorrow. We'll be back out there tomorrow as well. Headlines up next. The Astros expand their lead in the AL West, and a Houston legend, passes away yesterday. We will get to that in headlines coming up next. But I'm talking to you homeowners out there that have had your home suffer property damage during the storms. I'm talking the storm back in, May, June timeframe, and then, of course, Hurricane Beryl.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start Texans training camp. No camp today. They're off today. Back at it tomorrow and Saturday. And then 2 more practices next week. And then it's off to the Hall of Fame game, man. A week from today, we get actual preseason football.
Actual preseason football.
Yeah, man.
It goes to, and it's not like in the old days when it was a 5th preseason game. Now you're just going back to the normal, what it was like forever, where you would have 4 preseason games. But the rest of the league is only playing 3.
It's just the Texans and the Bears.
Right, the Texans and the Bears will have the Bears will likely. Do you think they play Caleb Williams in that game?
No. I don't think the Texans play C.J. Stroud in that game. I don't think the Bears play. The Bears might play Caleb Williams. There's a difference between a rookie and C.J.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
so
I don't think C.J. Stroud plays, but I think Caleb Williams probably plays. So we get a look at him. Versus,
hope so.
The thing I'm excited about for the training camp this year is that. Look, the Texans, like just about every other team in the league, probably aren't going to play their starters a whole bunch. Some guys might not play at all in the preseason. But if this is indeed a deeper Texans team, then you get to see that. You get to see the effects of that. Are you winning? Are the Texans' backups genuinely that much better than they have been in the past? And are they physically thumping and destroying other backups from the league?
Yeah, you'll get a look at the rookies, too. And I think, if we kind of sit back, we got a day off here. We've had 6 practices, 2 padded practices, and you get a chance to sit back for a day here and assess. I think so far, again, it's training camp. I understand that. So far, this rookie class, especially considering, unlike last year where they're trotting in the 2nd and 3rd overall pick as the marquee members, they didn't pick till 42 this year. And I feel pretty good right now that they're going to have at least 4 or 5 contributors from this rookie class.
Yeah.
I think both 2nd-round picks. Blake Fisher has been getting all the reps with the ones. So in a perfect world, he's not contributing on game. You got Tunsil and Titus Howard. But in a perfect world, he's also shown himself to be a viable option if either of those guys go out.
Yeah.
So him getting the role as the swing tackle, Lassiter, I think, if I had to bet, is going to start at cornerback for this team as of right now. Kate Stover did some good things yesterday. Kalen Bullock's been doing some good things in practice. And you mentioned Jawar Jordan's your most intriguing guy at camp right now. That's 5 guys out of a rookie class where you weren't picking until 42nd overall. That's pretty good so far.
And then there's a genuine competition in the making at fullback. Troy Hairston's been the only fullback out there because Beck's been injured the whole time.
Yeah.
Hasn't practiced yet. But I think when Beck comes back, they've got a decision to make about that fullback position.
Yeah, Hairston's a forgotten man. Because he was on IR. He was on IR last year.
He was injured all last year,
Yeah.
and he was transitioning from the role of linebacker in college to fullback in the NFL. He showed some flashes his rookie year. He also showed some times where he looked like a guy who was learning how to play fullback. I would say he looks a lot more confident, decisive, and is still very athletic by fullback standards, or relatively athletic by fullback standards. There are no old school fullbacks anymore. You have to be a receiving threat to be a fullback in the modern NFL.
Yep.
This one towards first. Singleton will field it. He'll flip to King, and that's an Astros winner today. A 3-3 road trip. The Astros become the only American League team to have a winning record in the history of the Oakland Coliseum, other than the A's themselves, as they end up 55-54 all time in this building. Blummer, that's a great way to head back home on this long trip back to Houston.
There may be some kids out there that heard that and said, the A's have a winning record at their home stadium? They've stunk for the 6 years that I've been alive so far. Well, back in the day, there were some times where the A's were very, very good at baseball.
Yeah, the A's
they used to win World Series back in the 70s and 80s.
They used to win World Series.
Yeah.
They basically sparked, and then they had a respectable phase where they sparked the
Moneyball.
Analytics movement in many regards.
Made a movie out of it.
They basically won a championship for the Red Sox by the Red Sox copying the A's techniques, A's analytic approach.
They hung a banner for it in Oakland.
Yeah. So this is so good for the Astros.
Yep.
They'll be playing their games against the A's in Sacramento for the next couple years.
Yeah, next few years.
And then on to Las Vegas.
Yep. Hunter Brown, legit ace right now for this team. I feel bad. The only bad start he's had in his last 12 starts, I was there for. Amy and I were in the building.
Mm-hmm.
That was my fault. He's been incredible, man. 2.09 ERA in his last 12 starts.
And
1.50 in his last 3 starts.
And again, just to not have a knee-jerk reaction about the A's have had a resurgence over the last month offensively. They're the best team in baseball offensively. in the month of July, or have been so far. So versus an offense that's really humming. Hunter Brown went out and did what he did, which he doesn't look like a young, untested rookie the way that some of their starting pitchers are right now.
Yes.
And we just when's the trade deadline? Tuesday, Sean?
Tuesday afternoon.
There's got to be a brand new starting pitcher on that roster.
A shiny new starting pitcher under the tree, yes. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. We'd be remiss in headlines not to mention sad news yesterday from the Rockets. Gene Peterson, their legendary radio voice for over 30 years, including the voice of the 2 championships back in the mid-'90s, passes away yesterday at the age of 83. Gene Peterson was a legend. If you were here if you're a longtime Rockets fan, he's the voice of all of your memories. I moved here in late 94, so I was introduced to Gene Peterson as a listener when going through that second championship season. This was some iconic audio right here. This is Gene Peterson and Jim Foley. Game 4 of the 1994 Western Conference Finals in Utah. The Jazz have the ball, trying to take the lead at the end of the game, and the clock operator is not starting the clock
in Utah
after the inbound.
All right, here we go. Chambers will throw it inbounds for the Utah Jazz. Karl Malone's probably going to try to muscle it, or they'll shoot the outside shot, one or the other. Chambers looking, still looking. Out it comes 26. 12 on the clock. Well, start the time clock. They didn't even start the clock. They haven't even started the clock. They haven't yet. They haven't started the clock.
Oh, something's got to give here.
Can you believe this? They haven't even started the clock. We got it anyway. We got it anyway. Take it in. This ball is over.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yes. Sweet it is. The Rockets winning, and boy, that's one of the dirtiest plays I've ever seen.
I hate Utah. Oh, it's all brand new and fresh all of a sudden.
Probably not how they teach it at Syracuse Broadcasting School.
But that's the beauty of it.
Local radio, man.
They turned into, this is the thing in the moment. The clock operator was sitting in front of them.
Yeah.
And they're almost like, right. So Gene abandoned trying to describe exactly what was going on in the court, and just in that moment, I think probably could identify with the fans more than anybody. It was urgent for the good of the Rockets. He was trying to get that dirty, stinking man. I hope he was exported was deported and
clock
exported.
Operator?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I hope he was deported to a state where they don't allow all the weird stuff that goes on in Utah.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on, 17 wives, come with me. Hey, what's with all these people of color out in these? Where the hell am I?
I hope it was some state where they don't allow that, and I hope he was into all of it. Yeah. Deprivation, man. That was great. Gene Peterson passes away yesterday. I didn't know Gene all that well, but I interviewed him for a piece I did for the Houston Press about that 95 team. Real gentleman, man. Couldn't have been nicer. Great storyteller.
Yeah, people just gush about him. I say that in the present tense, like I'd heard this before. This is not just the nice things that people say after somebody passes away, but very, very well respected.
Yep, no doubt. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, sat down with Seth and I yesterday. We'll get his assessment. I just gave mine of the rookie class. We'll get his assessment of not only the rookie class, but a couple of the other more prominent players. He revealed something about a Texan who struggled last year that I don't think a lot of people realize. That we will get to that with Nick Caserio coming up next.
Don't struggle in choosing your new home builder for your dream home. Go to KirkHomes.com, spelled K-U-R-K.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're 6 practices in, 2 padded practices. We had our first skirmish yesterday. I would say training camp is well underway, Seth.
Yeah, that's
skirmishes.
It was hot and humid yesterday.
Yep.
I mean, it wasn't like record-breaking heat or anything, but it was
It's still pretty nice compared to how it normally is.
I guess so, yeah.
It wasn't bad. You were standing in the sun the whole time. I was surprised.
I was? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. I'm like, Seth, there's a perfectly good tent over here.
I have to go down and watch from the end zone.
Okay.
I just can't get it, especially because I'm trying to watch the line play, and it's impossible from the side to see what's going on with the line.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like even when you have the all 22 and everything, when you're trying to watch the lineman, you got to watch from the end zone.
What have you thought of Blake Fisher so far?
Some good, some bad. He's looked like a promising rookie. Yesterday, there were some times where Will Anderson had his way with him. There was this is when I get nervous, is just with young offensive linemen in general. Because right now you've got Blake Fisher at left tackle, Kenyon Green at left guard, and Juice Scruggs at center. So from the center out to the left, that's a whole lot of youth. Kenyon Green's got a year of experience basically, and then you got basically 2 rookies, because Juice Scruggs didn't get to actually play center last year. His time was at left guard. But 3 very young guys, and there were quite a few instances yesterday where the offense went to an empty backfield, and it was just 5-man pass protection, to where you got 5 offensive linemen. They're going to have to handle everything on their own. And there was one play where Azeez Alshire came free for just a clean-up, clear, easy hit on C.J. Stroud. And it wasn't clear to me whether it should have been Blake Fisher or Kenyon Green that grabbed him. Blake Fisher was trying to get him. I'm guessing it was actually Blake Fisher's bust in 5-man protection, but you never know for sure. So, like that, but it was one of them. It was either Kenyon Green or Blake Fisher, the 2 young guys there.
On the left side, which has been a concern.
But other than that, I do think the young guys have done a good job of picking up on a lot of the games and stunts and blitzes. So the mental part of it's there, but it's, this is practice, and the defense isn't necessarily game planning against them quite the same way yet. So it's just there's room. There's work to do.
Here's Nick Caserio yesterday on the Texans' top 2 rookies, Blake Fisher and Kamari Lassiter.
When Blake got to campus at Notre Dame, he was a left tackle, and then Joe came in and they moved him over to the right side, played predominantly on the right side the last 2 years. So LT's not practicing right now, so instead of moving Titus over, we're going to put Blake over here at left tackle and let him get some work. And there's been some good plays. There's been some not so good plays. The thing that hopefully you want to see a player do is learn and improve, and what are some of the things that you can learn from another player. If you're blocking Danielle Hunter, if you're blocking Will Anderson, if you're blocking Derek Barnett, there's different types of players. But it goes back to your technique. Are you doing the right things? And then there's a lot of dialogue. I think our players do a great job of conversing with each other on the other side of the ball. Because in the end, we just want to be successful as a team. But Blake's done a really good job. He's had a good attitude. He's a big body. There's certain things that he can do relative to playing with maybe better body position. I mean, he's a big, tall guy. But, okay, that's probably an area that he should look to improve. And I'd say Kamari from day one he's just not afraid. It doesn't matter. Going back to spring OTAs, you put him on a field, not backing down from anybody. I mean, that's his mindset, his overall mentality, and you're seeing that on a day-to-day basis.
So with both those guys, the physical limitations, both Blake Fisher and Kamari Lassiter, that you want to see them address. One is Kamari Lassiter doesn't have elite, worldly, top-end speed, but the way he makes up for that is in his anticipation, in his, in just his flat-out technique. And I think we've seen steady improvement in that regard. First couple days looked like, man, he really got deked in some ways that a rookie's going to get deked at times. And when he makes a mistake like that, he doesn't have the ability to recover as quickly as some guys. But if his anticipation is better and if his reads are better and everything else that goes along with it, that's how he makes up for it. And I've seen that I think he's doing a good job of that. With Blake Fisher, that's, I was glad to hear Nick say that, because that was kind of confirmation of what I've been saying. So I was like, okay, I'm on the right track here with Blake Fisher. He's tall. and he's got to figure out how to play with an NFL level of knee bend and get lower, because there have been times where Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson have just gotten up underneath his pads and taken him for a ride, like really taken him for a ride, to the point where they could have launched him into space in a real game. And that's like,
or worse, launched him into C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, exactly. No, there was one with Danielle Hunter yesterday or 2 days ago where, Danielle would have launched him into the quarterback hardcore if he hadn't let up. So otherwise, though, the other stuff is good. I think his technique otherwise is good. I think his athleticism is just fine. And he looks like a guy who can play football. Sometimes when you're watching rookie offensive linemen, like from a defensive lineman's perspective, you can just sometimes you can just tell, man, like this kid just doesn't get it. Like, I can't believe they wasted a second round. As a player, you're like, holy crap.
Is that like blood in the water, too? I just got to punish this guy until they take him out?
Yeah. But you're like, man, this guy just does not get it.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way about Blake Fisher at all. I think he gets it.
Yeah.
He's just got to work on these things. And it's the same struggle that a lot of 6'6", 6'7" guys have their first training camp. And a lot of guys who end up being awesome offensive tackles have those same struggles in the first couple of weeks of camp. They just got to learn. They got to learn it's a different level up here. You just can't. You can't. Your length is a liability as much as it is an asset sometimes.
You asked Nick, Seth, about Dameon Pierce yesterday. Mentioned that he was very open about his struggles grasping the offense last year. We all know how it ended last year for Dameon Pierce. He wasn't getting any snaps offensively. The only snaps he was getting was in kick return. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday, kind of revealing some things, I think, as much as he could about Dameon Pierce's 2023 season.
Just having a clear headspace and kind of clearing your mind and kind of starting from scratch and refreshing. He trained very hard. He had a good attitude. He got himself in good condition. I really don't want to get into the depths and the detail, but I would say he was dealing with more than maybe people realize, and sometimes that affects maybe how you perform and play because you have a lot of things going on. And there were times where he probably pressed and he put maybe some undue pressure on himself. So when you take it holistically, everything into consideration, there were some ups and downs, and the way he handled it, honestly, was very mature. So he's in a lot better space. He's had a really good spring. He's popped some runs here in practice, and you're starting to see some of the things that you saw, that we saw at Florida, that you saw as a rookie. And he had some good plays last year. I think the good plays sometimes get drowned out by some of the negative plays, and then everybody those get sort of accentuated a little bit more than they should. So, again, like, great kid, great attitude. He's going to help our football team, and we're glad he's here.
I think with Dameon, without having a clue exactly what was going on, that was difficult for him to manage or handle in his personal life or whatever. He is one of those guys that one of his greatest strengths as a teammate, I think, is like he seems like a guy who genuinely cares about people.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes that's a great strength in a lot of ways, but sometimes it can be a liability because you've got to learn how to check your day at the door. That's an old sports psychologist that talked to us in college told me that, and it hung with me. Is like, you got to check your day at the door and figure out how to create that wall in your life to where you've got your work life, you've got whatever's going on in your personal life, and just try to keep those separate. And maybe some of that was Dameon Pierce, having to learn that last year. And it's because he's just an awesome kid.
Yeah.
He really does. He really, really cares. And maybe just learn how to build that wall a little bit is something that he had to learn, as well as whatever the situation was.
Yeah, by the time
hopefully being resolved.
Right. By the time Week 18 rolled around, Dameon was, he was as a running back, he was at rock bottom. That was at the stage where he was getting very few snaps. By the playoffs, he was getting no snaps on offense. But I remember seeing the locker room celebration after the Indy win, and they clinched the playoff spot. And Dameon, who, I don't know, maybe played 5 snaps offensively in that game. He was as happy as everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, he's in there celebrating, wasn't moping about the fact that he's the backup at that point. You know what I mean? Like, that was, I think, kind of an indicator. Just, like, he was super happy that the team won that day, and I thought that was cool to see. I'm rooting for Dameon Pierce. One more from Caserio. This is Caserio on what I think is the biggest story so far of camp, the addition of Stefon Diggs.
Everything that we gathered relative to Steph in terms of how he practiced, his day-to-day approach, his competitiveness, I mean, that was consistent. Yeah. Every individual that you spoke with, and you've seen that on the field as well. And I think leadership is really just about relationships. So when you walk in a building, it's how do the players interact with one another, and you want it to be organic. Our players have done a great job of working with each other. You know, D'Amico talks to the team about practicing the right way. You don't want to have a bunch of dumb plays where you're blowing teammates up, you're hitting people from the side. You want to get good work done, but you want it to be competitive and you want it to be clean. So the play on the goal line there yesterday, you know, in the 4 or 5, Steph caught the short pass. He turned up the field and he kind of split Kamari and Jimmy Ward, who Jimmy and Kamari are 2 real physical players, and they kind of started talking and jawing at each other in a respectful way. So you want to kind of see that tit for tat, but I would say the way Steph is practiced, everybody that you talk to in Buffalo just talked about his level of competitiveness on a day-to-day basis.
We should point out that interview took place before the Stingley cheap shot on Dalton Schultz, which he practically described in that cut.
On Monday, D'Amico talked about how you can't have guys hitting guys from the side.
Right. On
Tuesday, before practice, Caserio said you can't be hitting guys from the side. An hour or 2 later, Derek Stingley would not only hit a guy from the side, but hit a guy from the side when he was walking away from a skirmish and didn't see anything coming at all.
Wasn't even a football play.
Derek Stingley just waylaid Dalton Schultz to the ground.
Caserio jinxed it, man. Yeah. He jinxed it by bringing it up, by framing it that way.
Like one of the worst instances of a guy getting hit from the side that I've ever seen in a practice is Derek Stingley cheap-shotting Dalton Schultz from the side about 2 minutes after the play was over.
Oh, my God. That was funny. We can laugh about it now because nobody got hurt from the whole thing. Ben McDaniels was on In the Loop yesterday, the wide receivers coach. Is he like the little rich boy that now has all the nice toys out of all the assistant coaches with the Texans? Now that he's got Stephon Diggs and he's got Tank Dell and he's got Nico Collins. John Mechie, before he got hurt here, was looking like he was turning into something.
Yeah, they're all probably looking at him like, oh, hey, good luck making Diggs a good football player.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Wow, you got a big challenge, don't you?
Yeah. And McDaniels take credit for it. If Diggs is good this year.
McDaniels is the kid that drives a BMW to school.
He is.
He's kind of like, oh, great, this guy. All right.
He is. And that BMW is Stephon Diggs. This was actually pretty funny. They asked him in the loop. It was Brandon Scott and John Lopez yesterday. They asked McDaniels the role he played in acquiring Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I'll defer that to Nick and Miko. They build the roster and try and make us better with any moves that they make, and they clearly saw that as a move that would make us better.
But you're happy.
And I signed off on it.
You're happy.
Yeah, but speaking of signing off and just being as the wide receivers coach, that's got to be like the easy. If they come up to you and say, hey Ben, what do you think about Stephon Diggs?
Yeah,
as a wide receivers coach, right? That's got to be like the easiest thing that they could bring to you, right?
You bet.
What if McDaniels had been the guy that was like, I don't know, man, I don't need to be dealing with that. It's just like, all right, I guess if you come in.
That's a lot. You know what I have on my plate already? Look at this. Yeah.
Actually, Ben McDaniels is in a position to actually get some genuine shine off of the production of these guys because in terms of just if you go trying to get a job somewhere else or anything, you got to always remember, look, Tank Dell did have to learn how to operate as a smaller receiver in the NFL. In camp last year, a lot of times you'd look up after a play was over and he was on the ground at the line of scrimmage. Like he was getting jammed and it was like the physical side as being a smaller guy. Like he hadn't learned yet how to get those releases perfect to where when you got to come up with some stuff. And then likewise, Nico Collins obviously had a breakout year. So I think that he could be in that rare position of, yes, you do have all this talent, but at least 2 of those guys. And then John Mechie, depending on how things work out for him, 3 of those guys were not that guy before I started working with him.
Developmentally, I got no issues with Ben McDaniels as a position coach right now at all. I wonder if he starts interviewing for coordinator jobs and head coaching jobs, like how much are you like your brother?
Well, the whole thing, like Josh McDaniels.
Are you a lot like that? Yeah, as an OC.
As an OC, he's been awesome.
No, you're right.
He got the absolute best out of Mac Jones. I thought Josh McDaniels in New England handled Mac Jones brilliantly.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It was a steady diet of an increasing level of difficulty throughout the season. It was super easy, short passes and everything early in the season, and then they kind of expanded it. It's just that Josh McDaniels for whatever reason, ends up as a head coach, it's too much for him.
Yep.
I think he's got a little bit of that disease that comes that people contract in New England.
The
which
Belichick
is
disease.
They try too much to be like Bill Belichick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's Ben McDaniel. Speaking of Tank Dell, here's Ben McDaniels on Tank Dell. Calls him a special dude.
Yeah, God blesses us all with different talents.
Yeah, man.
And then it's our job to make them what they are. And he's a special dude at the break point. It's kind of how we talk about things. Being able to separate the top of routes and put your foot in the ground and change direction and start and stop and do it at a really high speed. And he does it really well.
You know what's probably like is how much of a what a great how much improvement you make as a marksman when you get a really good scope. You gotta go, okay, I'm sitting here trying to line up this little thing of metal in the here's a scope. Oh, gosh, I'm a lot better than I thought I was.
This is really nice.
This is really, really nice.
Yeah.
I became a much better driver a much better race car driver when I got an awesome race car.
I could actually speed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. McDaniels, he's got those weapons, baby. Text message. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. He said, the texter says that on the afternoon show, I think they mean the Texans All Access show at 6 o'clock, says Vandy and John Harris the other day said that this is the best they've seen Davis Mills throw the ball since he's been a Texan. Do you agree with that? The follow-up to this, Clint is saying Mills is horrible and may not make the team. Which is it?
It's tough because I think Davis Mills has maybe had some of the best throws I've seen him make. And yet he's also had a lot of really curious and bad misfires on the easy throws.
His bad is really bad.
So to go back to something that Tom Brady said a long time ago that's resonated with me is just that he really Tom Brady's always felt like it's the boring stuff that makes the good quarterbacks. It's like how consistent are you on how dependable are you with the easy stuff?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a matter of making the right decision more so than it is, making a brilliant throw. And that's the boring stuff is sometimes vastly disappointing. So I can't agree with either of those guys though. I think Davis Mills has had some
in between.
Beautiful passes. Yeah, it's somewhere in between. There's no part about me though that thinks that oh boy, he really might end up becoming who would be Rich Gannon. Rich
like
Gannon,
a late
guy
bloomer that gets an opportunity.
I
don't think that's happening.
Yeah. So Rich Gannon started off as the backup to Elvis Grbac, correct?
Yeah, he was in Minnesota for a while. Gannon was.
I guess when he first, yeah. So, but regardless, he was a late bloomer.
Yeah.
I don't see that trajectory for Davis Mills. Right
now. Yeah. Maybe in Kansas City, he might have backed up Grbac in Kansas City. You might be right about that.
No, it was because I can remember us talking the week before, thinking whatever you do, don't hurt Grbac.
Oh, because Gannon might come in.
The better quarterback.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't hurt Grbac.
Interesting. Oh, so when you were a player, that was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Do you think Clint is kind of a hard grader? Do you think if Clint were a professor, he would be the one whose class all the students would be avoiding? I listen to the Drive fairly religiously, and especially early in the show. That's usually about the time I'm kind of get my elliptical in, and I listen to the first segment of their show. And man, I listened to Clint talking about Kamari Lassiter the other day. I'm like, I feel like he's describing a different player than I'm looking at here. I feel like he's describing Kamari Lassiter's speed like Sean Pendergast is playing.
I don't know.
Corner
I'll have to talk to
Texans.
Clint about this. Is there some confirmation bias going on? Maybe, perhaps, sometimes when you're watching practice. So I've seen Kamari Lassiter get beat badly.
Yeah.
In this camp.
Yeah.
But I've also seen Derek Stingley get beat badly.
Guys get
camp.
beat. I mean, being a corner in the NFL, you're going to get beat.
No, by Stephon Diggs or by Tank Dell or by Nico Collins especially. I mean, personally, I've been watching some of these battles between the defensive backs and the wide receivers, and just my overall impression is man, it's really cool being out here and watching all this because you don't typically get to see a potential all-pro defensive back going against three different potential all-pro wide receivers.
Yeah.
It's been really, really fun to watch the battle. So with Kamari Lassiter, I think that if you're concerned about some things, we talked about his top-end speed and everything else like that, you can find evidence to get worried about that.
Yeah.
But you can also find evidence where, man, all right, I'm not worried about his top-end speed because if he is if he is doing the higher level anticipation and technique stuff the way hopefully he can, then it's not as much of a concern.
Yeah.
And I also think just the nature of this scheme where they're going to be in zone a lot more than man, it's not as big a deal. And, Steven Nelson last year played very adequately for as long as he has Derek Stingley on the other side of him. And especially now that Derek Stingley, we've seen him travel with the best receiver, traveling with Amari Cooper. I think that's going to be more of an element this year. And I also try to keep in mind that he is a second rounder. Not that you're obviously your round doesn't predict exactly how awesome you're going to be, but you got to be realistic about I expect him to have some athletic deficiencies.
Sure.
But there's plenty of, especially in teams that play zone a lot, there have been plenty of Charles Tillmans. There have been plenty of Rondé Barbers. There have been plenty of guys who got drafted in the second round because they weren't that Jeff Okudah level of physical talent, but it's just a matter of do they do all that other stuff really well.
Clint seems, as a text message, Clint seems down on Nico Collins too. He was earlier this week. I thought I heard him talking. He's kind of down on Nico Collins. Clint is a tough audience,
He's
man.
tough, right? Yeah, he holds people to a high standard.
Yeah,
damn it. That's all it is.
Right. I would be the professor everybody would want to take his class because everybody starts with an A with me.
You know what Clint is?
I had Jawar Jordan basically being like LaDainian Tomlinson at the end of practice yesterday.
Well, we know you're an established sucker for running backs.
Big time.
I'm intrigued by Jawar Jordan and to an extreme degree. And I think there's some things I still need to see in real football for an undersized running back.
Yeah.
But I'm very excited about some of the potential that he's flashed.
Yeah.
Clint is basically the sober guy is the thing. We're all having a good time, and Clint's sober.
He's the designated driver out of practice.
Right? Yeah. He's the one who's willing to be a buzzkill, and that's a good guy to have around. The guy who's willing to be a buzzkill.
What kind of professor would you categorize yourself as? If you were teaching a college course, would you be
nice.
Easy? You would be on the easier side. I think you would be too.
Anybody, you tell me you've got family issues, and I'm like, okay, well, you know what, just take the semester off. We'll regroup next semester.
But what about my grade? A.
Yeah.
Yeah, an A.
I would not get tenure. I wouldn't, because I know how it works. All the other professors would hate me because I would be so well liked and beloved, but not because I'm a good teacher, but more just because I'm way too nice with all of the students.
I think Lopez would grade people fairly, but whatever the grade you got early in the semester, that would be pretty much your grade. Like, you would have to really impress him to get out. Like, if you started off, if he was teaching a class that was all essay, so it's very subjective in the grading, especially with John being a writer and everything, and you got like a D+ on the first exam, he would go into every other exam with the impression of you as a D+. First impressions are important with Lopez.
Well, it's called the halo effect when a student or a player, you've got in your mind that, okay, this is the golden child, that you ignore almost every negative about them. It's a bias we have as humans. Yeah, it's a halo effect. I just, as a player, I was kind of usually I was really well liked by my coaches, and I would always feel, there would be times where I'd be like, dude, just tear into me about
Yell at
that.
me.
That was actually a bad, no, please. Stop just assuming that I'm going to be this way all the time.
Well, because that can veer into teacher's pet territory.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the teacher's pet.
No.
It's bad.
No.
It's really, really bad. Especially when one of your buddies is getting torn into for making a mistake that you just made 2 snaps before.
And he was probably making it watching you saying, oh, Seth didn't get scolded for doing this.
Bad for team morale, you know?
Yeah.
One time, Travis Johnson was getting ripped into by that idiot Richard Smith and for something. And it was basically, Travis had gone outside the scheme because I told him to, because I knew it was a pass.
Oh, yeah.
So, Travis was supposed to play a certain technique, and I'm a veteran player. I knew it was pass because I had a tell on one of the offensive linemen. So I told him, I was like, jet, jet, jet. So he took off up into the B gap, and the play didn't work out, but it wasn't.
It was the right thing to do.
It was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So he starts tearing into him, and I just raised my hand. I was like, Coach, that was me. And then Richard Smith got even angrier
at you
because I was kind of.
There
was the last year of my career when it was the first time in my life that I had a coach that didn't love me. In Richard Smith, I don't know what the deal was or anything, but he hated me, and so I was also kind of
You hated him back.
Yeah. You're an idiot, man.
Proportional response.
He was so stupid. He really was.
I watched an interview with him. He's coaching linebackers, I think, for the Colts right now.
Yeah.
I watched an interview. I went one day. I was remembering you were saying something about him, and I went and Googled him, just like Richard Smith press conference. Let's see what's out there.
Yeah.
And it was an interview that he did when he got hired. I think he's on the staff right now up in Indy.
Yeah, he's the
linebackers coach. And
I bet
watched,
Zaire Franklin loves him.
Yeah, I was watching, and I'm watching the interview. I'm like, yeah, I kind of get it, Seth. I kind of get it. Yeah.
It was one of the most clownish displays I've ever seen of a defensive coordinator. Just completely inept.
Okay.
Just awful. It was bad.
Do you think you would like playing for Brian Daboll?
Probably.
Based on what we've seen in Hard Knocks so far.
I don't know. I think the thing about Daboll is like he's very raw and his temper gets the best of him and everything, but he does just seem like he seems like a genuine football guy. You know,
almost
he's like
too much of a football guy. Like
he's rough around the edges and everything, but like he's not trying to win. He's not trying to win anybody's love and admiration.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
So the clip. There were some interesting clips with Daboll that have emerged from the latest episode of Hard Knocks. There was one of him. They're interviewing Roma Dunze in Joe Shane, the GM's office, as the part of the pre-draft process. And Daboll's all sloppy with his feet up on the table, laid back, asking questions. It was funny. He was getting some criticism from people on Twitter, like, real classy, feet up on the table while you're interviewing somebody. I don't know. I kind of felt like he was just trying to keep it casual.
Yeah.
This though was the one that you sent to me yesterday. The entire Giants personnel team and coaching staff, they're in the war room. This is not during the draft. This is the lead up to the draft, and they're trying to figure out quarterback. And we know that replacing Daniel Jones is definitely leading up to the draft an option on their board. They paid Daniel Jones last year, but they are not all that excited about Daniel Jones. So this is them going through all the quarterbacks that have been drafted since 2014 in the first round. And when you listen to the names, you can start to picture the faces in the room and just the wind coming out of their sails because, like, you're really feeling what the hit rate is on these guys until Brian Daboll gives the personnel group the perfect three-word strategy at the very end. Listen to this cut right here.
Let's go to the last 10 years in pro football. 2014, Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, and Teddy Bridgewater. 2015, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. 2016, Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Paxton Lynch. 2017, Mitchell Trubisky, Patrick Mahomes, and Deshaun Watson. 18, Baker, Sam, Josh Lamar. 19, Kyler, Daniel. 20, Burrow, Tua, Justin, Love, Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, Jones, Pickett, Bryce, and Stroud. How many of them hit in the last 10 years? Oh, we're doing this. Not a lot. What do you take from that, Dabes? Take the Stroud.
Take the Stroud.
Hey, it's notable too that Brian Daboll got his job with the Giants partly by being Josh Allen's coach, being the offensive coordinator for Josh Allen and being the guy that was there when Josh Allen figured it out and turned it around.
Yep.
And he said the Stroud before the Josh Allen. Joe Shane probably mindful that the cameras were there. He's like, or the Josh Allen, right?
Oh yeah, I cut that part off. He did
a solid. He did a solid for Daboll, like, or the Josh Allen.
Yeah. No, that's right. Yeah, God, that's ironic. So, man, they're listing those names off, and it really is a reinforcement about just how fortunate we are right now. You know, that was, of all the names, they must have rattled off 20 names there, right, of quarterbacks since 2014. Burrow a hit, who's only finished 2 of the 4 years he's been in the league. Mm-hmm. You know, he's had injuries that have ended seasons. Beyond that, you know, you can pick holes in almost anybody other than Mahomes. Mm-hmm. You know, Mahomes and Burrow are the 2 big ones. You know, I know Justin Herbert's really talented. Jordan Love is about to get a big contract extension. He's had half a good season. And I know CJ's only had 1 good season. I get that. He's just a rookie. But, man, that's a scary proposition. And that's what makes draft night, especially this draft night. You've pointed this out, Seth, many times. This past draft night in particular, 6 of these guys were taken in the first 12 picks. Mm-hmm. And when you hear that list that they just rattled through on Hard Knocks, you know that just based on math, that 4 of them have no business being taken that high.
Yeah, teams are just so desperate for quarterbacks that they're drafting guys that would have been 4th or 5th rounders in previous generations, or like a decade ago, are now going in the top 5.
Crazy
in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So it's stressful.
It's crazy.
Well, I had a fan yesterday who was a listener ask me, "Hey, do you think the Texans will ever come clean about the fact that they would have taken Bryce Young?" And I was like, "Well, for one, no. Because I don't know if there's anything to come clean about. When you looked at a lot of the anonymous GMs and scouts last year headed into the draft, it wasn't unanimous that Bryce Young was their favorite. The other thing is that the Texans, by the time they realized that when the Panthers traded up to number 1 overall, they would not have already made their decision about who they were going to take in the draft. It was too early in the process. And I do believe that even though the Panthers, everybody assumed they knew all along, it was just too early in the process for them to have known for sure. So I don't think the Texans actually ever had to have that discussion. I think they went into the mode of, okay, I'm guessing they would have taken whoever was there at number 2, unless maybe there was somebody, kind of the way Sean Payton was talking in the previous season about, they might have had somebody that said, like, no, we're not going to take him because we just flat out, it's just too far away from the prototype. We're not going to take Bryce Young. I don't know. But I don't think it's something that needs to be kept secret or anything, because I flat out don't think that they ever had to actually make that decision.
Yeah. Yep. I was mad at myself yesterday because when I did the thing with CJ back in March, the event with CJ, he said, I went through draft night with CJ and said, okay, put us in your shoes of every step of draft night. Bryce Young goes off the board at 1. What's going through your head? That kind of thing. And he said, I didn't think I was going to get drafted. I didn't think the Texans liked me.
Right.
I didn't think the Texans liked me. He mentioned how he thought Nick Caserio played things very close to the vest, and I was mad at myself yesterday that I forgot to ask Nick about that.
Oh, you should be mad at me, too, because I think you told me at one point to remind you of that.
I don't think I did, but
that was your first mistake, but yes.
I was mad I didn't ask about that, but to your point, that's whatever it is they were going to do, the guys in question, at least C.J. Stroud, had no clue what direction they were going because he thought he was going to be on a different team.
I wanted to put yourself in David Mulligetta's shoes, who had tense dealings
history
with the McNair or with the Texans organization.
Yeah,
and I wonder if he had to have been thinking kind of like, this could be a check against me if C.J. Stroud doesn't go to the Texans.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how much, because at that point, really, we're still at that phase where everybody thought the Texans were idiots who couldn't get out of their own way.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe people wouldn't have perceived it that way. They would have looked at it as more of a Texans issue than a Mulligetta issue.
Yeah.
But that is, if anybody cares or what have you, I feel like Mulligetta probably breathed a sigh of relief that, A, his client went number 2 overall, but
yes.
B, that the bygones were bygones.
Yep. Someone said on the text page that they thought CJ had not been interacting with the fans as much at this training
Somebody
camp.
asked me that on a live stream a couple days ago, that CJ hadn't signed autographs after a practice. This is what I got to tell you, everybody. When any given player doesn't sign autographs after a practice, you got to realize there are meetings afterwards, there are rehab things you have to do. Guys have things they have to get inside to do that after a practice sometimes, right? That they just have to do. So it's really, it's rarely that a guy's just being a jerk and doesn't want to sign autographs or anything. They've got stuff they got to do.
Yeah.
They're going to be at the facility for 10 more hours after that. So it's not, just try not to take it personal.
Yep.
They've got stuff they got. If you want them to go out and win football games and not get injured and what have you, they just got to get in and do the stuff they got to do.
And the texter, to be fair, the texter wasn't somebody saying this from experience. They were just pulling it off of Reddit or something like that. But apparently there's people posting saying that because CJ hasn't been signing as many autographs, he seems more Hollywood now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hollywood.
No, I'm not. And honestly,
I worry zero about this.
Even if he didn't want to sign a single autograph for the rest of his life, good. It's time is a precious commodity, and if you're a genuine fan, you care about your team winning football games,
yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So if guys have to get in to do what they're going to, do you not want CJ to ice his ankles or whatever he might have to do?
That's right.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you not actually being a genuine fan.
All right, so we'll hit the Texans again on the way out as we hand things off at the top of the hour to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. They'll be in studio out at the stadium this morning. No Texans practice today. They're back at it tomorrow. So we'll circle back to the Texans. But I put up a poll. Astros have the trade deadline coming up on Tuesday. I have an either or, and it's based on Dana Brown not being able to pull off a trade. If he can't pull off a trade, I've got two choices for you to make this team better. Which one are the people picking? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Men's Tea Clinic.
Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow, it's what's
Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We are actually live at 24 Greenway Plaza today. No Texans practice today. We'll be back out at the Methodist Training Center tomorrow. We'll circle back to the Texans here in just a couple of minutes. The Astros off today. It's a light day today, man. No Texans practice, no Astros. They're back at it tomorrow. Dodgers in town tomorrow. And then the Pirates after that. We get a Paul Skeens sighting on Monday over at Minute Maid Park. That'll be fun. Although it doesn't help winning a baseball game, but it'll be fun to see him pitch. So as you pointed out earlier in the show, Dana Brown is in it right now, man. He has got to do something. He's got to find an arm or two, starting rotation. I know he's talked about finding a bullpen arm as well. They need arms right now. There's still a lot of conjecture out there that they could go shopping for one of these first basemen.
Yeah.
I think they got to be careful about that, just in terms of how much they're giving up.
How much are you giving up for what? And
what's the increment over what Singleton is?
None of the big name guys are like having awesome years or anything where you can just pencil them in for being a World Series champion,
right?
Or World Series MVP. I like Vlad Guerrero Jr. is intriguing because he's so young, and you've got you've got potential to extend that out. But he's also young enough that, all right, are the Astros actually going to give him an 8-year deal or something when the time comes?
The interesting one that's been popping up the last few days is Isaac Paredes from Tampa Bay, who has been having a great season. He plays first base for the Rays, but he can play third base also, and he's got 3 years of team control left.
Yeah.
So that could be a post-Bregman solution as well. He's an extreme pull hitter, and he's a righty, which means the Crawford boxes are very enticing for him right there. So that's going to cost you a lot of prospects.
This is what I'm predicting. And this is what I will actually genuinely get excited about because it doesn't capsize your future necessarily. Is I just need a sack of meat with a 4.2 ERA.
Yeah.
I need a guy that can be a respectable, average major league pitcher. And a lot of times we in the Astros fandom have been so spoiled by immaculate pitching for so long, you forget that the average ERA of a starting pitcher is about 4.1 or so. You need guys that can go out there and be veteran pitchers, and hopefully the bats continue to do the work that they've done over the past 5 weeks or so, and play like the back of their baseball cards. I don't need a jaw-dropping signing. I don't need a Justin Verlander type or anything. I just need bodies.
Yeah.
And then you got to cross your fingers and hope that Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander come back, because then it's a whole different conversation. If you got Verlander and Luis Garcia, then and a couple sacks of meat, then there we go.
So here's my either or for you. Let's pretend that Dana Brown's unable to pull off a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the group we're running with. So the question is this. Dana Brown is unable to pull off any trades by the deadline. You can bring back just one of the two choices below post-trade deadline. Okay, you get one of these two choices. Fully healthy Kyle Tucker or fully healthy Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia.
Oh, all right. I would go with the pitching. It's pitching, man.
What do you think the people say?
I think
almost 1,000 votes.
I think the people say, because that's a 2-for-1.
Tucker's clearly the best player out of this.
Tucker's still got the best WAR on the team,
right?
He's
missed 2 months.
He's been absent since like February, as far as it feels. So I think the people still say that the two starting pitchers fully healthy, that trumps no matter who it is. You could have Mickey Mantle in there. I'd still rather have the two starting pitchers
by a fairly substantial amount. Yes, yeah. I was a little surprised by this because the easy thing to say would be well, Kyle Tucker was a top 5 MVP candidate. You always take the MVP candidate. Yeah. And I suppose there's an argument for that because it does feel like after Jordan in this lineup, there is a drop-off. You do fall into a bit of a cliff. I know Yiner's been okay, and Jake Myers has been okay, and Jeremy Pena's been okay. Mauricio Dubon is a super reliable utility guy, all that stuff. I mean, Kyle Tucker is an elite 5-tool baseball player. But I would have voted Verlander and Garcia as well. The people voted by a 2-to-1 margin, 67% to 33%.
Yeah,
they vote the two pitchers,
and it's there's a yin and a yang there too. If Kyle Tucker comes back, then you can overcome some bad pitching. But we're also talking about you can't just think about the Astros pitching as it is right now. And, for one, Arrighetti and Bloss, we have no clue how it's going to turn out for them. It just, the highs are pretty impressive. The lows are drastically low. Yeah. And does Arrighetti, really all, rein it all in together and everything? I'd say the chances are more likely that he doesn't. It's just he shouldn't even be in the majors right now.
Yeah.
Bloss was in college just a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
So I just can't rely on those guys. And then you do have to add into the fact that, man, Hunter Brown has been awesome, but he's going to pitch way more innings than he's ever pitched before. Blanco, we've started to see perhaps some of the fatigue starting to set in, and he's going to pitch more innings than he's ever pitched before. It's just way too critical right now. No matter how much Tucker can bring you, having two proven starters, if I could guarantee they're going to be completely healthy, I got to take that.
Well, and Framber is still prone to the occasional clunker, too.
Yeah.
It's not the 2022 Framber where you just pencil him in for 6 innings.
He's not on pace to set a record for quality starts in a row.
No, not like he was 2 years ago. Have you been following J.J. Watt's vacation at all on social media?
I saw that he tweeted something out the other day from a tropical location.
Yeah. Well, I mean, among many pictures, another one of him yoked up with no shirt, with the shorts kind of rolled up to where they almost look like tighty-whities, you know what I mean? So he can show off the quads. He was flaunting his luxury vacation, which I don't blame him at all. It looks beautiful. Wherever he is, it looks awesome. But one of his stories, he captioned it "Training Camp 2024." So
that's tough. That's when the rubber meets the road for a player thinking about whether he really wants to go back and play football or not. You're living that life. You're having some rum drinks, and you're wondering, do I really want to leave this life?
Okay, I have a theory on this as to how that story affected my percentage chance in my head that J.J. Watt would be coming back to actually play football. I think that the fact that he's pointing out that he's having this awesome vacation while friends and peers, former peers of his, are practicing, pointing out Training Camp 2024, ha, 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 ha. It increases my percentage chance he's coming back to play because it shows that he's at least kind of still in tune with the NFL calendar.
Well,
and what exactly he's skipping out on right now.
I think also he's going to be in tune with the calendar because he's in the media now as well. So there's that.
Yes.
But I do think for me it was more confirmation that, he's probably not planning. If he comes back, I'm guessing he's planning on it being a mid-season joint.
Oh,
yes. It's not going to be – I don't know. And that's – emotionally or otherwise, that's the smartest thing for him. Given his age, he's going to be 35 this year. It's his 35-year-old season. And he's just got this long record of injury. He needs to stay in shape and come back round about October, November.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Hey, real quick before we get out, Seth, how's the incident yesterday at Texans camp where Stingley shoved Dalton Schultz to the ground, kind of a cheap shot? How's that handled on an NFL team where that happens? One player takes a cheap shot at another. Do you think Stingley and Schultz are good?
I think that usually a fight is just left on the field and it's no big deal unless the two guys already hate each other anyway. You try to do it that way. But that was a cheap shot. I think D'Amico has a conversation with Stingley, and Stingley probably apologizes for it because that was it was an extreme cheap shot.
Is that antibodies to you?
Antibodies to you, but I don't think Schultz, at the end of the day, I don't think Schultz is going to hold a grudge or lobby to get him off the team. I don't think it's anything like that.
No.
It's just the most likely scenario is that Stingley goes and pounds it out with him.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Won't stop us from previewing a rematch between those two tomorrow on the show. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it won't stay on. Remember, you leave it on the field, so it's there when you come back the next day.
That's exactly right.
It's cool in the locker room. But on the field, that's a whole different scenario. All
right, we're done. We're out of time. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they are up next. Stay there. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. for Texans Training Camp.
Hey, you get in an altercation in a football practice, that's no big deal. You get in an altercation on the road, and it's not your
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the 2024 season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
In studio today with a player day off, but we got a lot of great stuff for you. There's no buts, and we have a lot of great stuff for you. We have Andre Ware coming up live at 8:30 as we will talk to him about camp. He's been out there watching your Texans get ready for the 2024 campaign. And in this segment, so coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we're going to have Case Keenum, and it's going to be awesome because I caught up with Case with Andre, so it was two Cougs quarterbacks and me. Who doesn't belong in this conversation? Anyway, we had a great talk with him, and to hear Case and Andre chop it up about quarterbacking was really cool. So that's coming up really soon here, as all levels of the depth chart, however the depth chart would be, are getting plenty of reps, plenty of action, and plenty of pushing and shoving yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Johnny, good morning. Here we go. It was another productive day. It's a day off. 1 week from tonight, the Texans play football. 1 week from tonight in Canton, Ohio.
That was my text to you at dark 30 this morning. Wait, we're 1 week away from playing a game.
Yeah.
That's incredible. So it'll be the first day in August, and hopefully we're playing in the last game that takes place in February. But long way to go to get there. So let's just one step at a time, and that's kind of been D'Amico's thought process. You listen to Nick; he talked about that with Sean and Seth a little bit. Look, it's just what's the next day? What do you got to do the next day?
Yeah.
How do you get better this day? And then you start stacking enough of them together, and you look up, and you're a pretty darn good football team. But it was a pretty feisty football team yesterday, for sure.
All right, so let's get into that with some hot reads. I hate to say it was the story of the day. You hate this stuff. But look, anytime there's pushing and shoving or more, it tends to dominate the headlines. We talk about Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame next week. What is everybody's, and I say everybody in air quotes because a lot of people feel this way, even though I don't feel this way, but a lot of people's favorite Andre memory is him doing what he did to Cortland Finnegan.
Yeah.
And
Andre's embraced it after all these years.
And like I've pointed out about that, a lot of people's favorite Nolan Ryan memory is him doing what he did to Robin Ventura. So he's got good company there. But yesterday we had, I would call it the longest fight/skirmish in the history of Texans training camp. Intra-squad.
Yes.
The extra squad, the inter-squad stuff would be the Washington one in Richmond. That one was massive.
Yeah,
massive fight. A lot of cameras rolling because Hard Knocks was there. Yesterday, not a lot of cameras rolling. The Texans cameras that were rolling, I don't think we're going to see that footage.
No.
The coaches have it all. Boy,
there were some fans in the stands that had some parts of it, but they were pretty far away. So
nobody had a really great look. You saw Stingley come after Dalton Schultz there.
Yeah. I said this to you. This is my early morning conspiracy theory.
Okay, yeah. Share with us. You were telling me this. So you thought this was brewing. This did not just happen.
This was definitely brewing. It's been an intense practice, and you've asked me a few times about one-on-ones. Like why haven't we seen a bunch of one-on-ones? I mean, those are just brutally stripped down, mano-a-mano sort of fights, and they can get really intense. And so my guess is that they obviously wanted to get some teamwork done, but I think also the intensity of these practices, it's probably best that those one-on-ones haven't happened. But I feel like you see this and you hear this happen a lot of times. Oh, they went looking for a fight. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, literally, but the DBs yesterday did not. There were a few times where after the event of hitting a Texans receiver, they kind of threw their hands up like, oh, sorry. I didn't mean it. There were at least 3 different times, and it wasn't until I went back and I looked at my notebook, I was like, ooh, it feels like they were itching for a fight yesterday. And I don't know if you go into practice that way, but I think you go into practice looking to prove a point. Like, for example, why did the fight start with the team formerly known as the Redskins? Because we saw it in Hard Knocks. John Butler, who is now the defensive coordinator at Nebraska, he was the DB's coach. He's watching the second day of practice, and there was a moment in which the DBs kind of turned down a hit. So Butler's sitting there, and he's kind of, you can hear him chastising the DBs like, hey, that's not the way we play. Fast forward to the next day of practice, Kevin Johnson on the far side of the field goes, I mean, he doesn't go low, but he puts a shot on a receiver, and the Redskins didn't like it. The Redskins were like, yo, what's up? And Kevin's like, yo, I'm a rookie. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. My coach told me to do. And that started it. So it wasn't as if Kevin was going looking for a fight.
Right.
And if you ever saw Kevin was not the one guy you would think. But he was also not going to back down.
Between the lines, he was very intense.
He was very, very tough and intense. I feel like that was kind of the thought process on, what was yesterday, Wednesday, that the DBs were like, look, you got pads on. Mm-hmm. Don't be afraid. And there were a few times that they put shots on guys. I was like, oh, boy. The receivers might not take to that too kindly. The funny thing in all this is that it's a 2-minute situation, and so it's actually 20 seconds left in the game. And so Diggs catches the ball, and he slides. But he slides to a point. You know how when you slide into a base, you kind of pop up? Like he slid, and his whole body just went backwards. So the physics of it don't look good, but Jimmy was looking for a hit. And so with Diggs kind of falling backwards and Jimmy flying over the top, it looks worse probably than it was.
Was he giving himself up?
Yes,
Diggs was giving himself up because they were trying to spot for a field goal with time running out.
That's right. And so
it was like a quarterback slide when the quarterback gets hit late and there's going to be a flag.
So the coaching point to the DBs are, Jimmy, you got to know better because that's under 15 yards. They're going to kick a field goal and beat us. Now you give them a chip shot. Yeah. So there's a coaching point there. But Diggs wasn't even mad.
He walked
away from it. It was Schultz who was mad. And I guarantee you that the receivers, the pass catchers, have been talking about some of the shots they had been taking from the DBs. I guarantee you that's what started that whole thing.
And then it just
escalates from there. So that's my conspiracy theory.
All right, something else might have happened. I don't know why Stingley did that to that person, Dalton Schultz, but who knows? Because my eyes were on Diggs. Diggs, are you going to get up? He got up. He's walking away. I'm just looking at him walking away. And then I hear, whoa, and I look over.
Yeah.
And as usual, or as very often happens, when you're experiencing a fight or whatever that was, you miss the beginning of it. You know? Because if your eyes aren't on the spot, now with video, you can capture that. The coaches have video everywhere. The Zapruder film they have on this is extensive.
Yes.
So they can analyze everything. I mean, they can go full-on Larry Merchant on this thing.
That's a dated reference. But it's good. It's a good dated reference,
Max
though.
Kellerman.
There you go. You're getting closer.
Right.
You're getting closer. I think that's probably – I haven't watched a boxing match in a while, but that's pretty good. Harold Letterman scores it 10-9 for the champ Chavez. So, yeah, it was –
there it is.
But it was I feel like even like with the DB hits or anything, it was kind of brewing. You're going through days. I feel like this is the toughest – this week is the toughest week because you kind of have that short week. You get started. Everybody's excited to be back at school, so to speak.
Yeah.
Then you get the off day, and then you look up after Sunday, and you're like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, even for us, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you got to go all the way to Sunday.
Big stretch.
It's a big stretch.
Yeah.
That's tough. And so everybody's a little weary, a little tired.
But they get today off, the players do.
Right.
So, but you brought up a great point yesterday. I think it was on the evening show. We do a lot of radio this time.
That's right.
It was on the evening show. You said, hey, because I said, are we going to get the dog days or not? Was that a dog day practice? Maybe it was.
Yeah.
But then Friday, Saturday, in pads, maybe, intense, because you're not playing yet.
Right.
And guess what? The varsity's not playing on Thursday night.
That's right.
So I hate to call them that. That's so disrespectful because everybody's going to play. We see everybody with a big impact this season.
Yeah.
They're going to have big roles, so I don't want to say it like that. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Starters, you're going to preserve a lot of bodies on Thursday
That's
night.
right.
But it's a great opportunity for others. But the practices on Friday, Saturday, I would expect to be full throttle because you get Sunday off and then you ramp up into the game however you're going to do that.
This is why I didn't mind that fight yesterday. I'm not a big, hey, I think we need to have a fight in practice because that's going to amp up I think that's fake hustle. I hate that stuff. I think yesterday's fight truly came out of some really intense build up from not even just yesterday, but even the days before in pads. I felt like it was building up to that. But look, and Dario from Dario Ogunbowale, I sat with him. I said, Dario, man, offense, defense, kiss and make up afterwards. And he's like, look, man, it's heated, it's intense out here. That's the kind of team that we have, but it's all love at the end of the day. And that's what you have to remember as a member of a football team is, you wear a white jersey in practice, you wear a blue, you're going to go at it in practice, but the same logo is on your helmet. Remember that. Remember that you got to go to battle with one another throughout the year once you get out of this intense training camp. But you are all on the same team. And that's my point. It's not going to be a worry. It's just kind of fun to talk about a fight. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, we had Travis Johnson on the other day. He was talking about – because I asked him about – facing the same guy in practice over and over in individuals or one-on-ones.
Did you figure out who it was?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But he said he didn't like this guy, and he's got to face him all day long in practice. And, I'm going to find the cut. We'll play it later on in the show. I got another theory to throw at you, though, for this one.
Okay.
And I don't know if this contributes to it or not. So there are a lot of would-be sacks out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yet the ball is still in play, right?
Yeah.
CJ, all right, you got me, but I'm going to chuck this touchdown pass anyway.
Yep.
If I'm a DB, wait, am I playing through the whistle or not, right? You guys are playing through this.
That's a good point.
And as I say whistle, I don't know if they blow a whistle, Johnny. Should they blow those plays dead? Do they blow those plays dead? I don't know this because I look and I'm thinking, all right, Will Anderson got him. That would be a sack. But CJ plays on and makes a play. And I think it's good for him because, hey, at some point, I'm going to get out of a sack. They're not going to get me down all the time, of course.
So let me fast forward to the 2024 Houston Texans schedule. Okay. And week 1, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Week 2, Caleb Williams. Potentially week 3, J.J. McCarthy.
All right, keep playing.
Potentially week 4. Week 4, Trevor Lawrence.
Great point.
Week 5, Josh Allen.
Play through.
What do all those guys have?
They
the
escape
ability
pressure
to beat you off platform, and you have to practice it. You have to practice it. You can't be so concerned about whether you had a would-be sack in practice. You got to keep going. You've got to play, especially the secondary. They've got to understand how do you plaster receivers, defensive linemen run into certain angles in pursuit. You're facing 6, 7. And then after that, it's Drake May, it's Jordan Love. You're facing a lot of dual threat quarterbacks this year, guys that really can hurt you. Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. So you've got to practice that thing. And this is a great opportunity to do that where you practice those scramble drills and where do you need to be. So, and the thing is, I'll say this. I haven't seen much griping about it on the field. Like, that would have been – I haven't seen too much of that. I think they understand you got to play until whatever whistle there is, if there's a whistle, but you got to continue to play. I think those plays are good. Not all the time, but I think they're good to practice when CJ gets out and he's still looking downfield. Those DBs got to find a receiver, plaster to him. I think it's really good work for them at this point. So I don't mind it, and I think probably D'Amico's thinking the same way. Hey, we got to work on that stuff and let it happen organically during those team periods.
Yeah, because those quarterbacks, you're right. They're going to get out of the pocket. They're going to extend plays, and you better be ready for it. Yep. All right, next hot read, because yesterday we saw situational work. We mentioned that they were trying to go for a field goal spot on that throw to Diggs where he was hit by Jimmy Ward. So we saw the teams, all 3 levels yesterday, in a field goal situation. You're trying to win the game now, or a touchdown would be nice too, because did Keenum throw a touchdown at the end, or did they not make it?
I thought Keenum looked the best.
He carved them up.
He did. He hit Johnny Johnson down about the 3-yard line.
And what'd they do?
And they figured it was going to be a chip shot field goal, so they didn't even mess with it. They just brought it back out and gave them, because they gave them a 2-minute drill to get down the field, and then they went back and they put 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, that's right.
And then they played that situation. So as soon as Johnny made that catch, it was a brilliant throwing catch, they moved it back out to, I don't know, the 50 or the 40 or whatever, and then gave Keenum the 20-second the 20-second situation right there at the end.
All right, what'd you make of it overall, though, yesterday, other than the skirmish fight, whatever the incident was? When you look at situational work, when you looked at they're in pads again, we talked about, 3 days ago or 3 days ago now, that the defense kind of won the day. The day after, it was a mixed bag, but the offense really got them back, if you will. yesterday. Your thoughts?
So I was walking through the group of fans, and a few called me over, and then I heard a fan go, "John, who won yesterday? Or who won today?" And I was like,
the Texans.
It kind of caught me off guard.
Go David Culley. The Texans won.
It's funny you say that because I was like, in my mind, I'm flashing through practice. I'm like, I think they both did. Mm-hmm. They both did. That was kind of how I started my Harris hits. I thought both sides had some pretty good play. I thought there were some standouts on both sides. I talked about it last night. I think Derek Stingley was fantastic. I think you saw just the player he is becoming day after day after day. It's phenomenal to watch him really become that guy.
Everybody's talking about the interception he had on the deep route to Tank Dell.
Yeah, it was great.
It was great.
It was incredible.
Would CJ want to throw that ball more to the outside, I would think?
So here's
what's tough. Because I'm field level, and sometimes it's hard for me to see. If I was up in my booth, Johnny, I get the better view of that.
Okay, so here's what's interesting about throwing the ball deep against Sting. Because most DBs are going to play through the receiver because they can't judge the ball. So they're kind of staying with the receiver and watching the receiver. Sting gets to a point where he's in phase with the receiver, but then he starts playing the ball. And so because he does that, he becomes kind of an interception magnet. So as I'm watching that play I was on the opposite side, and we were on the opposite side, it looks like Tank's got him. And it reminded me a lot of the play against the Cardinals. Marquise Brown looks like he's got a half step to a step on Sting. Mm-hmm. But because Sting is tracking the ball as well as he does, he's not beat.
Right. At that point, it's just him and the ball, not the receiver.
So the point is, throwing deep on Stingley is really, really tough. You got to have a step and a half, too, because if he's in phase, he's going to be able to make a play on the ball. And then he's got such great hands, strong hands, good size. He can body you. He can then snatch the ball to the air, and that's really what he did. He just went up and kind of snatched the ball away. Now, if CJ throws it further, I think he overthrows Tank. If he throws it shorter to force Tank to come back, Sting was already in position. So Sting put himself in really good position on that deep ball to play the ball. And how many times do you watch defensive backs and you're like, play the ball, man. Play the ball. And it's like, do you realize how hard that is?
Easier said than done.
It's really, really difficult. But Sting makes it look easy. And so you're like, well, okay, he does it. Well, yeah, because that's a special dude.
They go to the ground, and they're still fighting for the ball.
Yeah.
Were they having fun, or was that really nasty between
I don't think it was nasty. I think it was just them being competitive. And then
it was a long time. I'm like,
it was. They really were fighting for it. And I don't know. I don't think Tank wanted to give up on it. I don't know.
I thought it was a clean pick, though.
Oh, it was a clean pick. It was definitely a pick, for sure. Okay. But, again, later in practice, in that 2-minute situation, the first play you run just kind of a short in to Tank, kind of get it going. Tank makes a catch. Next play, they run the same thing, and Sting is right on it. Dives over the top, knocks it away from Tank. He just does things that I've not seen other defensive backs do.
Well, somebody caught a ball yesterday, and he just knocks it out.
Oh, yeah, that was Robert Woods.
Yeah.
It was great because they were in zone. They showed man, disguised it well, dropped into a zone. I love that play because Woods reads it perfectly. He reads zone as well, so he knows that it's covered too. So he knows his spot is between the linebacker and the corner, who's Sting at that point. So he just settles up. CJ hits him, boom. But then Robert turns back towards the linebacker, and because he did that, he forgot about Sting, and then Sting, boom, punched it out.
So that was an incompletion.
I think that ended up being an incompletion.
I thought that had a chance to be a
great punch out. Yeah, great punch out.
Interesting.
But it's still, again, he's got such great physical talent, but then he does some of those little things. I mean, I don't know, punch out's a little thing, but he does those things too.
But that wasn't like a massive peanut punch. That was just I'm just going to knock the ball out.
Yeah, it's just like, exactly.
Get rid of it.
I think that just goes back to your ball skills, your hand-eye coordination. I think he's super special that way.
All right, so let's get to the Case Keenum interview here, because Case Keenum, after practice, we mentioned he had a good practice, and after practice, Andre Ware, who is the Heisman Trophy winner from the University of Houston, Case Keenum, who's the all-time leading passer in the history of the NCAA, still put up all those numbers. We got together. Yeah, me too. I had Case and Andre in a conversation about this training camp. Let's hear it.
We've got a twofer. It's Cougs Quarterback Central with Andre Ware participating in this. Case, how's it going so far? It's great. We got one Heisman between us here as a group, so I'm excited about to be hanging out here with my man Andre Ware.
That's my man. I've always been a big fan of his. And matter of fact, I was somewhere yesterday in the mall, and the guy had a Case Keenum jersey on, so I'm yelling at him and kind of giving him a hard time.
Cougs or Texans?
It was a Cougs jersey.
Coug fans are out here, man.
Yes,
they're rolling deep. I get a lot of Who's House, Cougs House out here with the Texans fans, so it's fun to see.
How tough is it for you? I'm not sure which camp is this. Camp 13, 14?
13.
All right, 13. You've been in a couple of different systems. How does it feel finally being back in a system that you've had some foundation in for year 2?
It's really nice. I mean, as you know, when you're not hearing plays for the very first time and then coming out and running them at practice, it's nice. Like, you can relax at certain times. Like, your reads. You hear a play like, Tony Spoon, you know exactly what your reads, your footwork, everything. It's second nature. You can worry more about the defense protections, who's my hot, what are my, little details of things we're focusing on that day. Maybe it's a cadence variation. Maybe it's a huddle operation. Maybe it's a shift, a motion that we're working on. So you can really focus on little details when you're in the second year in an offense. And you can see that with the guys. There's a lot of receivers that are working the nuances of their routes within certain plays, and then CJ doing the same thing. So it's been fun to see. It's a really good competitive camp. It's been fun so far.
What about this receiver group? It's ocean deep, it seems.
Tell you what, when you're a backup quarterback, you obviously like seeing the guys, in the first group that are dogs, but when you keep going down the list, and we got, oh yeah, I forgot about him. Oh, he's having a great camp too. Like, it's nice. It's a trickle-down effect where, everybody's getting open. We will go up there and watch film, and we'll, have a good play. Guy makes a good play down the field, and then like, hey, Bobby will be like, hey, look backside here, and there's 2 more guys getting open, at the right time. So they may not show up with the big catches here and the fans going crazy, but there's some other guys who are having some sneaky, really good camps, and the quarterbacks see that. We watch the film and we see it, so they're doing a good job.
Competition everywhere. I think it breeds depth on the team. Tight end, running back. Speak to us a little bit about those rooms as well.
I love our tight ends. As you know, Dalton leads the way there and is as trustworthy as a guy that you could want. But again, having Teagan healthy, getting Brev going, and then Cade's looking really good too. As a young, trustworthy guy who makes contested catches is where he's supposed to be most of the time. And no, he's my guy. He had a great day yesterday, and I'm excited to see how he bounced back in practice today. And then you ask about the running backs too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So even when Joe, missing a few practices here and there, you look at the rest of the crew is not skipped a beat, man. It's guys who are hungry. I really like preseason and watching young backs go, man. That's one of my favorite things to do. Is it's hard for them right now. We got the pads on, but it's still thud tempo. It's we're like, ooh, he might have made a miss in the hole or whatever there. Well, we'll find out here in a week or so. Let those young backs run.
All right, a couple more quick ones here. You're 36 years old, which coincidentally is the age of Andre and I as well.
That's right.
Kidding. But how have you changed how you take care of your body and approach that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's very important. That's really paramount right now for me, is how I recover, how I approach each day, and then how I approach the evenings too, as far as recovering. So I'd say early in my career, it was a lot more time studying film, getting in the playbook. And now I'd say it's a lot more focusing on my body in the mornings and getting it revved up and then getting it cooled down and all the different modalities and different people that help me do what I do. The training room's done a great job. The nutritionist staff here is incredible. I've worked with them quite a bit this offseason. And then, they have a whole new set of recovery rooms for us, so it's been really good.
All right, for both of you, I'm not going to make you do it, but could you possibly name every team in the Big 12 right now? Because I have trouble keeping track.
Oh, yeah. I just came from Big 12 meetings, and I don't know if I got it.
What are the Big 12 Texas teams? So we got Houston, TCU. Baylor, TCU. Is Texas Tech still in there?
Yes.
Did we add anybody else?
We start drying up right there. I know. Start drying up after about
SMU's in the ACC now.
Right. That's exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, SMU didn't come at UTSA is not in there, right?
No.
Yeah, so we got some West Coasters in there. We got the East Coasters. We got some Florida, Central Florida, right?
Yeah, 4 times.
Yeah, that's talking about football team traveling. it's a long way for some of those other sports, the Olympic sports, to travel. So it'll be fun. I'm excited. I got my season tickets for football and basketball. So
nice.
I'm looking forward for us just not being a basketball powerhouse, man. Well, I mean, I've been very proud to be a Cougar basketball fan.
I get Friday nights, I'll get the Cougars at least one time, and then basketball, I'll be there for just about every tip.
Me too.
No
Me
doubt.
too. I'm going to take these guys.
Together
All right, Case, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
As his family was coming up, Case was trying to spend some time with the family after practice, was nice enough to spend some time with me and Andre. And Andre is going to be with us next on this very program live to talk about what he's seeing at camp. We are 1 week away from game day when the Texans take on the Chicago Bears in Canton, Ohio. That's right. Hall of Fame weekend is a week away as Andre Johnson goes in. He was at practice yesterday. We'll keep it rolling here. It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over
feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Now, usually that statement applies to the field, but we still are a few feet away because anybody in the locker room, they're about, 50, 60 feet away from us, whatever the distance is. Yes, we are in the Hyundai Texans radio studio here for Texans Training Camp Live. Joining us now, Andre Ware, as we are ready for game day 1 week from tonight. Dre, you ready to go?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, 1 week from tonight, and we're kicking the ball off. It seems crazy, but here we are, and let's get into what is this, year 23?
That is correct. Year 23.
Well, it's really year 11. So let's be honest.
That's with you.
It's year 11. So that's
you.
Yeah, the first 12 didn't count. Just like, hey, Dre, how many times have you been to the Hall of Fame, and do you like going to the Hall of Fame and kind of going through the exhibits and the busts and seeing things when you go to the Hall of Fame?
I don't know that I've ever taken that tour. I think I've gone maybe one other time. And
with us?
Yeah, and that's been a long, long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I did not take the tour. I may try to do that this go around.
Yeah, that'll be nice because Andre Johnson's going in, and it's about time. I mean, Dre, was there ever any doubt? I mean, to me, there was no doubt, but I just didn't like it that he even had to wait this long to get in. But now that he's getting in, I'm so happy.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm sure he's going to tell you it doesn't matter how long, just the fact that it happened. It couldn't have happened to a better person. I will tell you, I'll let you guys in on a little secret. Because players come and go so much. They're traded, they're here one day, they leave, they may come back, that you don't really get real close with them. He's the exception because of who he is and the type of individual he is. That I've kind of embraced Andre Johnson from the time he got here. I've gotten to know his mother, his family. He is a number one in my book in terms of a person from top to bottom, a complete guy that you just want to be around, and you don't mind your kids being around him and this, that, and the other. He's solid, and not only between the lines, but even more so outside the lines.
Okay, Dre, for every team that Andre Johnson played on here with the Texans, we always knew he was the number one receiver. It was no doubt. It was like, well, Dre's the number one. Okay, so this question is actually for both of you. Who is the Texans' number one wide receiver in 2024?
Ooh, Dre, you want to go first?
Man, that's a tough question, Johnny, because of the type of season that Nico Collins had last year. But I would say Diggs going in because of how he's being utilized in camp. He's been inside, he's been outside. Those types, the number ones usually get moved around. He's playing almost like a CeeDee Lamb type role this camp, where they're moving him around, showing him a lot of stuff, creating a lot of different opportunities for him going into the season. And he's engaged. I mean, he has asserted himself as one of the leaders on this team already. They respect him because of what he's put up in the past and places that he's been. I would say I would lean that way, but man, there's a close second. And then you get to, the speedy guy that's back, the electric guy that's back in the building. He's healthy, and Tank Dell. He's not very far behind. So when you get in that huddle and you're looking at that, those eyeballs, you got to, if I'm CJ Stroud, I got a whole lot of confidence that one of them's going to get open for me.
Okay, before you answer, Mark, so I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to build on this.
Yeah.
So here's my next question. Of the big three, and maybe it's not the big three, but I would imagine the big three, which one, if you're an opposing defensive coordinator, scares you the most? If you're going to prepare, if you're the Colts, is Gus Bradley still there? I hope so. I can't remember. I think he's still there.
Yeah.
If you're Gus Bradley and you're sitting there and you're like, you got the Texans in 6.5 weeks, and you got to prepare, and you're looking at it going, man, the last time we saw these jokers, that number 12 had 9 catches for 192 yards and a tutty and blew the game off on the first play.
First play.
I would think he's I think he scares me the most, but we didn't even face the other two guys. If you're preparing for the Texans, which of the three scares you the most?
I'll give you my answer right now, and that would be, and this is a qualified answer, Tank Dell, in that the unpredictability and the ability to make the DB's head spin around as he runs in the secondary. Because the other two guys are great, and they're going to scare you as well, Dre. But with Dell, it just stretches the field so much. So many different things can happen. It gives CJ so many different options. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, but I might go Nico because of what he did to him last time, and that stat line that Johnny just ripped off. Man, that's tough to ignore, and he is such a force after the catch. Now Tank's going to pull a lot of coverage away from those two. He's going to have moments or games where he is the guy, and I think that's where that's the big chore for Bobby Slowick is keeping all three guys relatively happy, because they're going to want their moments, and you know how receivers are at times. They've got to take a team-first approach to this, and we don't care who's getting the ball as long as we're winning. And we're stacking W's and we're advancing in the playoffs. It doesn't matter who's putting up what types of numbers. Everybody's going to benefit, including guys up front, Mixon or whomever's carrying the ball behind you, and then the defense as well, because at the end of the day, it all spells a W. But I would think Nico because of what he did to him last year.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this. They're Fleetwood Mac. Nico Collins is Stevie Nicks. Stephon Diggs is Christy McVie. And Tank Dell is Lindsey Buckingham. That's what I'm going with. Okay. All right? And if you know the band and know their hits, that'll make sense. Because I do think Nico is a guy that he's going to look for a lot for bread and butter, and then the bread gets buttered with jam and extra stuff with the yak. I like what I said about Dell is there because I just think CJ, remember when MTV had their basketball game and they had a 10-point shot?
Yeah.
Remember that? Like a half court or something?
Yeah.
I think Tank Dell is CJ's 10-point shot, and he looks for him. He wants to go for the big cash.
You can go rock and roll. I'm going rap in a local group here, the Ghetto Boys. Got Willie D and Bushwick Bill and obviously Scarface. So a lot of Houstonians will recognize those three names.
Well, I was going to go with Run DMC, where Diggs was Run.
Hey, that's a good one, too.
Nico was D-Mac, and then Tank ends up being Jam Master Jay, because back in the day, it used to be about the guy spinning as opposed to the MCs. And so I kind of feel like that's, I don't know, we all went with different music groups. It's
hard to believe I went for the oldest one. hard to fathom that.
Mine's a little dated too, but
Me too.
Johnny's even more so. But I knew a lot of Houstonians that are listening this morning would know exactly who they were.
ND is huge on Scarface. Okay, I think he thinks he's the best
Scarface
rapper.
Is my guy. I text with Scarface all the time. He came out, played in the golf tournament this past April. He is that is my guy.
I like that, Dre. All right, so what are you seeing out there? D'Amico talks iron, sharpens iron. What are you seeing when you look at the Texans facing the Texans at camp?
It's definitely being sharpened, that's for sure. I was blown away at just how big this team looks from just 1 year ago. They've got length on the defensive line. That's going to create havoc for quarterbacks to see and locate receivers down the field. I like the competition that's going on in the secondary. That's where the iron's sharpening the iron, maybe even more so than any other position. Offensively, the offensive line, my God, they look huge. Everybody came back in shape or in better condition as well. So watching the ones go against the ones at times, he's pushing them right now, and it's early in camp. And you know the job that when you look at it, I was looking at that second team offense. There's not a guy in that huddle you wouldn't mind lining up with in front of you if you had to. If somebody in front of them on the first string line or first string offense went down, that entire group could produce points if needed. So it's fun to watch. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Take them one at a time because it is a rough and rugged schedule. Having won the division last year, you're going to get that. But it's fun to watch when you go out to practice.
Dre, I've asked Mark this question a few times. I think I asked it a couple of days ago. And as you watch practice, you go, okay, this team is obviously with C.J. Stroud. You got to have C.J. in the lineup. We saw it last year. We're 1-1. With cases that started in the 2 games that C.J. missed, but I don't think you want to go extended time without C.J. Stroud. So let's say C.J. Stroud plays 17 games. We're good with that. one guy on either side of the ball, offense, defense, or both sides of the ball. You can pick one however you want to do it, that the Texans can least afford to lose for a significant stretch of time in 2024. On either side of the ball, offense, defense, the player that you think the Texans can least afford to lose, not named CJ. CJ's playing every game, that they can't lose on either side of the ball.
Oh, boy, tough question. I'm going to go Joe Mixon because they need the running game, and he was brought in here to basically give that and a little bit more pass-catching skills out of the backfield. He's going to mean a lot to this offense once he gets going. And then defensively, I'm going to go Derek Stingley Jr. because of the camp that he had, the year he had last year. He is very much plugged in and raring to go. You know, got in a little scuffle yesterday. But I think they could ill afford to lose him because of depth, certainly at that position. As they try to find and iron out the other side, he is a viable part of that secondary where he's going to match up on every team's best receiver. I don't think they could lose him.
Okay, 23 years. You guys have been doing this for a long time. Mark Vandermeer, what was your answer when I asked you that yesterday?
Derek Stingley Jr. Well, that's why, Dre and I are
doing it together.
We share the same DNA now at this point. I mean, exactly. Football-wise.
Your Heisman is coming.
Yeah, no, I don't get that, though. that was earned in the past. It's just like when we look at a team, though. That's the thing. C.J. Stroud, Dre, I mean, last year in camp, he's splitting reps with Mills at this point. And we all know what happened. What is he going through now as he's an established veteran? Yes, I called him that. Even though it's only been 1 year, he performs like that, and he needs to. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that 1 year means a ton, especially with the amount of games that he played. And then you look at it as well from a standpoint, just from a confidence standpoint, of being able to come back into the same building, same terminology, same plays, same play caller. He is bubbling with confidence. And then you give him Stephon Diggs in the offseason. You give him a college tight end that he's played with before. It's one of those things where he's got to be boiling over with confidence, looking around, a healthy offensive line at this point in camp. Laramie comes back. That kind of rounds out everything. But he's got to be as just confidence just rolling off of him as he walks through that building, as he goes through camp, as he goes through practices, things of that sort, mixing back in the backfield, that he knows that if he gets in trouble, that's where he can go as a safety valve. And then just the overall grasp of everything. So he's working on, obviously, footwork and things of that sort. But knowing the offense, you come to camp, trust me, and every year there's a different play caller, a different offense, different terminology. It's like being a rookie all over again. That's what I'm describing happened to me in Detroit. And that you're basically a rookie every single time you come back to camp. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. There's no question. Okay, we have been giving this team its flowers, right? So other than injury, as we go into, I don't know, what are we in? We're going to practice number 7 tomorrow. What still for both of you kind of sits out there as, oh, man, I'm still a little worried about this?
Well, I'll give you mine.
Okay, go.
All
Mark,
right, well, with
first.
Mixon not practicing last couple, whatever it is, I got to see the running game. And they're in pads, but they're not able to really fully go.
Especially because that's Damian's thing, is to break tackles, and you're not going to see that in practice.
And I think even though you're not going to play your starters in all likelihood in the Hall of Fame game 1 week from tonight, I still want to see the ground game in the second and third levels of the depth chart, whatever levels there are left. And I want to see that operate against the Chicago Bears next week. The ground game, to me, has to establish itself. If it does, oh, man, it's going to be so good.
Yeah.
You feel confident, Trey, that Stroud can get a lot of things done, even like last year when the ground game wasn't really clicking at all times. But for me, that's it. I want the running game to flourish.
Yeah, and you'd like to see it click. And Joe Mixon was a high-valued free agent coming in here who hasn't taken the field yet, but you need to see what that looks like behind the offensive line. And so I'm in agreement with you. I'll go to the other side of the ball, and it's the secondary depth at safety and the opposite corner spot up opposite Stingley. And so that'll iron itself out. But there's some guys, C.J. Henderson, who's got great size, has kind of underachieved to this point in his career. Jeff Okudah has everything you need. And the thing about those two, coming to Houston and playing for a defensive-minded head coach like DeMeco Ryans, he is able to pull out their best version. And so if it's going to happen for them, it's going to happen here in Houston. And I look for one, maybe even both, to play their best brand of football. It's going to be tough cut downs when that time arrives at a lot of positional groups. And so that, I think, is going to be a tough cut.
That brings up a point. I wonder if this is the team where Nick is able to make a deal and bring something back. Especially, maybe not something big, but hey, maybe you've got this group of receivers. They can all play.
Right.
So can you move a guy for, a sixth rounder? You're able to just pick up because it's a guy that's not going to make your roster. It's not.
I'm not moving anybody yet.
Yeah. I'm not saying tomorrow, but I'm just saying as we go on, get through a couple preseason games, like, hey, wait a second, there are guys getting banged up other places.
Right.
To Dre's point, this team's got some depth. So what is one of the advantages with that depth is you might be able to move somebody and get something back for it.
Yeah, but I'm okay right now.
Especially, Johnny, if they flash in the preseason.
Right,
and
right.
you know that they're not going to really – it's going to be a tough for them to make your roster, but they have played. We see it every year. A guy goes off in the preseason, but he doesn't make the regular season roster, the 53-man roster. It happens in every camp around the NFL. But, to your question, I think that's very much a possibility if he can get, something for him rather than just release him.
All right, Dre. I know your basketball team is a big tournament this weekend. You want to talk about that for a second?
We're getting ready to head up to Nebraska. It's Puma National.
Oh.
And we've gotten to this point. This is what we've been building for all throughout the spring and into the summer. So this is our last go around together. I told them yesterday that, we don't know how this is going to look next spring. I'd like to have everybody back and we do it all over again. But the fact is some parents may be happy, some not so happy with the amount of playing time, this, that, or the other. But it's going to be a fun weekend for me. They're peaking at the right time, so I feel pretty good about the team that I'm taking to Nebraska.
Back in the day, we used to say, we got to go up north to go play in the summer. it was like Conroe or the Woodlands.
Yeah.
No, Nebraska. No, you're going to Nebraska
kind of far north.
Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck, Coach. And we'll see you on the plane next week. Can't wait.
Can't wait. I'm looking forward to it, guys.
All right, thanks a lot. Andre Ware joining us on Texans Training Camp Live. Coming up, what did Peyton Manning have to say about C.J. Stroud? Also, Dare Ogunbowale is going to join us. And Johnny, position group of the day. What is it going to be?
Have we done the offensive line?
Let's go O-line today. We're going in the trenches. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
How can we help the body heal itself? At Houston Methodist, we're transplanting a partial liver from a living donor, regenerating 2 healthy livers, and saving a life sooner.
We're also developing a regenerative mesh to heal the most complex bone fractures and ensure lasting strength.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Teen Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Teen Club members.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Players are off today. Coaches are in around the building here. We're in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Just talked to Andre Ware live. Had Keenum on earlier. Case Keenum and Andre Ware together. We'll have that for you later as well. Available in podcast form. I might run that back tonight later if people missed it. They can check it out.
That's good stuff.
Let's get to this. Peyton Manning on the Pat McAfee show discussing many things. Among them, well, the Texans came up. The AFC South came up. Might get to that AFC South stuff later in the show. But here's what Manning had to say about the Texans quarterback.
I'm a big fan of Stroud. I got to know him. I coached him at the Pro Bowl this year, Pat. Humble guy, hard worker, super talented, just nice to, my son, nice to all the fans there. I didn't get to know him. He didn't come to our football camp, Pat. He had a team commitment that he honored, and I kind of felt bad. He kind of got criticized for not coming to the camp. NFL people kind of said, hey, you were supposed to go, you didn't go, and I kind of missed that. I probably could have come out and clarified that, hey, he never committed to come. It was all good. So I actually apologized to him recently about kind of the criticism he had to face from NFL teams in his combine interviews. That was ridiculous, but big fan of him. So, yeah, look, I'm all on the Colts bandwagon, but we got to do something about these other teams in the AFC South.
Amen. Amen.
All right. Yeah, they're former Colts, so there you have it. But they know what they're up against because here's the thing. Their guy is unproven. Now, he looked really good out here for less than a half. It was less than a half, right?
It's less than a half. It's 3 series.
3 series. Week 2. Looked really good. I mean, they got a lead, and it was tough. But, and I thought when Minshew got in the game, oh, good, we're in great shape. Minshew's in the game. We're going to dominate now. No, Minshew played really well. But the Texans came back, and that was the game in the second half where I thought, CJ's going to be really good. Now, I was hoping he was going to be really good before that.
Right.
But that game convinced me he's going to be good. The really good actually came a week in week 3, week 4, right? Jacksonville, Pittsburgh. That was, he's going to be really good.
Yeah, that's.
And then the Tampa Bay game was, he's going to be great.
Yeah,
it wasn't
a
just
different level. Yeah. I remember Sean hearing this. This was on promo. I think Sports Radio 610 put, and I heard him say this when he was talking about this. He's like, everybody worries about. This quarterback. You don't want to leave too much time for this quarterback. You don't want to leave too much time at the end of the game for this quarterback. Yeah. Now all of a sudden, you don't want to leave too much time at the end of the game for our quarterback, and that's pretty cool. Peyton, it was interesting. Peyton touched on that whole quote unquote controversy about CJ not going to the Manning Passing Academy, but CJ had a previous commitment, but he got killed for it, and it's so interesting the things that when you look back that CJ was getting hammered for, and how that clouded what people thought about him here, especially in Houston. I mean, people were like, no, we screwed up. Bryce Young was the guy. Bryce this and Bryce that. And it was like every time you mentioned CJ, it's like the Manning Passing Academy stuff came up, the S2 test, all that kind of nonsense came up. And it's like, just watch this dude throw the football.
Yeah.
This guy he can be special. Now, did we even see, did he even think that was going to happen last year? No. I just felt in due time, this guy threw the ball. He had such natural ability throwing the football. It was just incredible. So I'm glad that I was right.
Well, I instantly liked him when he was drafted, and he did all the interviews and everything, and you got to know him that way. I didn't know. When did you know? When I saw it.
Yeah, we had hope.
When I saw it.
We had a lot of hope.
A lot of hope. Saw some really good throws in training camp. You don't know until you know. Come on. You talk to Bears people, Caleb Williams. Yeah, great. Spins the ball well, right? How's it going to be in the real situations? We're not going to see it next week. I doubt he plays in the Hall of Fame game.
I mean, I think his magic is a little different than CJ's in that Caleb's got to move around to create his. He's elusive, and so he can keep a play around. So he's kind of Kyler Murray in that respect, where Kyler, remember that game against the Raiders where they're down by 2, and Kyler has like this 12-second two-point play where he's run. That's kind of Caleb's magic right there. Now, I think he's got 3 great receivers to throw to. We'll see what Rome Odunze does in the NFL, but I love him. I think that's a great spot for him. So, with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze, their 3 is pretty good. So that 3 is going to help him. But what I think CJ has here in Houston, if all the parts are healthy in the place, I think the Texans' offensive line is better than what's in Chicago. And that could be a problem for Caleb Williams.
The success of C.J. Stroud is going to weigh heavily on the expectations of Bears fans and beyond.
Yep,
you know, when
absolutely.
you look at Chicagoland and what everybody wants, and they've been through it many times. Think about all the quarterbacks they've had in there. And recently, Trubisky, high hopes for him, high hopes for Fields, and you don't get the wins. You got actually more wins out of Trubisky's era.
Yep.
You know, with Nagy coaching the team. But it is what it is, and here's Caleb Williams, and he's going to have to deal with that because Stroud was so successful. They're going to expect that out of Caleb Williams, and it's probably unfair. I mean, C.J. Stroud, we played you the audio from Dable in the Hard Knocks episode.
Take the Stroud.
Take the Stroud. Listen, this is a coach who still has Daniel Jones on this football team. Daniel Jones is his quarterback, and he's saying take the Stroud.
Yeah.
That's why Hard Knocks this way, it's not going to happen again. It's not. Because, how about the taping of Barkley's conversation with Shane? And he didn't know he's being recorded, which in New Jersey, I guess it's legal. Florio pointed this out. In other states like Florida, you cannot tape somebody on the phone without their consent. Now, my question is this. All right, so you can tape somebody on the phone in New Jersey without their consent. Can you put it on the air? Can you release it to the public? I don't think so.
I think it's been compelling to listen. Now, Saquon doesn't say anything that's bad, but still, not knowing you're being recorded is, boy, that's interesting. This Hard Knocks has been great. We can talk about that at some other time, but it's been really interesting to watch. Very compelling stuff. I love this is. And the Bears are the training camp team for Hard Knocks, too, so we'll be featured at some point, I would imagine, as well.
The Texans will get plenty of airtime in that episode that follows up the Hall of Fame game, right? Because they're the training camp.
That'll be it.
Hard Knocks. Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right. The second most important position group on the team. Is it? We'll talk about it. We'll break it down next on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Something amazing is happening.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're back with a front row seat.
Let's have a day.
On Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee.
Oh, yeah, we are. But the front row seat is in the Hyundai Texans radio studio today because the players are off. And, man, the way it was weather-wise driving in, I'm not sure what it is like now because being in here is like being in a cave. It could be doing anything outside. I wouldn't know.
That's exactly right.
But it looked like it was going to be pretty bad for most of the day. I had 100% chance of rain on my weather app this morning, and the radar looked awful, and my dog did the old middle of the night thing. My dog has a cone on her head right now because she's got some issues. And then she wakes me up in the middle of the night the other night when the storms blew through. She's like, what are we going to do about this? All right? I don't like thunder. What are we going to do about this situation? I got the cone. I need comfort. This is bad. What are you going to do about it?
I've been lucky enough to have dogs that fireworks and thunder really hasn't bothered them. I've been lucky. I know I'm lucky with that. There have been other things I've not been happy with, but they've been okay when it turns to like thunder. Like they know they hear. Like one of them's deaf. He's completely deaf. So it can be like lightning popping all around and the thunder's just going crazy. And he just looks at me like, hey, Dad, can I have some treats? So he's not a problem. My older one, I know I'm lucky in that regard because I can imagine how difficult that is just being with a dog and just shaking when there's the booms.
Like, haven't you learned that nothing bad is going to happen yet? All right, we hope nothing bad happens to the offensive line. That's always the hope. This is a position group that you could argue. Is this the second most important position group on the team?
Offensive line?
Yeah.
Quarterback?
Yeah, we all know what the most important is, and that's quarterback.
Yeah. Behind quarterback, yeah.
If you had to name it, it might be the O-line. We can debate that another time, but let's break them down right now. I'm going to go in no particular order.
Okay.
All right? I want to start with a rookie who's been getting first-team reps out of Notre Dame. 6'6", 312. I hate even saying their weight because it's probably incorrect. 300 pounds. He weighs a lot. He's been getting a lot of action. Blake Fisher, Johnny.
He is getting a baptism by fire. He is seeing Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. every single day. So he's seeing power. He's seeing length, speed. When he's seeing Danielle, who, by the way, made number 68 on the NFL Players Top 100 list.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That was unveiled yesterday. So he's at 68, Laramie at 71. I think Laramie they both should have been a little bit higher. But it was interesting watching that 3-minute, they always do like a little 3-minute video on each guy. And they had different guys talking about Danielle Hunter. And you just see like, oh, man, the length, the power, the speed, what he can do in like awkward positions. He's just so skilled. Blake Fisher's seeing that every single day, and it's the best thing that could happen to Blake Fisher. Now, at Notre Dame, he played the right side. Now he's playing the left side with the one, so he's getting a baptism by fire. But he's holding up at times. There are times where you can tell, okay, he got because those guys are going to do that to every left tackle, every tackle that they see. But Blake in the run game is going to be, I think, very, very good in due time. Now, the $64 million question. Does he start? What do they do with Titus? When Laramie comes back, how are they going to work that? What's going to happen? I think Titus has looked very good. I think he's looked pretty good, solid at the right tackle spot. I think that's where he feels most comfortable at home. So maybe Blake ends up being the 3 tackle, the 4 tackle, who knows? But you can tell that there is potential with the rookie Blake Fisher.
Okay, good. What about Charlie Heck, who's been around here for a while? He's in his 5th year all of a sudden.
Yeah, and got it. He had to get a second I should say had to. He got a second contract here with the Texans to come back. I think Charlie's improved each and every year. I remember the first training camp, and I'd watch Charlie in North Carolina. I thought, okay, there's something there, but I wasn't totally sure. Well, the Texans took him in the 4th round. I thought, all right, so we get to camp 2020. It's COVID camp, so it was tough, but he did not have, put it this way, Blake Fisher was way further ahead than Charlie was, but every single day since, Charlie's gotten better and better and better, and he's healthy this camp. Last camp, remember, he wasn't, and we were like, man, we need Charlie Heck back.
Took a long time.
Yeah, and it got him back, and he played a number of games down the stretch, and he was very valuable in that Tennessee Titans game. He had a couple of key blocks. Just watched him the other day. He made a great block on a counter, just a down block on a defensive lineman, and just moved the defensive lineman. I think that's the one thing. Moving guys out of the way, I think this offensive line will be able to do. Not just position block guys this year, but move guys out of the way against their will to open up holes. Charlie did that the other day. I think having Charlie here is incredibly valuable for this team.
All right, let's get to David Sharp, who's also playing tackle. Look, I don't want to spend too much time on players like people are saying who, but this guy could end up being important to your football team, and he's getting a lot of good reps.
Yeah, when he was here before, I think it was in 2017, 2018, young dude, you could kind of tell body wasn't kind of where it needed to be. You can tell he's worked on it. He's a veteran. He knows the deal, and I think he's getting a lot of time in these preseason games. It's going to be a tough nut to crack that competition between Blake Fisher, the two starters, and with Charlie Heck. That's going to be tough, but he's going to have an ample opportunity to do it for sure.
All right, Jalen Thomas also plays tackle. He's from SMU, which is now in the ACC, and I'm not going to get used to that. I don't know what that's crazy.
That's tough.
Anyway.
And not to be actually guy, but he's been more at guard. In fact, he was with the ones at guard on, what was yesterday, Wednesday? He was with the one.
No, do it, because I have him listed here as a tackle for some reason.
Yeah, well, he did play tackle at SMU, and that kind of sticks with people, especially when they don't get the opportunity to play and show, oh, yeah, he's really a guard. I think he could be a pretty good guard. So yesterday, when Shaq Mason got the day off, if you will, I think it was a day off, I saw Shaq in pads, but he looked good. But Thomas stepped in, and I thought he did a pretty solid job at guard. He's been in with the second group at guard when Shaq has been practicing, and he holds his own. He's got thick lower half. He can move, strong guy. I think guard fits in pretty well. I think 72 Jalen Thomas will be one of the guys I keep an eye on during this Hall of Fame game and these 4 preseason games.
All right, you caught up with Juice Scruggs. How's he looking, playing, practicing?
I wrote this in my notebook yesterday. I think the interior offensive line, because of its ability, its strength, Shaq, Juice, more than likely Kenyon Green. I don't know. Well, it feels like we're leaning that way, the way things have gone. They've got strength to move guys. They're not going to end up in the backfield with penetration. They're going to be able to hold their own and then torque guys out of the way. And I think that's what Juice can do really well at center. And I've seen some runs open up over center that are like, whoa, why did that happen? And you look up, and it's like Juice has not only just position blocked this guy, but he's torqued a guy out of the hole. He's moved that guy against his will. That's what Juice can do at center. Now, when I talked to him, you got to have the snap. The shotgun snaps got to all be good. But I think Juice is one of those guys, strong as an ox. And that's something we really haven't had at center in a long time. Just somebody really, really strong with torque strength like he has, and I think it's going to be instrumental in the run game.
All right, so what about Jaret Patterson, who started the season last year at center?
To have Patterson as, I would say, a depth piece, but in those 7 games, I thought he played pretty well. He worked a lot on his body. You could tell he's gotten bigger since he came back. I think he's a center. He's played a little bit of guard in his camp. I just think he's more natural center. But I think going back to like Charlie Heck and Blake Fisher, to have guys that have some starting experience, that are behind the guys that you think are going to be the starters, I think Jaret Patterson is an incredibly valuable piece. He'll get a lot of time during these preseason games to show his progress from last year to this year. But starting off last year in those 7 games, I was worried. I was worried about Patterson, a 6th-round pick, going in. How is he going to hold up? He held up pretty well in those games. Now, he's not the torque strength, physical kind of strength marvel that Juice is. And I think that just gives Juice an advantage at center. But Jaret's extremely smart. He knew all the blocking. He handled all the blocking schemes with CJ. That's 2 rookies doing that last year. Shows how advanced cerebrally they were. So I'm glad that Jaret Patterson's still here, and we'll see what he's got in these preseason games as he more than likely, I don't know, we'll see what happens with the ones, but he's going to get a lot of time at center, I think, and that's probably his best position.
All right, let's keep it with very big stories coming into camp, and I do not hesitate to call it a very big story. How would Kenyon Green do in this camp? Everybody wanted to know after missing the season last year, drafted as high as he was 2 years ago. Kenyon Green, Johnny.
He's come a long way. He's come a long, long way. You can just look at him and see it. He changed his number. You just have a whole different look of Kenyon Green. He's moving quicker, more swiftly. He can get from one block to another if they're running a stunt or a game. He can move from one and slide back in. He still has his power in the run game. I think Kenyon, I don't want to say he's been the most impressive guy in camp, but he really has been a guy that, all right, you watch him, all right, nice block, Kenyon, good job. That I've seen that happen more and more. Now, the injuries were the one thing that set him back. It's just a matter of he stays healthy. I think he's getting his confidence back, and that was the other key. Get your body right and then get your confidence back because you can play. He can play. It's just a matter of those 2 things being 100%, but he's getting to where he's very, very confident. I've seen him go against Daniil Hunter a couple times in pass pro, and I'm like, oh, boy, here comes the lesson. Oh, boy, he held up really well. Nice. That's pretty good. Nice. I like the way he's doing that, so I think he's come a long way. A long way to still go, but where he was last year at this time to where he is now, night and day, 180-degree turn.
All right, what do we need to say about Shaq Mason, who's been in the league for a decade, playing guard?
Stud, reliable, great feet, strong, can move guys out of the way. The fact that he was available for all 17 games last year in the playoffs, I mean, that was just incredible. And I think he's the perfect guy to have at that spot. He helped out Jared Patterson last year, playing next to Juice. We'll see what those two guys can do working together. I love that Shaq's here. I know he's here for another couple of years based on the contract. And he's got it's funny, when you're with the Patriots, you think guys don't say a whole lot and all that. Shaq's got a little bit of, what's the right way of saying this? He's got a little stuff in his system, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
He's not afraid to mix it up. And if anybody gets anywhere near number 7, 69 is right there ready to announce his presence with authority. I like that about Shaq. He's kind of got that very security protector vibe for his quarterback, for sure.
Good. I like hearing that. All right, let's get to Laramie. Working out, not practicing yet, but he's not pushing daisies out there. That's a bad way to put it. Pushing daisies around. Well, pushing daisies is a death reference. Let's go with another one.
Yeah.
He's not just pulling dandelions out there.
That's a good one.
He's
yeah.
doing hard workouts. He's pulling sleds. He's doing stuff that would be, I think, harder than practicing in some ways. But he'll be available. He'll be ready to go. What about Laramie?
I know we got a lot to get to, and there are a few more names I know that are on the list.
Yeah.
So I'll keep this quick. I think Laramie is the best left tackle in the business. Pure and simple. I've thought that since day one. He was number 1 in the Harris 100 in 2016. You don't make him like him. He's so strong. It was interesting hearing other players talk about his grip strength and how strong he is. But to me, it's his agility, his quickness. He's the truth. I love the guy. I love what he's brought to this team. I think he's really embraced Houston, and I think he's really embraced the Texans. And I think that was really important. And he loves Stroud. Stroud started getting some of that excitement to come out of Laramie. And I think part of it was Laramie saw after a number of years of struggle, he, like us, looked at CJ and went, yeah, that's my hope. That's my hope. I'm in the right spot because that dude's here, and I'm going to do everything I can to protect him. So, love the dude. I'm glad he's here. I think he's the best left tackle in the business.
On PTI, they do toss-up. Here's toss-up. Nick Broker, Dieter Eisland, Blake Fisher. I talked about Blake Fisher. Chris Reed, I meant to say. Chris Reed is a player to watch.
Yeah, Reed comes over, had some experience with Chris Strausser. A little shorter, stout, strong, real strong. Nick Broker has moved out to tackle and done a little bit more out tackle than he has at guard. And when he was at Ole Miss, he kind of did everything. So he's got that versatility tag. And Dieter Eisland, a guy who can play center and guard. I think he's a guy that could play both. Pretty strong guy. He's an Ivy Leaguer, so I got to love him and put some love on him. But Dieter Eisland is going to get, and those guys are all going to get some time protecting Davis Mills, Tim Boyle, Case Keenum. It's interesting the combinations that they'll throw together. But I'm more curious about Eisland and Broker because those two guys we haven't seen any of the three. But I've watched Reed in practice a little bit, and he's been around the league a little bit. He may surprise some people because, you get him late in camp, what's he going to do? We've had that happen a number of times, and the guy ends up being a starter at some point. Mentioned Khalil Davis a number of times. Quentin Dempsey in 2015 came back to the Texans week 3 or 4 in training camp. It's what's he going to bring? By the end of the year, he was one of the more valuable players on defense. So, I don't know if Chris Reed gets to that point, but he plays center, play guard, and I love his strength. He's very, very strong and good off the ball. So play center and guard is good to have. So that's going to be a nice little competition between Dieter Eisland, Chris Reed, Jarrett Patterson for that kind of center guard interior spot.
Okay. I think we're done here. Right?
We got everybody?
I think Broker.
Did we hit it?
Yeah. Ziegler,
Oh, Killian Ziegler. I think he's got an opportunity to tackle. He was on a really good camp as a rookie last year. I think if he's, they've changed and made him the international player.
Yeah, that's
kind of a gift because it gets you an extra player on the roster
spot, and he's a guy who could really develop.
I think he really could develop, and I think that's what they want to do. They want to keep him around to be able to develop him, and so I think it's a good spot for him to be. It's a great spot for the Texans. But we've gotten to the one guy that we need to talk about the most.
Who's that?
Our right tackle, number 71, Titus Howard.
Did I leave Titus out of the mix?
Yeah, it's okay.
I was thinking I was going to list him as quarterback where he was in college when he first got there. Just kidding. So what about Titus? Because, we talked about him earlier in the show.
We did. We talked about him a little bit, and I kind of threw him in there as we were talking about some things. He looks the most comfortable at right tackle. I mean, he just looks so much more comfortable over there than he does at guard. And I can't think of the right analogy, but it's like putting your left shoe on your right shoe. Like, or your left shoe on your right foot. It's like it's on there, and you look at it and go, okay. I mean, you could kind of if you had to. But then when you put the left shoe on your left foot, you're like, oh, okay, this fits. That's kind of the way I look at Titus. It's like he's got the right shoes on the right feet. He's gotten much bigger. Like, he looks bodybuilder-esque from, like, chest up. Like, he's got huge traps, and he's always been big. And I always said that, when he wears a ball cap, he kind of, from profile, he looks like Dwayne Brown. So now he gets the opportunity to go back out to tackle. And if you went back and look at the tape, what are the best years that Titus Howard's had? They've all been when he's at right tackle. 2019, he was at right tackle eventually. Then he got out in 2022. He played the whole season at right tackle. Was really, really good. And now he should be at right tackle. So my hope is he just kind of continues that trajectory and he stays at tackle.
All right, that's it. Offensive line. I know we talked about him. Maybe it was in this segment. Look, it's all a blur right now, but that's your offensive line right there. And we're going to find out how they put it together next week, 1 week from tonight, when they take on the Bears in Canton, Ohio, Hall of Fame game. It'll be really interesting to see who plays in that one, who doesn't, and then they'll take it from there. At Pittsburgh, then the 2 home games, which we talked about yesterday. Those will be noon games, August 17th, August 24th, Giants and Rams respectively. Joint practices with the Rams, those are open. That'll be the final week of the preseason. Then you've got the big season premiere Thursday of Labor Day weekend heading into it, and an opening day against the Indianapolis Colts. So let's talk about running backs a little bit more next, as we broke them down yesterday. But Dare Ogunbowale, he can kick, he can run, he can catch, he can do it all. Johnny visits with him, among other things, coming up on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Whataburger's Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back.
Chicken strips.
Chicken strips.
Chicken strips.
Ranch, ranch, ranch. Buffalo Ranch. Monterey Jack cheese.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich. For a limited time, a beautiful masterpiece.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesar's Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesar's Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesar's Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Get your tickets now for the 2024 Leagues Cup, Inter Miami CF versus Tigres UANL. Be a part of the action at NRG Stadium on Saturday, August 3rd at 7 p.m. as Lionel Messi's Inter Miami CF and defending Leagues Cup champions face off against the Mexican powerhouse Tigres UANL. This second edition of the Leagues Cup features all Mexican League clubs, Liga MX, and Major League Soccer MLS clubs representing the USA and Canada. And you have your chance to watch an epic matchup right here in H-Town. Don't wait. Visit lsse.net for tickets, parking, and suites opportunities.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's your
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger, where you'll find over 30,000 mouth-watering choices that excite your inner foodie. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices, plus extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week. You can also save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with fuel points. More savings and more inspiring flavors make shopping Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the
Feet away from your Texans.
Nice, way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
All right, looking around the league here a little bit. Mike Tomlin still says that Russell Wilson has the pole position to start in Pittsburgh. Texans are there. Second week of the preseason for them. Preseason week 1 for everybody else because Houston's playing in the only game in town 1 week from tonight in Canton, Ohio. Of course, if you don't know already, the Texans will stay up there for the entire week in the Cleveland area and practice to get ready to face the Steelers. I'm wondering if we see both, none, one of those quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, in Steel City on August 9th.
They got to make a decision, so I would think we see both.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know if they have to. I mean, if, hey, Russell's the guy. I think they've told Justin Fields, like, Russell is the guy, but I still think you want to see a little bit of it in that situation. If I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm playing both.
Yeah.
I might play Russell a little less, but we're going to see Justin Fields, and that's going to be great work. I don't know. I say that, but I don't know how much of our ones are going to play. This preseason, I don't know how much we see of everybody. I know last year it felt like it was the perfect amount. But you were trying to get CJ some reps.
He played in every game.
He played in every game. He had, a series against the Patriots, and then it picked up the next week against the Dolphins. But we also had those joint practices, too, against the Dolphins. So you didn't have to really extend him all that much. And then we played the Saints at the end, and I think he had a couple series in that preseason game. That was 5 series maybe he had all preseason?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, if you give him 2, maybe this preseason, I don't know.
2 series in games.
2 series in
plus
games.
Plus the joint practices with the
plus
Rams.
the joint practices for sure. Ooh,
I'm all right with that.
Rams. I hate that Aaron Donald's not going to be here, man. I'm just going to say it. That would be great work for our guys. I love watching that dude. That dude was fun to watch. But the Rams are bringing some dudes. Braden Fiske and Jared Verse, they drafted together. Colby Turner was up for Defensive Rookie of the Year. He was close. He was gaining ground on Will at the end of the year, and but Will held him off. That's gonna be some fun stuff against the Rams in those joint practices.
Really handy, good. And I doubt that any starters play in that game. But that's just a prediction.
That's the 4th one, right?
Yeah.
That's the last one. Yeah, I'd imagine they're not playing.
Yeah, because you'll have the joint practices all week. Why would you play them in that game? So if you play, you're playing against the Giants. Maybe against Pittsburgh. Probably not next week. But you never know. You never know what DeMeco Ryans has up his sleeve.
Got to get him ready.
I can give you a guy who's going to play. Daria Gunbowale. His sister plays in the WNBA for Dallas. She's awesome. Wasn't she the MVP of the All-Star game?
Yeah, I actually asked Daria about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's
let's get to this important information because that is cool. The WNBA blowing up. Didn't they just pull off a multi-billion-dollar TV deal as part of the new NBA rights deal? Boy, we got to talk about that because that affects the NFL. It does. Anyway, here's Johnny with Darrell.
All right, it's always fun when I catch up with Darrell Taylor. Offense, defense, loving each other again. We okay? We all settle up on this?
Yeah, it was good, man. You know, it's just the dog days of camp. Guys trying to make plays and tempers get a little high, but it was all love at the end of practice.
8 training camp for you, right? Is my math correct?
Yep.
What's the secret? What is the secret? There are a lot of guys out here. A lot of guys playing the league. They get 2, 3, they're done. You're at 8. What's the secret of making it through 8 training camps?
I don't know, man. It's a blessing, bro. It's taking care of my body, you know, doing what I'm asked to do. Picking up playbooks. It's a lot that goes into it, but it's definitely a blessing to be able to say I'm in my 8th camp, you know, trying to continue to make plays in the league.
Speak for a lot of guys that have been in this offense now for a second consecutive year. How much easier is it for you in the second year? You can kind of finish maybe CJ's sentences like, okay, I know where this one's going to go. Is that kind of the thing in the second year of with a lot of continuity with the coaching staff too?
Definitely. It's always good when you know the off season. All you're doing really is touching up on stuff versus learning a new playbook. So no, it's good, man. It's being able to, like you said, know kind of what CJ's about to say and know the philosophy of Coach Slowick. So it's real good to be able to be in that situation and now kind of just pick up details along the way instead of learning new things.
Okay, so I got to ask you about these new kickoff rules, man. I've asked some guys that I know. I talked to Neville the other day. One of the things he said that he thought there might be a lot more of is punch-outs, which I thought was interesting. Kind of been out there practicing. First of all, how is it going through these new rules and adapting to it? And what do you think there'll be more of this year with the new kickoffs?
It's fun, man. It's fun. Obviously, as a special teams guy, you know, any rule change with the special teams game is a big deal for me. So definitely trying to figure out how the new play will work out. But like you said, I think it'd be just much more returns, more return yardages, more tackles. It's just a lot more plays to be had. So it's going to be fun. We have a good kicker that can make some creative things happen. So it'll be fun covering some kicks this year.
I like that word, creative. I always like that word, creative. It's always a good word. Going to the Hall of Fame in a few days. All right, first of all, have you been to the Hall of Fame? Are you excited about it? And just being on the road with the guys, what do you think that's going to be all about?
No, I haven't been. So it's going to be a fun experience. And then obviously seeing Dre get inducted is going to be real cool. Just obviously being a fan of Andre Johnson growing up and now being able to be on the same team that he played for and all that. So it's going to be a good experience. And like you said, just anytime you get a road trip with the team, always fun, always good memories. But we're still trying to go there and put some good stuff on tape.
Okay, for a long time we had a Badger here in town, J.J. Watt, and then you stepped in town, so okay, good, we got a Badger. Now we got 2. I don't know if you guys crossed over at Wisconsin. I was trying to do the math on it. I don't know if you did, but Quintez Cephas making some plays out here. Give us your Darrell Taylor scouting report on number 81, Quintez Cephas, just with the Texans to start a camp.
Great athlete. You know, I definitely played with him in college for a couple of years. Great athlete, great receiver. You know, he'll go up and get it. I don't know what his vert was, but I'm sure it was high just being in college, the way he used to dunk the basketball. Great athlete. He can run. Smart player, too. So I'm excited for him to get out there, get reps like you saw today. Was able to make some plays, show his athleticism, show his speed. He's a great player, so I'm excited for him.
You and I have talked a lot, so I know family means a ton to you. Your sis, MVP of the All-Star game. How cool was that? And she's just dropping buckets in the second half. How cool was that to see?
It was dope, man. It was dope. It's nothing surprises me anymore that she does, but something like that, you know, when the whole world is watching, prime time, you know, for her to show out like that under the lights was special, man. So it was cool to watch that, share that moment with her, and then my teammates, you know, coming into work the next day, everybody talking about it, everybody watching it on the Sports Center with us. It was cool, man. It was special.
Darrell, always love when we get a chance to catch up. Thank you, my man.
My man, thank you.
Darrell Taylor with Johnny. All right, coming up, AFC South update. We'll check in on the Colts, and also, are the Jags a cautionary tale, yes or no? What Peyton Manning said about the division on the McAfee Show. That's all coming up here on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans.
from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you in the loop. Coming up at 10. We'll be back outside at practice tomorrow. Probably a good day to skip practice today because it is raining hard, in case you didn't notice. A lot of you driving around in the car, saying that to me right now. But we're inside, and no windows here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio,
Nope,
so we don't know what it's like. We just checked the radar, and, we saw it. So I think today they wouldn't have been practicing outside in this rain. Probably a little too much.
Probably a little too much.
I walked across the teal lot.
Steady.
I parked in the teal lot where, that's where fans file in. And there was a river flowing out to the entrance of where the fans come into training camp.
Yeah.
And I just thought, it's a good miss today. Good timing for the weather to do it today.
That's right. It didn't make for a really nice walk-in to the stadium. Got a little drenched.
But good thing the fans didn't have to deal with that.
That's exactly right, because the fans are more important than our clothes, so yeah.
Yeah, they're more important. Right. They're the most important.
That's most important.
They're more important than anybody, the fans. And
they put on a show the last couple of days, man. They have showed out.
Oh,
it's been really, really cool. I think it's added, we talk about the intensity of practice. I think the players have fed off it. I mean, every single thing they do. They were cheering the defense. The safeties were working on a deep ball, ball skills drill.
Yep.
And and the fans were reacting to every single one.
Good.
It's an individual drill, and they're reacting to every single time they caught it or didn't catch it. I was like, man, what would that have been like for me if I'm out there and I'm working that drill and I make a catch and they start cheering? I'm like, this is kind of cool.
Yeah.
This is kind of nice. So, they've really added an energy and a fire to practice. It's been good having them.
I always think that this is training camp. There's virtually nothing you can do that's out of sight from media and or fans.
Yeah.
And I think practice sometimes you just want to do it without being scrutinized by third parties.
Yeah.
Right? Third party evaluation of what you're doing. Your coaches and teammates, that's one thing. That's your family right there.
Yeah.
But to have the outsiders look as I'm trying to perfect something. That's why if CJ misses a throw, you don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he was thinking, I want to try this right now. I wouldn't do this in a game, but I'm going to try it here because I want to see what if I can push the envelope against a really good defense in this situation. I can't speak for him, but I'm sure that kind of stuff goes on with a lot of these players. Anyway, speaking of third parties, Peyton Manning would be one. We played a cut last hour. He was on the Pat McAfee show, as a lot of people are. Manning was asked about the division, talked about the AFC South. Of course, he's the all-time Texans villain. He went 16-2 as a Colt against Houston. Ouch. But here's what he had to say about the 2024 division.
Like, this team in Houston was supposed to be crap. They were supposed to be crap. They were supposed to be trash. They were supposed to be a dumpster fire forever. Then DeMeco Ryans comes in. CJ Stroud, this kid, has the greatest rookie quarterback season in the history. Should I be excited about what the Colts are doing, or are we now living in the Houston Texans world in the AFC South, do you think, Peyton?
You make a great point, Pat. I mean, for years, you always wanted to be the bully in the conference, right? That was kind of our theme, right? Let's win the division. You win the division, you have a chance to get in the playoffs, right? That was the Patriots' motto. That was our motto all those years, and you felt like we could. Now, the AFC South, look, it's quarterback heaven, right? I mean, Levis, I'm a big fan of him. Big fan of Trevor Lawrence. He'll bounce back. Anthony Richardson, we got to keep him healthy, right? Because when he's healthy, look out. But I think the bully in the conference is CJ Stroud over there in Houston, right? He had an incredible first year.
Let's be the bully. Let's pummel everybody the way the Colts used to when they were really good with Peyton Manning. I'm here for it. Is the AFC South quarterback heaven? I think that's a little strong. Yeah, CJ Stroud, sure.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Anthony Richardson, I'm sorry.
Total mystery.
It's a mystery.
Total mystery.
There have been some moments for sure. Stay in the game, right? And then let's go down to Jacksonville. He's a good quarterback. Just got paid.
I'm just seeing people panic because he's thrown 2 interceptions to Andrew Wingard in practice.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's awesome.
I'm not going to
keep throwing picks, Trevor.
I'm not going to overthink that.
Well, here's what got cut from that clip. When Peyton finishes, he says the words, "The division runs through Houston." And for all those years, it used to run through Lucas Oil or RCA. It used to go through Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And he said, I believe this division now goes through Houston. And that's a heavy burden, a heavy expectation. But like I've said a number of times, Nick and D'Amico built this team to be able to withstand all of those expectations. Hey, expectations are high.
How are you going to respond? Well, we're going to build this team with a quarterback on a rookie contract this way. We're going to add these pieces, and they've done that. So it's kind of nice to hear those two kind of wallow in their beer a little bit about what the Texans are doing down in Houston. And now the Texans just have to do the ultimate. Just take it one step at a time. But what's the next step? I thought about this morning when I was getting ready. There are a lot of things on this 2024 schedule the Texans have never done. Never beaten the Vikings.
Yeah.
Never beaten the Cowboys up in Arlington.
True.
Never beaten the Ravens with Lamar Jackson.
True.
Never got into an AFC Championship game.
And never had to face the Chiefs and the Ravens 5 days apart.
Those are all facts, as they would say, facts.
Yeah.
And I feel like all of those are all within our grasp.
Yeah.
They're all right there in our grasp that we can, and they all kind of lead towards one another in a sense, because if you beat Lamar, then you got the tiebreak. If you got tiebreak over the Ravens in the playoffs, maybe that puts you ahead. Maybe that gives you the opportunity to play a second round game at home as opposed to going on the road. Beating Dallas is just for pride.
Well, it
helps you. Obviously, it helps you.
It's a win, but these division wins count twice, like we always say. And for the Colts, Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson only played 2 snaps together last season. So Taylor said, it's almost like there's a whole new element. You're not just worrying about what I'm doing. You better worry about this guy because he's going to kill you. That's a quote from Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you mentioned what's going on in Jags camp with Lawrence throwing 2 interceptions this morning, and I'm here for that as well. But Lawrence, man, they were asking him about his contract, but I get it. He just signed it. This might be, it's not the first availability with him since signing the deal, is it?
I think
didn't they have a press conference?
He had a press conference after the deal.
Yeah.
Right after the deal, yeah.
So shut up about the contract.
Yeah.
That's over.
That's done.
Play football.
I
Now,
think it's more the media wanting to bring it up.
Yeah,
than
it's not
him.
on him. That's not
But
on
still.
him. I'm sure he's not like, oh, by the way, it's great to be here, and I'm so glad I have my new contract. I'm sure that wasn't his opening statement.
But you make it very clear. Hey, great to talk about the contract. That's all done. We've talked about that. Now we're moving on. Short, sweet, to the point.
Yeah, forget about it.
Don't belabor it.
Lawrence says it's the best team they've had since he's gotten there. Well, you hear a lot of that kind of talk from people.
Especially at this time of year.
Do you think so, though, on paper, Johnny? 2022, they were really good. 2023, they were 8-3 at one point.
It was a scrappy bunch in 2022. It was a scrappy bunch.
Okay.
But I think with the additions of Gabe Davis, wide receiver, I think that's helped him. But I don't know that I don't.
Have they upgraded overall, though? Like, Ridley's a streaky guy. Ridley on a tear, to me, is better than Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
On a normal Gabe Davis day.
I agree.
But Ridley has bad days, too. He drops the ball sometimes. It just doesn't go well.
He had a bad day in week 3 against us.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. They signed Eric Armstead, but he's on PUP, so you don't know what he's got. And that obviously was somebody the Texans were interested in because of his history with D'Amico. Drafted Brian Thomas. They get Christian Kirk back healthy. So I can imagine that Trevor's looking at his receiver group, and he's like, hey, yeah, this is the best receiver group he's had. Is it better than the Texans? No. Is it better than the Titans? Probably not.
No,
is it better than the Colts?
Titans have a nice group. Titans have a nice group.
I mean, the Colts have got 4 they can go with now.
Is Manning being polite when he says, I'm a big fan of Will Levis?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Okay.
I think. I mean, I don't know how.
Did he go to his camp? Did he go to his camp? Sounds like
yes,
he did.
He did.
Okay.
He did. Yeah.
That explains it.
Yeah. There was I can't remember what they called it, but Archie Manning did a show with.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? He did a show with some of those quarterbacks.
Pre-draft.
I think Levis was one of those quarterbacks. They were all SEC guys. I remember that. And so I believe Will Levis was one of those guys. So, yeah, he's got his back. But, look, it's easy to look at Will Levis' talent and go, oh, man, that talent's great. If he can just get consistency, if he can just be consistent. Guess what? He's not. You can't. You are either that way or you're not. And he's not. And I don't know. It's going to take a while for him to find it, but we'll see.
All right. One more segment, quickie, then we'll get you to In the Loop. Lingering questions, big questions about this camp moving forward. Got a long way to go, 6 weeks from Sunday, but you got to answer these questions before the season starts or as it starts. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
And the show is going to continue into In the Loop. John Lopez and B. Scott with you today to bring it. Talking Texans, talking Astros, who won yesterday. By the way, one note on that, Johnny. Because I know, football's football, baseball's baseball, but sports, a lot of things apply to sports in general, team sports. Long season like Major League Baseball. You got a long way to go here.
Yep.
All right? People panicked early. I get it. They weren't playing well.
That's correct.
But baseball is the most water finds its level sport there is. You got so many games. Who you are is going to surface, and they surfaced, and they still have a couple of months to go here, and we'll see where it goes. I just think that the thing that scared me about them, or concerned me, was when they had that entire 12-month period. I know they don't play all 12 months, but the calendar year where they were 500, like June to June, whatever the date was, basically 500 for an entire year. But in that year, they still made it to the ALCS. So, look, they are a great organization. They got another great chance, I think, to get back to the ALCS, and who knows what happens to them. But you got to give it time, and that's the most got-to-give-it-time kind of sport there is.
162 games.
It's just ridiculous.
162 games. It's just so
you
long.
lose a football game, and it's not the end of the world. So losing 5 baseball games shouldn't be the end of the world. But, Mark, they're not playing well. They weren't doing what they needed to do. Was there a big power surge, by the way, here just now?
I don't know. What?
I think we're still on the air. Benny just confirmed that for me. Thank you. All right, good.
We're good.
You just never know. Anyway, good luck to them as they continue to march through the final couple of months of the regular season and beyond. Also, another note, we mentioned this on the show last night, but I got to mention it again about Gene Peterson passing away, who is one of my heroes. This guy was a phenomenal play-by-play announcer of the Houston Rockets and really bonded with the fan base in a way that a lot of announcers dream of. Broadcasting championships. Gene passes away, 33 years, the voice of the Rockets. He's been retired for a while now. Craig Ackerman does it now on TV with Matt Thomas on radio. And Craig had a beautiful tweet. He said, Gene will always be the voice of the Rockets. And I just thought that was really sweet. It's a sad day that he passes away. I mentioned the show I did with he and Milo Hamilton. Neil Talmadge, who helped put that together, put up a photo. I'm going to put that up on my Twitter. I'm going to reply to my own tweet about Gene.
It's a photo of the three of y'all.
Yeah, and with Neil.
Yeah.
So he didn't photobomb. But back in those days, I think somebody grabbed an Instamatic camera or one of those digital cams because it was the early O's. Somebody grabbed a digital cam. Back in those days, you weren't taking 800 pictures of everything, right? So... No, it's true. It's like, let me get one with just those two guys.
I'm chuckling because whenever I give my daughter my phone to take pictures of something,
it's
like 200 pictures. I'm like, this thing kills my OCD. It kills it.
You got to delete them all.
Kills it. I need for you, based on that, I need for you to watch the SEC Network show. I know our buddy Mike Keith, Titans play-by-play man. I know he was part of this because he worked for John Ward. But it's called More Than a Voice. And it tells the story of famous voices for SEC, in particular football, but all sports really.
Right.
It is tremendous because it shows the connection that the great ones have with the fan base. And when you started talking about, being embraced, I thought of Larry Munson. Larry Munson was a long-time Georgia play-by-play man. He's famous for Run, Lindsey, Run, 1980. He broke his chair. I mean, it's like 5 minutes of the greatest game radio you've ever heard. But when Larry Munson got to Georgia, they didn't like him. They didn't like him at all. In fact, for 2-3 years, they didn't like him. And he really kind of grew on him. It was that game in 1980 where it's like, okay, Larry is one of us.
Yeah.
He's one of us.
That's important.
And I remember Eli Gold talking about that. Eli Gold, before he even called a game, he's from New York. He's going down to Alabama.
Yeah.
And Eli talks about he got a letter from somebody saying that he didn't think he was going to like him. And Eli's like, let me call a game first.
Yeah.
But then they become one of them. And I think about you. You're not from Houston, but you have become one of us.
And I think that's the magic of a play-by-play announcer. You become more than just the guy who calls the action. You become the voice of us. And I think that's what Gene always was. You know, people made fun of Milo in some sense at the end of it because Milo maybe started losing his fastball a little bit, but he was always great. And you guys have, I mean, you mentioned it. This is year 23. Gene Peterson did 33. You become so ingrained in the fabric of the fans and what they want to hear and how they want to feel. And I think about that with Gene Peterson, and I'm like, man, we got our own Gene Peterson right sitting across from me, and it's always a joy to be down there on the sidelines with you as we go through it. But you said the other day, beat 33 years. Shoot, you better be thinking more than 33 years.
Yeah, I hope so.
You need to be thinking more than that.
I want their moments. You know, and the guys played the audio this morning of the clock not starting at Utah.
Yeah,
which is
that's
awesome.
great.
They're losing their
Isn't
minds.
It great?
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
I mean, there are a lot. You mentioned
What
Larry
are they
Munson.
doing?
Johnny Most. There's audio of Johnny Most lighting
Johnny
his pants
Most.
on fire. Accidentally, you know, he's got a heater going at the old Boston Garden, and Glenn Ordway is with him, and he's like, Johnny's pants are on fire. I mean, that's so what a call. But it literally happened. That was not a metaphor.
It literally happened. His pants were on fire.
I mean, we could do a whole show like this of great or moments like that of announcers around the country. Yeah. Ernie Harwell, if you're a Detroit Tigers fan.
I could tell one
Jack
of ours.
Buck. I love Jack Buck. Listen, Jack Buck
yeah.
is my favorite, probably my favorite. And I'm not a Cardinals fan. I don't care one little bit, but I love him.
Yeah.
I love him doing the Cardinals. And go crazy, folks, go crazy. I've talked to you about that before.
Yeah.
Love Jack Buck. Jack Buck used to do Monday Night Football. This is Joe's father. Used to do Monday Night Football on the radio. It was phenomenal. He did the TV call of Kirk Gibson against the A's. Right? I think Vince
Scully did that.
Vince Scully did the radio. I think Jack Buck was doing the CBS TV call. It was on CBS at the time.
That was on ABC. It went to CBS a few years later.
All right, we're going to look this up.
We will. No bet on this, but I know I'm right because that was on NBC.
CBS have baseball?
CBS got baseball in 90 or 91 because when Kirby Puckett hits the home run, we'll see you tomorrow night, folks. That was Jack Buck for sure.
I thought Jack Buck did.
Sure.
I don't believe what I have just seen. That's Jack Buck doing the Kirk Gibson call, the famous call.
But I think that's a radio call.
All right, maybe. All right, I'll look it up.
All right, we got. Yeah.
It's a great call, though.
Yeah, it is a great call.
He's got some iconic calls.
No, there's no doubt, and I love going, and talking about those voices because I know some people, even Joe Buck. People talk about Joe Buck, and I know it's a TV. He's been doing it for. I think Joe is really good. See you tomorrow night. That's what his dad said after Kirby Puckett hit the home run in Game 6 in 91. He's like, see you tomorrow night.
Tribute to his dad.
That's a tribute to his dad. So, Jack Buck was really good. Before I moved to Houston, my guy was Bob Uecker. Bob Uecker was the voice of the Brewers.
Yeah.
And so I got a chance to listen to Bob Uecker.
And people look at him as this comedy character, but he was a good announcer.
Really good.
Yeah.
He was really good, really funny. I mean, and the thing is when you play the game and you play it for so long, you think of somebody that's played the game as, that guy's going to be an analyst. He's going to be the guy talking about the nuts and bolts of the game, of things that are happening. No, Bob Uecker's the play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
He's a play-by-play guy, and he's been really, really good. And the people in Wisconsin just revere him. And I don't know what they're going to do when he's gone because he still has his fastball as far as I can tell.
The Yankees fans love John Sterling, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It is far. It is gone. But outsiders tend to not love him.
Yeah.
But I love that he still does it.
The home run calls, I think, are what get the fans from other places. But I've talked to Sal Pacci, our friend from Buffalo, big Yankees fan. He likes Sterling. He likes the home run calls.
Yeah. Well, because he was there for the rise of the team in the 90s again.
It's funny going back and watching Seinfeld with my son. This past last few years, we watched almost every episode of Seinfeld, and that was when the Yankees were going through their run. So they're burning, and he works for the Yankees. Yeah, George Costanza does, and so Jack would ask me a lot about the Yankees and what they were like. I'm like,
I just saw the scene where he's
Empire.
I just saw the scene where he's hired again because that's when he's brutally honest and he's telling Steinbrenner off, and Steinbrenner's like, hire this man.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
That's a great scene.
That's great stuff. That's great stuff. Dated, but great stuff.
Yep.
All right, also great stuff, In the Loop with John Lopez and Brandon Scott coming up. Brandon Scott, he can do anything in this business.
Yep.
I mean, he can write. He can broadcast. He's got what do you call it, five-tool player kind of guy, right?
He's a five-headed monster
in
all
the
on his
media.
own.
Ben Gary's also awesome, producing this program for us. We'll be back out of the field tomorrow with Aaron Raybold, our engineer, and letting you know what happens at Texans practice as they embark on day 6? 7.
We're going on 7 tomorrow.
7 tomorrow.
7, as Monica says in Friends. 7.
Okay, it's coming up in the loop next. Thanks for listening. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
Ain't no days off around here, baby. No days off for In the Loop. The Texans might be off, and they deserve it. They've been out there working. The Texans might be off today. The Houston Astros might be off today. But it ain't no days off here on Sports Radio 610, and the damn sure ain't no days off here on In the Loop.
The weatherman is off today.
Hey, actually, the weatherman is busy.
Yeah.
Hey, these are the types of days where the weatherman get called in to asked to work a little bit extra, an hour or two extra, man. I'm glad you mentioned that, actually, Lopez, because
this is ridiculous.
It took me 45 minutes to get to this station, and I was only 15 minutes away.
Yeah.
15 minutes away, and it took me 45 minutes to get here because I had to resort to at least 3 different possible routes.
Yeah.
Like, not going down Newcastle. Let me see if I can go, if I can take this way.
Oh, yeah, that's a flood street right there, man.
Right, 100%. And I know this, but before I could even
stayed on that street.
Before I could even get to the flood, bro.
Yeah.
The traffic. Like,
Yeah.
I couldn't even get to where the water was because of all of the cars that were backed up, man.
Yeah.
Like, it is like astounding how the weather makes this place. But like I said, man, no days off for us.
No days off.
We are here and we are working, baby.
Us. Hey, man, we're playing football 1 week from today.
Dude, I cannot wait. I've said this, that there is a little bit of buzzkill or like lack of joy in knowing that the main guys aren't going to play.
Yeah.
But just the fact that it's going to be real football, not practice, which has been fun to be out there at practice, not a scrimmage, maybe a glorified scrimmage, but not drills, not stretching, but actual versus, if you will. You know, one team versus another, one helmet versus another, one logo versus another, and the Texans get to essentially debut the NFL season with the Hall of Fame game a week from tonight or a week from today against the Chicago Bears.
I also feel that. Like, okay, so it's going to be a heavy dose of Quintez Cephas and Jaden Janke.
Yeah, they might bring Jared Wayne back, or what was my dude's name, the receiver that they let go?
Yeah,
somebody like that.
Ali Gay, who cuts an imposing figure, by the way. He's number 90. I know you've seen him out there. He's a big dude. Yeah. Tariq Barnes. Who else?
Remember Sammy Coates?
Sammy
He
Coates.
was a thing here. Everybody thought he was going to be a thing.
Yeah, so I get it.
Brother couldn't even get on the field.
A Les Darjean type of game.
Yeah. I get it, and I share your feeling on that front, but I'm kind of here for the event, man. Like, they're going to be interviewing C.J. Stroud on the sideline. They're going to be talking about the Texans prospects. It's a celebration of Andre Johnson. They're going to be showing us some Andre Johnson highlights. So it's almost like, we're watching the stand-ins, but the show's damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that when I saw Dre on the field over the last couple of days.
Yesterday.
And he's essentially been there. I don't know if he's got perfect attendance, but I know every time I've been out there, I've seen him, I've dapped him up. And it's so funny to me how unassuming he is out there, but also carries this aura with him. And, by the way, and he had that anyway before the Hall of Fame nod, but, by the way, this dude is about to put on the yellow jacket. I can't wait to see Lopez, like, just knowing that the whole team is going to be there to celebrate it, like the current team. And then you already know, like we've heard David Anderson talking about this with the morning show And we can just imagine, we know plenty of former players that are going to be there.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be like this real special Texans contingency. Like, I don't know if we will probably have ever seen that many Texans in that significant of a football place at one time as we will with Andre Johnson going into the Hall.
And it's funny, you're absolutely right, because like yesterday I was walking into the practice facility and I saw Andre Johnson. So I stopped and said hello and shook his hand. And as I'm walking away, you almost feel different about it now, don't you? You're like, dude's a Hall of Famer, man.
Yeah.
You know, and we've known Andre, we've seen Andre, we've watched him play, but like once it's like that presidential thing that people talk about. Like this person looks president, you know, when they hit a certain role. And obviously we've all dealt with numerous Hall of Famers all over the country, but this dude was here, you know, from the start. It's just a different feel, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's funny. It's kind of this, I guess, in the same sentence, but I felt that way looking at DeMeco Ryans and Gerard Johnson for some reason.
Yeah.
Just seeing them in coaching mode, we're just like, man, I know these guys.
Those are our guys.
Yeah, but just seeing like Gerard Johnson talk to the media.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this dude all buttoned up. Look at this dude sounding like a coach.
Yeah.
And like same thing with DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
I think Arian Foster said that about DeMeco Ryans. He saw him in the airport.
Yeah.
And said, why are you sitting there talking like a coach, man? Like, bro, what you doing, man? You DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, it's funny hearing guys talk who really know the guy, like, because they got to show a public face, right? And it's going to be different. It has to be different from the way things are behind the scenes, but it is funny when either you know that person behind the scenes or you know somebody that knows that person from behind the scenes, and then they get to talk about him. They're like, really?
Yeah.
Like, for example, I saw on Facebook a young lady who is now going to be an assistant principal at a high school, at a local high school. I'm not going to say which one.
Yeah.
And I'm like, word? You know what I mean? Like, because like I know you for real, like in real life, and so like the idea that you're going to be somebody's assistant principal, this has happened to me before,
dude.
too.
I could talk about this all day.
Where I'm like, oh, you are bleeping me right now.
The funny is when you meet somebody and they like at their worst, like drunk or high or something like that. And they be like, oh, yeah, she's a kindergarten teacher. You're like, wait, what?
That's kind of what I'm getting at here, Biggie.
My best friend growing up, and I'm talking about a guy that, you know, you say there's things that you don't want to talk about sometimes from your youth.
100%.
Neither one of us want to talk about some of the things that we did.
Secrets that we're going to take to the grave.
Yeah. Like I've seen this dude do some wild stuff. He is a judge in Bexar County now. He's a judge. I'm like, dude, I've told him straight to his face because he's still one of my best friends, and I see him occasionally. I was like, dude, I could end your career like overnight.
Yeah. Yeah. I now have at least two of those in my life. At least two of those. Yeah. How do you think, this is another thing I'm anticipating with Andre Johnson going into the Hall, and that's just going to be such a fun moment for us here locally. I've probably underplayed it a little bit in my mind because we're so focused on the game, on the practices, on the camp, on the games coming up. But this is really going to be a special moment, I think, for all of us. You know what I'm really looking forward to, Lopez, and maybe even like you more so, kind of knowing this person better than I do? Gary Kubiak introducing him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know it's not going to be a roast. It'll be a different kind of tone.
He'll have his moments.
But Kubiak, like, I did not know that he was that good of a public speaker.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, just able to work a room with the charisma that he's able to do so with. Like, I did not know that until we had that roast for John McClain several years back. And ever since then, I'm like, hey, if I find out Gary Kubiak is giving a speech or talking in public and I can make it, I'm going to want to have an eye on that. So, like, that is something I don't think anybody who doesn't know or is not aware of Gary Kubiak is looking forward to, but something I absolutely am looking forward to.
Hell, I had a class with Gary Kubiak at A&M.
I think I've heard you say that before.
Yeah. I mean, it was...
Forgot about that.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's fun, those types of things. But, man, it's just getting back to how we started. It's going to be a more of a celebration and an event, and we're all going to be here for it. I don't care if Cephas, has 1 catch or 9 catches,
Yeah. Who's going to be the star of the game? That's an interesting one. Maybe something that we touch on a little bit more next week. But who is going to be the star of the game with presumably no stars?
Tim Boyle.
Oh.
Right? Because he's going to have to play at least a half, maybe 3/4.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. I could see like Davis Mills starting the game.
Hold on, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What does it say about their backup quarterback position that I didn't even give any consideration to the quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Like when I asked that question, nowhere in my mind was Davis Mills, Case Keenum, Tim, like none of them.
Yeah.
I didn't consider any of them in that conversation. I'm encouraged that you even brought one up. What does it say about that room, though? Like, yikes.
We've talked about it. I mean, all you want is 1 or 2 games out of these cats. Because if you have to get more of them, it doesn't matter anyway.
You think it could be a British Brooks game?
Absolutely.
A Jawar
That's
Jordan
a candidate.
game?
That's a candidate right there.
That is the one that I think,
yeah,
okay, here's the time, here's the moment. And there could be more throughout the preseason. I know it's a shorter preseason and all of that. But this game in particular, when you do not anticipate the main players playing, and hell, we can talk about this as well, the running back position. And, hey, Joe Mixon has missed a number of practices in a row now. I think he's only practiced basically twice since training camp started. So that's what?
Yeah.
At least four practices we're talking about. Yeah. So, like, keep an eye out on that running back position. But the opportunity that's in front of the other guys in that running back room, like I think can fairly assume, obviously Joe Mixon's on the team, can fairly assume Dameon Pierce is going to at least make the team. How much he contributes is going to be its own question. But those guys on the bubble, who's going to be that extra? I think Dari Ngubawale, because of his special teams acumen, is going to make the team. But if your name is not Dare, Dameon, or Joe, if it's British, Jawar, or JT, like, are you a practice squad candidate? Could you actually make this 53-man? Are you auditioning for another team? And is this your moment? Because this is not just any preseason game. As we've talked about, this is the Hall of Fame game where all eyes will be on this particular contest.
Yeah, no, I think British Brooks is a good candidate. Tim Boyle, maybe our guy Cephas. He made a play yesterday. Right in front of us.
What is your perfect kind of day? I want to get you in on this too, Figgy. What's your perfect day off? Do you prefer a day off where you're just chilling, relaxing, like maybe like a day like this where it's raining, you don't have anything to do and you're just inside? Or is it one of those where it's adventurous, I get to do this, I get to do that, checklist, busybody, that type? What is your preferred day off? And I'm not talking about a weekend. I'm talking about just random one day off. You go to work
during the week.
Yeah.
Like a random Wednesday.
Yeah, but then you got to go back to work the next day.
Yeah, so not fishing for me.
Yeah, right. Because fishing would obviously, to me, be more, especially the way you do it, is a weekend trip.
Yeah, because I do like whatever.
One day, 24 hours off.
Off day, at home. I don't mean to sound like a martyr or anything.
This is you. What do you want to do?
I love just getting little stuff done around the house that I've been meaning to get to. Like I'm going to chill. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm going to just veg for a while, maybe watch a show. By the way, Figgy, I heard Fall of a Titan.
Okay.
Oh, I have not yet. Okay.
I can't. It made me want to go see I can't wait for the Netflix show now even more.
Nah, it's good.
But I'll veg out. But I've been really meaning to do this with whatever. The front porch has a board loose or, stuff like that. Just like little projects. Nothing that's going to kill me, but just little piddling stuff. I love just kind of staying busy around the house.
See, for me, it's kind of there is a guilt. I get something out of getting things done, but I also have this guilty pleasure of not doing anything because I feel like I got away with something.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I at the same time get something out of, hey, whether it's this a small task at the house, clean this up, fix that, whatever it is, or if it's just, man, I didn't do anything. I didn't hear from maybe shut your phone off.
Yeah.
Don't respond to messages. Like, just go dark. Go ghost.
I'll give you a good example. After the barrel, we did all the work, so I'm not talking about that. But like, I had like a Sunday afternoon off or something. Actually, it was after Texans practice on Saturday. I went home and several lights, like 15 or 20 lights. We have lights in our tree in the backyard. We're out. So I got out the ladder, just got some bulbs and started with that. To me is therapeutic. Just like doing little stuff like that.
See, I would much rather spend my day off doing the thing that you just mentioned about the podcast.
Yeah.
Like if I could just knock out 3 podcasts, maybe 3 or 4 episodes from a show to binge watch.
Yeah.
And then maybe by the end of the day, like after I've gotten all of my laziness out of the way, maybe I start getting stuff done at like 6, 7 in the evening, towards the end of the night before I go to bed. That's kind of my perfect day.
Yeah.
That's my perfect day.
Figgy?
What about you, man?
My perfect day is just laying around being a lazy piece of crap, man. Just not doing anything. Lay around in the bedroom for a couple hours. Go out, get something to eat. Sit on the couch, watch some TV, maybe play the game a little bit. Then go right back in the room, lay down some more. Just be lazy, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Man, I'm telling you, no days off. No days off, man. The Texans, the Astros, they get their days off. We do not. Just kind of fan. Figgy got his yesterday, though.
Oh, yeah. How was that lunch,
Yeah,
Figgy?
let's just be real about it.
It was cool. It didn't seem like a day off for me, man, because I went to Texans practice like normal. I actually stayed for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Left and went right to a lunch with our company. And by the time I got home, it was 2:00. So I ain't do anything. And then I had to shoot some content at Atomic Wings later that day. So it felt like I wasn't off at all, man. That's the worst time to be off, man. When you off that day, but you doing work related stuff.
That's what I was gonna ask.
And by the time you get off, it's like, damn, I would have been done with the show by now.
Does a celebratory work lunch and or dinner feel like work?
Yes.
Especially if the boss is there. Like I would say if the boss is not there, maybe not.
I was going to say it depends.
Yeah, I mean, if it's after work hours, later, like that evening, we all having drinks or something like that, that don't feel like work. But if it's a lunch with your coworkers and all that stuff in the middle of the day, nah, that's work for me, man.
Yeah.
You lucky I ain't clock in on that one. I would have clocked in.
You should have.
Put that on my time sheet.
You should have. All right, so we're a week into training camp, a week plus now. Let's get a quick temperature check here. What are some things, Lopez, that maybe you were concerned about going into training camp that you are either not concerned about at all or at least less concerned about?
Yeah, I think that's something that we all have different answers. I was not concerned about backup quarterback. I'm kind of concerned.
Is that why you want to see a Tim Boyle game at the Hall of Fame game?
Maybe.
So you can feel better about the situation?
Maybe. I don't know. All I'm saying is it goes back to what we talked about. If C.J. Stroud is out for an extended period of time, none of this matters. But if he gets nicked up, just a little whatever, you got to have 2 games without C.J. Stroud. You got to win at least one of those, and hopefully both of those with a backup quarterback. You have to have a backup quarterback good enough to do that. Case Keenum has done that. He's also a year older, so I don't know. Davis Mills has frankly not looked very good. And Tim Boyle isn't getting a lot of reps. He's getting some. And I don't know anything about Tim Boyle. I'm a little concerned about that. I was concerned, and you guys heard me here, about linebacker. I'm like, man, you got Christian Harris, you got Al-Shaair, and then what?
And you're less concerned about it now?
I think I am.
Why?
I think I am.
The only linebacker that we're expecting to play a lot that we've seen is Al-Shaair. I don't know. I'm interested to hear your take on this because I think I'm a little bit more concerned about it now.
I mentioned this. I believe I mentioned it yesterday. You can't kill Neville Hewitt. The dude they've been trying to cut him for 3 years.
Oh, no, I'm a big Neville Hewitt fan.
They've been trying to cut him for 3 years.
I did not know Neville was going to come into this conversation.
He ran second team right behind Al-Shaair yesterday. Jake Hansen got some reps with the first team. I'm not as concerned about linebacker as I was to start. Jake Hansen looked pretty good. Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah, no, he's looked fine. I don't know how confident I am in having to rely on Jake Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good if Jake,
sure.
Like if he can come in and contribute, if he can come in and give you some quality and meaningful snaps, then that would be great. But
let's keep this going.
Yeah, let's do more of this on the other side here. John Lopez, Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig, with you here on In the Loop. Coming up next, more training camp thoughts. What do we feel better about that we didn't feel as good about going in? And also, how'd you feel about that fight yesterday at training camp? That's next on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Our guys on area. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Took a little break from the Houston Methodist Training Center, but no days off, man. No days off on In the Loop. Not at all. But we do have questions. Questions and concerns, or do we actually?
Yeah.
What were you concerned about that you are no longer concerned about after 6 training camp practices? Lopez, you were saying that linebackers
backup
won?
quarterback.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. And linebacker was one I was concerned about. And I'm not saying I'm not, but not as much anymore. Like, I got, the old tip of the cap to Neville Hewitt. This dude is like, they're trying and trying. It's like that old movie, North Dallas 40. They've been trying to get rid of me for 10 years, and he just hangs on. I got a couple more, and I'm interested in what you guys, because you guys have been out there just as much as me every practice. Things that you were concerned about that you no longer are concerned about, or not as much after the first week of training camp, and vice versa. Things that you were not concerned about that you are. I was not concerned, and I think I might be on an island on this. It's just me reading it. I was not concerned about tight end. Brevin Jordan showed a couple of signs. We know Dalton Schultz, so set him aside. He's gonna do his thing. Brevin Jordan showed a couple of signs. Pretoriano showed a couple of signs, been injured here and there. And then we all like what Cade Stover looked like in minicamp. But what I'm seeing at camp is like just a kind of a revolving turnstile of who's next up. Yesterday it was Brevin Jordan. Actually made a play. I'm not saying they're not good. I'm just saying I was not concerned. I thought Jordan would take another step and Stover would make a statement. We haven't seen that statement yet from Stover.
Yeah, Stover did have a catch in red zone, a touchdown catch in red zone 2 days ago. So it's Thursday. That was Tuesday's practice.
Yeah.
That was really the only flash that I've seen from him.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess there hasn't been anything. I would say there hasn't been anything from the tight end group that has made me discouraged by them. And I went into camp feeling like the tight end group was about as strong and about as deep as it has been in years, certainly since Nick Caserio has been here.
Yeah.
For me, like Tegan Cotoriano is a wild card. If he's somebody that can stay healthy, he offers some depth and I think versatility at the position that you otherwise don't have. Like, he's the one guy out of the tight end group that I feel good about being able to do multiple things, like being a blocker and a pass catcher, because we've seen glimpses of him be that in the small amount of time that we've seen him play whenever he's been healthy.
Yeah.
Everybody else seems to be a little bit more either one-dimensional or, in Cade Stover's case, just still a little bit of a project being newer to the position.
Yeah.
But we know that, hey, Dalton Schultz is more of a pass catcher than anything. And, look, you could argue that Brevin Jordan is like a glorified slot receiver, kind of a halfback, fullback tight end. Like, he is not a traditional tight end either in size or in the way that they use him. But I do feel good about the pieces that they have. I'll say this to your point, though.
No.
If something were to happen.
No one has.
Well, if something were to happen to Dalton Schultz, I would all of a sudden not feel as great about it. I feel good about him being at the top of it and everybody else just
you're going to need 2.
Being a role guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need some.
You need 2 at least.
You need to feel better about the guys beyond Dalton Schultz. I agree with
Last
that.
one from me, and then I want to know what you and Figgy, and there might be some overlap here, but from you and Figgy, I was concerned a little bit about the offensive line, and now maybe not as much. Kenyon Green has been okay. I'm not going to say great. Titus Howard has been good. I love what Blake Fisher is getting with all the reps since Laramie Tunsil's out doing his annual retreat at training camp.
Yeah.
So, that would be the other one.
So I think that the offensive line is going to be the overlap for us because I feel better. I think everybody was reasonably concerned about that unit going in and probably, like if we're being real about it, should be concerned until further notice, until they actually start playing games and they show you that they are about it, that the unit is for real. I think you should probably keep a pin in that. But I would say real quick on the Neville Hewitt thing, he's been able to stay on the team because he is an ace on special teams. Like, that is dude is a badass on special teams.
Getting reps.
He's getting reps at linebacker because I think that the guys that they want out there, all of them are not out there. Obviously, Christian Harris has not practiced yet. I would feel a little bit uneasy if he had to play more at linebacker. I would not feel great about it as much as I love Neville Hewitt. I'll say this, though. they absolutely need to have more than Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen as their linebacker depth. Like, it needs to be better than that.
Yeah.
Henry To'oTo'o, I know, has had some moments, but I don't know how much the linebacking core has impressed me beyond just Azeez Al-Shaair. Again, Christian Harris has not been out there. The one for me, Lopez, is defensive tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one that had me confused in the offseason, and I was critical of it just because I didn't understand it. And I needed to see what it was going to look like at training camp to feel better about it. Not that, I'm doubting D'Amico and Nick Caserio, any of that. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. We can trust all we want, but if I don't understand something, I just got to be honest with you. Like, hey, Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins were pretty decent for you last year. At least I thought. Why did you want to change this entire unit?
Yeah.
And then we go out there and look, and you see, obviously, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson on the edge. It speaks for itself. Like, that's dynamic. But Danico Autry, massive dude and a badass by all accounts.
Yeah.
And Mario Edwards. Rio, who we never talked about, did not discuss at all throughout the offseason. And then we get to training camp, and Will Anderson says, oh, yeah, by the way, that's my favorite player to watch. And then we see him lining up next to Will Anderson on passing downs and in scrimmages.
So the one thing I was low-key concerned about it. I wasn't as bad, but now I'm not really concerned about the cornerback position, man. Them guys was physical the last couple practices, man. I think Okudah got a pick in one of these practices, but I'm not really that concerned about it, man. I feel like, maybe one of them is not a Steven Nelson, but I feel like they got about 3 good guys that, that could possibly be a number 2. And, oh, by the way, they got a rookie that's probably should be the other starter on the side of Stingley.
Yeah.
I would almost be surprised. I say this figure. I'd be surprised if they don't have at least one guy between all of those that we just talked about, that you just talked about. I'd be surprised if they don't have at least one among them that can't be a Steven Nelson.
See, that's how I went into training camp, because I'm like, man, they signed 2 guys that can probably be fighting for that number 2 spot, and they got a rookie. I'm like, if all 3 of these guys can't be as good or close to Steven Nelson, then we have a big problem.
I'm a lot less worried about that position opposite of Derek Stingley, like you, Figgy. I know we talked a lot about Kamari Lassiter. We even talked to him earlier in the week. But from where we sit right now, I'd say that I would be comfortable with either Kamari Lassiter or Jeff Okudah. So there's 2 options that I'd feel perfectly fine with right now, just based off of what we've seen so far, that I feel comfortable with right now opposite of Derek Stingley Jr. That's where I'm at with the cornerback position, Lopez.
So my second one, man, is at first I wasn't worried about this position, but now I'm a little worried. Running back, man.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried now because
more,
I know Mixon was a little dinged up. He wasn't practicing out there, but it kind of got me thinking, like, man, once we get in the regular season, are we going to go through this where Mixon misses a game and miss a couple weeks or something like that? We're going to be relying on Dameon Pierce, man.
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah.
And see, that's reasonable to me, because while I feel better about Dameon Pierce based off of what we've seen at camp, so I would be fine if, let's say, Dameon Pierce is having that resurgence that everybody wants him to have. I would feel fine about relying more on him. But if you can't rely on Joe Mixon, I don't necessarily feel great about the depth behind Dameon Pierce.
You see, that's where I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I will feel better. Like, I think Dameon Pierce going to have a bounce-back year, but I don't want to just rely on Dameon Pierce, man. I don't want to just rely on Joe Mixon. We need a couple more guys out there where we can, have a running back by committee. So that's where I'm kind of at with it.
Yeah. No, I know that's fair. That's absolutely fair, because the running back position, I mean, we're all going to be watching it. I mean, hell, we're talking about it during the Hall of Fame game. Let's see what British Brooks has got. You know?
Yeah, and again, the depth behind him, like, you are a Joe Mixon being older and more injured type of situation away from being essentially the 2022 Texans that – and again, obviously, C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, I get it. But from the running back position group, in terms of that, Dameon Pierce or bust.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what that was.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you don't want to go back to that. You absolutely don't want to go back to that. John Lopez, Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next on Localizer. We got to talk about this fight,
let's
man,
get there,
from
man.
yesterday. And also the Astros made a little bit of hay yesterday by winning and got some help within the division. We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
Where does success on the field start for the Texans? We've talked about
Who they want? Who they want? Baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo.
All right, so while we have been broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Texans Training Camp, the Astros have been on the road. Adam Spillane, Sports Radio 610, joins us. And Spo, a little bit underrated storyline in Houston sports. It's the Astros losing the series to the Oakland A's. It ain't the end of the world because guess what? They won yesterday, and they got a little favor within the division, and now they are back in sole possession of the top spot in the AL West. Tell me if I'm wrong in this. Let me ask you this. The biggest takeaway from that series against the A's, and there are a couple, has to be how much we underscore the need for starting pitching, how much we can underscore the need for innings and extra depth in that rotation, which we already knew, but it was underscored.
Yeah, I don't think that it's something that we've underscored, to be honest. I think we've talked about it plenty, that this is a serious need, and you saw the 2 games that they lost in Oakland. The 2 starting pitchers, rookie starting pitchers, really struggled. Arrighetti struggled on, Monday, and then Jake Bloss really struggled on Tuesday, and it just reminds you that these are 2 guys that you are really having to rely on who probably aren't ready for this, especially, Bloss was drafted a year ago. So to be a third round, I think there are 2 guys who are in the 2023 draft class who are currently pitching in the big leagues right now. Paul Skeens is one, Jake Bloss is the other. There's a little difference in just kind of the talent level between the 2.
Yeah, one of these is not like the other.
A little bit.
One of them started the All-Star game. The other one gave up a bunch of homers to the A's the other day. So obviously they need starting pitching help. The fact that, Verlander is trending, it seems like, in the right direction. I guess we'll find out more about that tomorrow when Espada talks to the media. But the fact that they have lost as many starting pitchers as they have, and we can go down the list, Urquidy, Javier, JP France, now Verlander's on the IL again for a second time. There are some of the other minor league guys that have gotten hurt. The fact that the only starting pitcher that they've brought in from outside the organization is Eric Lauer, who cannot get a spot in this rotation, even with all the injuries, it's pretty baffling to me. It's just kind of the complacency that they have operated with.
Well, so I guess, and that's been my point, though, is like the only reason for Spencer Arrighetti and Jake Bloss's existence on this team is the attrition angle. It's the fact that they've had these injury issues. And so we know that based on that, they probably shouldn't be up here anyway. But I think there has been some kind of feel-good story in having a Ronel Blanco show up the way that he has, Hunter Brown turning things around the way that he ended up doing, where maybe you Spencer Arrighetti at times looking serviceable. And so there's been kind of this thought of, hey, well, you can just plug and play and everything will be okay. And the fact that they've been playing well over the last, month plus or however long it's been. But then you see these last 2 outings with those 2 guys and you're like, oh, no, actually, that's not going to work. If you got serious goals and aspirations, Jake Bloss and Spencer Arrighetti, at least right now, maybe in the future, but 2024 right now, that's not going to cut it.
I think Arrighetti was always going to get a chance. He was in big league camp for a good portion of spring training, so he was always going to get the opportunity. I don't think there is any scenario that they planned out over the winter and into spring training where they thought, you know what, Jake Bloss is going to make his debut this season. I don't think there was I don't think they had any inclination that was going to happen, and I don't think they wanted it to happen, but they were forced into it. And this has been a team, they've wanted to go to a 6-man rotation at a lot of different times this season, but they have not been able to because they don't have 6 healthy starting pitchers that they really believe in. And I don't know if they have 5 starting pitchers or even 4 that they believe in right now. So the fact that they have not, it's staggering to me that they have not looked to bring in another starting pitcher from outside the organization. It would have been a whole lot easier to do it once Urquidy and Verlander and France were not 100% during camp. Yeah. And now you're forced into probably having to overpay to bring in somebody who may not even be that good at this point of the season. So I think that they have kind of dropped the ball with how they've handled this.
And in the midst of all this, you're entering a pretty interesting and tougher few games here. Dodgers coming in. We know about them. You're going to face Paul Skeens with the Pirates if everything goes according to...
And the Pirates, by the way, it's not just Paul Skeens.
No,
that's a good team that is playing really, really well right now. They're one of the hottest teams in the National League.
I looked at the standings about 4 or 5 days ago and was like, wait a minute. The Pirates are good.
And speaking of the standings, don't look now, but the Rangers seem to be getting their crap together. They're only 2 games behind the Mariners, 3 games behind the Astros.
I would almost say if I had to rank the teams...
And that's the next team.
If I had to rank teams that just in likelihood of winning the division, the Mariners would be third. It would be Astros, Rangers, and then the Mariners. 'Cause the Mariners just look they're in a really bad place right now, and they've got a bunch of guys hurt.
Yeah. So the Astros bats woke up a bit yesterday, but prior to that, they had been a little cool. They had cooled off a bit. Yeah. Why do you think that is? What do you think is the source of some of the struggles that the offense has been faced with the last week plus, whatever it's been?
So some of it is opponent based. Like, guess when you go to Seattle for 3 games, especially when you've been off for 3-4 days, you're not going to hit all that much. And they weren't great against the Rangers either. But I mean, the other thing is just losing Kyle Tucker catches up to you at some point, especially when you are replacing him with. I mean, there's a drop off. Let's just say there is a drop off from Kyle Tucker to Trey Cabbage or Joey Loperfido. Yeah, Joey Loperfido and Chaz McCormick. Like that's a pretty significant drop off. And the fact that they have been able to survive offensively for as long as they've had in these 2 months without Tucker, it's been pretty remarkable, especially when you consider it's not like Yordan Alvarez has been on some heater or Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman have been on some heaters. They've just gotten really solid contributions from a lot of different guys, but at some point you need stars, and they lack stars. They've got 2, maybe 3.
Yeah. All right, so Texans Training Camp, you've been out there for a few practices. The big story yesterday, unfortunately for some of the competitive play that we actually saw out there, was the scrum, if you will, the fight, if you will. Positive or negative, hate it or love it, what are your thoughts on training camp fights, and particularly the one that happened yesterday with the Texans?
So tell me this. I haven't even seen the video of this.
Oh, you should.
Yeah. Were there punches thrown?
It was like a two-handed
borderline
to the side of the head.
Borderline.
First of all, don't do that.
Yeah.
No shots to the helmets, because that's how you break hands and break fists and that sort of stuff. So don't do that. But no, I don't think it matters. Like, you want guys to be competitive.
So not a punch, but a blindsided shot, like
to the helmet.
To the neck helmet area, not looking.
Don't aim for the helmet again, because the helmet is always winning that battle. You're going to break your hand if you do that. So don't do that. But no, it's competition. And I think that you want to see guys that are competitive, even if they're on the same team. It happens all the time.
Here's what I hate about it. And 2 things. Number 1, and the bozos at NFL Notifications, who unfortunately have a lot of followers, that's why I mentioned it.
Screw those bozos.
Yeah, said, Stephon Diggs was in the middle of a fight at training camp. Are we surprised? Stephon Diggs walked away, got up and walked away, and then ultimately was the peacemaker. I hate that people are going to automatically, throw him in there because of whatever happened in Minnesota or they think happened in Minnesota or Buffalo. That's number 1. And number 2, and this is where I disagree with you. Weird things happen in scrums like that. Yeah. And number 7 was in the middle of the scrum. Number 7 was in the middle of the scrum. All good, but 1 fall, 1 hit from behind, 1 whatever, and we're singing an entirely different tune here.
No, you're right about that. Get him out of the way.
Yeah.
And don't hit anybody. You can push and shove all you want, but get the quarterback out of the way. Get any other important players out of the way, and then don't throw punches with.
Now, to his credit, as B. Scott pointed out, he did immediately kind of go, "Oops," and get out of there.
Yeah,
he was in the middle of it.
It seemed like, and I'm not saying that he was front of mind, because obviously tempers were flaring and they were trying to get after it in whatever way they were trying to get after it. But it did seem like, nobody was going after C.J. Stroud.
No, but he had his back turned to the scrum.
Oh, but when he would see something, react. And then when he'd see the other more physical and, let's be honest, less valuable guys going in there to break up the fight, then he would pull back. So there was some awareness with C.J. Stroud and not, making sure.
But there was a few moments where you're like, get out of there.
Here's what I say, though. I'm with Adam on liking the competitive spirit. I was surprised that Derek Stingley was involved in it the way that he was.
Yeah.
But I did like whatever fire in the belly that they showed. I was able to appreciate that. My thing, Lopez, with this perception of it is I am not going to blame or hold it against the team for the ignorance of the rest of the world. Everybody else should have done the thing that Adam Spillane just came in here and did and said, hey, you know what? I haven't seen the entire video. Let me ask you a question about it before I start talking ignorant and crazy.
Yeah.
I wish 95% of Twitter could operate that way, because you got all these people that weren't there, have no context, have no idea what was going on, and they're talking about, Stephon Diggs was in the middle of the fight. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and listen, whatever people are going to say, people are always going to jump to conclusions. That's just how the world is. People are lazy. They don't go watch the videos, or they don't take the time to find out what actually happened. My only concern would be, if it's like 6 guys from the offense against 6 guys from the defense, because that's when you like have divisions. If it's just 2 guys who are heated after one play, whatever, that's going to happen. But you start to like, hey, maybe we have some problems here if it's like the whole offense squaring off against the whole defense.
Yeah, in a general sense, I'm kind of with you. Other than the 2 things I pointed out, I hate for Stephon Diggs, who's been like the perfect student so far, and then all of a sudden people are thinking this and that, and the C.J. Stroud. But in a general sense, macro, I kind of have no big problem with it. I just feel like part of it, and part of the reason I don't have a big problem with it, I think it goes to show you just how intense and how many veteran NFL players have their job on the line. I'm not saying, obviously not Derek Stingley, not Dalton Schultz, but the whole thing has been ratcheted up. It's kind of a good thing. Like the whole intensity level of this camp has been ratcheted up because this is a good squad.
Yeah.
Well, that's good that the intensity is up because like the games matter and every single game will matter, and they need to be, especially, I mean, they have a big game week 1 right out the gates. Like they can't ease their way into this thing.
Yeah.
So like they've got to be ready to go, and so that's why you need intensity in practices. And I don't know. We'll talk about this, I'm sure, in the next couple of days. But like, do they plan on playing guys during preseason games? Because I do think that's something that benefits them moving forward, as it gets you ready for Indianapolis.
Adam Spillane, appreciate you, sir.
Sure thing.
All right, coming up next. Here on In the Loop.
I love when he's surly. I just love when he's surly.
Yeah. Look,
how am I surly today? I'm in a great mood.
He's like fight.
No, man.
I was surly when I walked in because it's raining, but I'm not surly now.
Dude, the Adam Spillane spirit is one that I am absolutely here for.
Yes.
Absolutely here for.
You should bring that Mobley contract up. Really get them.
Evan Mobley, thoughts?
There is joy in surliness in Adam Spillane all at the same damn time, and I can appreciate it 100%. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig, holding it down here on In the Loop. Coming up next, the players with the most to prove at training camp, the Texans redemption tour. How are they looking? We'll talk about that on the other side. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Thirsty. From the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
It is In the Loop. And look, we want to talk about the players with the most to prove at Texans Training Camp. How are they looking, at least so far? But before we do that, we were talking about the fight. That's been the big thing. The last 24 hours, the big thing from Texans Training Camp has been the scrum. It started with a late-ish, probably unnecessary hit from Jimmy Ward on Stephon Diggs. There was some exception taken to it. The team kind of got together in a little bit of a scrum, pushing and shoving, holding on to each other's shoulder pads, the stuff that you typically see in a football, not really fight, but scrum. Once that disperses, though, Derek Stingley has not quite had enough and finds him some Dalton Schultz, blindsides him, by the way, knocks him to the ground.
I got to find me some Dalton Schultz.
And a little bit more of a fight ensues, or a little bit more of a scrum ensues. We haven't heard from Figgy on this. Figgy wasn't in with us at that point. 24 hours later, now that we've had time to digest it, Figgy, what was your reaction to the fight, man?
I love it, man. I think I love it for the simple fact that it was coming from Stingley. Now, if it was somebody else, I'd probably be like, hey, get your ass back to the other, man. Come on. But just to see that fire in Stingley, because I seen the scrum. I was sitting right there. I just wasn't on the air with y'all, but I was right there. I seen the scrum. I'm thinking like, oh, ain't no big deal. And then I just seen a guy come out of nowhere, just shove Dalton Schultz. And I'm like, whoa, that's Stingley? So it was kind of like a shot. It's kind of like waking up the quiet dude and see him actually put hands on somebody. It's like, whoa, that was Stingley. Yeah. Like, Stingley need this type of year. He need an all-pro year this year. And if he going to bring that nastiness to other teams, I don't want to see it on teammates no more, but if he can bring this nastiness to the season, he's an all-pro for sure. I need to see that. I needed to see that from Stingley. Maybe not. I don't want to see a punch to the head and nothing like that. I don't want nobody to get hurt. But I need to see some nastiness from Stingley, man.
See, y'all, the part of it that surprised me, and I'm curious if y'all view it the same way. I thought of Stingley more so as a no back down type of guy. Like, I think from Baton Rouge, LSU guy, I'd never questioned his toughness or even his willingness to get involved in a scrap.
Yeah.
The extra part that surprised me that I would not have guessed was that he would be, dare I say, instigator.
Yeah.
Right? Because once the fight seems to be over and you go out of your way to bring it back, to run it back, as we say, that spills over into not just stay ready, but instigate.
Let me ask you about this since we're here. Let's say it was a throwdown. Let's say everybody backed off, and it was a throwdown. Stingley and Schultz. Every instinct that I have tells me Stingley, because you don't ever mess with the quiet dudes. The dudes that don't say anything, that are just all about, as they say, that business, those are some bad dudes. He's a dude that has, obviously LSU, he's probably been in a few scrapes. Every instinct I say, he's put together pretty damn well, says Stingley. But the more I think about it, I'm like, man, did you see that look on Dalton Schultz's face?
Well, I think Dalton Schultz definitely has
he's got it in him.
He's clearly got the size.
He's got it in him.
And I'm pretty sure he's got
a big MF.
Yeah,
he's 6'5", 250, whatever.
He's got the size and strength advantage. But I've said this about people from New Orleans, and I understand that Derek Stingley's from Baton Rouge, but I'm going to go ahead and extend it to Baton Rouge in this case as well. Not everybody from there is a gangster or anything like that. None of them are afraid. Like, I've yet to meet anybody from New Orleans or Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Again, not necessarily like gonna be the one to instigate, but none of them I've met are afraid or are people that you want to
mess with,
to scrap with. No.
Yeah, like I said, I love it, man. I think this is the perfect year for Stingley to go out like that. I hope he don't instigate no fights and nothing like that, but stand your ground, man. Show everybody he's number one.
We're just playing a game here. I'm with you. My head tells me, oh, Stingley. Dude, that was He's a big dude, and he was coming at him afterward.
Oh yeah, and when it was over with, was still shouting, talking his ish, if you will. Yeah, no, I'm not
downplaying.
No, I'm not ruling out Dalton Schultz at all.
And the funny thing is, like, even seeing Dalton Schultz go back at him, to me, it got me super excited. Like, man, this team is nasty now.
Yeah.
Because a couple years ago, I don't think this would have happened. This year, you got a lot of nasty dudes on this team, man. And, like, the days of the Texans being a whipping boy and just laying down for anybody, those days are over.
Yeah.
So I think this is a new identity on this team.
Well, and this was my main takeaway from it in terms of, like, just who was in the right. Like, I thought Dalton Schultz was on the right side of history.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
he just said, hey, man, back off, or whatever he said.
To go up and say, look, we're not going to do this.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to
Which is what D'Amico wants.
Yeah, we're not going to take senseless shots at our teammates. This is certainly not Stephon Diggs, right? Like, we're just not going to do that. So, Jimmy, I know you laid me out last year. I know me and you got history going back to our Cowboys versus 49ers days, but today, it ain't gonna be. And so I thought he was in the right to step up and say something. Now, what was said exactly and how it, transpired after that, I don't know what triggered Stingley to go and take the blindsided cheap shot. But I didn't mind the energy of it outside of the fact that he blindsided my guy. I didn't necessarily love that. But hey, man, look, it's training camp. One of my predictions was that we were going to see a fight. I didn't pick the right characters, but I was fully anticipating that we would see something like this happen. So interesting times out there.
How did y'all feel about CJ trying to get in the scuffle and trying to?
Well, he wasn't necessarily trying. He was in it by default.
Yeah.
He kind of jogged up there because it was down the field, but I think he was jogging up to kind of spike the ball or whatever.
It was leadership.
The first thing I thought about, I'm like, this is a Cali dude. I'm like, what are he trying to
we know
he
better.
Trying to kick some feet or whatever that term is, squabble. Like, that's the first thing I said. I'm like, what are you trying to squabble?
I did have eyes on Will Anderson and CJ Stroud as like the clear leaders and future of the squad.
Yeah.
I did have clear eyes on both of them, and you could tell that they were trying to be the peacemakers in all of it and, trying to break it up. You prefer, like, if anybody's going to go in there and be a physical enforcer, you don't want this guy to get hurt either, but you prefer out of the two, it obviously be Will Anderson.
Yeah.
All right, so, like, you step in there. But I like that. I want to see that type of – I would say this. I like that even more than the fight itself. Like, that they were showing leadership and, at least, like, trying to be involved. Like C.J. Stroud, for example, knew not to be in the scrum, but also knew, hey, Dalton Schultz might be crazy.
Yeah.
So let me get over here to Dalton Schultz and talk him down a little bit.
Yeah.
So I appreciated all of that. The players with the most to prove at Texans training camp, how are they looking? I've got a list of 4 names. There could be more that y'all are interested in, but I know these 4 specifically. Let's break them down for a second.
Yeah.
Kenyon Green. Lopez, this is your Aggie mate, your fellow Aggie, and a Tascasitan, if you will, at the time.
Yeah.
When he was there, you were living there.
Shout out to the Eagles.
Kenyon Green, are we feeling better about Kenyon Green than we did going into training camp now that we've seen 6 practices with a day off here today?
Okay, so the reality is exactly what I said before training camp even began. We're not going to know, not even once the season begins, we're not going to know about this offensive line until 4 or 5 games into the regular season. We got to see it consistently when the stakes are high and things matter, and he backs up one game with another game, because he's had the occasional moments, and then he either gets hurt or gets knocked on his butt. So the reality is that. But given that all we have to judge Kenyon Green on right now is 6 practices, I think he's been pretty good. And that's not necessarily, a glowing endorsement, but I'm also not torching him. Like, I think he's been pretty good. It hasn't been like, oh my gosh, one way or the other.
So my semi-simmering take on Kenyon Green is if he can just be Shaq Mason in the sense that we never talk about him.
Yeah.
We never discuss them.
Mm-hmm.
And why is that? Because if a guard is doing his job, okay, if he's just doing his job, unless we want to really football nerd out about a pancake block here or whatever the case may be, like those will come up.
Yeah.
But if a guard is just doing his job and not being a liability or not being hurt all the damn time or whatever the case is with that it has been with Kenyon Green, if those things aren't happening, we shouldn't really have to talk about him much. And I think it is a good sign that Kenyon Green, outside of the predetermined talking point that he is, has not been much of a talking point.
No,
because he hasn't been getting beat. He hasn't been a noticeable issue.
Yeah.
And at times, I know John Harris was mentioning this in some of his notes, and he takes like some of the best notes that you'll find out at camp, like noticing that the interior of this line between Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, like we're talking about a tandem here of a question mark on the interior. Juice Scruggs is just somebody that, you know, had to fill in the position that's not the one he plays, whereas Kenyon Green wasn't playing at all. But both of them are kind of like, for all intents and purposes, new, right?
Yeah.
Like under this system, playing center with Juice Scruggs, and then Kenyon Green obviously not playing at all last year. So, like, there have been moments where they've looked good as a tandem, and then I would say overall they just have not been a liability, and that in and of itself, I think Lopez is a victory.
You don't want to see him highlighted on Sunday Night Football. Look at how good he got this block and went to the second level and then ran down the field and blocked for Joe Mixon down. No, you don't want him to be like the superstar. You don't expect that, but just be serviceable and reliable.
I appreciated what Nick Caserio had to say about Kenyon Green when he was on with Payne and Pendergast the other day. This was really good stuff. I thought it was candid and honest from the Texans general manager. Listen to this after Sean and Seth asked him about what he's seen from Kenyon Green so far at training camp.
Yeah, I think you just have to have honest, candid conversations, and sometimes the conversations are difficult. I mean, the reality is, okay, you're injured, like you can't control that, but you can't control how you respond to it. And quite frankly, you need to be better. Like, you need to be better with everything. So sometimes you just have to challenge and press players, and then you got to see how they respond. Because ultimately, how people respond when they're put in adverse situations is a true test of who they are as a human being. So I would say there was a period there was probably really difficult. 2 years, there's been a lot of peaks and valleys, ups and downs. Now I'm not playing football this year. All right, what are the things that I actually can control? Well, once I'm healthy enough to start training, attack the training. All right, then when the off-season program starts, make sure you're prepared for the start of the off-season program, and let's have a great off-season. So I think, and he's done a great job, and he was a young kid when we drafted him. I would say similar, but different, but Brevin Jordan's another example too. We haven't talked much about Brev, but when we drafted Brev was one of the youngest players in the draft, and he went through some ups and downs his rookie year and his second year. It's just sometimes it takes a little bit longer for guys to understand the demands of their job, what goes into it. And the reality is you're going to probably have more struggles than you are success, and how you handle that and how you respond to it. But KG's had a great attitude. He understands he's going to have to earn his opportunity with his performance. Everything is earned here. It doesn't matter who you are, where you were drafted. Quite frankly, we don't really care. Ultimately, you're going to be judged on how you perform on the field, and everybody's held to that same standard.
I appreciated that, Lopez.
That's about as good as you can get from the general manager.
Think about it. He says the part that we already understand, you can't control injuries, but what you can control, and then what does he follow that up with? You've got to be better.
Yeah.
So that's Nick Caserio not using Kenyon Green's injuries as an excuse for his failures up to this point. That's him saying, he's been injured, but up until this point, up until this training camp of the year that we gave him off, to get his body and his mind right, he had not necessarily responded to the parts that he can't control. He hadn't responded to those properly or in kind, in the right way.
Yeah.
And, to me, that's an admission of that. And also, I think, to Kenyon Green's credit on his part, I think he had to look himself in the mirror and actually do that to, quite frankly, save his career.
First of all, that's about as candid and insightful as you can get from any general manager, much less Nick Caserio. And secondly, we're seeing it, and he's been good. He hadn't been great. He hadn't been bad. He's been good. But the one thing he noted there, and you have to realize this, Kenyon Green is 23 years old. He's 23 right now.
Man.
In his third year.
Okay. Preaching to the choir.
Right?
I've tried to, and I don't know how much this has necessarily like resonated whenever I've made the point, but I've tried to make this point. Kenyon Green, I thought this was a good job by Caserio comparing him to Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
And the just the age thing. Like, they came into the league really young.
They were babies.
With Brevin Jordan, you could tell in his interviews, like Brevin Jordan is a fun hang and interview, like to talk to. But there is a childlikeness to him whenever you talk to him that is like, it's charming because you're like, oh, man, I remember when I was that young and when I talked like that. It's like talking to a kid, especially his rookie year. With Kenyon Green, who was a little bit more soft-spoken, it was more so, oh, he's doughy.
Yeah.
He's just a big old, like a big, strong kid, but like hasn't grown into his body, probably isn't as mature as you would like for him to be, considering the investment
well, you could
that's
tell
in him.
because of the way he was looking and acting and everything else.
It just, it was not, you could argue that he was not ready. You know, he was not ready physically. He was not ready probably mentally and professionally, and that it just took a little bit of growing up.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't want to hear that with the first round pick or the guy
and
that
it is
you
the
use
NFL.
the first round
we
pick on.
get it.
It's reality.
You better grow up, you know, or he will get cut. You will get cut. But nevertheless, that's separate from the dude was just, like you said, he's always been the big kid that could just dominate. Middle school, high school, college. Well, that ain't the case here, man.
Yeah.
And so he needed to learn that.
100%. Let's pick this up after the break. The Texans Redemption Tour, the players with the most approved at training camp. How are they looking? We got a few more for you. That's next on In the Loop.
Sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
The Texans Redemption Tour, man.
Yeah.
We got a few candidates. We talked about Kenyon Green in the last segment. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. What about Dameon Pierce?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that is one, and we were hitting on this earlier. We were talking about the running back group, and I think it was Figgy talking about, hey, man, I don't know. This running back room, kind of iffy, especially if Joe Mixon is going to be banged up or if you're going to have questions about him. Dameon Pierce, I feel like, is somebody that the Texans are going to have to rely on one way or another.
Yeah.
And we're hoping it's not in the way that they had to rely on him previously, or like, God forbid, something's wrong with Joe Mixon or you can't stay healthy. Just to say it's like a Jimmy Ward type of situation from last year where you bring in this veteran that you're really excited about.
Yeah.
But, hey, you just – whatever reason, he's just nicked up the whole year and he's not able to play to his full potential. Then you're looking at Dameon Pierce, and it can't look like the way it looked last year. It's got to look a lot closer to the way it looked like when he was a rookie, and honestly, the way it's looked so far at training camp. How do y'all feel about what you've seen from Dameon Pierce through 6 practices at Texans Training Camp?
All right, so it's hard not to like what he's been doing. I mean, we haven't seen any big bold runs or anything like that. But what I do like about Dameon Pierce is we've seen it before. We know it's in there somewhere. We know that he can be a good running back in the NFL and make important plays. It's just a matter of the 5 or 6 inches between your ears. Is he going to grasp this offense? And then the second thing is he. I'll put it this way: I kind of feel about the running back position the way I do about the quarterback position in this sense. Like if Joe Mixon is healthy, 14, 15 games, whatever it is, I think you're good. I think he's going to have a big workload. I think he's going to be the clear number one, et cetera. But if he goes down for 2 or 3 games, kind of like if CJ, so you need a guy that can carry you for 2 or 3 games with a big workload. Is Dameon Pierce that guy yet? I mean, let's just be honest. We don't know. You can't know right now.
Yeah, there's no way to know right now.
Yeah.
And also, if he's not, does that handicap you in the sense of now you're not nearly the balanced type of team that you were striving to be?
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are going to roll their eyes at that because they're going to say, look, you got C.J. Stroud, you added Stephon Diggs. We learned that Nico Collins is a number 1 type of receiver. We think Tank Dell has that kind of potential in him too. Like, to hell with this running the ball thing. Forget being a balanced offense.
You're looking at one.
Go ahead and go out there and just do your thing. I get it. But to me, it helps to at least have that threat. And if you don't have it at all, there's only but so much that you're going to be able to do as a prolific passing team without even having the threat of running the ball. What about you, Figgy? How are you feeling about Dameon Pierce so far? Are you feeling at least better about – I know you're not feeling as good about the running back position as a whole, especially with the situation with Mixon. But what about, like, Pierce specifically? Have you felt better just from watching him so far?
Yeah, I feel better, and honestly, I'm kind of trusting him a little more. I'm like, man, he know he had a rough year last year, and I felt like he came into camp looking better. So I'm not sure if that's going to translate to the field in actual games, but I do feel better about him being the second guy, but I'm just nervous about these running backs getting dinged up and relying on one running back, man. I'm a big fan of the running back committee. I feel like we need a couple more guys that are actually good.
Why those rookies are going to be important.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm just a little nervous about that because I don't want to get to a game to week 3, week 4, and Dameon Pierce is the workhorse. I think that's a bad sign.
And I'm not there yet. Like Figgy said, I feel better. I can't say that I feel better about the running back position yet. I just can't say that. I'm not there yet. And part of it is what they're showing us. Like, Joe Mixon has missed some practices, but he's their guy. It's not going to be a big deal, according to D'Amico Ryans. And it means something that Agumbawale is getting some first-team reps. I don't know what it means, but it means something. Maybe they're just putting pressure on Dameon Pierce. Maybe they want to make him, realize this is a competition or whatever. but it means something.
It seemed like they trust him a lot more, even last season, man. Because I think it was always a thing about the pass blocking. Remember that was a thing. They obviously trust him more pass blocking and running the ball than they did Dameon Pierce at one point.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this: I'm not gonna say it doesn't mean anything, but if it does, I am very concerned.
That's why I said I'm not there yet.
Well,
with Dameon, I'm pulling for him.
Not just not there yet, but I am in another direction. I am on the opposite side of the ledger here. If there is more to that, the Dari more reps or first team reps, and it's no disrespect to I think Dari has a tremendous value to this team. To me, it's just not as the second back. Okay, maybe the third, or maybe some change of pace, give a guy a breather here or there. And again, he's a reliable dude, in terms of pass coverage and just knowing what to do out there. A veteran now. But if he's going to have a prominent role of any kind in the run game, I don't know how good I feel about it. I do know. I do not feel good about that. Let me just say that definitively. But Nick Caserio, Payne and Pendergast, they asked him about Dameon Pierce. What was the adjustment that he needed to make? What kind of offseason did he need to have in order to make good on the things that he talked about last year at the Texans postgame show? Y'all remember when he had that kickoff return for a touchdown, and he was very candid in the postgame show about there needing to be an offseason for him to make the adjustments that he needed to make. That was what was required for him to take that step. This was Nick Caserio on Dameon Pierce taking that next step.
Just having a clear headspace and kind of clearing your mind and kind of starting from scratch and refreshing. He trained very hard. He had a good attitude. He got himself in good condition. I really don't want to get into the depths and the detail, but I would say he was dealing with more than maybe people realize, and sometimes that affects maybe how you perform and play because you have a lot of things going on. And there were times where he probably pressed and he put maybe some undue pressure on himself. So when you take it holistically, everything into consideration, there were some ups and downs, and the way he handled it, honestly, was very mature. So he's in a lot better space. He's had a really good spring. He's popped some runs here in practice, and you're starting to see some of the things that you saw, that we saw at Florida, that you saw as a rookie. And he had some good plays last year. I think the good plays sometimes get drowned out by some of the negative plays, and then everybody those get sort of accentuated a little bit more than they should. So, again, great kid, great attitude. He's going to help our football team, and we're glad he's here.
Yeah, so that I thought was revealing because, we're not in their personal lives and we don't know everything. And everybody's got a story. Everybody's got something going on behind the scenes that we don't necessarily talk about. So, you hear Nick Caserio say that now he's in a better headspace. So whatever that was, perhaps that season is over with. That, when you had your peaks and valleys, maybe that valley is over with. And you like to think that if he's in a better headspace, he's got more experience in the system, that would result in him being a more productive player.
They're not taking any pressure off of him. You could hear it there from what Nick Caserio was saying. You can see it on the field.
They need him.
They need him.
How can they? Yeah. They went out and got – I thought the way that they took – the best way that they could take pressure off of him was going out to get Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
That was the best that they could do because otherwise they need him.
But okay, couple that, how they approach Dameon Pierce and what they're saying about Dameon Pierce and how they're using Dameon Pierce and Agumbawale with how they're treating Jalen Petrie.
So that's the next one.
Because I've got something that I think you can compare and contrast what's going on with Jalen Petrie versus Dameon Pierce. Because the question here is players with the most to prove. Jalen Petrie has just as much, if not more, to prove than Dameon Pierce. Flat out.
I would agree with that.
Right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. But they are he's our guy. It didn't work at safety. So he's not even playing safety anymore. He's our nickel. He's our up next to the line, close to the line guy. So it's almost like they're force feeding us, and maybe he's proving it, in the offseason program and all that. But they clearly love Jalen Petrie. They love him. I don't know if he's a teacher's pet. Call it what you want. But they're treating Jalen Petrie publicly and from what we've seen differently than Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah. I think that. So I disagree that he's just straight up their nickel. Obviously, we've watched him play nickel.
He's with the first team.
And he's with the first team. I understand that, which is that might be its own thing to look at because it's okay, Jalen Petrie had his struggles at safety to the point where they've decided it's better to move him.
He was unplayable.
Well, and now they've moved him to nickel.
Yeah.
But they also still have Des King on the roster who really, by all accounts, is a pretty damn good nickel and just a good football player overall. So, like, I've got a hard time. I like the idea of Jalen Petrie at nickel.
Oh, I'm interested.
And I'm very interested.
Yeah.
But honestly, Lopez, I've got a tough time believing that he is a better option there.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Than Desmond King
They're
is.
like, oh, no, he's our guy.
Or better option there than, like I said, that's, again, I don't know. What we've seen at training camp, I understand why you're saying that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm going to completely buy into that until I actually see it play out in games because I've seen better options there. Like, I would think their crew of actual cornerbacks plus the nickel cornerback returning in Desmond King would all be better options or possible better options than Jalen Petrie. I don't know what you think, Figgy, when you see Jalen Petrie out there in the nickel. How do you feel about him 6 practices in?
I feel like they trying to find a role for him. It kind of remind me of somebody that's back on the team now, Lonnie Johnson. It kind of remind me of Lonnie Johnson a little bit. How, remember, he started off as a corner, and then the next year, Lovey said he was a safety, he was just all over the place, man. Yeah. I feel like I don't think it's that bad, but because I still think Petrie could play. But I feel like they trying to move him around, and to me, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm glad that Figgy mentioned Lonnie Johnson. Go back and look at those videos from the fight yesterday, and see if you recognize who number 32 is, because I didn't at the time in the moment, and in my reviewing of the video. Checking the film.
Oh, I watched it a lot.
And checking the film, I was like, man, 32 is rowdy. He looks like he's ready to fight. Who is that?
Yeah.
I checked the roster, and it's one Gary, Indiana's own, Lonnie Johnson Jr., who, if you know anything about Gary, Indiana.
Don't sleep on Gary.
Oh, I was going to say
don't sleep on Gary,
They have not met a fight that they weren't willing to have.
There's a reason why Michael Jackson is a G.
Yeah.
Hey,
I was going to say the same thing.
He's a gang member.
There is a reason why my father fled there and came here to build a life for himself. Where my dad is from, Gary, Indiana.
Yeah.
And, the best thing he could do was find another place to live. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig, holding it down. Coming up next, the Astros won yesterday. We played the hits on In the Loop.
Our guys on
whiskey. Savor responsibly.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Houston Astros avoid the sweep of the worst team in the division, the Oakland A's, yesterday. Pick up the win. Their bats have been pretty quiet over the last week or so. They woke up yesterday, finally avoid the sweep. And also, mentioned this earlier, had Baseball Spo in, got a little favor and within the division, and now they hold the sole lead in the AL West. Lopez, do you feel better or any good, or I should say any better about the Astros with them saving this sweep?
Well, yeah, well, for sure on that. I mean, I thought
because 2 out of 3 in this case, I feel like still is not good.
No, it's not great, but you feel better. I just feel like we're getting into, and it feels like we've said this 2 or 3 times already, and they were important. But I feel like this is a real sort of pivotal stretch here. You got the trade deadline in 5 days, so it's happening, people. We'll see how they can bolster the pitching staff, and maybe beyond that. You got a couple of guys starting to throw a little more seriously, reportedly, in Verlander and Garcia. So there's another element that's making this whole little week to 2 week stretch more important. You got good squads coming in. I mean, good squads coming in, starting tomorrow with the Dodgers, and then Paul Skeens and the Pirates, who are playing really good baseball. Skeens is worth the price of admission, you know, by himself. And then you got the Rangers, and that's the fourth element. Dude, we buried the Rangers. Like, they were done.
Well, we were so busy looking up that we didn't feel like we needed to look back.
And they were further behind the Astros.
Well, yeah, and
now they're not.
When you're doing the chasing,
yeah,
it is harder to look at the team that's chasing you.
And they're getting guys healthy.
Yeah. No, they're an issue.
So they're only 3 games back, man. And this is a really, crucial, highly entertaining week or two for the Astros that we're in the midst of.
So again, the Astros win 8-1 over the Oakland A's yesterday. Hunter Brown really good. The bats come alive, and oh, by the way, the Angels do you a favor and beat the Seattle Mariners 2-1 to put you in sole possession of the AL West lead. That is a good thing. Also, I saw this on the internet. Alperen Sengun's birthday is today, age 22. We had Adam Spillane in here earlier. He should probably be in here for this moment because I'd love to see him go off on this. But I just want to ask a simple question. And it's based off of Adam Spillane's rage from last week about Evan Mobley getting paid. I was watching that when y'all were doing that segment. I'm like, go get him, Adam. Hey, y'all let Spo cook. ISO Spo.
Let Spo cook.
ISO Spo. Get Spo down in the post.
Yeah.
Feed that man.
Yeah.
Would you pay Alperen Sengun a max contract? Would you do it?
Me or the Rockets is the question. And you mentioned
because the Rockets clearly aren't right now.
Right.
They are doing a wait and see. What would you do if I'm holding your feet to the fire? I don't like the whole gun to your head thing because I just don't like the imagery.
Yeah.
But your feet to the
Me
feet,
neither.
Yeah, I never like that either.
Yeah, man, because I'm not going to ever put no gun to your head.
That's like a popular phrase in sports talk, too.
No, man.
Gun to head.
Yeah.
No, metaphorically, feet to the fire.
I mean, feet to the fire is no picnic, but I'll prefer that.
Yeah, but you can tell the metaphor, right? Like
that.
gun to the head sounds way too like, wait a minute.
I roll with some burnt feet.
Have you thought about this? This whole gun to the head thing? But seriously, Alperen Sengun, would you do it?
You mentioned Surly Spo, and he had the point of no. Like, you don't see enough that they actually played a more entertaining game, a more offensive-minded game when he was out. I'm telling you, man, I would. I think that's the wave of the future for winning in the NBA, as having a guy that can do all the things that Sengun does. Running things through him. Look at the most successful teams in the NBA right now. They have a guy like that, right? Obviously, the ultimate example is Jokic, but there are guys that can do those types of things.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm still not sure how he compares to those guys. Like,
no,
if he's
and I'm
necessarily
not making that comparison, but that's the template.
But I think it is still worth noting, and this is why I even put this in here. It's his 22nd birthday.
Yeah.
He's a kid. You know what I mean? Like, effectively a kid. 22nd birthday. he's not one of those guys right now. But based off of what you've seen from him, what he was able to pull off before he got injured last year, I think because he got injured last year, it was, and maybe not for the hardest of like Rockets fans, but it was easy to forget what he did to Victor Wembanyama when the Spurs came here. I was there that night when he basically put dude in a blender. And Victor Wembanyama, I understand, skinny as hell, a rookie, but that was an all-NBA defender on site. Like immediately. As soon as dude got in the NBA, he was all-NBA defender, and that ended up playing itself out in him being named to the all-NBA defensive team. But Alperen Sengun was his daddy that night, and that is what we're talking about, that level of player. And he followed that up with another really good performance, I think, against the Clippers, if I'm not mistaken. He is a good player. He, to me, if Evan Mobley, going back to Spo's rant, if Evan Mobley is a max contract dude, if that dude is getting a second contract, damn it, Alperen Sengun is a max contract dude.
No,
just flat out.
I agree.
100%. Speaking of the NBA, it's a little disappointed to find out because they're giving me hope. TNT did. I thought we were going to get the NBA on TNT, but I am not. So I'm disappointed that we're no longer going to have TNT or NBA on TNT after next year. I am excited about getting it back on NBC. I am excited about watching it on Amazon Prime because I'm one of those people who's got all the streaming services. So you're not going to be able to put sports on a streaming service that I'm not going to have or find.
Oh, yeah.
So can we go? Let's go. Like, this is my childhood, baby.
Yeah.
This is the rare moments when I like Bob Costas. This is Tom Tolbert. This is Hannah Storm. Ahmad Rashad.
Kobe.
Marv Albert.
All of them.
Right now, I'm in my mind, I'm looking at Jordan just doing a whoop. It just went in.
Ewing.
Yes.
Running down the court.
Reggie Miller.
Dude. Makes me think about what? The 90s Rockets. Hakeem Olajuwon. Clyde Drexler. Who, by the way, is...
Oh, we'll get to that.
What is going on with Clyde? We don't talk about Clyde letting these people sell his Olympic gold. Don't do that, dog.
Yeah, no, don't do that. And by the way, during the Olympics, they're going to play this. They just announced it today. They're going to use this theme for the NBA Olympics on NBC.
So I don't know if you're tapped into this, Lopez, but I'm going to disappoint you with some news here.
They're not?
No, they are.
Yeah.
But this music has been used and is being used still constantly.
FS1.
Oh, no, yes.
FS1 has been,
it doesn't hit the
for
same,
college
though.
basketball.
I gotta
say,
doesn't hit the same.
No.
Doesn't hit.
It don't hit at all.
At all.
At all.
At all. Matter of fact, it hurts.
It's Maldonado hit.
Yeah, it hits the other way. Like it's like, ow, wait a minute. Why are you taunting me or teasing me with this nostalgic music, with this what even conference is it that they play on the FS1? Sorry, whatever conference like DePaul plays in.
Yeah, ACC.
Big East. Sorry.
Big East.
The Big East that's not the Big East that we grew up with now. Like, sorry, that conference, but y'all don't deserve the NBA on NBC music.
But it's going to be cool. Now, and Figgy brought up a really good question. The intro, the video is as awesome. Well, nothing's as awesome as the music, but the video is almost as awesome as the music back in the 90s.
From the beginning, started out by drawing the peacock. I started, look at that the peacock. I'm into the whole thing.
So
and then they produced the video. Oh, man.
They got to do that with Durant. Are they going to use the same players or the old players? They got to use these players. It's going to be Durant. It's going to be
Curry,
Davis,
LeBron,
Curry.
Maybe it's just a longer video or punchier.
I ain't gonna lie. I think they had Paul George in there. I start rolling my eyes when I see Paul George. I'm like, man, I want to see Paul George linked up with this legendary music.
But I kind of do. Yeah,
man.
Biggie, you know that Paul George. Maybe you don't know, but let me just tell you. Paul George is your favorite basketball player's favorite basketball player.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
It's, to me, this is like a hipster thing, man, where it's just like, I ain't going to say the LeBrons or the Currys. I'm going to go deep in the sticks and use Paul George. This is the perfect person I want to, have my game like.
See, the issue is Paul George, I don't think was ever a top 5 player in the NBA. And maybe at his best, he was top 10.
Yeah.
But he is, just his game itself, he is kind of the perfect basketball player, man. He's just
Yeah.
not as great as the greatest.
I think the
as the great
perfect
ones.
height. He can shoot. He can defend. All that stuff.
Do anything.
Mhm.
There's
Yeah.
nothing on the floor that he can't do.
Yeah.
And so I think basketball players just appreciate
I think
that
it's
part
going
of
to
his
make the
game.
Olympic experience that much better.
I'm here for it,
Yeah.
especially kind of the background with him
Yeah.
snapping his leg at the Olympics,
Yeah.
or in,
Oh,
in
yeah.
the,
Yeah.
you know, however many years ago that was. Like I'm here for that. But
I don't know if y'all seen this, but is Mike Tirico going there too?
this is what I was about to mention.
I wasn't sure if it's fake news or not. But.
So the Athletic reported this yesterday that Mike Tirico works at NBC, so this makes sense. I mean, he's probably their top guy. So Mike Tirico is expected to return to the NBA and become the top voice for NBC's coverage of the NBA. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'm not the biggest Mike Tirico fan. He's kind of got a little Paul George in him to me. Like, he's not the greatest broadcaster ever, but I don't think he's got any flaws broadcasting. He's just not, to me, the greatest. But if you give me Mike Tirico, NBA on NBC, I'll take that over what I was getting with this ESPN crew. No disrespect to Mike Breen, but give me
You
Mike
hear
Tirico.
no Doris Burke.
I think I was
JJ Redick.
I think I was more annoyed by JJ Redick, but just as a combo, wasn't for me.
I'm glad you brought this up because Mike Tirico, and I used to be, a huge fan of like some of the greats in broadcasting. Mike Tirico is kind of the modern day Brent Musburger. Like, when you may not think, like, I was a big fan of Brent Musburger early on, then he just faded and I'm out. But when you saw Brent Musburger on the screen, you knew that was a big ass event.
Yeah.
Mike Tirico has covered the Masters, the NFL playoffs, obviously, the World Cup, Wimbledon, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, all of it.
The British Open, the Olympics. He may not be the greatest ever, but when you see Mike Tirico on your screen, like back in the day with Brent Musburger, that's a big-ass event.
And seamless, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even like he's better at one than the other, or he's got like a weak spot, or like he covers each sport with the same level of competence, and I would even say like excellence. Like, it's just a quality broadcast no matter what sport he's covering.
So, I'm all about it.
Yeah, I'm a miss Kevin Harlan though, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's somebody I wish they can just. I know it's probably a little difficult because he do a lot of other stuff with other networks, but I wish they could make him go to NBC, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's a CBS and Turner guy, right? Like, he does the.
Yeah, that's why I don't think he could go to NBC because they got football and all that stuff too.
Those are the hits on In the Loop. Coming up next, are these positions of strength or weakness for the Texans? We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
Where does success on the field Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Is it a strength or a weakness? I'm going to give you a position for the Houston Texans, and you tell me if you think it is a position of strength or weakness. Brandon Scott here with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, on In the Loop, the Loopholes. Y'all can participate in this as well. 713-572-4610. That's the number to get in. You can text us. You can also participate in the chats on YouTube and Twitch. We want your feedback. Tell us, are these positions of strength or weakness?
Why are you giving us the hard ones
for the Texans?
It's like when you used to go to a pop quiz in high school, and you covered all this stuff. And you got a lot of it covered.
Look.
And the teacher does a pop quiz with only the hard questions.
Listen, we got
true or false.
Yeah, why are you coming with the hard stuff?
Nah, we waited until the noon segment to get here, and I feel like I've already cheated off y'all's paper a little bit. I feel like we've already spoken a little bit to some of these position groups, at least from some of y'all. I want to get a more, I guess, holistic picture, if you will, from all of us. Let's start with this one's for you, Lopez, because I know this one,
and it's a hard one.
From listening to you earlier, this one is one that you're not all that confident in just yet. The tight end group. I want to hear from everybody. Is the tight end position group one of strength or weakness for the Texans right now, where we sit after 6 practices of training camp?
All right, so here's how I'm going to look at all these, because these are great, and kudos to you for asking the 6 hard questions. Position of strength or weakness. I'm gonna judge it because we think this team is at minimum an AFC or a conference a contender, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to base my answers on that. For a conference contending team, is tight end a position of strength or weakness?
That is a interesting way to frame it.
It's a position of weakness. I like it. I like the possibilities. I think Dalton Schultz may take another step and really be a weapon with this offense. But I just haven't seen enough of Cade Stover, what we thought we might see in camp, and it's so early. So we're answering these, basically the 6th day of school. It's early. I don't know about Cotoriano, although I think he's been pretty damn impressive here and there. And Brevin Jordan's got a lot to prove. So, if we're saying, hey, Texans are going to be there, man, they're going to be a conference contender, I got to go weakness.
I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit here because I'm hearing everything that you're saying, Lopez. Yeah. And whether I'm right or whether you are is going to come down to, I think, how good is Cade Stover? Is Tegan Cotoriano somebody that you can rely on this year, whereas you haven't been able to in seasons past? Is he going to be somebody that actually contributes to the team on a consistent basis this year? What are the answers to those questions are going to help us understand whether it is a strength or a weakness? Which one of us is right? You're going weakness. I'm going to go out on a limb, maybe call it a leap of faith, and say that it is a position of strength for these reasons. I do feel good about Dalton Schultz at the top of it. If something happens to Dalton Schultz, all bets are off, okay? Let's just forget we had this conversation. But assuming Dalton Schultz is good, and okay, and is going to be out there playing, I like that at the top of it. And then past that, I do believe and anticipate. So there's some projection here. This is not necessarily based off. I do believe that Cade Stover is going to be somebody that they can rely on in different spots.
I kind of do too.
I like him as a project, as a prospect. I think Brevin Jordan and his role, if you increase that role or make it different, we're having a different conversation. But for the role that I think he's going to play, for the role that I think Cade Stover is going to play. And then I'd just be hope trafficking if I did the Tegan Cotoriano thing. We'll see about that. But I do believe in the pick that they made in Cade Stover. I do believe in the role that Brevin Jordan plays. And I like Dalton Schultz at the top of it. I'm going to go position of strength.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to go strength too. I think because them drafting Cade Stover, I felt like that kind of put some more competition in there. If they would have just ran it back with the same 3, then I would have been questioning a lot. But I think Cade Stover, it moves to position of strength for me. And I think he's going to show a lot this year, man. I think he's going to be a big difference this year. And if the other two, Brevin and Quentin, show a couple things, man, I think that's a great thing because that's the third or fourth tight end possibly. So I think I'm gonna say strength.
Yeah. So like going into camp, and maybe this is some confirmation bias or me just wanting to be right about how I felt pre-camp. But you tell me if I was wrong for this, Lopez. I was celebrating the fact that it felt like the Texans were taking the tight end position seriously and adequately addressing it in ways that I felt like they had failed to do so in previous years. Like even in the Nick Caserio era, honestly, and I don't think it's for a lack of trying.
Yeah.
I just don't think that they've done a good job at addressing the tight end room on a yearly basis.
And so my standard is, hey, if we set a standard, let's set that standard. Let's live by it.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I hear you. I don't know if necessarily to be a championship team.
No, you got to have at least two. No, probably three.
Oh, yeah, you need more than one tight end. You need tight ends, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know if they need to be on the level of some of the championship teams. Like, think about it. The teams that were in the Super Bowl had Travis Kelce and George Kittle. Well, there obviously isn't one of those on this team, but I think they can make it without it, if that makes sense. Like if they can get the proper contributions from each guy and each guy can start in their role for what it is, I do feel like it's a position of strength. It still is an if, though.
Yeah, I was just trying to think, like, what else could they done this offseason to bring in that second tight end?
No, I think they've done everything, Figgy.
Yeah,
I just don't feel real good yet.
Yeah, I think their guy is Schultz.
Yeah.
So I think everybody else coming in second place. I think if they can find somebody that could really contribute as the second tight end, and you got the third that's maybe like a Brevin Jordan or Quint, then I think that's a strength right there.
I mean, bringing back Schultz and drafting Cade Stover were the big moves at tight end over the offseason. Like, and we talked about this during free agency. Like, do you want to bring back Schultz? What do you want that contract to look like? Or would you rather somebody else? Do you think that'd be cheaper? And we had these discussions openly, right?
Yeah.
And I think we all agreed and decided that Dalton Schultz, if not the best free agent tight end option out there, was at least among them.
Yeah.
So you would take that. So I'm good with what they ended up doing. I understand what Lopez is saying, though. They still need to show it as a group to probably fully sell you on it. But I'm going to project a little bit here and say that it's a position of strength that I feel good about it. All right, what about running back? This is the one that Figgy already know doesn't feel as good about. We'll get to Figgy in just a second. But what about you, Lopez? Running back, position of strength or position of weakness for the Texans after 6 practices at training camp?
Even though I'm intrigued by the backup competition and who else might make this squad, to me this is an absolute strength. I mean, let's just look at the last 2 years. Like, Dameon Pierce, good job, rookie. What do you have, 900 and whatever yards it was?
Yeah, he would have had 1,000 if he hadn't gotten hurt at the end of the year.
And last year, you're mixing and matching with Singletary and Pierce. Dude, you got Joe Mixon, man. Like, you can't assume he's going to miss 5 games. I mean, he's probably going to get nicked up here and there. They all do. But if he plays the majority of this season, I really don't care who the backup is because I think he's going to get a big workload. Strength.
So, Lopez, Figgy, I'm going to go strength for now.
Yeah.
Because, and this is me not overreacting to the fact that Joe Mixon has only practiced twice at training camp.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like, because while I am worried and concerned about it, don't love it, like I don't think it's not a deal at all. I don't want to
overreact.
I don't want to overreact and make it sound like it's a catastrophe or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm going to put a pin in it because it is worth noting. It is worth monitoring. It is something to think about. Okay, you've brought in an older back. I want to say they gave him a little bump. Gave him a little bit, gave him some guaranteed money to kind of sweeten the deal, make him comfortable here.
Yeah.
I believe in Joe Mixon as a football player.
I do too.
But if there is any issue in terms of him being an aging player, I compared it earlier in the show to, like, what if it's kind of a Jimmy Ward type of situation where, hey, you like the acquisition, but he is an aging player, and maybe he's not able to play for you as consistently as you want him to in his first season. If that becomes an issue, my tune changes. But right now, while I'm not overreacting, I'm going to say with Joe Mixon at the top of that depth chart and Dameon Pierce factoring in somewhere and hoping that at least one of these rookies can be something for them.
I'm with you.
This is a position of strength for me as well. What about you, Ficky?
I gotta go weakness, man. I kind of look at this as like Lopez looked at the tight end position. Like, we got one guy, and that's cool. If we was playing man with no injuries, I would say strength because Joe Mixon ain't going nowhere. But like, if he miss a couple games, man, it could potentially go off the rails, man. Like, I don't know what Dameon Pierce is going to be on the field, and they didn't do anything outside of Joe Mixon to address the running back position. They didn't draft anybody. They didn't draft a Cade Stover to where you be like, oh, man, maybe he can be that person that eventually take the next step and step in afterwards or something like that. They just brung in Joe Mixon. Yeah. And we counting and hoping and praying on Dameon Pierce. And like you said, you brought up a couple rookies. That's not, to me, that's not a guarantee, man. I'm not for sure about that.
I was gonna say, Figgy, you don't sound too sold on Jawar Jordan and British Brooks.
I'm not, man. I would feel more comfortable if they traded for Mixon and if they brung in another free agent running back that would potentially push Pierce at some point. I would feel a little more comfortable about that, but we just brung in Mixon, man. That was pretty much it.
Well, so the one name that we have not brought up here is Cam Akers. And look, I'm not – just hold on a second.
I'm rolling with D'Amico on this.
I'm not trying to oversell Cam Akers. All I'm saying is I think that they see some of the same things that we see in terms of needing depth at that position. Yeah. Like we all feel good about Joe Mixon if he's out there. But we all understand, I think there's consensus, questions about the running backs on this team that are not named Joe Mixon, even if we all are internally rooting for Dameon Pierce because we like the dude.
Yeah, they're just kicking the tires on him. That's another we'll see.
Yeah, and look, I'm fine with that, but I wish they could have did that early on in free agency. Yeah. I mean, you get Mixon, that's good. He's RB1. But hey, let's get somebody else. Let's kick the tires of somebody else early on. Yeah. Let's not get a Cam Akers that I've totally forgot about.
Fair enough. I could not be mad at that. What about linebacker? I feel like we're going to be in
tough question.
I feel like we're going to be in different places on this.
Tough question.
Are we even going to be able to nail down a take here? Because linebacker is the most. Tell me if you agree with this. Is it not the most confusing position right now? Because Azeez Al-Shaair's out there, but Christian Harris has got this soft tissue injury that has limited him to no practices so far at training camp. And then beyond those two names, we can throw out Neville Hewitt, we can throw out Jake Hansen, we can throw out Henry Toa, but those are dudes that have been on the team already.
Yeah.
And it feels like there's a reason why we don't view them as big-time contributors at their position, maybe special teams, but not big-time contributors at their position. Where are y'all at on linebacker as a position of strength or weakness for the Texans right now?
Yeah, this could come back to haunt me, but I'm going to say strength, and there's a good reason for it.
All right, y'all. LeBron James meme with that briefcase. All right,
I'm not going to be here. The Magic Johnson. No, look, here's why. I'm going to take the same route with Christian Harris that you're taking with Joe Mixon. I'm going to assume it's not that big a deal. He'll be back. He'll be good. If that's the case, and linebackers get hurt a lot because of obviously the position. But you got two potential Pro Bowlers right there, man. Two. And then you start talking about the backups. I'm not sitting here, bragging about how good, Jake Hansen is or Neville Hewitt is or all that. But if you get, Azeez Al-Shaair is a bad dude. He is a bad dude. And I think he's going to have a big year with the Texans, especially coming from D'Amico's defense and playing for him and all that. Christian Harris, we all expect him to be a Pro Bowl type linebacker, flat out. That's a position of strength. That's a position of strength. And I don't care who the backups are. And they might not be done there yet, but you got two guys that you say they've been here. That's a good thing. They've been on this team. They've played on this defense. They've contributed. I'm going to say linebacker is a position of strength. And by the way, going into training camp, I thought it was the biggest weakness on the defense. Biggest question.
I'm stumped. I'm truly stumped. I'm going to admit this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you might have sold me on that there.
Yeah.
That's a nice job by you,
got
Lopez.
2 Pro Bowl. Thank you. You got potentially 2 Pro Bowlers in the middle. And then dudes that have played in this defense that can spell them.
For the sake of the segment, I'm going to still say it's a position of weakness because that's where I was going in the beginning. But I actually like the case that you made of, hey, at least those 2 guys at the top of it, you expect to be either borderline, close to elite, or at least very, very good for you.
Yeah.
To the point where whoever's behind them, unless they get hurt, obviously that's an issue.
Yeah.
But whoever's behind them, who cares? And I'll even add this about Neville Hewitt. Like, I got some concerns if he got to play extended snaps for you at linebacker. But similar to Azeez Al-Shaair being a badass as the middle linebacker, he's that Neville Hewitt that being a badass on special teams and, like, has that – like, he's a thumper.
Yeah.
He's a dude that is going to hit, like – go back and look at some of the hits that he had on special teams last year. Neville Hewitt is absolutely a dude there. I'm going to still go a position of weakness just because they don't have a lot of depth there.
Yeah.
If one of those guys is injured, which right now one of them is, it all of a sudden to me looks like a thin group, and that's why I can't call it a position of strength right now, even though you did a really nice sales job there, and I can appreciate that, but I'm going to still go weakness. What about you, Fig?
I'm going to have to agree with Lopez, man. I'm going to have to go strength, man. I think the 2 linebackers they do have, I think no question. I have no questions about them. Now, the other ones, I'm kind of hoping and praying. I'm kind of hoping on that D'Amico pixie dust that you like to say. I'm hoping maybe a Jake Hansen can maybe be. I don't want to compare him to Blake Cashman, but
or at least improve.
Yeah, maybe he could be that one guy that come out of nowhere and be like, damn, he actually pretty good. I ain't expect that from him. So I'm kind of looking at maybe Jake Hansen like that. Henry To'oTo'o, I have no idea what to expect from him. No, me neither.
I didn't even mention him because I have no idea.
I have no idea. That's at that point, that's where we lost.
Yeah.
We might be a little lost. But
I mean, on top of the fact that he's either Azeez Al-Shaair's backup or he's trying to reinvent himself in a whole nother different linebacker position. He's traditionally a Mike linebacker. He might have to play, on the strong side. He might have to play Sam. I don't think he's a will linebacker. I don't know. That's a good point. As I talk through it, I'm like, man, he might be a man without a country. The more I think about it. This position of strength or weakness is pretty good. Let's pick this back up in the 1 o'clock hour and do a couple of more. But coming up next, it is time for our lunchtime confessions on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Don't miss it.
Thirsty.
the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is time for the lunchtime confessions on In the Loop. Some of them are about sports, some of them not so much, but it is definitely the time where we let them hang a little bit lower. Lopez, kick us off.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we touched on this, and then it just kind of went away. I'm a little concerned, a little. I know they're gonna do their best to make it work. About the damn NRG roof not being fixed yet, man. Like, we talked about it, like, okay.
Well, you're going to be concerned for a little while.
Well, yeah.
Because it ain't about to be fixed.
Yeah, we said it could be, because Cal was talking about it could be all the way to the week 5 of the regular season that it's fully fixed. So here's what I started thinking about. I'm like, okay, if you open the roof, keep in mind the Texans have 2 home preseason games in August and 2 home games in September. So if you open the roof, it's going to be beating down on fans and players, by the way. Like, August preseason games, think about this. I don't care if it's at night. We know better than that in Houston. It's going to be hotter than hell.
I went to one. I went to one last year. Took my son and a couple other kids in the family.
Yeah.
We went to the Dolphins preseason game.
Yeah.
Hot as balls.
Yes. And then, okay, so let's say, well, let's close the roof and try to blast the AC. Dude, those are giant holes in the roof. We see them every day when we drive up there. So if you close the roof, it's going to be a sauna. I mean, it could be steamy in there. Like, I know they're working on it. Kudos to them. Hopefully this is not an issue. But, like, they're going to have 2 preseason games in August, 2 games in September with a hole in the roof. So what are you going to – it could be miserable.
Is there – and I'm asking this legitimately. Is there a major event at NRG before the preseason games?
Yes. Well, I don't know what it is, but he said they're going to see how it works. Didn't he say that?
Yeah. So because that's more my thing is if there is one – that would be a great trial.
Yeah, that's what he was kind of.
Sorry to whatever event that is. No disrespect
I'm
to
sure
you.
it's like a concert or a comedy show or something like that.
Let's let that be the guinea pig.
But man, I'm starting. And then, oh, by the way, we're just kind of at the start of hurricane season. Any more big storms? Knock on wood that there's not. With a roof that's already ripped apart, and you're not going to fix it till the 5th week of the regular season. That whole bleep could come off. That whole bleep could come off.
Come on, I'm glad you waited for confessions to do this, Lopez.
Why you got to be in a bad mood?
Why you got to be a buzzkill about the energy at NRG, which is going to be on
which is ironic, by the way, the energy at NRG. But anyway,
I saw
not a buzzkill, just like it's a confession. I'm starting to get a little worried about this.
Fix that damn roof,
It's going to be brutally hot.
Yeah, this
brutally.
No disrespect to your fence, but with this, we're not talking about Lopez's fence here. We're talking about the roof at the damn NRG stadium where the Texans play. Can y'all get to work?
Yeah.
Get to work.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I thought we were doing significant work this week while we were broadcasting live at the Houston Methodist Training Center.
You mean we weren't?
For Texans Training Camp. It felt like it. In the moment, it felt like it. Even in, like, when I reflect on it over the last few days, like what we've been doing, it feels significant, especially with the fans being out there.
Yeah.
They come out there on the first day of pads. The intensity ratchets up, and we're just having a good time. I feel like it's, like, important work.
Yeah.
And then I read about this bail bonds bust that happened the other day. And apparently, while we're over there at NRG broadcasting about the football game, on the other side of the complex, closer to NRG Park, you got a number of law enforcement agencies.
The FBI.
The FBI, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, the U.S. Attorney's Office, of course, is involved on some investigation into a bail bond scandal. And so basically what it was, they arrested at least 50 people, and the scheme was basically this bail bonds company was falsifying financial documents so they could secure these temporary releases for people who otherwise would not qualify for release. Apparently they had at least a dozen people released that were not supposed to be released or would not have qualified for said bond if they hadn't lied on the documents. And so this was a big enough operation for them to where they had to set up over at NRG Park and even do some of the processing for the people that they detained. And I'm like, what? That's going on in the same facility, basically?
FBI's got a sting working. We're out there watching practice, and the FBI's got a sting working.
Hey, I pull up, so I come through, I take Maine to Merworth.
Yeah.
I pull up Merworth these last couple of practices. Since people have been out there, the police actually are there to, instead, like normally we can just pull in. Well, now the police are there like it's game day to be like, yo.
What's your name?
What's your name? Who are you kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, cool. There's more people here. That must be the reason why. I ain't know the feds was watching. Didn't nobody tell me the feds were here? I thought these was just security guards.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Stand with the 4 hands, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
I was wondering.
I got to confess, man. Last couple of days been rougher than I thought, man.
Yeah.
Like, I know everybody who have a dog owner always kind of think about that day. Like, you know that eventually that day is going to happen where your fur baby will no longer be with you. Man, that day happened, and man, my wifey took it hard, man.
Dude, you know how we feel about it. And,
yeah, man. I was hurt hurt on you and your wife's behalf, man. Truly.
Yeah, salute to everybody that been. I got a bunch of calls, text messages, tweets, and all that stuff, and I appreciate everybody reaching out. But man, it was tough.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
It was the first time like me and my wife couldn't go to sleep that night because we had to go out to Katy to a vet place, and you know it was a long ride home, man. It was just like, man, no music could cure anything at this point. So, man, salute.
You know how we feel about this, man. All our hearts go out to you and your wife, and Stan was the man. I got to hang out with Stan a little bit.
Stan with the 4 hands.
He was the man. And I'll just say this before we move on. Like, the best thing about dogs and why it hurts so much and you grieve as much or more sometimes than even relatives is you are their entire life. Nothing else. Like, we all have a bunch of stuff going on, you know, etc. For your best friend, you are their entire world.
Yeah, and it just felt so weird because at the vet, I didn't stay during the process because I couldn't do that. But I did stay as they did put him to sleep. Like, he was just sleep. He instantly went to sleep, and I rubbed him a little bit. And that's when I walked out the office.
Man, you're going to make me cry.
Yeah, dude. On the way home, I just felt like, damn, let me go back and get him.
Yeah. No,
it just
and then
feels
the next day,
so
you
weird,
see his dog
man.
bowl, and then this and that, and all that stuff.
Yeah, got home. I seen his dog bowl there. I'm like, damn.
Yeah. I mean, it's family. Like, it's not even like an overstatement, man. And I could tell you, like, I didn't grow up a dog person. But once we did finally get a dog, that dog is family. Yeah. You know, and my dog is getting a little bit older too, Dominic. Like, it's one of those similar things. It's like, man, I dread this day that I know is coming.
I will say, as awful as it was, I right as they were giving Gibson his shot, I leaned down and he licked my whole face right before he died. So there is that. So I still hang my hat on that.
I did think of, after all of this, I did think about Clint Stoerner. I'm like, I ain't gonna tell him my dog passed. It's just a dog, Truth.
Clint gonna be like,
just a big deal.
I know you ain't crying.
Just a dog, Truth.
Get off your ass.
Another one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't know if I'm alone on this or if there are a lot of people or something in between that agree with me. So Southwest Airlines is making all kinds of news today. Because they are after 50 years, dude, they are doing away with the open seating. Remember, you get in line, this line, A, B, C, whatever.
Yep.
And it's a free for all.
Yep.
I mean, I have never liked it. I have never, ever.
You never liked that?
Ever liked open seating.
Man.
Never in a million years.
That's because you get to the airport late.
And
you just want your seat.
No, early, late, in between. I just think it's like they just let out the animals, you know, and everybody's like fighting and they're giving you looks like don't sit here, and all this other stuff. I've never liked it. Am I alone in? I've hated it, to be honest.
So I don't think I've given it that much thought, but I will say it depends on how big my traveling party is.
Yeah.
And honestly, like who you traveling with.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're traveling with somebody that you either would prefer to sit next to or feel like you need to be sitting next to.
But the people on the plane, it's like elbows out, man, and they're like,
no, that's what I'm saying,
giving you dirty looks.
That's the reason why I'm saying I'm with you here on this. It's like, hey, let me sit with the people that I'm buying this ticket with, or that I'm going on this trip. Because the lack of assigned seating,
you might have one seat here and three over there, or whatever.
Yeah, it separates your party.
Yeah.
Which for some people is cool, it's fine, it's okay. And then for others, it's not. Like I remember the last time I traveled, who I was traveling with, it was fine if we were separated. Another lady that was on the plane, she was traveling with her elderly parents, and they were a little bit behind her.
Exactly.
She was trying to save a seat for them, but people were being kind of rude about whether you could save one. She's like, well, my parents are on their way, and they're old. You know what I mean? And I want to sit with them.
Yeah.
And I thought that was reasonable. So, yeah, I'm with you. If she had assigned seating, that wouldn't have been an issue.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I'm with you there. Those are your lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up next, cap or no cap? That means for you geezers out there, is it a lie or is it not? That's coming up next on In the Loop.
Nick Caserio
WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Cap or no cap? Is it a lie or is it not? Lopez gives us a sentence, a statement, a thought, and we respond with whether it's a lie or not. Take it away, OG.
Yeah, let's go, man. Cap or no cap, feel free to play at home.
Yeah, man. 713-572-4610. Y'all are welcome.
Y'all ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah, man. The loopholes are welcome to participate. It's raining outside. You probably shouldn't be out anyway. Feel free to engage, participate. Again, 713-572-4610. That's the phone number. You can text. That's how you get in. You can also participate on YouTube and Twitch at Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got some good ones here. I'll start with the Olympic basketball. Kevin Durant, he told, I forget who it was, but anyway, he told an ESPN reporter that it's overstated and his calf is fine and it's not going to be an issue at the Olympic Games. Cap or no cap?
That's cap.
Cappity cap, cap, cap.
That's a big old cap. Matter of fact.
Yeah, you got the big cap on right there. The big cap. You can see it on.
Hey, if y'all can see me on YouTube and Twitch right now.
That's a big ass cap.
This how big a cap that is, all right?
That's Kevin Durant cap.
It's actually not a bad look on you. It's everybody that's put it on, it's a bad look. That actually looks natural.
Lopez.
That looks good.
This looks ridiculous.
Look at YouTube.
Man, I got one at home. Whenever Tyler ordered these, I ended up somehow taking one home. So I actually have one of these at the house. I might need to bring it back up here because I'm not sure if it was actually supposed to be mine or not.
I'm telling you.
But either way, that's big old cap.
That's a big old cap.
That man is 36 years old.
That's a...
And got a bad calf already.
Last time he had a calf strain, and I'm not wishing any evil on him, he ended up with an Achilles.
Not to mention that he got bird legs. I know they're probably stronger than they look.
Yeah.
But come on, man. If his leg hurt, it's a big deal.
And not to mention that he's already missed more games than they said he would.
And that's no cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got more trust in Aaron Rodgers coming back being MVP than KD.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of fine, we can't let the people that we like and respect off the hook here. D'Amico Ryans said Joe Mixon will be fine. That he's missed 3 straight practices. No, more than 3 now. Well, I guess it will be more than 3. Joe Mixon will be fine.
It's got to be 4, right? Because he only practiced in the 2. They've had 6.
Yeah.
So, yeah. 4.
Cap or no cap? Joe Mixon will be fine.
I think he'll be fine, but I'm going to still go – let's just go no cap, give him the benefit of the doubt. I do think he's going to be fine, but I think there's a little bit more than meets the eye here.
Yeah.
Like they're clearly not telling us everything.
Yeah.
So to answer the question, no cap, but there's something going on there.
Yeah, I'm going to say no cap too because I think he'll be fine to start the regular season and all that, but right now, he making it like it's no big deal, brother. You missing a couple practices, man.
More than a couple.
Yeah, we ain't just gonna blow this off like it's nothing.
Yeah,
like that's practice is practice, man.
Yeah,
You missing them. That's something there. But I think as far as what he said, he'll be fine. I'm gonna say no cap.
I'm gonna say no cap too. I do buy it. All right, so Ryan Day, you're familiar with his work, right, Figgy?
Yes,
a little bit.
Ohio State football coach. Said they had Big 10 media days, and he said that he's not worried about Michigan, and he thinks they're going to be one of the better teams. Well, Paul Feinbaum had this to say about that.
Molly, I have no idea what he's talking about. I mean, he's lost that game 3 years in a row, and he's talking about how his players are motivated to come back and play. Well, I heard that 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and last year, and you stunk in all 3 games. I mean, what are you talking about? And here's the problem with talking about Ryan Day. You look at his record, and I'm sure Doggy will quote it and Stephen A. will quote it. It's gaudy. Nobody has a record like him, except you can't choke the biggest game of the year. And to me, if he can't beat Michigan this year when he's got probably the best team in the country along with Georgia, after Harbaugh leaves, after all those great players depart, after a national championship, he ought to be gone.
All right, cap or no cap, Ryan Day is not too worried about the import of the Michigan game.
What? Come on, dude. See how big this cap is I got on?
You got a bigger one.
Are y'all watching?
You need to get a bigger one.
Or y'all can't even see my damn face, which might be a good thing, but that's all right. That is big old cap.
By the way,
that's all that job is.
YouTube is saying it does look good. Look good on you. I've never seen anybody pull that off.
Man, look. Why are they gaslighting me, man? This cap is ridiculous. It don't even look good on if this cardboard box, if she was real, it wouldn't look good on her either. It don't look good on nobody. That's the whole reason why. That's the whole reason for it.
Cap or no cap, Figgy?
That is cap, man.
Cap, as you say.
Yeah, cappity cap. And not only should he be looking over his shoulder, he need to be looking over his back, like Exorcist style. His head should be turned all the way around, looking at Chip Kelly.
Yeah,
Chip Kelly waiting to get that job.
Just licking his chops.
Boy, Chip Kelly is waiting to get that job. All right. You ready for the can of worms? Here's a big old can of worms as big as that cap that you're wearing.
Let's get into it.
Zach Lowe was on, oh, gosh. I'll remember the podcast name here.
Well, it could only be a handful.
Might have been his podcast.
It was the Lowe podcast.
Yeah, he does the Lowe Post.
It was the Lowe podcast. And he actually stated a very strong case, but he said this.
I'm not saying I'm definitively ranking him over anybody. I got to do the actual deep dive, but I have been pretty hard on the island of I think I'd rank him above Kobe for sure. Not for sure. Let me amend that. I think I would rank him above Kobe all time. I think he's probably closer to the 6th, 7th, 8th range. I'm doing this off the top of my head than he is the 12th, 13th, 14th range of all time. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. So someday I'm going to have to do the Tim Duncan deep dive.
He said Tim Duncan he would rank higher than Kobe. Cap or no cap?
So this one is harder because
It is.
I thought the first half, so their careers for the most part parallel.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the first half of their careers I would go Duncan over Kobe, and the back half of the career I would go Kobe over Duncan, in which case it does feel like a wash. Do they not both have the 5 too?
I think Duncan got 5.
Duncan
right?
has 5.
Yeah.
Kobe has 5. Kobe had Shaq.
Yeah, but I mean, he was excellent though. He would
No, again, I think it's a great question.
Kobe had Shaq, but it did not diminish the light. It didn't.
Yeah.
So Zach Lowe, man, he knows his stuff. I'm gonna take this cap off. I'm gonna go no cap on that. And I know it's controversial. Kobe has much more of a hive than Tim Duncan, even in the state of Texas. But I'm gonna go no. I understand where he's coming from with this.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no cap too, and I think it's a good point, man. I think it's a good argument. A lot of people don't really rank power forwards and centers up there. We always go for the guards, but I think it's a conversation to be had, man. I think either way you can kind of push back on whatever point.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a solid argument he makes, and like you said, Zach Lowe knows a lot of basketball. All right, one more here. So we all saw Joe Burrow. Somebody was saying, well, of course, we've heard the Eminem and all that stuff. Somebody said on a podcast, who's that girl that got a ride home from with
Amber Rose?
Somebody said it looks like Amber Rose.
I seen a lot of jokes about this too.
So he had his availability. He looks like Amber Rose. So he had his availability yesterday.
I can't unsee it.
I know.
I can't unsee it.
In Cincinnati. And Joe Burrow responded to why he cut his hair.
BJ said that if I buzzed it and bleached it, he would do it too. So now everybody's got to hold him accountable because he's got to do it in the next week.
Was there anything else to it?
I got bored. That's about it.
He said he got bored. I'm going to start this one because later on in that cut, he said that I think they did it in high school going into the playoffs, kind of like South Lake Carroll does it every year. The South Lake Carroll, they all bleach their hair every year.
Yes.
Man. I'm gonna call cap. There's got to be another reason on this. Not the bet. Got bored. I think he's trying to channel that. Hey, let's all do this kind of thing, which they're not. But I'm gonna call cap.
Yeah, I'm gonna call cap too, but also I'm just confused. I mean, maybe there are people that do the I got bored. I've just never been maybe I've been, because I've been wearing the same hairstyle for the majority of my adult life. but I've never, and I don't have boring hair either, so
Yeah.
that could be part of it. But I've just never understood I got bored. Maybe Figgy might, because I know you dye your hair. You've had a lot of different hairstyles.
Yeah,
but
I ain't do it because I thought it looked cool.
That's me. I'm like, man, I've never been like, okay, I'm bored. Let me do something with my hair. That's just I don't really get that one.
Yeah. I honestly think it's a cop out. I think I think he probably wanted to go blonde at one point, but scared of criticism.
Before in high school.
Yeah, scared of criticism. So he tried to use it. Oh, I'm just bored, so I tried something different.
Yeah.
Like, nah, embrace it, man. If this is what you wanted, embrace it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I guess. Embrace it, sure, and I can respect that. It ain't the best of looks.
Oh, God, no.
I got to tell you.
The Amber Rose thing does stick with you. It does stick with you.
I can't unsee it. Fortunately for him, and I pointed this out when there was a bit of a controversy here with CJ, she got a tattoo on her head.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Joe Burrow, he ain't got that damn board yet.
Yeah, there's always next year.
That is Cap or No Cap coming up next on In the Loop. We go around the NFL. Don't miss it. Sports Radio 610.
All right, guys.
Sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop, Brandon Scott here with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, as we go around the NFL. And I hadn't realized that Lamar Jackson was not participating in the Ravens camp so far. Apparently he's been sick. He went back, it looks like yesterday, but only lasted an hour where he had to go back inside. Apparently he was still sick. He was noticeably not himself based on the reporting out there. So Lamar Jackson right now, I wonder, this could have gone in cap or no cap. Is he really sick, or is he pulling that whole veteran, two-time MVP, not really wanting to do training camp? I know I'm putting that out there. It would be a bad look if a quarterback was doing that, though. But it's interesting to me that they're having to get this season started without their main guy out there, without Lamar Jackson on the field.
COVID. No. Well, who knows at this point? But
yeah, could be.
They're saying stomach virus. He's sick. I mean, it's no cap, especially when he did try to come out and then had to go back in. Clearly, he's just not himself. But no, man. I mean, he would not. I mean, he's been paid. He's got everything going for him, MVP, all that stuff. So absolutely, that this would be something that is legit.
So Aaron Rodgers at Jets training camp apparently acknowledged, or for the first time on the record, I guess, talked about his unexcused absence, had that trip to Egypt. We remember this. We talked about this when it happened. Had that trip to Egypt, but it was not it was an unexcused absence, and you get fined for those, okay? He missed a mandatory practice session, whatever it was, and that is a $50,000 fine. They did fine him the $50,000. I'm not sure how it works now in the CBA, if the fines are not, like, you can't forgive them anymore, exactly how it works. But they did fine him. He addressed that and talked about this. What do you think of Aaron Rodgers just kind of shoulder shrugging and just saying, yeah, I'll take the fine? He claims that everything is cool. Like, he's not mad about it. Him and the coach are great. And it's just an understanding. Like, this was basically him saying, yeah, I'm going to take this trip and I'll forfeit the $50,000. The man is rich as hell, so I guess it's cool.
Well, his claim and his explanation is no surprise. He's Aaron Rodgers, different kind of dude, all that. What do I think of it? I think everyone looks bad in that organization on how they handled this. I think the general manager and the head coach look weak for just allowing it to happen, basically giving him the team, which I guess shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. And then Aaron Rodgers, part of his explanation was, well, I've been fascinated with – it wasn't like this thing that he had to be at. He said the part of his the reason for the trip is he's been fascinated about Egypt since he was in high school or something and just always wanted to go, and he got to ride a camel and experience it. But, dude, that's a vacation. I mean, it's a vacation. You can do that at any point in the offseason. Like, everyone looks bad.
It's not like dude was going to go watch his wife
perform
in the Olympics.
Yeah.
All right? It's not like dude is married to Simone Biles and it's one of the greatest, if not the most decorated Olympian of all time, certainly our lifetime, and I'm going to skip and I'm a safety.
Yeah.
And I'm going to skip out. You're the quarterback of a team that's trying to bounce back from a year that was disappointing because you weren't able to stay healthy past 3 or 4 plays.
Yeah.
And
this is what you do.
I just wanted to go to Egypt.
I'm going to go on another vacation.
I just wanted to go to Egypt.
Add another one.
It was something that I was always curious about.
And the Jets don't look any better.
Yeah, because
they don't look any better.
I mean, he's just running all over them.
Yeah, walking all over them.
Who has, does anybody have a pair over there?
Yeah.
Like, I'm asking seriously. Who's got a pair and who's willing to, actually speak with some bass in their voice for a change? Like, when is it going to happen? Like, Aaron Rodgers is just over there running things, and this part of it, I don't really care, but this part of it is just silly.
Yeah. No,
silly.
It's absolutely silly.
Trent Williams, San Francisco 49ers tackle, holding out, which I find funny because the entire offseason, with the 49ers at least, has been about Brandon Ayuk and his contract situation. He is holding in, which we talked about on the show. He reported to training camp. He's holding in Trent Williams, fair to say, much more of a badass than most. Not just Brandon Ayuk.
He's a crazy man.
But than most people on the planet, okay?
In a good way.
He holding out.
Yeah.
And I dare you to go tell him otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a crazy man.
Who gonna check him? You gonna do it? Hey, y'all want to go check?
No, thank you.
Anyone of y'all want to go check Trent Williams?
I'm good. Hey, what the hell are you doing, Trent?
Nah.
Poke him in the chest with your forefinger.
Listen here, buddy.
I'm good on that.
Just poke him in the chest with your forefinger.
Man,
let me have a couple words with you.
Hey, poke him in the chest and just hope he doesn't notice.
He doesn't feel it.
Yeah, man. If he feels it, oh my god. Oh my god.
He's more important to them than Brandon Ayuk.
Gotta agree.
Yeah.
Gotta agree. I can't disagree. Even though I feel like I'm in the rare camp of, hey, you know what? I would go ahead and pay Brandon Ayuk because I just think that they have a lot of rare players, and he's one of them. But he is the least rare of the rare ones, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
and harder to find.
Christian McCaffrey, one of those. Deebo Samuel, one of those. George Kittle, pretty damn rare.
Yeah.
And maybe not one of those, but certainly the best at being one of those.
Yeah.
And then Trent Williams, honestly.
Yeah.
I think there's only one of those.
Yeah.
Like,
it's very hard to find one of those dudes.
Don't know too many dudes that are scarier than that.
And E36, by the way.
Man,
listen. It doesn't matter.
Age, I usually look at age. Age ain't nothing but the number when it come to him.
Yeah.
Oh, it feel like he might be getting stronger. The older he gets, the more
old man strength.
The more concerned. Old man strength, and dude has always just had that willingness.
Yeah.
And if you know what I mean by willingness, I mean the willingness to kick your ass.
We don't need to turn this into a Trent Williams segment, but all you need to know about him is when he messes with people, and there's videos all over of during games, he punched some dude in the face after a play. He pushed some dude from the back. There's a lot of videos of Trent Williams just being a badass. Nobody ever responds. They just all right, hey ref, look what he did. They don't go back at him. They're
what would you do?
I'd run. I'd cry.
Yeah, you got it, OG.
Yeah, I'd cry.
Man. You got it, bit bruh.
I'll be like,
I will bit bruh you got it, bit bruh.
That's right.
I let them know as soon as we come in contact. If we're going to be in the same place at the same time, I need you to know ahead of time, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Our conflict resolution is going to be through words.
You got it. You got it, bit homie.
If I do anything to offend you or make you upset,
I apologize in advance.
Can you just say so and we'll have a discussion?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to do anything else. Not at all.
NFL players do nothing.
Yeah.
When he comes at them.
Kirk Cousins, Falcons quarterback. They got a couple of quarterbacks. It's a weird thing that they're doing over there. But he has been cleared to practice after his torn Achilles. We probably talked about this around the draft.
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think of the Falcons quarterback situation between having Kirk Cousins with barely an Achilles, half an Achilles, and the old off-injured or used to be off-injured quarterback that they drafted high in Michael Penix Jr.? Like, do they have two quarterbacks or do they have none? What you think?
I think, first of all, it's an absolute it's a travesty. It's a football travesty what they did and what they have. And it's never going to go away all year long. It's going to affect the season. And so, yeah, they got two quarterbacks because you don't draft a guy that high. I mean, that's still one of the weirdest things we've ever seen in a draft. Like, you just pay this dude that much money and you draft, what was it, 9, 7, something like that?
Yeah, it was up there, 8 or 9, yeah.
It's always so funny looking at that moment, too, because the commentators were sitting there, oh, yeah, they could probably go receiver or they could go offensive line. Nobody brung up quarterback at all.
Well, they were talking with sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the commentators, like, we do this.
Ain't no way they're drafting a quarterback.
And this a lot of times they're wrong, and then they can kind of make up like, oh, yeah, well, this do make sense.
But even when
they
you're
were
wrong,
just like, I have no idea what they're doing.
Even when you're wrong, your opinion is educated. It's based off of something that is real, that does exist, and then you give your opinion.
They always put the little knees up in the corner.
Exactly.
The quarterback was not a need.
I'll say this, though, and I've thought this all along, going back to the moment that they did this. Drafting Michael Penix wasn't the weird part. It was the Kirk Cousins signing to begin with. Like, it was the only reason why it was weird that they did this is because they had already given all of that money to Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
But if you were to ask me, hey, which one of these would you have rather done? It would be punt on the Kirk Cousins thing. Hey, man, I'm sorry. You're going to have to find somewhere else to take that toe-up Achilles for $100+ million or whatever it is. You know, he always gets guaranteed deals.
Yeah.
He's probably got the best agent of all time, whoever that is. Look, man, I'd be good on the Kirk Cousins. Let me draft one of these guys. And I like Michael Penix. So I was actually good with the draft move that they made. I was just it made it all the more curious of why did you throw all of that damn money at Kirk Cousins?
And even Kirk Cousins was like, we did not see this coming.
No.
Rightfully so. From his perspective, rightfully so.
I think the weirdest part is what you said, but I think a tie with that is, okay, you're drafting his successor. You're drafting a 24-year-old successor. Yeah. Michael Penix Jr. is older than Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
Like, so let's say Kirk Cousins plays 3 years of that contract. You're going to turn to Michael Penix when he's 27? 28? That was the weird part to me.
And I would almost be fine with that if
not that old. 27, you're turning.
He got to play right away.
Yeah.
At that point, or at least next year.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say is I'd be fine with it had they just said, hey, we're gonna start with this guy immediately.
Yeah.
If they had they signed Darrell Taylor or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's understandable.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
But this
what was
way,
it, $180 million, something like that.
It's ridiculous.
So you're gonna have to play him at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. It's a 4-year deal. And Michael Penix, you're drafting the future, who's going to be like older than half the quarterbacks in the league when he finally gets the job.
Do you think maybe you said he's older than Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
He's only a couple of months younger than Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. He's older than Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
He is 2 months older than Brevin Jordan, who is entering his
and he's
fourth
the future.
Entering his 4th year in the league.
Yeah. And he's the future. What that to me, that's just as dumb as the deal they did.
I think that part of it, Lopez, is maybe they are. It's possible that people around the NFL, as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop, are giving too much credence to watching quarterbacks play and athletes, period, play into their later years.
Yeah.
And I might have even done this too, of like, hey, okay, 27, that's not that old if he's going to play until he's 36, 37. If you can get 8 to 9 years of a guy, then it's not that bad. And you're anticipating that he's going to be as ready as you possibly can be.
That's the exception, not the rule.
When he gets there, yeah. I wouldn't want to rely on that, especially a guy who has had as an extensive of an injury history as Michael Penix has had.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing to me. This was unfortunate to me around the NFL. I saw that Vikings cornerback Mekhi Blackman tore his ACL on the first day of training camp.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings have had some really, really bad luck, and they're on the Texans schedule this year. And also have some former Texans on the squad now. We got Jonathan Grenard, Blake Cashman, Shaq Griffin is over there. But this guy tears his ACL on the first day of training camp. They also had that sad story a couple of weeks ago of the rookie that they drafted who passed away. And that guy, he's a 4th-round pick. He was a later-round pick, but somebody that they wanted to really contribute and compete for them.
Yeah.
And now, so obviously they lose one in a tragic way. It loses his life. Then they lose another one to an ACL on the first day of training camp. To kind of localize this, I just want to say, knock on wood, I'm really glad that we haven't had to deal with a story like that. Like, we have these, where's Joe Mixon? Why has he only practiced twice?
He'll be all right.
Oh, Christian Harris has a soft tissue injury. We want to see him out there.
Yeah.
Oh, John Mechie can't really afford to miss that many days because, it's a roster bubble situation. Where's he going to fit in the wide receiver hierarchy and all of that? We haven't had nothing like this to deal with. Knock on wood, the Texans don't deal with this. But this is one of those where you look at, you know what, I see why some guys don't. Yeah. It's not just, hey, I don't want to work. I don't want to be out there in the heat for training camp. I don't want to tear my ACL on the first day of practice.
Yeah, no, look, it's the biggest worry in all 32 camps right now. That flukish sort of devastating injury that happens like for no apparent reason, just because during training camp, when they're not even hitting or something. No, it's absolutely the biggest worry.
What is the deal with this dude's smoke detector?
Oh my God!
You brought this up earlier. 49ers cornerback Lenore has been sleeping for the past year with his smoke detector going off. I wanna know what y'all think about this.
You're telling me you slept an entire night with that noise in the background? How many nights?
This has been going on since last season. It's been good luck, so I just let it go. Like I've been playing good so far the whole season. I just, I'm kind of superstitious. Like,
are you joking?
I do the same thing. No, I'm serious.
And you're telling me that you haven't changed the battery in your smoke detector in over a year?
You can hear it.
Yes.
And you don't even hear that?
Like, I don't even hear it no more.
And it's because you're superstitious.
Superstition.
Dude. Do you know?
No.
I would gouge out.
Cap. I'm calling Cap. On the part,
really?
On the part about it being because he's superstitious. I'm not saying that he's not superstitious. I'm not saying that he doesn't actually believe that there's some kind of good luck charm associated with this. Maybe he's telling the truth about that, but I'm calling Cap on that being the reason why he hasn't changed that smoke detector. He hasn't changed that smoke detector beeping like that, annoying as hell, for the same reason as most people who don't change their smoke detectors. And I'm going to tell you what it is. It's just downright, all-out laziness. My man is lazy and ain't got to it. That's all it is. Anybody that when you go to their house and they haven't changed their smoke detector and it's been like that for more than
a year,
I would say for longer than a week. If you're able to last with that longer than a week, your ass is just lazy.
Dude,
go ahead and admit it.
I don't care if it's cap, no cap. I don't care if it's laziness, not laziness. I would gouge out my own eyes.
You couldn't do that?
Oh, my God. That is one of the biggest triggers for me, especially when it goes off at night, you're in bed, and it goes out. I literally get up and fix it right there or change it, and I've been known to get a broom handle and knock the hell out of it just to shut it up. I mean, that a smoke detector for a year, and you're sleeping in that house?
That would drive me nuts.
Nuts.
So I could probably last with it.
No way.
Maybe a couple of days.
I can't go 2 hours.
I could go at the most a couple of days, but I'm going to admit to you, I just said how that was capped. I will admit to you the reason why. There is a laziness or more of a procrastination.
And we all can
because
do that.
I'm not really lazy. I'm kind of a procrastinator. I'm like, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So I do have that in me, but eventually we going to get that done. And I mean, aside from the fact of, the whole safety element of it.
Yeah.
Like it's a smoke detector.
Well, there is that.
For a reason.
But that's not why I do it. It drives me insane.
But between all of it, like there's so many different reasons for you not to allow that to be the case for a year.
Like if they, how they say, how long could you do this? How long could you do that? I could live on an island by myself for probably a year and be okay. I'll figure it out. I couldn't last 2 days in a house with a smoke detector going on. I'm being completely honest.
It is weird.
Yeah.
And to be like, oh, it's my good luck charm. What?
Find another one.
Like, get your lazy ass up there.
Find another
and change the battery.
Yes.
Man, she should have quizzed him on what else is he superstitious about.
Yeah.
Because like I said, he might be. But I want to, okay, so what else do you do that's superstitious? Is this the only thing?
My God.
Because if it is, I'm calling cap.
Yeah.
You ain't really superstitious. You just a little stitious. Or you just straight up lying.
Mm-hmm.
That is Around the NFL here on In the Loop. Coming up next, the internet is going nuts. That's here on Sports Radio 610.
Where does success on the field start? That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. John Lopez riding with me. I am Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig and fellas. We saw this during this like mid-segment. We came up with this. Some rapper that we don't know, but apparently these women know him very well, by the name of Zeddy, is hosting a baby shower. Get this, guys. Hosting a baby shower for his, count them, 5 girlfriends, all of whom apparently are pregnant at the same damn time. Young man.
Yeah.
What in the hell are you doing here?
Okay.
A baby shower for all 5 girlfriends. So this ain't even no what's the religion? What am I trying to say?
Mormons?
He's not
Mormon.
even.
Yeah.
But what's the thing that we call it? What do we call that? Where you can marry multiple women.
Oh, bigamy.
Yeah, this ain't even that.
Yeah.
This is just Project Twins. Project. What is 5?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's doing that. And then a baby shower, like it'd be one thing if this is just simply true.
Yeah.
But to go tell it to the world, and these women are pictured with old buddy.
Okay, that's the thing.
What are we doing, ladies?
So not only do you have 5 women pregnant simultaneously, but you take this picture with them all there.
Very pregnant, by the way.
And by the way, the 2 on the ends look like they might have gotten pregnant the same night. like they're the same size.
3 of them.
Like 3 of them.
The 2 on the ends,
bumps,
and then the one with the gray that's next to the one on the end.
The bumps are all the same size.
Yeah. It's like,
and
slow down, buddy.
You convinced all 5 to take this picture with you as you're throwing or promoting a baby shower for all 5 of them at the same time, at the same place. First of all, I mean, what are these women thinking? Which I guess, whatever. Why are you doing this with 5 women who clearly, I don't care, like 3 of them look ticked off in the picture. Like, okay, I'm doing it, but he's got to pay me. That kind of thing. So this is one of the more bizarre things I've seen on the internet.
It is, dude, it's one thing, again, for this to be true, but we going to pose and tell the world, we're going to pose for pictures and tell the world about this and invite people to this baby shower? Like, what happened? Do y'all remember, are y'all old enough to remember shame?
Shame,
like having shame.
Oh,
what happened to it?
There is none there.
Where is it?
Yeah,
like this feels like one of them things where, like, even okay, let's not judge, whatever.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna put this out there though for you. Like we got to have a little bit of shame here.
I'm transfixed by the picture.
Do you think? Let me ask y'all. Do you think once this? Because I've heard of Project Twins. I've heard of a dude having babies by 2 different women around the same time, maybe even 3. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
5 is a stretch. Before you could even peacefully assemble here, before you can have this quorum that he's got.
Peacefully assemble.
Okay. Don't you have to get tested? Yeah. Like, what do you think of the odds are? Like if I find out, just make yourself the woman here in this case. You find out you are one of 5, all pregnant. Like, it's not just, hey, you've been messing around, or hey, you out there, you thotting and everything. You are endangering all of our lives. And 5?
And oh, by the way, I admittedly, this is not my realm, but who the hell is Zeddy anyway?
Hey, exactly.
Figgy, you know who this cat is?
Hey, it's funny y'all said that because I got a song for you guys. It's queued up right now.
Oh, Lord. Right. Oh, God.
We're gonna listen to it together.
Let's see if this dude, it sounds like anything worth 5 women having a baby for him at the same damn time.
That cha-cha joint. This is something new for y'all. Now, this ain't nothing new for me. You heard the beat before, but you ain't hear me rap on it. I'm about to say that little song. Look, here we go. Y'all don't like to dance? Come on, do the cha-cha. Shorty Spanish, she like to call me Papa. True fact, everything I do, they call it Flocka. All they do is copy me, I call them Flocka. She keep worried about my I had to block her. Had to kick off the list, I'm playing soccer. Why you acting Jamaican? You not even the roster. If you're really in Jamaica, make the pasta. I'm just a everybody catch a vibe with. Stay out the way, cause I don't like to be in nonsense. You talking about me, then you worry about the wrong.
With this song?
If I put you in a song, it'll be a long disc. I'm thinking long
I'm already disgraced that he even sampled this classic right here, man.
And
Rest in peace to DJ Casper.
And again, I'm no expert, but that seems awful to me. Awful.
All right, so what's worse, that tune or being one of 5 women to get pregnant by this fool at the same damn time?
No, I
both.
Both.
Yes,
both.
Yes, both
With
of them.
I mean-
BOFFUM, both of them.
I mean, Tyreek Hill was scrolling Twitter and went, "Damn."
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill say, "Damn, bro, buddy, wild."
Yeah.
Damn, bro, you wild.
Makes Tyreek Hill look shy, bashful, and responsible.
Yeah, like the Brady Bunch.
So apparently UCLA has a new coach. His name is Deshaun Foster. Used to play in the league. You let me know based off of this audio if this is someone that you are ready to run through a wall for, or that you would send your son to go play for based on this.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA.
A word? I ain't know that.
Would have never guessed.
Us and USC. We
Do you know about the program?
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it.
Oh.
Any questions?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Yes, sir. Are you in the right place?
Hey, if that's what your excitement sounds like, I don't want to know when you're
Hey,
bored.
that sound like me back in school when the teacher pulled me to the front of the class to do a report that I didn't do. So I'm sitting there like,
Yeah. It's a report. It's an assignment.
Like
it's from this class.
Edward, sit down. Edward, sit down.
It's 1:30. It's like, what? What are we doing?
This is how bad that was. I almost didn't put it on the doc because I was so embarrassed for him. Like, it's that bad. Like, we kid around on this show and we have fun with things like this, but I was actually like, I don't want to put this guy out there. It's so embarrassing. Like, he's already choked. I guarantee, I'll tell you this. I think he's going to be a choking fool in games, in big moments.
I mean, if you're a UCLA fan, it's not like press conference performance necessarily translates into in-game and even the around the game, the recruiting part, like the coaching duties. It's not like those things are analogous necessarily, but you can't feel good about the dude that's leading your program if that's how he sounds at Big Ten Media.
I don't think it's a stretch to say, at least in my memory, probably the worst introductory press conference of a head coach in history.
Oh, well, I mean,
it's not a stretch.
No, I mean, you remember Adam Gase.
No, this is the worst.
With the eyes.
This is the worst.
You remember my man Nick Sirianni.
No, this is worse.
Who, if you
the dude
are prepared,
couldn't talk.
You can do good things or whatever he said.
Talk. Big pauses. UCLA.
Hey, that dead air was tough.
It's in L.A. Is that what he's going to say? Play it again. Okay, so like
it's in L.A. We're in L.A.
Let's say you got a son that's being recruited across the country, and knock on the door, in-home visit, and this is what the head coach uses to try to recruit you.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC.
Come on, come on. We wear blue. Come on, we wear blue.
Bring up the other.
We're the
bring up the
Bruins.
other school.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to USC.
Bring up the other school. Then.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar went there. Bill Walton. Like, come on. Give me something.
That's the worst I've ever heard.
Drew Holiday.
That's the worst in history.
UCLA. We're in LA.
And you're trusting him to make a third, fourth down decision.
I hope he's better at that than he is at public speaking.
Just imagine 4th and 1.
Assuming he is.
Coach, what we gonna do, Coach? Come on, let's go. We in LA. Coach, we got 10 seconds.
Hey, look.
I'm just excited.
I'm just excited.
Basically, I'm just excited.
Even though you can't tell based off of how I'm talking because I can't put together.
Don't I sound excited?
6-word sentences.
Oh, man.
I got to get to this before we get out of here on Internet Going Nuts.
Yeah.
How do y'all think the NBA should handle Karl Malone's legacy? Because this account, NBA History, which I'm not sure, I don't think is actually associated with the NBA. It's just a self-proclaimed NBA History account.
Mm-hmm.
But they shouted out Karl Malone's 61st birthday yesterday and got ratioed. And I also remember when Salt Lake City had the All-Star game either last year or the year before, but very recently, there was an acknowledgement of Karl Malone. And it didn't go well on the internet. How should they handle this? Because it's very awkward. He's objectively and undeniably one of the all-time greats in NBA history.
Yeah.
But it is awkward knowing that he impregnated a child and that he's just kind of maybe possibly a bleepy guy. How should they handle this, man?
I feel like they handled it before because remember when they had the All-Star game in Salt Lake City?
Yeah.
And they brung them on out there, and people,
it didn't go well.
Some people was pissed.
That's what I'm saying.
Didn't go well.
Like now that we have that information, should they take it in stride?
Well, I think that account itself just gave you the answer. They've turned off comments. That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
they've turned off the comments. So you handle it by just don't even acknowledging, and that's sad. One of the best there's ever been. In a basketball sense, but in a real world sense,
it's awkward, man.
It's not good.
It is awkward because how do you celebrate? Because it makes basketball feel so small and meaningless. You're like, yeah, but you know what dude did? And what kind of went even a little extra there by that is beyond what we as a society are willing to accept. So it is a weird thing, a complicated legacy, but maybe not so complicated, just a crappy one when you get down to it. All right, he's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig, holding it down on In the Loop. That was Internet Going Nuts. Coming up next, positions of strength, positions of weakness, more training camp takeaways on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Thirsty.
It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Students temperature check, man.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? 6 days in, or 6 practices in, a little bit over a week now, so it's over 6 days. But we've got 6 practices. We want to do a temperature check. What were you concerned about at the start of training camp that you are no longer concerned about, or at the very least concerns you less now than it did before? Let's start with you, Lopez. What for you is now less concerning than it was 8 days ago, 6 practices ago?
Yeah, it's weird because some of these I did not at all expect. Something that I was not concerned about, but I'm increasingly, I'll just put it that way, concerned about is backup quarterback. And of course, you're not going to count on a lot from a backup quarterback, but you're going to count on some. And I don't know what I'm getting out of Davis Mills. He has not looked real good. Maybe the coaches are seeing something that I don't, and they'll defend him, and they think they're onto something with him as a backup. I don't know how. Case Keenum, you trust him, but you trust him to a degree, to a point, and he's also a year older. So, and who knows with anybody else that they toss out there. You got to have at least a reliable and short, spurts backup quarterback.
And you know what, Lopez, with the backup quarterback situation, I would feel a lot better even with Davis Mills not looking great. Yeah. I feel like I know what he is. He is not a starting caliber quarterback. Mm-hmm. I do think that he can have a career as a backup. I don't think he's necessarily as terrible as we talk about him, the way we talk about him, but no confidence. The confidence level is 0.
Yeah.
And then it might have been a little bit more than that, and then it became 0 once the team showed its lack of confidence in him. So what I'm saying is, based off of what happened last year when they needed to go to a backup quarterback, and he wasn't the one that they went to, it ended up being Case Keenum, and this version of Case Keenum, with all due respect, it's not encouraging. So you're like, okay, you would like to think, okay, he's going to come back motivated and show you something that he's ready to actually be your second string, your backup quarterback. I don't really get that impression. I'm right there with you. I don't. He is a backup. He is a backup caliber quarterback. I don't have confidence in him as the backup.
Well, just like there are tiers for starting quarterbacks, there's tiers for backup quarterbacks. Like a backup quarterback that you would really trust. You could win a game if they just play their game, whatever. And he's not in that tier. He's a legitimate backup quarterback, as you said, but he's not in the tier that this team needs to say, all right, we don't have CJ for the next 2 games. You got to win us a couple games, or at least one of them. He's not in that tier.
Yeah, I don't know what they do if something happens to CJ. It's basically all bets are off. And we talked about this yesterday. I brought up the Browns. When Deshaun Watson went down, well, fortunately for them, they were able to find an adequate backup, and it wasn't all bets are off. So, that doesn't have to be the sentence that you say.
Yeah.
The quarterback goes down, my season is over with. Well, yeah, we get that. The starter is the starter for a reason. We understand C.J. Stroud already is in rarefied air within the context of the NFL right now. There's 5, 6, maybe 7 quarterbacks that you would take, that you might even have this conversation about, that you would replace him with, right?
Yeah.
So, obviously, if he goes down, it's going to be a downgrade. But how significant of a downgrade is it going to be? Similar to the conversation we have at these other positions.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. A position that I was concerned about, and I think I said it several times, or at least, we talked about it. Coming into the year, I'm like, boy, they've done a lot in this offseason. They've done a great job. Sure would like to see some more help at linebacker. I didn't have a lot of confidence in linebacker. I was concerned after being out there for 6 practices. I'm not as concerned. I think part of it is we have to assume, and I think it's a safe assumption, that Christian Harris is is going to be fine, and he's going to be out there, and he's going to take another step, probably an all-pro type player. Was it Andy Kalu that said he might be all-pro?
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I trust Andy on that.
Andy Kalu said he thinks he might have what it takes to be an all-pro. So there's one linebacker. Azeez Al-Shaair is the other linebacker. Had 162 tackles last year, if I'm remembering that right, for Tennessee. He had definitely 150, 160, and is looking like a monster right now. I mean, as much as you can, in training camp, but certainly fits the role, fits the part with D'Amico. Tried to get here last year, got here this year. Their starting 2 linebackers are at minimum guys that you could maybe expect to be Pro Bowlers. Well, you got 2 Pro Bowl starting linebackers. That's impressive. And, okay, well, who's the backups, which was one of my concerns. They're thin there. Neville Hewitt just keeps on keeping on, man. He's just a little engine that could. He was running with the second team yesterday, doing his job, running with the second team and a little bit with the first team. Maybe it was just kind of a rotational thing. Was Jake Hansen. Like, he might be the pixie dust guy, not to the extreme of Blake Cashman last year, but that finds another level under D'Amico Ryans. So I'm not quite as concerned about linebackers as I was.
You like what you've seen from Neville Hewitt. I know John Harris, from reading his Harris hits and chatting with him a little bit, I know he likes what he's seen from Jake Hansen. But, man, I got a tough time knowing that these guys have been around and that they are, especially Neville Hewitt, because I don't want this to sound disrespectful. He is a special teams bad ass.
Yeah.
Like, that dude can play on my football team any day. But as linebacker depth, I am not sure that it is there. I am concerned about it. And look, I understand Christian Harris has what we will classify for now as a minor soft tissue injury that's kept him out of training camp so far. But I'm going to pump the brakes a little bit on, and I like what Andy Kalu is saying, and I trust his eye and his opinion on these sorts of things, so I'm not questioning that. But I am pumping the brakes on just this idea that you've got all pros or Pro Bowlers at that position. They have not been that yet, and until I see them out there together and what it actually looks like, I'm not necessarily prepared to put them at that level, even though I am bullish on those 2 specifically. But the fact that it's just those 2, and don't let one of them be hurt like one of them is now. Like, think about it.
Yeah.
Let's go 8-9 weeks from now. Pick your week.
Hey, linebackers get hurt.
Linebackers get hurt.
Yeah.
Middle linebackers
get hurt
certainly get hurt. Something, and Azeez Al-Shaair wears that damn J.J. Watt thing on his arm. Like that big old, you know what I mean?
No.
Say that guy gets hurt, okay? And he's the leader of the immediately unquestioned leader of the defense, like on site as soon as he got here.
Yeah.
Say that guy's hurt. Christian Harris is out there, okay, great. How you feel about Henry To'oTo'o now as your Mike linebacker? And now you're
that one I didn't mention.
And I'm saying though, because I think he is the backup specifically at middle linebacker.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden now your top 2 guys are the Alabama guys. One of them you feel good about, and one of them you got some serious questions about in To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
So and I'm hoping he has a bounce back year. I don't know if bounce back is the right term because he was a rookie, but I hope he has a type of year where we're talking about him the way that they were talking about him going into the year before we actually saw him play, which, left a lot to be desired. I cannot say that I've got a lot of confidence in it.
Yeah.
So, I got some serious questions there, Lopez.
What about you? Anybody else, anywhere else where you were concerned and now you're not so much, or you weren't concerned and now you are a little bit?
I was very concerned about the defensive tackle situation, and maybe less so after having talked to Seth about it a little bit. He and I chopped it up, I guess, a couple of weeks ahead of training camp, and obviously Seth played the position for the Texans specifically a long time ago, but did so anyway. And he kind of talked me off the ledge a little bit, but I'd be lying if I said I went into camp feeling like it was a position of strength or something that I just could definitively tell you or sell you on, tell you, hey, this is going to be good for them, and I'm going to sell you on this. Today, as we sit here, I feel like I can sell you on an inside pairing of Danico Autry and Mario Edwards on passing downs with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson out on the edge.
I am with you.
I feel like I can sell you on that today after watching some training camp practices, much more so than I could have sold it to you, say, a week ago or 8 days ago. So that's got to be the thing I feel a
4
lot.
days ago.
Yeah, 4 days ago. Tim Settle is somebody who I haven't necessarily seen a lot of, but when you see him in person, you're like, hey, if you put him out there on a rundown, almost cuss. He'll just running around his ass is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's just
he's a planet.
A wide body. Yes. He is a planet, a system, a solar system. My goodness.
Yeah.
So, I feel a lot better about it. Of course, Nick Caserio spoke on it a little bit when we first talked to him first day at camp or first day with us out there at camp last week. And he said, I think we've got a little bit more depth at that position than maybe we initially thought. We'll let it play out in training camp. I like to hear him say that, and I like what I've seen so far with how it's actually played out at training camp. That's the position.
Yeah, and then another one, it's really more intrigue than doubt. But I did have a lot of confidence in tight ends coming into camp. We, the little hints and glimpses that we got at Cade Stover, little hints and glimpses we got last year from Brevin Jordan. Little confidence in Tegan Quatoriano, who it seemed made a play whenever he could get on the field last year. I was pretty confident with tight ends. I'm still very confident with Dalton Schultz, but you're seeing sort of a cast of characters step up behind Dalton Schultz. So I'm still a little bit. You got to keep an eye on the tight ends in terms of how much confidence you're going to have in them this year, because you need at least 2, probably 3, to be significant contributors.
What we were concerned about going into camp that no longer concerns us, or at the very least concerns us a lot less. Let's bring in the fellas from The Drive, because The Drive is about to be live from B-Dubs, Buffalo Wild Wings, out there by Willowbrook Mall, Tomball Parkway. Am I not mistaken, fellas?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Under the on the other side of the bridge of the mall. Come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Got some gear to give away, so come on out and have a good time as The Drive is. We getting ready. This is the time where we are road warriors, and it's about to start these Thursdays and Fridays. There we go. It's about that time.
It is about that time.
It is about that time. I'm excited about it. I'm definitely going to come out there and chop it up with y'all. Maybe one that's a little bit closer, and if I'm, not doing the show. But, hey, look, we're going to do this thing. Thirsty Thursdays is exciting. Y'all make sure y'all get out there, support these guys. And it's always a good time when we're out on remotes interacting with the people. So I know y'all going to have fun today. I'm looking forward to y'all's show. But let me throw this question to y'all that we're asking right now on the show. Is there a thing based, and y'all been out there as much as we have, is there a thing from Texans training camp practices so far that has quelled a concern, something that you were concerned about going into Texans training camp that you are either no longer concerned about at all, or at the very least a lot less concerned about than you were, say, 8 days ago based off of our training camp practices so far? Anything like that?
I got a list for you. How about that?
Oh, we got to turn Clint up. Apparently, we got a
list.
Clint's got a list. I like me a good list. Turn Clint up. Turn his mic up.
List. What did you look at the rundown of this?
No. I just.
The hell are you ready for that?
Look, I just did a little six camp recap on my text line that I got rolling on, man. I mean, here's the deal. We haven't seen enough from that interior defensive line to feel better or worse. Linebacker depth, I think, with Christian Harris being out is a major concern. Not that we've seen anything negative, but with him out, you see them rotating different guys through there, and that could be a problem. The fact that I don't think we're any closer to figuring out who cornerback 2 is. I know, B. Scott, you disagree, but I don't think we're any closer to figuring out who cornerback 2 is. Opposite Derek Stingley. That 6 practices in, I'd like to feel a little better about the guy that they're running with the ones, to be completely honest with you. Not that we've seen anything super negative, but I would like to have seen some flashes at some point in time. So those are, I think, on the defense side of the ball, those would be my negative, like jury's still out, hadn't seen enough, or don't feel better about it.
Hey, I can respect it, man. What about you, Ron? I can appreciate it because it is a little bit different from how I'm looking at it. But, hey, Clint's got the eye. I appreciate it.
Damn, man.
That's pressure.
He had a whole list. Now, if I'm going to go by the terminology you're using of concern and feel better about it, I think it would have to be, and we talked about it yesterday, that area where I think most likely could derail this thing, and that's the center guard combination. I think that is the spot where you're like, what does that look like? And Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green, to me, at the very least, have come to a spot 6 days in of, you know what, I think they will at least be serviceable, at the very least, at the floor serviceable, and then there is a chance that they can grow to be better. And I didn't know that they would be to this point 6 days into it. Really watching them close yesterday, that was a good thing.
What do you know, boys? I threw 3 negatives at you, and worry wart Ron. He had a good positive for you. Who would have thought? Who would bet on that?
You just egg this stuff on. I don't. I just give you the honest thought of things. Well, that may turn here in about 5 minutes.
Hey, contrary to popular belief, I like the way that y'all keep them guessing. I don't think that you can peg either one of y'all as just negative or just positive. That's what the drive does. The drive keep you on your toes. The drive keep you guessing, and that's why I respect it. That's why I'm a fan of the show.
I don't like the term negative. Be honest with you, I just think honesty.
Well, that's negative.
Right?
Well, that's fine.
Now when J-Lo gets on his tangents about the Astrodome, now that is negative.
Oh, no, it's not. That thing needs to go, and that is the facts.
You need to have me as a guest.
Hey, man. Positive, negative, neutral, whatever you want to call it. You are listening to KILT.
Call the hotline.
KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And I can tell you this, the drive is live.
It is, man. One of my favorite things at the station is John Lopez, how he can find a way to get to that Astrodome. The other day when that man came out and gave his camp observations, his passing thoughts, is what he did. I'm going to do my passing thoughts. And I just want to lead this one off. You know, I was driving in, coming east, and I saw that damn eyesore. I said, damn, he got the Astrodome in his passing thoughts. That's his first one. His number one.
That's called inside, boys. That's called inside.
Hey, I tell you what, I wholeheartedly disagree with both of them.
I know you do.
I mean, look, they got more street cred than me. I mean, clearly
Lopez isn't going to leave.
Well, they've been knee-deep in it. They've been knee-deep in it. They got more street cred than me on this topic.
Dog.
But, hey, man, that Astrodome, I mean, there's some fond memories, man. It pains me every time I see Astro World.
No, but you agree. Do something with it.
As opposed to Yankee Stadium.
I agree. Do something with it. I mean, parking garage, shopping mall, whatever the hell indoor water park, because it's 9,000 degrees in this scary ass world now. There's heat advisories everywhere. Nobody goes outside because it's 92. I mean, get you an indoor water park over there. Use it. It's beautiful. There's a lot of memories, man. The shell is still there. It's still a thing. It's still beautiful. People drive by that every day and have fond memories.
Yeah, listen. I don't. It ain't my. I know to many people it is a special
Lopez
place.
Must have a stake in that, like a little percentage of that land it's on.
He's very serious. I know, like people like Lopez. You, as you said, you're an Astro buddy. Tyler spent his time growing up going to the Astrodome. I just like it. Just can't be just an abandoned building.
I agree.
Like that. Like it just can't. That's what it can't. Like it's. How long is that? Is it Katrina? Is that the last time that it's been used, Tyler?
I mean, yeah.
Like for the people who needed refuge, I just like something.
Well, that's the silly part of it is that the decision makers. There's some folks around the city that are paid a lot of money to make those kind of decisions, and that thing's still sitting vacant, just growing rats. At the end of the day, make a decision and move on.
Have y'all seen that video on YouTube of the dudes who snuck into it? It was probably 3 or 4 years ago.
No, I'd seen that. Yeah,
it's kind of wild. It's all preserved and everything's just left in there.
Yeah. Damn it, John Lopez just suckered us into this.
He did.
I mean, look, it's never a bad topic. I mean, I would imagine there's a good chunk of our listeners that have feel one way or another.
Well, come on out. This ain't abandoned. Buffalo Wild Wings out here near Willowbrook Mall. It is alive and thriving, and a good time to be had. As I look over, I've already polished off my Chipotle barbecue rub wings, and I see Clint has a fresh order right here.
Fresh.
There you go, Tyler. I got
fresh.
He has a fresh order. I'll jump in front of it right here. You can come on out, have a good time, and have some good food, good drinks. We'll be out here till 6 o'clock. All right, come on. You're trying to dip in from the rain. Come on and dip on in here.
Yeah.
It is dimly lit. You know, it's got a little bit more light than I'm used to.
They must have heard us talking, and they may have brought the lights up a little bit
Just
in the bar.
a tad.
Now, the
back there
the
is
restaurant area, when I walked in, I was like, let my eyes adjust now, but that's a low-lit lounge.
That's a low lit.
Now.
Over here, they got a little spotlight on you at the bar.
Over here, they turned it up a little bit. They must have saw Matt walk in and said, let me shine the lights on this.
I don't know if that one couple we found at one time wants to get. They might get seen a little bit.
Well, I would imagine.
Right here.
I would imagine. Patty. I'd imagine Patty will turn that.
If we ask her to bring it on down, Patty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring it on down. All right, come on out, have a good time, and hang out with us as I said, be here till 6 o'clock.
By the way, I don't know how many of y'all want to watch this again, but I believe I looked up at the TV a while ago and they're replaying the Baltimore Texans playoff game.
I don't know why they're doing that there.
I don't. I mean,
no
look,
interest.
I'm interested in watching it. I mean, I think
it's the bad part. The second half is up and coming.
I think we need
to
to
watch that Browns game.
That's where we're going, boys. That's where we got to get better right there. I mean, you talked about Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs. Right, we talk about them two playing at a high level on that interior offensive line would change this.
That was a bit of a struggle, wasn't it?
Right,
my heart don't need that, man.
We talked about the elite speed that I've seen from Nico Collins. That's different from last year. We talked about the aggressive approach this offense has had this camp in terms of being aggressive and being more aggressive and pushing the ball down the field. All of that, every bit of that, you can argue stems from what happened in the second half of this Baltimore Ravens game.
That's interesting. How I wonder how you fans. So you don't do that, Tyler. You don't watch old losses.
I mean, I hope to God that the players and the game changers in the Texans locker room are watching and learning from it and doing that. But as a fan, hell no, I don't.
No,
need to
you don't. I put myself through the torture.
Oh,
I don't mind. Yeah, I'll do that. I will put myself through the torture.
Now I rewatch wins like. Probably
I know that's
more
easy.
than a healthy person should.
That's the easy one. I'll rewatch. I like to sit there and break it down. Like, all right, what happened here? What happened? Yeah, I'm a rewatcher. Like I didn't think the people would come in here and want to watch the second half of this, but like I'm with you. I want to see now what in the hell? How was Lamar just getting out the gate in this second half, and what happened? I am a rewatcher.
It's 2 o'clock on a Thursday. I mean, your sports are limited. I mean, what do you want to watch? I mean, I know there's other Texans games that I would rather watch, but I mean, if you want to watch one that's motivating, that's driving, figure
out what the hell happened.
You want to see something that drove them to going, hey, we got to have Stephon Diggs. You want to see something that drove them to talking about, hey, we got to go get somebody else that's a pass rusher that can go get the quarterback, we go get another linebacker that can hopefully hold Lamar Jackson at bay kind of deal. I mean, this is the game.
This scenario that we're talking about, watching old losses. It was one of the changes in my relationship with Courtney.
I thought you were going to say my relationship with Christ.
You're married with 3 kids. I'm assuming.
Now this is early.
For the better.
This is early. Yeah, this is early. Kansas lost a tournament game, and I got up at 3:15 in the morning, and I just rewatched the final 3 minutes of when they blew it, and just rewound it, kept watching it, just trying to see it. She came in.
Why would you do this to yourself?
She came in the living room. She said, "Are you serious? Like, are you serious? You're this serious about it?" And it reeled me in. It reeled me in.
3:15 in the morning.
Night of
watching Kansas basketball after a loss. That may be a little much.
Oh.
I just wanted to watch the last 4 minutes. They had a 13-point lead going into the last 3 minutes.
I would rather watch a walk to remember like 10 times in a row than go through that kind of pain.
A walk to remember.
That's just the saddest movie I could think of.
Is that Mandy Moore?
Yeah. She gets cancer.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I really would.
I had no idea what y'all were talking about. That sounds terrible.
It's a great movie. It's just
Shane West, I believe.
Sad.
Shane West, Mandy Moore, I believe. All right. I do want to get into some camp stuff because the Texans are off today and they'll get back going tomorrow. But yesterday was kind of fun, right? We had some conversations of, man, that it got chippy. And Clint talked about it yesterday, in particular with Derek Stingley, but it was multiple people kind of seeing seeing that dog kind of come out of people. You saw some real intense stuff, some as you said, boy, you start getting a certain part of camp.
I want the dogs.
And people start to adjust. I do think, though, with the day off, D'Amico, I think he needs to kind of have a conversation. And I know some may disagree. Hell, Clint may disagree. Tyler may disagree. Some of the listeners may. But I think D'Amico may need to kind of address some things with some of the guys, in particular with the defense, like, hey, we want to have a good camp. We want to be intense. We want to get our work done. But, hey, maybe we need to dial it back a little bit. Let's save the dog for other teams, right? Because, you know, I know people love setting the tone. We heard Larry talk about setting the tone, those dogs out there, you know, all this. That's one thing until somebody get hurt. That's one thing until the right person. I know football happens. I know football is just a dangerous sport to begin with. Yes, but I don't think you need to add on to it. Like Jimmy Ward, you got to pull back. You got to chill out. That man's giving himself up. You injured Dalton Schultz last year in camp, which could have been worse. Like, you don't.
We don't like that.
If Stephon Diggs, who is one of the, I'd say, 3 to 5 players on this team that completely changed the outlook of the team if they're not there. Like, if he's going into a slide, man, you got to come up. Like, stop. This thing with it, like Dalton Schultz, you said it. He's an important player. Like, a guy walking and not bracing himself, knowing, and you just come and on a run from a running start, 10 yards away, shove him in the back, where that could be a back thing, that could be a cut. You don't know the whiplash. Like, dial it back a little bit. I understand like that, because right now, man, we're not playing any games anymore. This ain't just, hey, man, let's just get better and compete for the division. No, you got big aspirations. All right, you can do this without going overboard, which I think they're flirting with. There were some hits yesterday, Clint, that I'm like, yo, boy, that's a tad much here.
Yeah, look, I'm good with everything except for the blind side, the Derek Stingley's actions at the end. Like I love what the Texans are doing. I love the physicality, even if you got a player that's a little bit on the edge, and Jimmy Ward. I'm A-okay with that. I think it's hard to have dog on Sunday if you don't have a little bit of them that are loose during the week and during training camp. So I'm not worried about that. I think the conversation is between D'Amico and Derek Stingley Jr., and it's more along the lines of hey, man, you can't lose your cool. Right? I mean, you can't lose your cool, because you lose your cool, you could have hurt yourself. You could have hurt a guy that we are
his was the worst
on. That part of it is like it can't go that far. And again, it's less about, oh, well, man, I'm just disturbed by what happened, and it's more about we just can't afford to lose a really good player doing something like that. And, look, let's be honest. Nothing come of it because it wasn't as severe. Nobody got injured. But, I mean, that could splinter a locker room if somebody were to get injured. If Derek Stingley breaks his hand and whatever, why, I don't know why he went off the way he did, but if he breaks his hand, all of a sudden – whatever Dalton Schultz did has made a much bigger thing than it really was. If Dalton Schultz goes down and blows a knee up on his way down or something crazy like that, then all of a sudden, you know, what Derek Stingley did was put another man's health and ultimately money in jeopardy. And so that's the thing there is to me, that part of it is unacceptable. There's no place for that in a locker room, no place for that on a team, especially when it's your guys, when it's your squad, in inter practice, what do you call it? Your guys practicing one-on-one and not a different team. So
yeah, I see somebody here on Rocky on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you jumping on with us there, bro. What are you talking about? Obviously, you never played ball. No, I did play ball, and what I'm saying, champion. Thank you. What I'm saying to you is, and what I'm saying is. Hey, hell, D'Amico said it himself. You have that title. What did D'Amico, the first day they put on pads? This is what D'Amico had to say the first day they put on pads.
First thing I look for, first day of pads, no one to just go out of their mind, get out of their minds and just do something that's not protecting the team, right? We still practice in a safe manner and make sure we're keeping everyone up. And for the most part, we did that today. So the first thought in my mind as a head coach is making sure everyone is safe, right? You don't want guys going to the ground. You don't want any side shots. You just want to protect everybody, but still work our tackling, work finishing with the ball, right? Working, making sure we're securing the ball. So I think for the most part, we were pretty good today.
I mean, Tyler, you heard that. You heard that. I don't want any side shots. I don't want to go down to the ground. I'm just saying, like, we got to really – because listen, I've been there in high school, but it is very different at the higher levels. I know we had issues, and I'm going to guess this probably happens at the higher level. Like tomorrow when they come out, the offense could probably react to some of the stuff that they saw yesterday and said this is what they want to do. They want to turn it up like this. We're going to come out and establish some physicality, and we're going to bring it to the table. And now you got people rolling in. I don't care. Like what he just said, what happened to Stephon Diggs with Jimmy Ward fits right into that. He is sliding on the ground. He's giving himself up. You probably get 15 in a game. You don't need to be going to take off, trying to take his head off. That's what kicked off the whole thing to begin with, right? So it's like Stephon Diggs. I'm not saying you're not physical and you don't play ball. That right there, that's over the top.
Oh yeah,
and that's exactly what D'Amico said. We're trying to keep people safe.
Yeah.
Now you'll be saying all that, bro, you haven't played ball before until somebody takes somebody out.
Yeah.
Like that. Like just be smart about it.
Yeah.
Rein it in just a taste.
You damn sure don't want Diggs and C.J. Stroud, and Nico Collins, and the Laramie. Like your top 10, 15 players. You damn sure you don't want anybody taking those.
You
kind
can't
of hits,
can't tell me 8'7" or 8'6" ain't got a notion in his mind if he sees 24 somewhere.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that ain't on his mind. Those are two very important players. Sorry, I didn't mean to take that from you.
No. I mean, it's a good point. I think that was overboard. I think there are some things that need to be addressed, whether it be by the players or by D'Amico. I'm not concerned about the scuffle in general. I'm not concerned about the guys. The desire or the attempt to generate a little bit more dog and kind of change your personality as a team. Your physicality as a team, that you don't just turn that on Sunday. Just like being more aggressive offensively and throwing shots down the field, you don't just show up on Sunday after being conservative at practice all week and go, all right, today we're going to take shots. You got to practice those things. You don't show up on Sundays and just all of a sudden decide you're going to stop the Baltimore Ravens in the second half after a long first half and a long third quarter, and they're going to run through you like mess through a goose in the fourth quarter.
It got away quick, didn't it? I'm looking up. That thing got away quick.
Yeah, so I mean, you've got to practice that, and part of it is what you saw yesterday.
And listen, you said it yesterday, and to Rocky was still going in, and I'm just saying it's camp, and you get chippy and emotional. Y'all, yes, of course, I've covered camps and watched it, and to the point you said, I think D'Amico probably liked what he saw yesterday. I think he may not say it. I think D'Amico probably liked seeing that type of passion, aggressiveness come out. He knows it's there. Now you gotta, as things get emotional, that's when you step in and say, "Hey guys, let's not push this to another. We can't be cheap shotting people. We can't be people giving themselves up. Hey man, you want to try some of it? I hate to say stuff like this. You want to try some of these hits, but you might want to go find 88." Go find Cephas. Go find whatever his number is. Like, hey man, stop taking out one, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Like let's go do that.
Hey, Jimmy, you see one, get your ass away from.
Like, hey man, let's just play. You want to practice loading up here, man? Go find. I'm not, and I hate I took out Cephas, but I mean we just gotta.
That's fair. I mean, there's about 5 of them you could pick from.
They got a whole lot of them. Yeah, you just. You gotta be smart about that. You gotta be smart about that. Show when you played that they use leather helmets. I mean, how old do you think I am?
I mean, he's younger than me.
They are both way older than me, though.
Well, I mean,
way is a little strong.
They're younger than me.
That's a relative term, yeah.
I don't know, man. I think way's a little strong. We all three watched the OC when it was on.
Well, we do not all three watch HGTV and NCIS.
Well, I think I'm the only one that watches that combination. But, I mean, it's a great a great combination.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard.
Hey, this CSI Miami has been getting me going, boy.
It's hard to catch those real man shows when you're out till 2 a.m. or you're playing video games.
Yeah, living life. Oh, don't you worry, Dirty Red. You got something coming later. Don't you worry.
Oh God, Turd listening today. If you're wondering, coming up a little bit.
Might be getting your second medal.
A bit later. And by the way, you talked about you said Clint's got something coming. Clint's dreams, I think, may have happened with the Houston Astros. He has been talking about this for the better part of at least 2 years.
I can't wait to hear about this. I still hadn't heard it.
At least 2 years. Yeah, it is. It is a request that he has wanted. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Sagamore Rye whiskey. If you one of them whiskey-blooded folks out there, you like to drink a good whiskey with your friends, hell, I don't care if you do it with
the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live. The Drive is live, and we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. A lot going on out here. They got Bud Light is helping things out. Got comp drinks out here, so come on out. You can get you a nice little Bud Light, and we got a cooler. What's that? A lawn chair to give away as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Hooking people up. So come on in. You can put your name if you're in the building already. I know we've got a couple of people who have signed up. More than a few people who have signed up. You can throw your name in the raffle and have a chance to win a nice solid cooler. I sometimes need to. I don't know if I bring that one, but sometimes.
The good thing is you can't win, Ron. You can't win. I see you goosenecking over here. Well, it is a nice cooler.
I'm just like I like to. Yeah, take the. I'm a cooler user.
That lawn chair is nice too.
That lawn chair is nice.
That's the old school with the wood grain handles. That's the old school. My pop.
Oh, I didn't see them handles.
I told you.
Ooh, wood grain. Very Houston.
My pops used to sit in the front yard on that church pew. On the old church pew, they painted dark green, sit in that front yard, literally front yard.
How about you were burning bugs?
Yeah, I was burning bugs with cigarettes they threw on the ground. He was smoking them Marlboro Reds, collecting miles, and drinking cold beer, man. And we had about 3 or 4 of them lawn chairs, them old school style right there.
Yeah, so come on out, man. It's a good time as we always do. We are at the location near Willowbrook Mall.
Who the hell didn't burn bugs with their parents' cigarettes when they threw them down?
713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch. I swear before God,
get out of your own way, bro.
If 40% of the people texted and say, yeah, I used to burn bugs when I was a kid with my parents' cigarette butts, I'm leaving. All right, I'm not going to say that because people will just start doing it.
Here's the deal.
Come on, man.
Here's the deal.
That's like, I know a few times where you thought like you're normal. That's not normal.
No, look, it is very difficult to burn bugs with your parents' cigarettes when your ass is sitting in front of a video game. So I don't want to hear from all you AC babies, Tyler. I don't want to hear about you.
I wasn't an AC baby. Never did I pick up cigarette butts and say,
baby.
Here, come here, ants. Here, come here,
we live in 2024. I like my air to be cooled.
Did you sit around? I mean, look, if you didn't.
I don't speak for Tyler.
If you weren't brought up sitting around outside with the grown-ups while they were drinking and smoking, then you don't qualify. You don't qualify
No,
to
I
be
was.
in the line.
Right down the street from you in
playing
Baytown.
Video games, driving a yellow Hummer at 16, Tyler. No. You weren't burning bugs in 95.
I wasn't burning bugs. That part's factual.
I get text line only with the magnifying glass.
Okay,
does that
there
count?
you go.
That does not count.
I mean, if you don't
no.
If you don't have cigarettes, it's the same thing.
No, it's just, but that's a little deeper. Hey, man, my dad just flicked one out. Let me pick it up and let me get to burning. Like that's out there.
He made me take it. It did his job.
Like I caught fireflies. I did that number when I was a kid. I wasn't.
We did too on vacation with the girls from all the other towns. We caught fireflies too.
Yeah. I played hide and go get it with them girls too.
I mean, look, you get bored, man.
Hide the zucchini.
Not hide and seek. Hide and go get it.
I'm telling you, it taught me a lesson.
When you found them,
ain't touched another cigarette since. Big Earn made me take that puff off that Marlboro Red. Ooh, that thing burnt all the way down. I said, nah, why would anybody do that?
Yeah, Brandon Scott comes in. Burning bugs with adult cigarettes is definitely a thing. Well, Brandon has spent some time in Silsbee, Texas. That sounds like something he could do. Yeah,
appreciate that.
Firecrackers and ant bags. That's a little different. That's a little out there too.
What's the difference? You're blowing up bugs. You're burning bugs with cigarettes. You're burning them with the magnifying glasses.
Clint, just the route of. Man, look at old Ern over there smoking
Had to entertain myself,
man.
That
Marlboro. They flicked that Marlboro. Still a little some fire left on there. Pick it up. Here we go.
Had to entertain myself, man. I spent all my.
You didn't go play. You didn't play basketball around the neighborhood.
Hell,
you didn't play football.
Is that a serious question?
I'm just saying, like you up here talking about you. That's what you did for fun. There's other things to do for fun rather than wait for my parents to get done smoking a cigarette.
Nah, look, man. I mean,
did Linda smoke?
We were outdoors 24/7. No, Linda did not smoke. Big Ern and all his friends were I mean, they just chain smoked them things. I think Big Ern, he had a bad habit, obviously, but he collected the miles on the side. The Marlboro Man was a bad man back in the day. And boy, my dad, he was going to get that Marlboro Man T-shirt. He was going to get that Marlboro Man beach towel. He was collecting them miles now.
Yeah. All right. Let me get to this, Clint, because you have been waiting. You have been talking about since Carlos Correa left. And now Maldonado kind of filled that void a bit last year, and he's gone. But since Correa left, you have been talking about Alex Bregman's got to be the guy to step in and fill the role of the guy that is the vocal leader. And because he seemed to be the one that had it in him just by their personality. Doesn't seem like that's an Altuve thing. Doesn't seem like that's a Kyle Tucker thing, an Alvarez thing. But it felt like that he would be the guy. And I don't know if he was going to be like Framber Valdez taking a walk around the mound and then bam, right in his face is Carlos Correa to give him some words of wisdom. But it looks like this is starting to come about. There's a story in Athletic, Chandler Rome here, and he talked about the leadership skills and Alex Bregman starting to embrace what you were talking about. He talked about a situation, a lot of young pitchers are saying Alex is coming through on this. He talked about a situation, an example with Spencer Arrighetti. He said after Arrighetti had fired 4 scoreless innings before falling apart in the 5th, it sent the right-handers searching for answers. Alex Bregman had won, but first sought to understand how Arrighetti arrived to one decision he made. Throwing a slider anywhere in the strike zone to Luis Roberts of the White Sox is ill-advised. Arrighetti did it anyway, and the White Sox center fielder crushed it for a run-scoring double in a game they played on June 13th. This is what happened when they got into the dugout. Bregman found Arrighetti on the team plane, and said, "Hey, man, why do you throw that pitch?" Arrighetti said, "I don't know, man. It just felt good, and I just felt good about it." Bregman brought out one of his iPads to Arrighetti's seat and said, "Look here, Luis Robert punishes any slider in the strike zone. It doesn't matter what kind it is," Bregman told him. "Short, slow, sweeper, whatever you want to call it." He said, "You probably shouldn't throw that pitch anymore." Then Arrighetti said, "That is when it really opened my eyes." Arrighetti said recently, "I pitch a lot on how I feel about things sometimes rather than the opposite. Up until this point in my career, that's how I've thrown the ball. If I feel confident about it, I'm going to throw it." So he addressed him about the pitch he threw, about what was going on, and they told him, "Man, you might want to change up how you're doing things." So I know you have been waiting for Alex Bregman to take more of a leadership role on, and it looks like he is doing it with young pitchers, and that story from Arrighetti is one that maybe proves what you're hoping he would do.
I absolutely love it. And now that story specifically, I love the Bregman aspect. Like I think Bregman has to if it's out of his comfort zone or whatever, he's got to be the guy. I mean, it's got to be an everyday player, and it needs to be a guy that can relate to everybody, that's been around long enough. And Bregman just seems he's in close quarters with the pitcher playing third base. I mean, it just seems like that is the natural way to go. And I'm that is music to my ears to hear that. Now, on the other hand, I wonder if Spencer Arrighetti is out there throwing sliders to a hitter that crushes sliders. Somebody ain't studying,
or who's all agreeing with that.
I mean,
catcher and from everything.
But look, it's 2 young players. We talked about this could be a problem. But if you're a coach in the dugout and you're paying attention to what the hell's going on, I mean, how do you not meet
to the team's best hitter? Yeah.
How do you not meet Arrighetti at the foul line and on the baseline and go, "Hey man, what the hell was that all about? Why would you throw a slider to a guy that the scouting report says don't ever throw a slider to him?" Like, that's the scary part to me about where the Astros are. Yes, you've got a really young catcher that cannot manage the game nowhere near what obviously Maldonado could, and you're having to lean into 3 really, really young pitchers. And let's be honest, Framber Valdez has been known to call it audible and it not work out real well this year too.
Yeah.
Like, how is there not somebody not named Bregman on a team plane holding those guys accountable about the decisions that they make?
But at least he is, because I don't know I don't know who would have if he didn't.
Yeah, now I need Bregman to take that same approach with Fromber. You know what I mean? Like, I need Bregman to take that same approach with everybody on the squad. But that's I love to hear it from Bregman. But, boy, that is at the major league level with a team that is the cream of the crop in Major League Baseball for the last 7-8 years. It's mind-boggling to think that a young pitcher that's just trying to hang on, man. He's got electric stuff that somebody on a pitch-to-pitch basis isn't going, why would you throw that?
Yeah. All right, coming up as we're live here, Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, right off Tomball Parkway. Come on out and hang out with us. We're here until 6 o'clock. One, it is a day off in training camp. What stood out? What has stood out after the first 6 days of camp? And is there a potential blind spot for D'Amico Ryans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're in the
with surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Some wild boys around here, Tyler. My man texted and said, parents didn't smoke, but we took a can of hairspray, lit a match, sprayed hairspray on the lit match.
Flamethrower.
And made a torch and killed many bugs.
What is wrong with y'all in Clint?
Oh, I mean, are you a bug lover now?
Not a
bug lover. Go play some catch, man. Go play tag.
Yeah.
Everybody played catch and
football.
tag.
God, dog.
Everybody did that.
When you got
drive the four-wheelers.
No. It was, see, now you're getting into territory I don't know nothing about, Tyler. Didn't have a four-wheeler.
Didn't have that kind of money.
Didn't have land to drive a four-wheeler on. Didn't mom and dad, that four-wheeler was way down the list.
I mean, I didn't always.
Last time I had a four-wheeler, it was a remote control.
I was going to say, that four-wheeler, if it was a four-wheeler, it would have never been on the list.
Don't think I didn't ask now. I'm sure my dad and mom sat in the bed at night and thought, "What does he think? Does he think we have a money tree somewhere?" I mean, how much does he
think we make?
He's lived in this house for 12 years. Does he really think we're going to go out and get a motorcycle? I mean, geez.
Does he see these Christmas gifts he's gotten? He thinks we're jumping to a four-wheeler.
Did he see the hole in the shower wall that ain't been repaired in 10 years? Like we're not in the four-wheeler territory.
I bet Tyler was probably like my friend Josh, who would just discourage me on my Christmas gifts. I bet Tyler rolled through. Yeah, I got a boat this year for Christmas, and
man.
Oh, whatever the nicest thing.
I didn't get the silver spoon in my mouth till I was like in high school. Okay.
I'll never forget.
You were well beyond the bug burning years by then, for the record.
My friend Josh, whose dad played the NFL, he said, we were sitting there talking about what we asked for Christmas, or what we got for Christmas. And I was happy. I got me some jerseys, got me some clothes. At that time, them FUBU jerseys were strong. I got me a couple of them jerseys, had me some nice stuff. Josh got a turntable.
He was DJing at 12.
got a pit bull. Gave it to him. I remember I hated him. His phone number was 228 Josh.
Oh, we got his name in his
He had his name and his phone number. Had a separate interest to his room. Boy, I hated his guts. I really did. He told me, I just didn't want to tell him about my damn Christmas gift. Over here, man, that man talking about, I got a turntable, got a pit bull. Like, good God Almighty, man. They've never seen that. All right, as we're live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, as the promo said, we are over here to the location near Willowbrook Mall, on the other side of the highway there, down Tomball Parkway. So come hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Drinks, got prizes you can win. Coolers, what'd you say? Old school.
That's an old school lawn chair right there.
Lawn chair that you got a chance to win. All right,
I got a little some information here.
You got some info. Go ahead.
Right now, just let everybody know. Let everybody know what's going on here. All right, Bud Light, just let us know. We'll have $5 Bud Light talls, by the way, not them little ones Tyler drinks. Them talls now. All right, $5. What happened to you?
Nothing. You're never gonna live that one down, man. Yeah, I mean, it just ain't ever.
I didn't pick the glass they put my beer in, man.
Did, man. I know.
Like, I didn't say, hey, can I get a tiny glass of beer?
Hey, we're in the first hour of the show, Tyler. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right, man. It's all right.
No, just having a good one, man.
That's a shot. It's always gonna be there.
Oh yeah, we'll have $5 Bud Light talls, $12 Ultra pitchers, for giveaways today. Ron mentioned a couple of them. That old Bud Light cooler over, that's a nice one, real nice one. Bud Light tailgate chair, that's that lawn chair, that old school, wood grain arms on it. Bud Light barbecue apron for all my grillers out there, Ron.
Yeah, I see that.
And I don't know, wait a minute here. Retro webbing chair is that one, the tailgate chair. So there's a tailgate. Is there a bag chair over there too? Yeah, there must be a bag chair over there, too, a tailgating chair. That's the bag chair. So, yeah, we got 2 chairs. Is there a chair over there, too? No, that's what I'm getting word for, so I better find one.
Yeah, we got hookups. Get on down here. Put your name in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win some of the great prizes. I do want to get into, since there's a day off for camp. It's been 6 days, and we've been able to see a lot. There have been a lot of players who've done what they needed to do. Maybe some who hadn't. What has stood out to you thus far at camp?
Good way, negative. Which one? Positive, negative?
Either way you want to go. What stood out to you?
Well, I think the biggest camp story for me with the Texans, and I don't. To me, there's not a close second. Is the Kenyon Green situation, and I'm having to really temper my excitement for what I've seen right now. Again, not only it's the ripple effect with him. Obviously, if you plug in a guard that's capable of playing at a first-round level, whether he does it consistently or not, if that guy is a pro and is ready to play and be a starter and is a former first-rounder with that kind of skill set, that's a game changer. The ripple effect is now you take the guy that was having to play left guard, and now he's at center. He's a second-round draft pick out of Penn State. He's a center, and he's built very similarly, and he is a prototypical interior offensive lineman, the way they're built, the mindset, the physicality. And so you've upgraded significantly at 2 positions. And you can argue swinging Titus Howard out to right tackle where he belongs is a significant upgrade too. So you have significantly upgraded 3 of your offensive line positions without spending any more money than you were already spending, without adding any more players. It's just guys coming into their own and growing up and being a professional, playing their position in terms of Titus Howard. So I would say it'd be very difficult for me to find a more impressive, a more positive aspect of camp right now than what Kenyon Green has done. Now, to be fair, he's done it over the last 10 months. Yeah. It wasn't just overnight. He spent 10 months rebuilding his body and becoming a pro. But I got to temper my excitement for that one, so I'll roll with that one, considering it's my number 1 camp story.
Yeah, for me, it is the number 1. There's a couple of things, but I would say the number 1 thing to me is the impact of Stephon Diggs.
Oh, that's a good one.
And especially for me walking into it, and walking into it, I'll tell you this, I thought this dude is going to be probably one of the hardest workers out there. Just from things you've heard and people from Buffalo and what people have said, he's going to be one of the hardest workers out there. He's going to be really into the game. You can tell he's going to be a vet that knows, all the tricks and the trades of how to do things. He's been tenfold more than that. All right, he's already got here and established a real, legit leadership role here. He is one of the top leaders on this team already. He's ate up with the game, and he is an influence towards not just other receivers but other corners. You see him talking, and that's when you know it more than anybody being out there with guys. It's completely genuine. This is not boy, I'm walking out here. I want. No, he's talking to Stingley. He's talking to Lassiter. Like, you could probably go on social and find just individual spots and videos where he's talking to these guys. Him and Tanker are connected at the hip, and Nico and all.
When Mechie was on the field, it was almost like he was being paid to mentor Mechie. They were together so much.
Yeah, his impact to me is something, Clint, that I didn't see being as strong and as immediate. 6 practices in. There's CJ, and I don't even with Will, Clint, I don't know if there is a more defined leader outside of CJ Stroud than Stephon Diggs.
Well, when you talk about, just a powerful voice, he's second to none. I love what CJ's done, but really, you're talking about a guy that's been all pro. You're talking about a guy that has been the most targeted wide receiver in the league. A guy, and on top of that, right, he carries himself in that genuine, sincere way of wanting to help teammates and wanting to help the team win and being all completely bought in and grinds. So the formula behind, if you will, the resume behind Diggs is second to none relative to leading. I mean, based on the intangibles that we've seen now, the tangibles obviously that are the stat sheet, the power in his voice is second to nobody on the squad.
No, yeah, that to me is like jumped out. And I think those are positive things. Those are things that, boy, if the Texans would have prayed and hoped would be the outcome, that Kenyon Green would look the way he has and would have progressed how he has after the first 6 days of camp, and then Stephon Diggs would have an impact. This clearly the Stephon Diggs thing right now is going to be an impact that is felt more than just on the field. His is in his play. It is more than that. All right, coming up as we roll through 1 hour down, come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock here at Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall. So make your way on out here. Giveaways, specials, drinks. Might be some drinks on the house as we got a lot of things going out here with Buffalo Wild Wings helping us out big time here at Buffalo. I'm sorry, with Bud Light helping us big time out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out, swing by, have a good time with us. And as I said, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Coming up, we'll get you ready for this big series coming up for the Astros as they come home to face the Dodgers, the hated Dodgers. What's the expectation there? And, Clint, I hope what I'm about to read about the Texans isn't true because that better not be over, but we'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most – you gotta breathe well.
Texans. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1, we are live here. The Drive is live on the road, and we are here, Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, and a good time is being had. As we said, you know what, it's Thirsty Thursday. Come out and make a bad decision. Why not? I got people around here wanting to make a bad decision. Somebody may have just made one. Make a bad decision. Come on out and have a good time out here and enjoy yourself. Seeing some people starting to roll through. We got giveaways. You got good food. You got good drinks. Maybe some comp drinks as Bud Light. And the folks are here helping us out with Buffalo Wild Wings. And they might have a little something complimentary for you as well. So come on out and hang out with us as a good time is being had.
I'm trying to interject here, but I got a piece of chicken. I got some chicken stuck in my teeth. Boy, them wings were
need a toothpick. Need a toothpick bad, but
it's celery. It's natural floss. I was trying to use that, but I couldn't crunch on the mic. You know what I mean?
You couldn't crunch it. You couldn't just. You needed to really get something to get between a couple of those teeth.
I saw the Bud Light ladies that I saw them handing out a couple of Bud Lights a little earlier.
They were
handing out them long neck models.
It's just weird right now. Did you ever have braces?
No.
Good, man. Both of us. Just good, solid, straight teeth without braces. I know Tyler had braces.
Now I got a great smile. Yep.
Yeah, you know Tyler. His parents got aggressive early.
Well, I mean, my teeth were a nightmare early, so.
Oh, were they? Were they?
Yeah. Were they? I had to wear, retainers for, 2 years before I even got to the braces.
Lord bless me, man. Oh, man, they were just straight. Just good.
I mean, look, I had a good sized gap growing up. My brother,
Did you?
My brother called me Gappy.
Where? And it just came together.
Dead in the middle, Michael Strahan.
And it just came together.
The dentist kept just saying, "Hey man, y'all relax a little bit. It'll grow together. He's young. It'll grow together." And then that thing just slowly but surely started squeezing.
Good for you.
I got my gap closed up, and my brother
is opened up.
We were boxing in the garage one night, and he dropped his head into the lawnmower handle and broke half his front tooth off, and it turned the new one turned yellow.
Turned gold.
So I called him Old Yellow.
I've had that.
My gap was gone, and he had Old Yellow.
He had Old Yellow. Good for you. Well, two out of three ain't bad.
The old lawnmower handle in the garage got his ass.
Yeah. Damn. I bet you laughed at his ass. I mean, I would have. That tooth started turning gold. Man, you got it. Hank would have had to get it. All right. But no, come on out, have a good time with this. Hey, both big teams, the Astros and the Texans, are off today. Let's start with the Astros, as they've got a big series as they moved into sole possession of first place with their win yesterday, and coupling that with the Seattle Mariners' loss. They have a one-game. There you go. They got a one-game lead as they head play one of the best teams in baseball. Shohei Ohtani's going to be in town, along with the rest of the Los Angeles Dodgers in that series. Framber Valdez gets the ball tomorrow in Game 1. Ronel Blanco is going to look to bounce back from his last start. And then Spencer Arrighetti, he is going to have the ball on Sunday against the Dodgers. And this is a good team. This is a team that's one of the top teams in the National League in first place in the NL West. And they've been rolling, even though they've had injuries to guys like Mookie Betts. They've been rolling, but this is a big one here, and the Astros want to continue to keep pace in first place. What's the expectation here for you? What's the expectation? To win the series? That where you are right here? Win the series?
Yeah, I mean, look,
take 2 out of 3.
After dropping one to the A's, you need to turn around and win the series. I mean, you can't afford to drop series to the A's unless you're able to then, which the Astros did before, sweep the Mariners, and then if you're able to win a series with the Dodgers, I mean, that kind of thing will go a long way. But you can't let that, obviously, losing a series to the A's, you can't let that snowball.
Yeah. No, yeah, and I think they've got it. You know, with Framber and Blanco, those are two of the pitchers you want to depend on, and you know, obviously Ronel Blanco has done it all year, and Framber Valdez, you know, he's kind of up and down, even though his numbers are pretty solid. He's kind of up and down. you got those two guys going in this series. You want to hopefully get W's in those games that they pitch. The offense, I think that's going to be kind of the big question. They came alive in that last game of the series, but they've kind of been struggling a bit to score runs and kind of get back to having issues with hitting with runners in scoring position. So offense got to come to play in it. You just got to assume the Dodgers or their lineup. I mean, they score runs. They score runs, and they're one of the best offenses in baseball. So you gotta get there and put some runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you need a Tucker sighting is what you need.
Well, Clint,
you got 6 days from today, but they don't play, so you ultimately got 5 days.
Where art thou?
Yeah, I mean, Tyler doesn't look good, man. Because what I'm going to do is what I've decided, guys. What I'm going to do is that $20 that Ron owes me.
It's not owes you yet. All right, the $20 bet is how that should be spoken about.
My Tucker 20. I'm gonna see how many bets I can make with you, Tyler, on that 20. What I can turn that $20 into.
Damn, man!
Right in front of Ron's nose. I'm gonna turn his $20 into $500.
Tyler, I just believe in healing. I really do. I believe in healing. It's important. And I believe, and I'm hoping with my fingers crossed that something just comes upon Kyle Tucker and he starts moving laterally. Something just comes upon. Like right now in my heart,
believing in healing's bought you 50-some-odd days, ain't it?
Right now, I'm believing he's sprinting right now from baseline, from home plate down the foul line.
I call Spolane. You better call Spolane before you make that kind of before you go to hoping that.
I'm just out here hoping, baby. Just out here hoping. Somebody texted and said, "We just need the Astros to do what the Mariners do." That's it.
Yeah, just do one better. That's a good point.
Yeah, they seem like they are just. Falling apart.
But we are in the spot now. I mean, because you have absolutely made a run, like we've never seen. That turnaround in about was that less than a month?
Quickness.
I mean, it was ridiculous.
What it is, the quickness.
Now you're in a spot where you can have that mindset. Look, I mean, win, lose, or draw, all we got to do is do one better than the damn Mariners at this point in time.
Yeah, just try to do what you can to keep that lead.
Until the Rangers get back up in the mix.
Hey, they're 3 back.
Yeah, last time we talked, they were 3.5 back. Now all of a sudden they're 3 back.
They've won 4 in a row. They won 4 in a row. They're 3 back. So that's one to watch. They may be the one to watch over the Mariners moving forward. So big one, day off, big one tomorrow. Hopefully we do get some injury updates coming up with, if you want them, Tucker, Verlander, Luis Garcia.
The medical team.
Hopefully we get some understanding there.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, this is interesting. As I said, it's a day off for the Texans. And Jonathan Alexander, who writes for the Houston Chronicle, is on the beat, covers the Texans and is with this team and follows them and is out there at camp and is about covering this team as well as anybody. Clint, he said this, tweeted this out. D'Amico Ryans loves Kamari Lassiter. As far as I'm concerned, the competition for cornerback 2 was over in minicamp.
It's interesting.
Wow.
I need more. I need more context about that. Like I need more than just. It's obvious the head coach loves him. He drafted him in the second round, and he talks about him glowingly. But if you listen to what D'Amico says, he's where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. He's super smart. He's a dog. It takes a little bit more than that to play corner. In the NFL, especially on the outside. So I need a little more context from Jay.
And for me, is like, I hear you on that. Whether it's, it's real. I hope it's not real. I hope it's not. Now, I think he's got the lead, Clint. Yeah, I would get, like hell. He's been the one running with the ones, right? But I hope that the competition isn't over where they're just saying he is the cornerback 2, and that's it.
Oh, look, if I had to bet right now, I would bet Kamari Lassiter is going to be the starting cornerback.
He's got all the one red.
Based on what D'Amico has said, I just don't like. I don't see camp going like at some point in time. Again, I'm listening to what D'Amico is saying. At some point in time, the kid's going to have to make plays. At some point in time, he's going to have to go. He's going to have to make instead of pushing Diggs out of bounds on a go route every time he runs a go route. Like at some point in time, he's going to have to go up and prove he can make plays like Derek Stingley made yesterday on Tank Dell on the go route. You know what I mean? Like at some point, he's going to have to make those plays. Yesterday, closing up on Nico Collins. Like you can't tackle air. Like at some point, you got to show that you do more than just, hey, I'm smart and I'm a dog. Like at some point, you're going to have to be a playmaker at that position.
Yeah, and yes, you drafted him in the second round. He's your top pick, but I mean, you also made a commitment to the C.J. Hendersons and the and Jeff Okudah. And to me, Jeff Okudah has at least played to a level where it should be just closed case. Like he's played at a level to me where like he should still be in a competition. Right, with this thing. Like I
Jeff Okudah had 2 really good days.
Yeah.
And Derek Stingley has had a really good day. That's really the extent of it in the secondary. I think Kalen Bullock has flashed a couple of times. Otherwise, in the entire secondary, everybody's been fairly quiet. You know what I mean? I mean, we hadn't heard from Jimmy Ward until for some reason he hit Diggs when he was sliding yesterday. Jalen Petre's shown some flashes in the pressure game, but in terms of the cover defenders, he hadn't really done a whole lot. Eric Murray, I'd say Eric Murray at the safety position has probably been the guy that's kind of stood out. And a couple of times I remember guys going, man, who is 23? You go, well, that's Eric Murray. Remember, everybody didn't like that contract he got when they paid him $7 million a year a couple years back. That's him who's still here and is in a position to start for this secondary. So, yeah, look, I'm not saying that the kid's not going to be the starter. I'm not saying Jonathan Alexander.
Right now he is. Yeah.
I'm not saying Jonathan Alexander's wrong. I'm just telling you at some point in time, we're at every practice. At some point in time, there's going to have to be Jeff Okudah goes and makes a great pick on the sideline, tip pick on the sideline. You know, he had a hit yesterday in full pads that was probably, again, ill-advised, but he stood somebody up.
Oh, Robert Woods?
Yes,
God,
yes,
yeah. He spun
I mean,
around.
At some point in time, the kid's going to have to start making some plays. Not just be a nickel. Because here's the thing: if you're D'Amico Ryans, you're setting for me. I'll say a strange like precedence if you're going to draft a guy in the second round and just throw him in there as a starter, and doesn't matter what he does in minicamp, you name him the starter, and you got 2 former top 10 picks sitting behind him that are competing for a spot. Like the team's not stupid. The team's watching the same film. If the team's sitting there going, "Hey man, dude's all right. Dude's a good second-round pick, but he's not a lock, stock, and barrel starter."
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I mean, Jeff Okudah. You see what I'm saying? Like it'll be an interesting dynamic if one guy's making a bunch of plays and can go, and the other guy is just gifted the job. I wonder how long that'll last.
Yeah, it's one to watch. Like for me, I think Jonathan is probably coming with. Not just a guess, like there's probably an educated.
I'm sure he's talked to somebody.
To this thought, but for me, boy, I'm not in love with the thought that minicamp it was over, like that before we stepped on the field of camp. So I mean that's to me still one of the biggest camp battles that there is.
Well, here's the interesting thing: if that is true, right? Because I agree with you. I mean, Jonathan's not going to pull that out of his tail end. I mean, clearly he spoke to somebody. But if this was Kamari Lassiter's job in minicamp, then what did you tell Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson to get him here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean that's again, it'll be interesting to see how that corner comp unfolds.
Yeah. We'll see.
I don't think it's near as cut and dry as D'Amico and company will make it out to be.
Hell. Especially how C.J. Stroud wasn't cut and dry last year with Davis Mills.
Good point. Yeah.
I mean, I
didn't think about it from that perspective.
It better not have been decided in minicamp.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Abrams to right field. Johnson coming in. He makes the catch. No hits for the Nats. Dylan Cease throws a no-hitter. The second no-hitter in Padres history. There'll be a sea of San Diegans celebrating back home today.
How about it, a no-hitter? How about real quick shout-out to Tyler's younger brother who just popped up in this bad boy. I see you out here. Proud Pop in the building. Yeah. Okay, put your arms down, man. He's putting his guns up now. He's got. I see that. He got that Aggie money out here. I can see the ring right here. Got that Aggie money out there. But hey, congratulations, Dylan Cease. You know what I love about this, Clint? 114 pitches. Somebody wasn't scared to go out there and just say, hey man, you got a no-hitter, throw the ball, baby. Go ahead and get it. They took out Paul Skeens. What did he have? A no-hitter in the 7th. He had 90 pitches or something. They took him out after he got 3 outs with 6 pitches in the previous inning. I love it, man. I love it. Go ahead, Dylan, man. You get those moments to be able to see that at the ballpark. That's one of the things about baseball to go out there. I like that. 114 pitches. Don't be scared.
It's refreshing to see. I tell you what, though, I had no idea that the folks from San Diego were San Diegans.
Oh, yeah. You didn't know that?
No.
What did you think they were?
I don't know that I've ever thought much about it, to be honest with you. But I would not have gone with San Diegans.
San Diegans, like I don't know where else.
San Diegans.
San Diegites. Sandonians.
San Diego.
San Diegas. San Diegans. Yeah.
I don't know. When he said it, I thought, man, I've never heard that.
It jumped up. That was one jumped off the page.
Never heard that one. San Diegans.
San Diegans. There it is. How about that? All right. Don't you start being like your brother, man. I'm serious, dog. Don't you dog, man.
If you're like me, that's a good place to be, man.
No, man, he's out here. I could just. He looks like he's edging to do something.
Oh, you don't see them three babies sitting on the end of the bar right there?
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, shots on this guy here, man.
Making me proud.
I feel like Tyler texted him to do this sort of thing.
Attaboy, Sterling.
All right, coming up. All right, this may be a little crazy. I sometimes have a crazy assessment. This may be a little crazy, Clint. I want to run this by you. That could be a new element, something that you got to say in yesterday and something I've been watching over the last couple of weeks. I want to get your thoughts on that. We'll do that coming up next. But before we do that, as we are riding out here live, listen, I'm telling you, I'm out here. The weather is kind of out there today, and riding around in that Hyundai. I'm telling you, not only is it a place that feels like a car of luxury, it's also very safe, and I felt very good in that thing, and switching lanes and making turns. It is everything that you want, that Hyundai Santa Fe that I just purchased. And I'm telling you, look at that one, you might want to go to Steel South Loop Hyundai because they've got everything you need. If you don't believe me, listen to Bert, man. He runs the show down there.
We don't have Bert show.
We don't have Bert, do we? Damn it, Bert. Damn it. All right. But listen, usually that's not a problem, not having Bert. Bert is usually right there. As soon as you come in the sales room, you can find his office right there. And not just that, you can go online at SteelSouthLoopHyundai.com, and you can find his phone number.
I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, Tyler's big little brother, just like him. just like him. Woo! Shout out is come on out. We got people coming out. That's a second person come through and said, man, we heard y'all was here on the radio. We had to come out here. My man over here said I ain't going to put nobody's names out here. I don't know if people are supposed to be out here right now. My man came through. He said, damn. He said, I never look forward to seeing the nipple since Cardi B. Every time I see old Tyler pull that nipple out to start the show.
The Drive is live.
Tyler, you ain't pulled that little thing out today, man. What's going on?
You're right. Here we go.
Tyler, did you have that shirt made too?
There he is again, though, right? I mean, as he pulls his shirt up,
rubbing them,
and shows both nipples, he squeals.
He's right now. If you were in Buffalo Wild Wings, Tyler has his shirt up, and he is now pinching both nipples.
Do you think in the biscuit he sits up on his knees and pinch both nipples?
I don't think about him. I don't think about it.
You don't think you don't think he like. When his old lady, him and his old lady's in the bed, you don't think he kind of jumps up on both knees and just starts squeezing both nipples like that?
No, I don't know.
I mean, are you curious?
I'm not saying it happens often, but I'm sure it's happened before.
Curious.
I think you are.
No, I don't. I can promise you. I'm not curious.
I think you're interested. Like it's piqued your interest.
It has not piqued my interest.
You're nervous to admit it.
No, I'm not nervous to admit it. I promise you, it has not.
I told y'all I'm versatile. I'm all over the place. That's part of the fun. I keep you on your toes.
See, look at that. See, this is where I'm not going to say anything. I'm looking at this shirt right there. The Altuve and Alvarez are in the same size and font. Like,
oh my God!
Like if you look at that, that's a shirt just like the one he got us.
Yeah.
And the Altuve and Alvarez.
I didn't have this one made, dude.
Neither. I'm just telling you it can be done because many people said they make it out that way. I'm just looking. If you were on YouTube and Twitch, you could see it. I know Tyler would do it. I wouldn't mind if Tyler took a picture and just posted it for those of you who cannot be on YouTube and Twitch. I would like for you to jump on it. You mentioned earlier this week, Tyler did a great job, made some really nice shirts, left himself off. I had a couple of changes I'd make. Clearly, he made it to where Clint is obviously the bigger name on it. It's not only first, but much, 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 much larger than Hughley down there. And I'm looking at it right there. There is proof you can make a shirt like that where Alvarez
I didn't
and
have
Altuve
this one made.
are in the same size.
It was an ad, man. It was an ad.
Once again, I think you did a great job, man.
Thanks, dude.
You know, it's the name of the show. It's not your fault, man.
Yeah,
Don't let him make you feel bad about it.
I'm not trying to make you feel. I'm just simply saying you shouldn't have worn that shirt. There's evidence that you could have done that. Hey, listen, Tyler. I know you've been watching this too. I know. Have you finished Receiver yet?
Oh yeah.
No, I have not.
I finished it earlier this week. I finished Receiver earlier this week. It was nice.
I'm probably 4 episodes in, I guess.
Real quick, Tyler, are you a fan of Claire? Are you a fan of Claire? What's that boys? Claire Kittle or not?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I'm a big fan.
Why would you not be a fan?
I don't know how you couldn't be a fan. I mean, she is talented.
I'm a bigger fan so far of.
Get nice job, G.
Of Devontae Adams' old lady.
I'm a fan.
If you're Devontae Adams, no, I'm talking about as a person.
I am too. I'm not talking.
Obviously,
I'm not. That's him.
Get your head out of the gutter, pervert.
If you're married to Devontae Adams and you got a baby and y'all obviously live together in Vegas, she goes to school, you have a party for her, invite everybody over, and the majority of the adults at the party have no idea you're married to Devontae Adams. You're all right with me.
Yeah, again, another experience, similar experience I've had too at parties. Yeah,
nobody knew Courtney was married to Ron Hughley. That's what it was. Yeah. Nobody. They walked. Let me guess. At Trey's 4th birthday, nobody could believe that Trey's daddy is
shocked. No, listen.
He's serious, Tyler. By the way, he's probably give us a serious story.
I probably had that happen about 5 times out of the amount of birthdays I've had. Oh, my God. I know that voice. Oh, you've had that happen. Tyler, you've had that happen. You show up to places. Oh, my God, you're T-Mill?
I know those nipples.
I know those nipples anywhere.
It happens to T-Mill all the time, man, over in the Heights, man.
That is true.
It's happened a few times. But, no, I'm watching Receiver. And it is hard not to look at the 49ers knowing that's where Bobby Slowick and this offense came from.
Yeah.
And you were talking a lot about maybe we've unlocked potentially with that speed of Nico Collins a new door, a new thing with Nico Collins with that speed. And I'm watching that, and they have tried to kind of in their own way recreate Debo. They tried it with Tank in a certain way, obviously not as physical, but he's done a lot of different things where they found a way to get the ball in different spaces. And I'm watching Debo, and you could see how much he adds to the offense. And when you said earlier this week when we were talking about Brandon Ayuk, like, dude, that dude, like he's somebody they run so much through. And I am wondering, can Nico be some of that? Can they use Nico in a way that Kyle Shanahan has used Debo Samuel, maybe not to the complete extent, like 2 years ago before they got Christian McCaffrey. Hell, he was there. He got the ball in the running game as much as anybody. But some of the things they do, a lot of the reverses. If you look at Debo and Nico, they're very similar in size and weight. Are they? Is
Debo that big?
Debo's taller. Nico's taller.
Yeah.
But they're about the same size. They're both 215, 220. And when we saw last year what Nico's great skill was, he broke tackles probably as well as anybody, including Debo last year. Could we see him maybe being the guy that gets the ball in different spots like Debo does in that offense at times? Maybe he's the guy that gets reverses. Maybe he's the guy, maybe you start in the backfield and you pitch just to get the ball in his hand so he can break tackles. I was watching that thinking, boy, maybe it's Nico that they can explore to do some of those things they do with Debo?
I think Diggs is that guy.
Diggs?
Yeah, I think Diggs is more that guy. Now, look, I think you're going to get obviously you don't have a Debo Samuel in the squad, but you're either going to get a combination of multiple guys kind of filling that role, because Tank can obviously do it. We saw Nico do it last year, do a lot of it last year, and we know Diggs is capable of doing some of those things. So it may be a group effort, but if it were one guy that's going to be put in that position, I would think it's going to be more of a Diggs guy. I've said it before, and I'm bullish on this. I mean, maybe it's just I don't want to give in. But at this point in time, I just think with the weapons that they have, Nico is going to be a stationary boundary receiver.
And it just seems like there's, with the creativity of what they like to try to do, especially how that's birthed in San Francisco, and you see it done with them in Miami.
I think Nico's more Brandon Ayuk than Debo. But I get
he breaks tackles.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Like there's a thought of Debo. Let's just get the ball in his hand and see if people can bring him down. Yeah. And it feels like Nico has a little bit of that in him.
He definitely has it in him. Ain't no doubt about it. He's definitely got that in him. But I don't. To me, especially with what I'm seeing with him beating guys deep, just straight go routes, not manipulating coverage, just straight go routes. Yeah,
granted, we haven't seen any of it.
I'm not. That's a hill I'm gonna die on. I may die on it. He may turn into Debo, but the hill I'm gonna die on is with this many weapons. There's no reason for him to do more. Because that was the quarter. That's who I was as a quarterback. Is I had a big, deep threat, hard to tackle guy, and it was my safety valve all the time, right? Whether I had a run called strong and the safety came down and I didn't want to run into that, boom, I could stand up and give it to him. If I had a play called where he had a deep route, boy, if I got man coverage, boom, I could go there anytime I wanted to. If I needed something quick and there was a soft corner on him, boom, I could go there right now. That's just the way that I'm wired, and I know if I were playing, that's what I would want Nico to be. And so I'm going to die on that hill, Ron.
No, I hear you. Debo a little over 6 foot, 215, and Nico 6'3.5", 215. So that's their combine weights. So to be in weight and size similarities, there's some similarities there, and their ability to break tackles and be hard to bring down. It just feels like it feels like it's a group that tries to get creative in how they're going to use guys. And I wonder, now granted we haven't seen anything like that, I wonder if that is a look that they'll have. All right, Tyler's Turd list coming up. I think somebody here is going to probably make an appearance on that. But Tyler's Turd list coming up. You don't want to miss that as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, well, Tyler is a turd, so I hope I am on the list. Advanced hair restoration. If you look in the mirror, when you
Their insurers not available in all states.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here as we are live, and people are starting to come on out, hanging out, having some drinks, just talking to some people about surviving that hurricane and how long they was out of power around here. Said they was out about 5-6 days, just like we were in our part. So good conversation.
We got to be right on the edge here. We got to be right on the edge when that tornado came through, right?
Got to be. Yeah, good spot. Yeah, my man told me this whole area, they didn't probably get power back to that Saturday. So that's
what I'm saying. I bet some folks close to here, I don't know about this specific area, I know, but close to here, hell, they were out. They lost power that tornado, and then hell, that wasn't 2 months ago.
Oh yeah.
I was stuck under the overpass over there on the northwest side.
Oh, that's right.
You
shut it down, right? Yeah,
under an overpass. Hell, yeah. Luckily, I mean, it's the smartest thing I've done in a while, to be honest with you. I was just playing it safe at the time, and then I realized, like, damn, there's signs falling and light poles falling all around me. I mean, I think there were some people over in this area that I mean, hell, it's 2 months in a row that they had a little bit of an outage. A lot of an outage.
I'm proud of you for that decision, Clint.
Growing up, man, I got kids, man.
You're right. Feeling like me, because I'd have tried to push it. Like I don't know how many times that
my days of pushing it are over.
I don't know how many times I've driven. I'm like, you know what, man? It's just too bad, man. I'm about to pull over. I probably should have multiple times, but I've just never gotten to that spot to do that.
If you would have seen what I seen, you would have pulled over. How
long was you pulled over?
15, 20 minutes.
Man, then it slowed down, son.
But I mean, I just happened to be. I didn't really pull over. I exited where I was going, and I turned left underneath the highway. And when I was sitting at the light before I turned left, I was the first truck in the light. And I've never seen it was still light outside. But whatever that cloud was that was coming at me on the street, basically, all I could see was the light. I couldn't see any of the buildings or the highway. It all just disappeared into like a darkness. Like it was clearly, I mean, it's something I'd never seen before. So when I turned left underneath that overpass, I said, let me go. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull this one over. I mean, I imagine that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
But then like I said, I saw a big ass street sign fall right in front of me. The light poles, that football field.
Yeah, that might slow you down.
Yeah, man. Hey, look out now.
I don't know. I've probably been like Brandon Scott's crazy ass when he decided to drive at 3 o'clock in the morning through I believe the hurricane to get to the station.
I probably just kept nowhere around here.
Hey, I drove smooth into Harvey.
I know it. That's what I'm saying. I'm proud of you.
And the whole time I'm driving into Harvey, I'm just thinking, man, I hope one of these roads I'm going down didn't have water over. You know, because I was coming up down the East Texas, Louisiana line over there on 59. You know, you come through a lot of small towns right there. So I'm thinking, man, I hope I don't come through one of these little small towns and the water's over the road. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm thinking like, damn, I'd have to turn around if it was, instead of, like, that'd be some pretty dangerous stuff. Like, what are you doing, you idiot? I'm thinking, boy, that's going to cost me an hour of drive.
An hour of drive, no, yeah. You've grown up. Good.
Yeah, them days have changed, man. Them two little ones at home, they depended on you, boy, for a while. So I got to make some better decisions.
I may not take off and let it die down a little bit, but if I'm going,
if you're in it,
I feel like I can do it. I'm good.
Outrun it, baby.
Like the windshield wipers. Can you see?
Hold on, so
I'm good. All right, it is Thursday. I want to apologize as a clear leader on the show. I don't care how the state of Tyler Milner last week. We missed the Turd list, and that's on me. That's on me.
I got some blame here, man. You're a leader, but
Tyler, let him take it.
It's okay.
Tyler. Let him take it.
It's on me. That's on me. As I said,
it is on you. You know, you're a real POS, man.
Despite the state that Tyler was in,
Tyler, one time a week, Tyler asked to do his turds,
and
you've tried to.
We rolled through it.
You've made him feel like you didn't like it, so he wanted to get rid of it. I mean, now you just roll right through it.
I rolled through it. That's on me. That's on me.
You know what?
But we are
selfish.
Here. We are here today. We are here today.
Egotistical,
and we're back. And I'm certain this is going to be a fantastic
sophomoric.
There's another one I forgot. All right, this is Tyler's Turd List.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We missed it last week. Ron, I'm still going to take some of that blame, though, bro. I can't be that hungover to where we miss out on turds. The people need turds each and every week. Full podium again this week.
You really cracked yourself up with that one.
Oh, man. Bronze medal this week is going to, in particular, a certain Twitter account, but also the ideology behind this. Hear me out. You probably saw this tweet floating around the Twitter sphere yesterday. It's just nothing resembling actual reporting or good journalism. At NFL Notify.
Damn.
Their name is listed as NFL Notifications. They tweeted out yesterday, Texans wide receiver Stephon Diggs was in the middle of a fight at training camp today. Are we surprised? And by the way, that tweet is still up there. Now, if you have seen this tweet, you've probably seen a lot of us at Sports Radio 610 replying to that thing and letting this troll know, whoever it is, that's just misinformation. You've also seen Texans players calling this account out. But the ideology right here is really what's getting to me, man, because there are so many damn people, especially sports fans or people in the sports world these days, that they work off being anonymous and they think that they can say whatever they want on a keyboard and not be held responsible. There's no accountability, and the bridge trolls are just getting to a point where it's driving me crazy. You know what I'm saying?
That was a little aggressive. Yeah, he took a shot, but no, he was not involved in it. Derek Stingley, however, was.
Yes, and it's not like if he tweeted it out. I mean, it has been a full day now. Texans players, a ton of people telling this person, whoever it is, this is wrong. This is just false. You're lying, and it still stands. So that's bronze medal this week. Silver medal is a familiar face, a familiar voice on the drive. Former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner, former Arkansas Razorback in the house. His second ever medal. Clint, this is going to be your second silver medal.
God, man, Clint's been on here twice.
And before we get too far into this thing, this was at the end of last week, and this is the main reason my guy Clint Stoerner is getting his second silver medal today.
Wait to hear it.
Tyler's got the running back numbers, or Tyler's got the medical history of a 70-year-old.
That's true, and the right knee of a 90-year-old.
I mean, this guy's. I mean, everything.
Thank you for making fun of my tough medical history, bro. Appreciate it.
I
really didn't mean. You want to make fun of the time I had a seizure next? Go ahead.
I didn't mean to. Yeah,
I just was caught off.
How did you go from hemorrhoid to seizure?
I mean, you're the one making fun of my medical history.
I mean, it's just lengthy. That's all.
You're telling me. So I'm sitting here.
Clint, Tyler, it didn't get better when you told us you're taking 9 pills a day. That did not.
That contributed to his turkish behavior.
I did not know. I didn't know you were taking 9 a day.
That's not my. I mean, that contributed to this. This is that's not a defense of Clint here. You can't be making fun of your bro's medical problems, man. I got problems. I got issues.
Yeah,
and before that, you were coming at me, and I had to call you an a-hole because you were coming at me about sanitizer and saying I was in the bathroom with Ron. Y'all remember what happened. But Clint, what is it you always say? It's not the tone. It's
a little bit more
the message.
It's the message. It's not the tone. It's the message. But
we weren't doing anything in the bathroom odd. Okay.
No, I was in the booth.
Y'all got some weird ways, man.
Clint came at me pretty hard on that one. But congrats.
Pause.
Gold medal. Real
you two,
quick.
I wonder about you two, man. Y'all go to the restroom together.
Be careful. I will put you on next week's
Get your
third
pom-poms
list,
out for each other. I mean, it's interesting.
You're just working for that gold, aren't you? You're working for this gold, aren't you, Clint? Gold medal this week. It's a familiar face once again. This is a guy that inspired Tyler's Turds of the Week, one of the many inspirations. The representative of himself. He is no stranger to the Turd podium. He wears pinstripes now. His name's Garrett Cole. This dude who just continues to be one of the best examples of turdish actions and behavior in the sports world. Each and every time it seems he's on the mound, This guy's sucking, y'all, and I love it. We got to bask in it. This guy has a 5.40 ERA and a measly 7 starts for the bitch-ass Yankees in 2024. He also has, in those 7 starts, I got numbers for you. This is awesome. 4 pitch clock violations for the veteran pitcher Garrett Cole, the representative of himself. He can't get out of his own way. This guy is a turd to his core.
This is Tyler's turd list, so it has his name on it, so he makes the rules. I think it is tough to be able to get on the turd list just by poor performance.
Well, that wasn't what sparked it. What sparked it, and I tried to get the audio of this. I was trying to find it. But I'm looking up at the TV here in studio last night. The Yankees game's on. And Garrett Cole, I look up, and he is just whining, crying, bitching. Like visibly. I couldn't even hear it. I was like, man, what is this guy so upset about? And it was because he had just got that 4th pitch clock violation. Got to figure it out, bud. You got to be quicker than that. This rule's been around for a little bit now. Try to be better. And the Yankees are still sucking after everyone was already crowning them 2 months ago. So it's all in all a great podium whenever the gold medal's going to a Yankee, especially when it's Garrett Cole. That's your turds of the week.
I want to throw a couple of honorable mentions. One, Jamar Chase, for who is in refusal of saying Patrick Mahomes' name. He is not going to say his name. They asked him, do you know who is going to be the number 1 player on the top 100? And he just refused to say his name. That's where he is. He can't say his name. I'm not going to say his name. I'm not going to say his name. You're not going to give me to say his name. What are you, a child? And then also Figgy. Yeah, Figgy's the nicest person in the world. I'm gonna step up for my guy Clint, my man Figgy, who we do. It's tough, man. We wish him and his wife that they get better as they lost their dog Stanley. But he gave a passing shot. He said once he lost his dog Stanley, he said, I thought to myself, I don't want to tell Clint that I lost my dog because who knows what Clint's going to say. And
I don't believe Figgy said that.
That was his first silver
Swear
medal.
to God, Figgy said that on his confessions. And I thought at the time that's low. Come on, Figgy. Now, Clint, you know what, Figgy, Clint has a feel about dogs, but Clint would be compassionate for you losing Stanley, your dog. And I thought that's unfair. So I got to throw Figgy on the list.
Y'all are some real jerks.
Tyler, I swear to God, he said it.
You caught people off guard with that dog take a couple weeks ago.
I thought that was low. I thought that was low.
Lopez tried to cancel me. That's all.
Well, Figgy jumped into it. I promise you. It was at the end of confessions.
That's fine. Y'all are the canceling kind.
Canceling nothing.
It was at the end of confessions, Clint. He said, "I don't want to tell Clint that Stanley died." And I thought, well, that's just low.
Figgy, I have I didn't even hear half of what Ron was rambling about, and then he said something about you lost your dog, and my heart sunk.
And it sunk. And
for you,
you heard what I was
saying. The man.
I didn't. I don't know how you got there. I'm not sure.
Thanks for not listening.
But I mean, you two were bickering.
Here, tell us what you got coming up at the 4th. I'm gonna not listen.
I'm gonna not listen. I got a list, and it's my damn list. We're a quarter of the way through training camp with the Texans, 6 practices down, and I'm gonna put a bow on what we've seen real quick. We'll briefly discuss each one of them. Got about five or six things. If you hadn't been listening to our training camp recaps, if you hadn't been to training camp, if you're a fan and you want to get caught up on where the Texans are, about a quarter of the way, third of the way through training camp. You want to dial in to this next segment for damn sure. But before we do that, got to tell you about one of my favorite places to watch live sports.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and we're up here at Buffalo Wild Wings off Tomball Parkway up on the northwest side. Got a nice little crowd in here. We got a couple empty tables, so come on through, hang out with us. The Bud Light ladies are in the house doing their thing, and Bud Light obviously has a couple of big giveaways here. They call it a web chair, but this is the old school lawn chair that we used to sit in the front yard when Mom and Dad were drinking beer and smoking cigarettes way back in the day. It's old school, got the Bud Light logo on it. It's solid, blue and white. Yeah, as you can tell, the webbed lawn chair with some wood grain handles. I'm telling you, it don't get any nicer. I don't know if I've ever seen one of them customized like that, but it's big time. And the Bud Light cooler over there is one that I think anybody would be proud to tote around. It's a nice quality, big Bud Light sign on it, and I'm sure it does the trick for sure. At least it looks the part. So come on through.
5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win it. That's when we will give that one out.
5 o'clock hour. Come on through. We'll pull. We're going to give both of them away together. They're such a beautiful couple, such a beautiful pair. There's no reason to separate them. We might as well give them away together.
You got two beauties like that. You want to keep them together.
Yes. Why would you want to separate them? So there's going to be one lucky person in the building. For all our folks out there on Twitch, YouTube, we appreciate you watching, listening. The Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you listen on the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. If not, go ahead, download that sucker and take us wherever you go. A lot of different options on that Odyssey app with Sports Radio 610 and beyond. If you're old school, you listen the way that I listen, the way Tyler's Pops listen. On the AM dial or on the FM HD 100.3 HD, what are we, 2?
Yeah.
HD 2. We appreciate you listening that way as well. Texans Training Camp. Texans Training Camp is 6 practices in, a little over a quarter of the way, almost a third of the way through training camp. I believe I was talking to Sean Pendergast a couple days ago. I think there's 21 total practices in training camp this year. Obviously, once they start games, those will be spread out significantly more than they are now. They've already had 2 practices with fans in the stands. I think we've got the next 3, Ron. I think the next 3 practices coming up are open to the fans. I know 2 of them are. So fans, opportunities to get out there. I'm telling you that this team is really, really fun to watch. The Texans have got it set up out there where it's awesome for the kiddos. It's awesome for all the fans, the access to the team and the players. The owners will speak to the fans usually, so come out and hang out. But we're through about a quarter of camp. And Ron, I just want to put a bow on the season. Not season, not yet.
I'm going to say, my goodness.
I want to put a bow on the 6 practices that we've seen so far. You know, we've over the last week and a half, man, you and I have talked about a lot of different things as they happen, and there's so much action. It's hard without an off day to go back and recap what's gone on. But I think it's interesting to take a minute to recap that, and I think I got to start the list. This is a list that I made, and so some folks may agree, disagree, but the points are still valid. Either side of the fence you sit on. I thought it was interesting, Ron, that this team, that it's so obvious that this football team on the offensive side of the ball is it seems like they're aiming to be more aggressive.
You just made the list.
We had C.J. Stroud comes out in the first practice, and which this trend has continued, by the way. We keep talking about it in reference to Derek Stingley Jr. getting beat, but this team has noticeably been more aggressive in their play calling to open drills, throwing go routes, vertically attacking, pushing the ball down the field. So we saw that from jump, and it's continued. And then we heard C.J. Stroud, when he met with the media after the first practice, Ron, he didn't hesitate at all and said, one of the things I'm working on beyond the command of the offense, the command of the line of scrimmage, was pushing the ball down the field and being more aggressive. I didn't have that on my list of things that they would be focused on, and definitely didn't think it'd be so obvious that they're focusing on that at this point in time.
Yeah, because you thought, all right, Joe Mixon gets here. You think that maybe running the football is going to be something that was such an issue for them, and it's not just such an issue for them, but from where they come from, there's something that they want to do. I would have thought that would have been the first priority, was to make sure we get this run game better.
Yeah, and you think the way in which they went about things last year, which in my opinion was, protect the quarterback at all costs because you had some offensive linemen out. Right? Then there's obviously a developmental aspect of a first-year quarterback. There's, you look at, again, with all the receivers out, you're just trying to scheme up some things so the quarterback can get the ball out. You just try to stay ahead of the chains, and you really try not to make too many mistakes and lose the game. Just give yourself a chance, kind of that approach offensively. And in the process, their quarterback led the league in yards per game. Yeah. And their quarterback led the league in fewest interceptions. And so it's one of those, well, why wouldn't you just continue course? Why would you all of a sudden feel the need to be aggressive? And so I guess that's why it surprised me a bit. But I totally agree, because we just watched the second half of that Baltimore game, right? When you're not able to run the ball, when you're not able to throw the quick stuff, you got to have some down the field shots. You got to have practice that. You got to have guys that can do it. And so I don't know. I think that's one theme offensively that is pretty obvious. Number 2 on my list, Kenyon Green. You talked about him earlier. Kenyon Green, a Atascocita A&M product, 2022 first-round draft pick, number 15 overall. Has had, I'll put it nicely, a very, very rough first 2 years in the league, and has been a bust ultimately. And I think he was on his last leg, at least with the Texans, coming into this season. And it looks like everything from reshaping his body the last 10 months to being able to move, having really, really good footwork, being aggressive, being physical at the line of scrimmage. It looks like, Ron, he is going to live up to some expectations at that left guard position.
Yeah, if I could just he again continues to pass every single test that he needs to pass. As probably we're going to start hearing D'Amico and guys change kind of what they've been saying. What they've been saying is he's done this to put himself in this position to give himself a chance. We've heard D'Amico say that several times. He's got his body to get to here to give himself a chance. He's done this to give himself a chance. The last 2 days where they have been in pads and it's been physical and like they've been hitting. You can at the very least say, all right, he looks like more times than not he's holding his own. Like you're not seeing him, and it's not over. I heard John Harris saying it earlier. Like, hey, it's not over. It's still some work to do. Like the bull rush, that's going to be something that players are going to try to do to take advantage of him. But he is at the very least right now serviceable. Well, somebody you feel good to put in.
At the very least, you've got a former 15th overall pick at guard that's showing some promise instead of disappointing every single time he touches the field. I think he's showing some promise. I'm having to temper my expectations. Also, the ripple effect with Kenyon Green is that Juice Scruggs can play center, and that's a significant upgrade at the center position as well. So that interior offensive line shaping up. At the wide receiver position, coming into the camp, I think there's a lot of questions, rightfully so, of who the number one receiver is on this football team, Ron. And I don't know about you, but I'm in a spot where I'm ready to and I've been ready for the last couple of days. I think Stephon Diggs is wide receiver number 1 for this football team. And I think based on what we've seen in terms of the action, the chemistry with Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, some of that maybe it was by design, but as I see it right now, there's no doubt that the wide receiver 1 for this football team is Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, it appears to be that way. I feel like I've felt like defenses are going to approach the Texans as he being at least early the number 1 threat to them. But it also looks like from what we've seen, the Texans are also approaching as the person in the passing game that we want to make sure we make a priority to get the ball in the right spots and get in the right matchups seems to be Diggs early. Now, it's 6 days in. It seems to be Diggs early. And as you said, he's the guy that's moving around the formation.
Yeah, I mean, he has the ability. He's done it before. I don't think there's any handcuffs at all whatsoever on anything he's capable of doing, whether from experience or ability. So I just think he's number one. On that wide receiver front, Nico Collins has added noticeable speed. I'm okay at this point in time talking about like elite NFL speed when we talk about Nico Collins. I think he's taking it to a whole other level. And I think the Tank Dell, both these guys have had relatively quiet camps. Tank Dell has had a quiet camp, but I think the one thing about him is that there is zero noticeable negative residual effect, I guess, from the gunshot wound or the broken leg last year. He has not lost a step. He's still the quickest guy on the field. Well, Diggs may.
He says he feels faster.
Yeah. So I mean, the point is that the change of direction, the twitch, the explosion is all still there with Tank Dell on that wide receiver front. But flipping over to the defensive side of the football, Ron, we've talked a little bit about Kamari Lassiter today. I think the cornerback the cornerback opposite Derek Stingley Jr. for me that's the competition of camp. The number one, the coaches talk a lot about competition. Nick Caserio talks a lot about competition. For me, this is the only real competition that matters at this point in time, if we're being honest, about day one starter. I think this is really the only one that's a legit competition on the entire damn football field. Maybe there's something going on with some of those depth inside off defensive linemen maybe, but really I think your starting lineup on both sides of the ball is pretty much in stone. It's in ink. The exception of the cornerback 2 position. Kamari Lassiter's been running with the ones, Ron. Jeff Okudah's had a good couple of days. Kamari Lassiter hasn't done anything to make me believe that he is a plug-and-play. As soon as he's drafted, we're going to give him the job type of corner.
Yeah, I don't see that. At least not first 6 days.
Yeah, I'm erring on the side of him. He just appears to be a really rigid player right now. Maybe I hear a lot of people talking about zone corner. Maybe he can be a zone corner, and D'Amico can cover up for some of the shortcomings. And we've seen him do it before. It's not like D'Amico didn't have the ability to do that. But right now, I think the point is that cornerback 2 position, whether it's Kamari Lassiter or Jeff Okudah at this point in time, I don't believe that it's as cut and dry as the Texans are leading everybody to believe in terms of just giving the job to Kamari Lassiter. I think that's more of a competition than expected. Christian Harris has been out, Ron. Linebacker depth. The next thing on my list is linebacker depth. We've seen some of the depth, and not that it's been real scary to this point. We haven't really seen a whole hell of a lot, but it just front of mind for me is, boy, the depth at linebacker could be a problem with this team.
Yeah, yeah, because once you pull him out now, we're looking at seeing a lot of Hansen, Henry To'oTo'o out there, and for what you want this defense to be, those could be spots that coordinators are going to find to exploit.
A lot of camp left there. We'll see what the youngsters can do, and some of the new names can do at linebacker, and I'm sure D'Amico will get that handled. But the depth at that position scares me. The other thing I think right now, I think folks have heard a lot of is you've got some three big name guys that are missing camp. I believe right now Joe Mixon has missed 4 days of camp. 4 of the 6 days. Running back Joe Mixon that came over from the Bengals. Laramie Tunsil is a slow intro to camp. Nothing's wrong with him. Obviously, he's coming off a knee surgery, but he seems to be fine. Just a guy that's a veteran that's going to slow intro. And then Christian Harris, linebacker Christian Harris, who I just mentioned. Those 3 guys are all out injured right now, or they're slow intro. I have zero concerns about those guys at this point in time. I don't know if you have any, but I have zero concerns about those guys. I expect them to be back sooner rather than later.
I'm good right now. Christian Harris and Joe Mixon, they keep missing time. This starts to move into next week, Clint. Then I'm gonna start to wonder. What's going on there a little bit? Like, is this a nagging thing that's going to be all year? What's because you start going into next week. Like if they miss this weekend of practice, they miss Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, and
then they're probably off Sundays. They miss Friday and Saturday. It is going to be like all right. You haven't practiced in 2 weeks, Christian Harris. You haven't practiced in over a week now, with multiple breaks in there, Joe Mixon. So that's when I'll wonder. That's when I'll wonder. All right, coming up as we are live here, remember 5 o'clock hour, that's when we will be giving away that cooler and that lawn chair that you don't want to miss. So if you're on the way, you got till 5 o'clock to sign that in. And if you are in the building, you got till 5 o'clock where you can fill your name out and put it in our raffle. All right, coming up, the Astros, they're off today, but this is a next big 4 or 5 days. Big 4 or 5 days coming up. We'll discuss that and let you know what we mean. That's coming up next.
All right. Clint Stoerner here, and we've been talking about a lot about beer today, and I want to take a minute and tip my cap to all my fellow.
We talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is picking up. But there's still space. There's still room for you to come out.
Always room, baby.
And hang out with us as we are here, Buffalo Wild Wings, right near Willowbrook Mall on the other side of the highway, Tomball Parkway. Come on out and hang out with us. And coming up, 5 o'clock hour, if you are driving and you're on your way in, you want to get here before 5. If you are here right now and have not done so, all you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. You got a chance to win a Bud Light cooler and a Bud Light lawn chair. As Clint said, it's like one of them classic ones with the wood grain right there on that bad boy.
Yeah.
Put the armrest, the wood grain armrest.
That I think nylon webbing on the seat and on the back with them wood grain arms, boy.
Go ahead, boy. I was talking
Take
about.
me back to Park Street back in them mid late 90s.
We don't want to get you there now. Let's.
I think Mom and Dad was green and white though. Their webbing there was green and white.
That was a popular color.
Dad was drinking Schlitz and they were green and white chairs. Had to go with that green pew we had, man.
I was talking to the general manager here of this Buffalo Wild Wings, Clint. Maybe you should go and do your work with the Home Depot locally here. He said they're doing 3,600 wings. 3,600 wings they've had to give out the last 2 days that they've done an order with the people at Home Depot. So they take care of the people at Home Depot. They probably get them cabinets out there quick with them. And 3,600 wings out here.
Are you trying to put me in a between a rock and a hard place?
I'm just saying, man. This one right here, I
don't want to talk about Home Depot right now.
They may be a little quicker right here.
I don't want to talk about Home Depot right now.
As they're taking care of them over here.
I got to return a few cabinets. I want to see if they're going to give my money back.
Really? You still ain't done with that, huh? I thought we had reached the end of that.
Oh no, these are ones that I just didn't need. These aren't.
Didn't need.
This is on me. This is
on you.
Yeah.
It might take a while.
But they typically pretty good. You take them back to a local store. You don't deal with.
Oh, okay. You ain't got to get on the phone with nobody.
Nah, you just take them back to a local store and they'll look up your order number and go ahead and reimburse you right there.
I'd rather you get on the phone with somebody.
Nah. I don't want to talk to another customer service agent from Home Depot ever again. Be honest with you.
Well, listen, they even though they're hooking them up with 3,600 wings, they still got them here. So you can come here and get you some wings here and have some beer, have some drinks. Our Bud Light girls are around here, and they got some. Yes, they are. Tyler, calm down, cowboy. Yes, they are.
2 weeks in a row.
They maybe you maybe get a little complimentary joint. There you go.
There you go.
He was ready for that.
Hello.
Okay.
What's up, ladies?
Tyler, stop, man.
How y'all doing?
I knew it'd take Tyler a minute, but he'd get it
the
right.
guy in the computer over here, ladies.
What's up, ladies?
The guy in the computer over here.
Guy had his nipples out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, damn right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. They don't look like ladies that have deep discussions with guys in computers that rub pinch their nipples.
Yeah, I think you got to do more.
I mean, they may. I don't know. She's kind of smirking a bit. But
you never know unless you ask.
She shook off the fastball. She shook off
get ready because here comes the curve. What's up, ladies?
Here comes the
off-speed. Clint, honest to God and listeners, this is on me. I feel like I should do this, but I can't. What's the curve? What's the curveball?
See, he's interested.
Pause.
He's interested, Tyler.
No, if it's not
he's entertained.
If it's not the man with the computer and the nipple, what's the curveball? Because that's the fastball. What's the off speed? You know what? No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
The off speed is probably like the dinosaur thong. I mean. You know what I mean? Got to be something like that,
I've never had a man thong, okay? Never.
I thought he swore. I thought he'd been telling us.
I
thought you sent us a picture.
Dinosaurs on them.
I thought he sent us a picture of a thong.
Oh, did I?
No, yeah, the gold one. I thought it was a gold one.
I sent you the American flag Speedo.
You did send that, but
was that not? Was that just a Speedo?
Who?
I mean, even
July was full of fireworks.
that thing ain't gonna cover your tiny hiney.
Well, you don't need a lot of material when your ass is as small as mine, you know?
All right, coming up now. Listen, the Astros, from here to next Tuesday is going to be a big day to see what they're going to do. That is when the trade deadline ends. It is next Tuesday, July 30th, 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. That is when the trade deadline will end, and that is how long Dana Brown and Jim Crane and company have to add to this team. And I gotta believe that the Rangers and the Mariners are probably going to do something to add to their teams. And you would think the Astros, and Dana Brown has talked about it, will do so. And it does feel like for them to add, fellas, they might have to lose somebody that is currently in their rotation, somebody that, and I don't mean rotation, just pitching. I'm talking about someone that currently is on the roster that plays, whether that's pitching or in the field. It seems like they're going to have to potentially give up some of them. Do you think, if any, that there's somebody that is on this team right now that will not be on this team by next Tuesday? Do you think that the Astros are going to have moved on from somebody, either in trade or whatever? You think somebody's not on this team? I do. I'm concerned for Chaz.
Well, I mean, if it's an outfielder that's gonna bring anything, it's got to be Jake.
Well, Jake could be traded, but I
mean, if there's another team out there that's as high on Jake as the Astros are,
I don't know.
I mean, I think they'd be crazy.
Well, Sugarland doesn't count.
Not to make a move. I'll be honest with you, Ron. I didn't think about this until you said it. But the Litmus Diaz sign and activation concerns me for Dubon. Dubon is a guy for me that somebody would be real. I mean, this guy's clutch. He's hit 300. He can play 7 different positions. Like, to me, he's the guy that's got some.
Now, he could
you could see somebody trading for him to be a starting center fielder or a starting left fielder or a second baseman or a shortstop. Like, you could see a team right now that has World Series aspirations, that has a hole in one of those spots, and they're not necessarily looking for a Gold Glove. They just have a hole in one of those spots.
Even though he won one last year,
right? Yeah, fair. And they're looking for a guy that can get quality at bats, that can hit 270 to 300.
I know a team in the playoff hunt that could use that's got a couple of positions he could play every day.
The Royals?
Yeah.
Almost said the Chiefs, but the Royals.
Yeah, I had a couple spots he could play.
I would go
at second base right there for him.
I'd go Jake Myers and actually I'd go Mauricio Dubon 1, Jake Myers 2.
You think one of those two? So you think one of those two aren't here?
Yep. Well, I mean, if there is somebody that's.
And the reason why I said Chaz, I don't think Chaz is going to fetch anything, but I think they can bring something on that Chaz is the person that they move on from. That they either move down to Sugar Land if he can go, or they just outright let him go. Like that's all of those can be a combination of that. I do, but I think they're going to make a move. I think they got to make a move. I think they have to get a starter. All right, like we're hearing, Clint. They want to go. Dana and them still want to go to a 6-man rotation. Hell, I don't know how. If you don't add multiple, I mean, hell, they got a 4-man rotation right now.
You can want in one hand, spit in the other. See which one fills up first.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Dubon one is interesting. I don't, but that would be a hell of a thought if, like, all right, man, now we got a Litmus Diaz, so he can do what Dubon's been able to do, and I don't think that's accurate. He can't play center. Like I don't think that's accurate. And he sure as hell ain't. Like, I don't think he's going to hit, even right now as Dubon is kind of struggling a bit, hitting still in the 270s. I mean, Litmus Diaz doesn't do that. He came in the other day, got in that bat, and promptly struck out. So I'm not sure, boy, that would.
Well, no, look, I mean, they're not making it. It's not a 1-for-1 deal. I mean, I'm just saying they're prepping themselves for. It seems like. I mean, I don't know if it would make sense. Like, they're prepping themselves to need a super utility guy that can fill a void and play all those positions.
Yeah, Diaz right now seems like to be a poor man's version of what Dubon is.
Yeah, I mean, because you got white boy Chaz or Jake that can play center. I mean, you got now the Astros. If they get rid of Dubon, they lose.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, in terms of the replacement, or the guy that's going to fill the shoes or fill the position is a litmus. Like the Astros lose in that deal, but that's the point. Is you're giving up something to get something.
Text line coming in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, if you got one person for the Astros that's not going to be here next Tuesday when the trade deadline ends, that's not going to be here, who would it be? We'll finish off that conversation. I'm interested in see the names. And I do want to get into this, Clint, because I do think that D'Amico Ryans, I think we may be witnessing and seeing a blind spot from D'Amico Ryans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Homes.
advice and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is, right there. Hey, coming up, 5 o'clock. That is, we got one more segment until the 5 o'clock hour. My man in that cold ass, that Grays jersey right there. That Negro Leagues jersey just signed up. He is the latest. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour right there. That Josh Gibson action. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour right there, your chance to win the Bud Light cooler. We're giving it all together, all at once. Wow, dude. And that nice Bud Light lawn chair. So you got a chance to win that. Just sign your name, fill it out, and put it in the raffle. And we will announce the winner coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. By the way, I did text out. I posed out to people. Who do you think? Who do you think is not going to be here by next Tuesday? Who do you think's not going to be here next Tuesday when the trade deadline gets here? Somebody said Joe Espada. Joe's going to be here, guys.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, Joe done. Hey, this team climbing, hunting down the Mariners done bought Joe a little time, little length on the leash.
Yeah, it ain't about to be Pettis. Yeah, it's Joe's going to be here. Chaz McCormick coming through in a lot. Lance is not going to be traded either, folks. I don't think anybody's
bury me in the H.
Hunting down to get Lance. Somebody said John Singleton. I don't know. He may be included in something. Not sure there.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about making a first base situation worse.
Yeah. Kyle Tucker. Yeah. Well, no. He'll still be on the roster. He may not be on the. He may not be on. He'll still.
Oh no! Hell no.
Yeah, that ain't happening. There you go. That's very appropriate, right there, Tyler. But no, it will be interesting to see because there is going to be some guys. I think that if they go make a move, they're going to have to let some people go that are on the current team right now. All right, Clint. I was saying this to you yesterday while we were out there watching practice, as the Texans are off today, but we were there yesterday watching day 6 of training camp. And listen, I don't know how this is going to go. It's just been 6 days. It's been mini camp. It's been OTAs, and Lassiter has he's going to have some up and downs. You know, Kamari Lassiter's going to have some up and downs. That's what happens when you're a rookie and a rookie at playing corner in the NFL. But you know, I think the conversation is going to have to be: are these ups and downs because, hey, he's just playing ball and getting used to it and trying to get comfortable being in a corner at times on an island, or is this a skill set thing that maybe being on the outside is not where he is best suited? Just like I think we may have learned that Jalen Petrie being a deep safety is not where he is suited, as he had issues with that last year. It's just a thought of what it's going to be. And I'm telling you, Clint, I don't know this to be true, but when you look at the Tavier Thomas situation from last year, like it seems like D'Amico's blind spot is that real physical defensive back that can be physical, that the linebacker in his heart that he loves, somebody who can feel and help in the run game, somebody that can tackle, somebody that'll bump and run, that will get their hands on guys, the physical guy that struggles in coverage, that struggles potentially in being able to make big plays, that struggles into being able to keep up with NFL receivers. And I think it was, to me, a blind spot last year that he tried to go way too long on with Tavier Thomas. And to a lesser extent, Clint, it feels that way a little bit with Kamari Lassiter, that he loves his physicality so much that he's going to do everything he can to make that work. It seems like a bit of a blind spot to me. It could be for for D'Amico.
Yeah, look, I like the way that you couch that. This year's potential blind spot. I don't think you're out of bounds at all. When you bring up Jalen Petrie, that's a perfect example, right? Is a lot of times the writing is on the wall, right? Just listen to what everybody's telling you. Like with Jalen Petrie, I don't remember anybody being bullish about he should play here, he shouldn't play there. But the one thing, hell, I remember the minute they drafted him talking about this dude. I remember watching Baylor games and this dude jumping off the screen because he's always around the ball, always around the line of scrimmage, in the backfield making plays, playing that nickel defender, playing that rover, yada, yada, yada. Like sometimes you just got to go, okay, that's who the guy is and let him be that guy, right? Instead of trying to make him a safety and like a deep safety. Find a way to, and that's what D'Amico's doing with Jalen Petrie, is finding a way to get him. He's got great instincts. He's contrary to popular belief, he's a great tackler. He's got a great nose for the ball. Now put him in position to do that more often than not roaming center field where he struggles, obviously, playing the ball in the air. Okay? And again, not that anybody was bullish about him, but people were very vocal about this guy at Baylor was the player that D'Amico's trying to make him today, not the center fielder.
Yeah.
Right? To me, I take that same approach with all these guys. And by the way, that's the Jalen Petrie example is a perfect. This is not a negative. It's just the reality of the situation, right? It's not a negative. It's about a guy finding his home.
And I'll say, I'm not saying that I'm 100% going to say that the reality is that he cannot play in the role. I'm just saying when you're watching it, there's just some moments. I'm not going to say he's getting just his ass kicked every single moment, but like there are moments that are alarming of like, is he going to be able to hold up on the outside? I mean, there was a play with Nico Collins yesterday. He caught a ball and he was given cushion and gave up cushion. Nico caught it and just ran right past him up the side.
That's what I was going to go with this. The only thing that we haven't seen yet is in a one-on-one drill where he gets posted on social media.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some real struggles there. And again, to me, I'm listening to what the head coach is saying. And I don't know about you, but I don't know that I've ever heard – now, I've only covered the Texans, but I don't know that I've ever heard a coach talk about a cornerback and rant and rave about, well, he's where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. I mean, this is a guy that when you drafted him, you plugged him in as the starting cornerback. And it's not like we've heard him talk about the other guys. Hey, man, these guys are elite movers, man. These guys can run the hips, yada, yada, yada. But when it comes to Kamari Lassiter, he's where he's supposed to be, and he's a dog. Like at some point in time, you're going to have to do more than that. And so, and maybe he does. The writing on the wall, the vibe that I get when I hear D'Amico talking, the vibe that I was getting when they first drafted him, talking about the physicality, the fact that he's young, plays with instincts. To me, it's got nickel defender written all over it.
Yeah, from the text line, what's y'all's obsession with this second-round rookie 1 week into camp? Y'all expect him to look like Champ Bailey? No, not Champ Bailey, but he was plugged and played as soon as he was drafted. So, no, I expect him to be noticeably better than any other corner not named Derek Stingley. Yeah, and I'm going to say this to you, listener, and anyone else that rolls like this. I don't know what the hell you expect us to do. All right, we're going out and we're watching camp, and you come here to listen to us. You find us to listen to us to get our thoughts and opinions on what we're seeing. All right, that's what you're doing.
In the city.
Okay, now if you want us to go up there and kiss their asses the entire time and tell you, hey man, no, I didn't see Diggs just run right past him and he pushed him out of bounds for a penalty and see him use his hands a lot. Oh, I didn't see Nico Collins just catch a ball and on one move when he had 7 yards of cushion, he did not just get a hand on him. He wouldn't have been able to get him on two-hand touch. He didn't even get him. I don't know what you want us to do. Now, damn it, we have praised Kenyon Green. All right. Clint said CJ looks like he's better than he even did last year. Joe Mixon hasn't even been on the field, and Clint said he thinks he is the most talented running back in the history of the franchise. All right, like we've said positive. We have. But the number 2 overall pick, they're starting at outside corner. And you play teams that have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. You play teams that have Hollywood Brown, Rashid Rice, and Xavier Worthy. You play multiple teams that have several receivers. We watched the Jacksonville game that almost lost you to the division last year because you had a duck out there that got worked that was playing a role he shouldn't have played. Now, I don't know what the hell you want us to do, but you come to us for that. Now, if you want to come to us for rainbows and all positive stuff, then you probably come to the wrong place. Maybe check in at 2:30. Maybe you check in at, I don't know, what it is you're looking for. But we're going to tell you what the hell we see.
Yeah, girl.
Danielle Hunter looks amazing. Will Anderson clearly looks like he's put on 20 more pounds.
Nico's added speed.
Diggs has surprised me.
The arrow's pointed up.
I don't know what the hell's going on in the interior D-line, and I don't that I love the second corner, which is pretty important. Coming up next, 5 o'clock fire. You want to hear some news about the Colts? They have made some comments about their quarterback that I think would be important to hear about here, and we'll get you ready for a huge series for the Astros coming up this weekend. 5 o'clock fire as we continue live. Remember, we are hooking people up with our giveaway. You got a chance to win a cooler and a lawn chair. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, sleep better. If you
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty and the Big Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T have the latest. Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. How'd it go last night? How'd it
12 of 13 bets placed in the money, dude.
Wow.
In the money.
Hey, Clint, we got a text last night, didn't we?
Oh, ain't no doubt.
Anytime I get a stack, you're getting a text.
We got a text last night.
When that 12 to 14 bet, when that sheet is full of green checks, we're gonna get a screenshot.
Yeah, you got me. I know you had.
Have you ever got one that's full of red X's?
No, I hadn't.
Reds?
Oh yes.
We get a lot of that.
I know you've gotten them, Tyler. I'm talking about.
Oh hell no! No, I ain't never bet.
2 nights ago.
I had never bet enough to have that. No, baby, I ain't bet to have that. No, man, good for you. 12 of 13, boy. That's making it up right there. After you won a nice penny yesterday, so you must have really done it today. Well, it should be. So you should be slowed down today with the Astros off. So,
slow down's fair. Yeah, still got a few bets placed.
Oh God, how many bets you have out, Tyler?
Well, one of them's already hit. The Nationals, I put in a live bet plus 3.5. They ended up covering that for me. But I'm also on a couple other things that aren't Astros related.
Well, yeah, I would imagine the Astros aren't playing. I mean, good. But my man right here, hopefully Tyler's under 6 bets today.
5, actually. Great job.
Good for you.
Good call, man.
Good for you. Lord knows there would have been 7 if the Astros were playing.
17, maybe.
Maybe 17. Yeah, good Lord. Well, listen, the Astros stepped up yesterday, avoided getting swept, and the Mariners weren't able to do so. So they have a 1-game lead right now as they take on the Dodgers. They come back home. They did what they needed to do on that road trip. They win the series against the Mariners, but they lose the one to the A's. But it doesn't matter. The Mariners have started out 1-5, their first 6 games of the break, 1-5, and now they trail 1 game back. And by the way, don't look now. The Rangers have won 4 in a row, and now they're 3 games back of the Astros, and we know they're going to have to hook up a few more times this year. So this thing is actually starting to tighten up a bit with 3 teams. And now when you look at that, and we're seeing this thing can shift and change in the matter of a series. And this is a big series where the Astros are facing one of the best teams in baseball. And Framber Valdez gets the ball tomorrow, kicks it off as they play the Dodgers. They need Framber and the bats to really step up. Because to me, all right, you really want them to win this series. You just don't want something to happen like you get swept. You get swept by 3 at home, and then that's the kind of thing that completely can shift the standings right there.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think when you've got Spencer Arrighetti and Jake Bloss or a bullpen game, that's a rough spot to be in at this point in time.
And it puts pressure on those other guys.
Right. And look, I'm not out on Spencer Arrighetti. It is what it is. I mean, he wouldn't be getting the opportunities he's getting right now if everybody was healthy. And maybe he's up a little bit earlier and getting a lot more run than he should, a little bit earlier than he should. But the point is when you have those 2 guys as your 4 and 5 starter, then all of a sudden your 1 through 3 starter becomes significantly more important. Right, with the starts that they get, you've got to make hay when you can. You got to be able to. A big part of weathering the storm until Verlander gets back, Luis Garcia gets back. A big part of weathering that storm, right, is the 1 through 3 starter: Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco. Those 3 guys, you got to make hay when you can, and so that's both them pitching well and the Astros giving them some run support. Now. Look, I'll be honest with you. Them first couple of games against the A's, man, I was worried about them bats. Now they exploded 2 games. They exploded 2 games later than I thought they would. But they're going to have to be better at the plate over a 3-game stretch if they're going to have a chance, even with those guys on the bump against the Dodgers.
Yeah, and as you said, those last 2 spots of rotation, one of those come up in this in this series. Spencer Arrighetti pitches the game on Sunday as Framber Valdez gets the ball Friday. Saturday is Ronel Blanco. Like I said, Spencer Arrighetti gets the ball coming up on Sunday. So a big series for the Astros. If they can take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers.
Huge.
Yeah, it is, Jeff. They take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, they are really feeling themselves in this series.
Is that Tyler's favorite drop now?
I think so.
One of them for sure.
That one.
There's a little bit of a perverted.
Yeah, because he would say it, and I think he also.
It's just a huge moment, dude.
I think he also likes, yeah, girl.
That one's great.
Yeah,
shout out to Mrs. Stafford.
That's yeah, that one. He likes.
Shout out to Kelly.
One day we should do that. Hey, man, Tyler, just give us about 20 seconds of your favorite.
I think we should put a segment together where Tyler can only talk through drops.
Yeah, girl. I want him to do like if he could put together a little mix.
Remix?
Yeah.
T-Mill on the mic. Don't tease me.
It feels huge. Yeah, girl.
T-Mill on the mic. Don't tease me.
And don't tease the people.
All right. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Hey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Shots are coming.
All right, one more.
Fuck, and spit on that name.
5 o'clock fire.
That one was made. That one was made.
Well, she's making her rounds, ain't she?
Yeah, she is. All right. The Texans, they're in training camp mode. But we know lurking is the first game of the season, and that is against the Indianapolis Colts on the road, and that'll be a big game in division. And Clinton has come out from the head coach of the Colts, and the guys running things over there, that the Colts don't plan to limit Anthony Richardson, their quarterback's run game. Even after his injuries, they do not plan to limit him in the run game. So there was some thoughts of how are they going to play? Are they going to play him different? Are they going to do things different? Is Shane Steichen going to have to change the way he runs offense? And it looks like he isn't, and I totally agree with him. I mean, I think Anthony's got to be smart into not going and trying to run things. I know it was you all. Anthony's got to be smart and not just try to run everybody over. Not just try to finish every run, get down, get out of bounds. But I don't think their play calling should change because he wasn't worth the draft pick that he was at if you try to take that part away from his game right now.
Well, here's the thing is the jury's out, right? I mean, if he's worth that draft pick, and it could be 3 or 4 years if he's worth that draft pick, if you don't use the top weapon available, which is his legs. Right? I mean, it's interesting that we're at a spot in the NFL with quarterbacks that are potential dual threat guys. We're at a spot where there are some teams that are saying, to hell with it, man. We're not going to try to protect these guys. Our identity is going to be with their legs involved, right? And look at Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, the way in which they had success 2 years ago in Philly, the way that they had success last year in Philly for half the year, right? And you look at Anthony Richardson now with this comment right here. Look at what the Bills did last year, midway in the season. They fired Ken Dorsey. They put in, what's my man's name that was at LSU?
Oh, Joe Brady.
They put in Joe Brady at the offensive play caller. They completely pare down what they're doing and become, hey, we're going to use
his legs,
Josh Allen's legs. We're going to put him in a position where he makes easy throws in the ocean to the running backs, to the tight ends. We're through forcing the ball down the field. We're going to play to his strengths, and it's not a knock. It's not a knock on any of these guys. It's if you have the ability,
it's their strength. It's like taking away the deep ball from Mahomes.
But Ron, it's not only their strength, bro. If you have the ability. If you got a quarterback that can run the football with his legs, whether it's a power run like Anthony Richardson, Josh Allen, what Jalen Hurts would be, or what Dak Prescott should be, or it's the freak like Lamar. It's not the negative connotation that's been around this is crazy, right? It's you're stupid if you don't use that advantage. It makes the game. You have the ability with this guy's legs to dictate the game being significantly easier for everybody around him. The O-line, the play caller, the wide receivers, the running backs, him, the quarterback. And you don't have to make it easier because they can or can't do something or they are a certain level processor or not. No, you make it simpler because you win games that way. Because everybody's job is easier. It has nothing to do with this guy's got to be a surgeon from the pocket. That is significantly more difficult for anybody to accomplish. Like I guarantee you, if Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid, if they had the ability, if Pat was a sturdier built,
you mean like it did Vic?
Yes. Yeah, I mean like. If Pat Mahomes had that dynamic in his game, Pat would go, well, hell, I'm not going to sit back here and make all these crazy throws and run around and get hit all the time. I'm going to dictate with my legs, and I'm going to make these easy throws and these one-on-ones, and we're going to go up and down the field that way. It's just like
his legs make the throws, which is the part he's got to improve, makes it easier.
Yes, and that's the thing. But again, the point, whether he's got to improve it or not, you are correct because he's a young quarterback. But whether he's got to improve it or not, it should always start because you got that luxury, you got that ability, right? Like that's who you drafted a guy that, as long as he's ever played the game, the luxury and the advantage has come first and foremost with his legs. Why would you draft him and ask him to do something different? Why would you draft him and not use that luxury that you have? It's crazy. We're at a point in the NFL where I think that in the past, Dak Prescott's a perfect example. What he did at Mississippi State was dictate the coverages and dictate defense with his legs every damn game. Him and Dan Mullen and company at Mississippi State did that better than anybody at Mississippi State's ever done, right? And then he gets to the league and he's a pocket. Now, he's thrown it well, but watch Dak play. Everything is unbelievably difficult for the whole offense, not just him, for the whole offense. He's always fitting balls into coverage down the field, and it's great when it works, but you could dictate coverage with his legs if you wanted to. We're at a point in the NFL, Ron, where we're seeing guys, Shane Steichen with Anthony Richardson, Josh Allen in Buffalo. We're seeing guys where it's like, hey, man, we're going to go ahead and use these guys to their strengths, and we're going to use their legs, and we're going to make this game simple. If they get injured, they get injured. It's part of it.
Yeah. You just and then, like, to me, it's not that Shane needs to call things differently. I think it has to come on him. Like you see linebackers and you see D-backs in the open field. That don't mean you got to run over them.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean?
It's like run out of bounds at the 2.
Lamar has completely learned that.
Right,
we've seen that.
Well, it's like against the Texans. Like, instead of just running out of bounds at the 2, he stays in and scores, but he takes that contact, gets pushed out of bounds real hard, hits his back of his head on the turf. Just run out of bounds at the 2. We'll figure it out from the 2. There's no don't even the push. Don't even get close enough to let them put their hands on you.
So they're not going to limit his run, and I think that's the right thing. You draft Anthony Richardson, you have to use his legs as a part of his arsenal.
5 o'clock fire.
Speaking of somebody else, and I'm looking at the TV and I'm seeing Josh Allen running using his legs. Lamar Jackson, maybe the best. Maybe the best in the game at using his legs from the quarterback position after missing the past few days of practice due to a stomach virus. He returned to practice, but then he only lasted for an hour. He had to leave practice again. They're saying it's nothing serious, but him just being sick. I find what's happening with the Ravens really interesting, fellas. Like, honest to God, it feels like that the Texans are being picked more as a team to get to the Super Bowl than the Ravens are. You think and I said this to you off air, we can have this this conversation on the air. Do you think the Ravens Super Bowl window is closing, is over right now?
No, I think they are.
I'm just curious why nobody is picking. Like, is nobody's looking at them as a team? I think people. It's at some point people get tired of you making them look silly and not, outside of Lamar making runs. I mean, I think people get tired of picking you and you ultimately disappoint. Yeah. I mean, last year obviously it's the AFC Championship, but I do think there are people that think that was a disappointment. But look, when you look at Baltimore, I think Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, who's still playing at an extremely high level, what's the tight end's name? The kid out of Oklahoma, Mark Andrews. And Zay Flowers and company, and given second year in that offense with that offensive coordinator, the offensive coordinator hopefully learning from not using Lamar's legs in the AFC Championship last year, how stupid that was. I think the Baltimores are just as dangerous as anybody out there and just as dangerous as they've ever been. Yeah. It's weird. Vegas has them really kind of outside the top 5. Routinely, what you see with teams and people are picking is Chiefs, Niners, Texans is a team that you're seeing a lot with the Lions in there a little bit ahead of the Texans. That's what you're seeing a lot of in front of Baltimore, which is interesting. All right, yesterday was I think a day ultimately I think that D'Amico Ryans loved. I wonder if he is now, after yesterday, potentially having conversations with his team. I would suggest that he does. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you looking for a Chevy Silverado? They got all kinds. They got a lot full of them down at Ron Kraft Chevrolet, and they got big-time deals, man. My man Sammy Modica down there, the general manager, he's tearing it up, man. They're pushing them off the lot as fast as they can. The service department, I deal with the service department a lot because I have one of their vehicles, and their service department is big-time. Take care of me every time I go in there. So, look, whether you're looking for a brand-new rig, which, again, they've got plenty of them. It's truck month at Ron Kraft. Hell, it's truck month in Texas. Hell, it's truck month every month in Texas. Let's be honest. They got all the rigs that you need, and Chevy Silverado 1500s ain't all they got. I mean, it's a Chevrolet dealer. They got anything you need. They can get you anything that you need, and they'll make it right. Sammy Modica, check this out.
Conversation in Houston on the go lives where?
Thanks to Sports Radio 610, I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let me hear you out here. We're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Let me hear you out here. We're having a good time out here. There you go. Coming up after this segment, as soon as this segment ends, we will draw the raffle name for the winner. If you have not signed your name in the raffle box, you have until the end of this segment. At the end of this segment, we will hook somebody up with that cooler and that lawn chair. So that's coming up as soon as it ends, as this segment ends. And if you are on the way, please don't go driving like a bat out of hell to try to get here before the segment ends. All right, like just calmly drive here and try to get here before the segment. It's Ron, whoever said that. But come on out.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah, there it is. Until that's probably in the mix right there too, Tyler. Until we're here until 6, but we're hooking somebody up with that cooler and that lawn chair. Sign your name as this gentleman is right here and put it in the raffle box, and we will draw the winner coming up in just a bit. Clint, yesterday the story of the day with the Texans was Derek Stingley and the little
flare up.
Little flare up. Yeah, I don't want to call it a fight. The
kerfuffle. Would you call it?
No, I didn't call it kerfuffle. I don't want to call it.
That's a new one. You actually that's.
Is that not what I said?
Fresh.
Your mama.
No, I think he did this one on purpose.
But no, I don't want to call it a fight, but a camp.
Get it on, baby.
A camp altercation that then turned into a sucker.
Oh, Twitter fingers over there.
Is it Twitter fingers? That turned into a little altercation. And that was kind of the story of the camp. And I think for the most part, a lot of people was like, oh, I like the physicality. I like what we're seeing. I like the fun they're having. I like what they're doing. Yeah, do your thing. I love it. I look what I'm seeing. I like the dog. We saw that a lot. I like the dog in this thing. And listen, I get it and I understand it. I just think at this point, maybe. I think D'Amico might want to, have a conversation with the guys just to look up, hey, listen, love the intensity, love what's happening with this team, but let's be smart, right? We want to set a tone. We want to set a tone. We want to show guys like, hey, man, yes, we got that dog, we got that competitive fire on this team, but we don't want to get it to a space where somebody ends up getting hurt.
Yeah,
and an important player. And to me, when you look at the scenario, it's a 2-minute drill, and the thing that set off the offensive players in Dalton Schultz was Stephon Diggs is sliding, giving himself up. In a real game, he would do that, and then Jimmy Ward is taking him out, right? And it's all fun to have that dog, and it's all fun to have that swagger and to have all of that tone setting until somebody important gets hurt.
We don't
and
like
then,
that.
And then to me also when it took it up a notch after they got into the little altercation, and then Derek Stingley Jr. comes from behind on Dalton Schultz, which could have somebody not just walking away, not tensed and not ready for that type of a hit. It could be a back, it could be something. And Dalton Schultz is also somebody you just signed and gave money to, an important part. So I just think maybe to calm the waters a little bit, like let's focus on making sure we're because the first day D'Amico said we need to keep everybody off the ground, we need to keep everybody healthy. That's everything I'm thinking of. So I just think that's something that maybe they need to walk back a little bit because their intensity level was pretty high yesterday.
Yeah, I like the intensity level, Ron. I liked everything about what I saw yesterday. except for the sucker punch, sucker push, whatever you want to call it. That's where I believe that D'Amico Ryans probably had a conversation with Derek Stingley. Because look, there's no question about it. The way the offense dominated the first day in full pads, first day with fans, I mean, it was a domination. I mean, they dominated the defense, and the defense had to go in there and for an hour plus in a defensive unit room as well as in their individual meeting rooms and watch that crap. There is no doubt about it. D'Amico had those guys going out there with an edge, with a chip on their shoulder.
Oh yeah, they play with an edge.
And I want this team. There's a lot of nice guys out there, man. Say the right things, yada yada yada. I want this team to have an edge, and I think what we saw yesterday is a part of developing that. Now, what D'Amico's got to keep his arms around is when that dust up does happen. Like, you can't have sucker punching.
Yeah.
Like, you can't. It's broken up. The coaches had their hands on Stingley. Hey, man, let's chill out. And then he breaks free. Clearly, he's out of his mind. Runs 15 yards and punches, pushes. Yeah. I mean that because to your point, man, you want to make something splinter the locker room or cause issues in the locker room. Let one of those two guys get hurt, right? If Derek Stingley gets hurt, then all of a sudden everybody's looking at Dalton Schultz going, whatever. I don't know what he said or what he did, but Dalton Schultz, the hell are you thinking? And if Dalton Schultz gets injured when he pushes him down, it's like, Derek Stingley, what the hell are you thinking? That's one of our best weapons on the offensive side of the football. So I don't. The only conversation I'm having is, hey, Sting, you can't do that. Like you've got to keep yourself from losing your cool to the point where you run 10, 15 yards and sucker punch somebody. Like that just can't happen.
Yeah, that was to me clearly the worst of it. I do just think there is to me, what you just said, to me I feel like the offense, if this thing goes unsaid, I feel like the offense over this day off could go in and be doing the same thing. Like, all right, man, listen, they came out, they were real physical with us. They were coming out here doing this. Let's come back and bring it back to them. Because I'm telling you, boy, when you edge is the proper word to use. Because somebody laid out Robert Woods. I think it was Jeff Okudah. Like Robert Woods caught like a little screen pass. I do not believe Robert Woods was expecting that type of physical content. I mean, spun him out. Somebody laid out Damian Pierce running up the scene on a run right. I feel like it was Jim Ward, because it was somebody in the secondary.
Rogue,
he's coming out playing I get the understanding. Hey man, you want to show intensity level. You want to get yourself ready for the season and that stuff. But you got to be smart, because this thing, Clint. There's 4 or 5 guys that it completely changes the entire thought and look of the season. If they continue, if they get hurt, if something happens to them,
without a doubt.
And you just hey guys, love what you're bringing, love what you're getting ready, love the intensity level. Let's just be smart.
Yeah.
Let's remember, because to me, hey Jimmy, you're a veteran in this league. Stephon Diggs is sliding down in the ground. You don't come and hit him behind.
Sure.
You don't come and hit him. You touch him. You don't come and hit him. Like that's just like, he's too valuable.
I'd put a red jersey on, or hell, I'd put a neon green jersey on. Since red's in the color, I'd put a neon green jersey on Diggs at this point.
Yeah, text line coming through that, Ron. That's why your nickname is Peaches. No, it's not. My name is Ron.
Peaches Hughley.
Yeah, that's all right. Y'all all be saying that until somebody gets their heads taken off and somebody has to miss some time of important because somebody was setting the tone and showing some dog in the damn training camp practice. All right, hey, let's chill out. And I said earlier, and I know this is kind of mean, but won't you go set the tone with Johnny Johnson? Go set the tone with Quintez Cephas. Yeah, Go set a tone with that 6th round guy. Hell, Cam Akers. Go set a tone with his Achilles. All right, you ain't got to set a tone with Stephon Diggs. All right, like, hey man, they got some high 80 numbers somewhere you can go set a tone with.
Yeah, girl.
For me, I just look. Somebody better get to Dalton Schultz. I got a hard time seeing Dalton Schultz if he got a chance to see 24 in his eyes on a block that he won't come and bring it after that dude just came and hit him from behind. I mean, that's just hard for a man not to do. All right, coming up, got some news, and we gotta look at this. Some news coming from one of the best Astros reporters in the business. Somebody the Astros potentially have interest in a starter. We'll tell you who that is coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around.
changed. Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples hot deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings near Willowbrook Mall, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Patty Turner who won. I mean, it is a hell of a cooler. There's got a bottle opener on the side. It's a lock there. It's a nice cooler. She was able to get the W. And Tyler, you'll love her. She's an Aggie. I see her with their A&M.
Two-time winner.
Two-time winner. Yes.
Won last time we were here.
Yeah, she won a gift card last time. Man, she's got all the luck here. Damn.
What's his name? Oh, Eric. He can't win a damn thing, and she done won twice in the same spot.
Eric Rodriguez. Damn, Eric, you was the first pool.
Aggie ring,
Patty
baby.
came and took your cooler, your lawn chair. But congratulations. It's been a lot of fun out here. A lot of fun times out here. And Thirsty Thursdays during the season will continue. You'll catch us at Buffalo Wild Wings throughout the city. Come hang out with us. It's been a fun crowd here thus far. Remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access and Area 45 behind that as well. I did want to pass this news across to you. Shout out to Tyler, who was able to get on this quickly. Chandler Rome reports this. The Astros have expressed interest in Cubs starter Jamison Talon. And listen, Clint, he's having a pretty good season for the Cubs. Has been there the last couple of years. He is 7-5, but more importantly, he has thrown 100 innings already here at this time, and his ERA is sitting at 2.96. So he's got an ERA under 3, and he has pitched pretty well during the season, and that would be a great addition. If they were to pull that off, that would be a great addition to the Astros to fit right in there. That's better than to me what I thought. This is a guy that has pitched like a top 3 in a rotation type starter with an ERA sub 3. So that would be a really good look. And I don't know, Clint, Tyler, that feels like you got to give up a pretty good piece or pieces. You got to give up a pretty nice pause package for that type of a pitcher when you think about how much starting pitching, how important that is, and how many people are probably looking for it.
Well, look, I mean, I agree. Obviously, that's. I mean, you're talking about a top 3 pitcher in this rotation. I mean, you add that guy, you get Verlander back, boy, all of a sudden you are in business. You start getting guys back healthy after that point, then good God, you just, unless you move one of the guys that's injured, obviously. But I mean, look, again with the Astros, I just love the statement. I mean, I just, if a deal is done, I just love a statement of we've been to 7 straight ALCSs and we don't plan on slowing down anytime soon. That's why. Yep, that's right, JV. That's why I love hey, Josh Hader. I love that move. Forget all the details of it. I just love the move because it signifies, hey, we truly, it ain't talk, it's not lip service. We truly believe that we can go win World Series still, and we're going to do everything we can to make that happen. And they're writing checks in order for to show that they're serious. Making a move for this caliber of a pitcher, again, to me, it's a beautiful thing, and hopefully it all works out. Hell, I don't care. As long as he's a top 4 starter on this team, I'm fine.
Hell, I'm just like, they just need a starter.
Yeah.
They need somebody. I mean, this is beyond replacing Jake Bloss.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I was listening to the game of the day, and TK and Blum, where Blum actually was talking about, a lower end of the rotation.
That's what I was thinking.
Starter would make sense. Well, I mean, this guy's better than that. So obviously, it would be a big get. So hopefully they do. But the statement that they're even interested at this point in time, again, is just more proof that these guys, they're not worried about, quote unquote, the future. They're not worried about the system. They're worried about winning a World Series and making a run at a World Series this year, next year, 3 years from now, versus down the line.
Yeah, one of the first pitchers they've been connected to, if you just missed it, this coming from Chandler Rome, that the Astros have expressed interest in Cubs starter Jamison Talon, who is an ERA at 2.96, has thrown 100 innings, 7-5 this year. A guy that would easily go above who's ever in the 5 spot, the Jake Bloss / bullpen game, over the likes of Spencer Arrighetti, and he would fit right in there. And right there, if you were to purchase and be able to get a guy like him, and then at some point get a guy like Verlander back, that's a hell of a 5-man rotation at that point. That's a hell of a 5-man rotation with Spencer Arrighetti out of it. Like that to that point. That would be big. I just don't know what you'd have to give up to get that, but that would be a hell of a.
You mess around and get Luis Garcia back, and Luis Garcia is your 6th starter.
And maybe they try to run that 6-man rotation, even if Arrighetti is still there. So we'll see what happens. That's the latest. I said Texans All Access behind us. By the way, John McClain, the Hall of Famer, will join the fellas on Texans All Access. So stay tuned.
That guy.
Stay tuned for that one. That's not even your favorite one. Like we were talking about the pressure one from McClain. That would go into the mix for
Ask
Tyler.
her where she likes the pressure, where she likes it rough.
You know what? You played that drop the other day, Tyler, and somebody texted and said that John McClain drop is taken totally out of context. It is not.
No, it is not.
It is not.
He got nasty
John McClain
that day.
Was sitting in
it was a specific question.
Yeah, it was sitting right. There was the pressure. It was a sexual question, and John straight face.
I can't remember what the conversation was about, but it was definitely about exactly what he was talking about.
You got to perform on your honeymoon.
Yes, maybe it was the honey. It was something like.
Was I getting married? Was I fixing? Was that like right before I was getting married?
Yes.
And I asked him for advice.
I remember where we were. All right. I mean, it's competition, the Buffalo Wild Wings, so I won't say it out loud. But I remember where we were. I just remember, Clint. It wasn't no. You know how we play around and joke and tell him. No, John was looking dead in our eyes and telling us, "Hey, man, right there, you got to figure out what she likes. What is it? The pressure? Whatever the hell he said. He just he cut it loose. He was feeling himself. So, that guy. He'll be on tonight. Texans All Access. Hey, you think this is crazy? I said this. We talked about this a bit earlier. I see the creativity from Bobby Slowick, and I see the things that we've seen, them do in San Francisco. We've seen it a little bit in Miami too with Mike McDaniel, who was the OC before Slowick, and in San Francisco, somebody's working. We've seen what he's done with Waddle and Tyreek Hill. I've been watching that Netflix show Receiver, and Deebo Samuel is one of the featured guys on there.
Yeah,
this guy 6 foot 215, 220. I'm looking at him, and it's hard not to watch the San Francisco offense and not think like, God, that's what they want to do. That's some semblance of what Bobby Slowick and the Texans want to do offensively. And I watch that man, and I wonder, Nico Collins, who is taller than Tank but around the same size, he's in the 215, 220 range like Deebo Samuel. Is Nico somebody that they kind of get the ball in his hands the way that the 49ers do Deebo Samuel, especially this version of it where he's not – I mean, Deebo at one point before Christian McCaffrey arrived felt like he was getting 10 to 15 carries a game. I'm not saying that for Nico, but maybe sometimes Nico in the backfield, just ways to get him the ball in space and get him the ball and to use his ability to avoid tackles. I wonder, is that a thought that goes through Bobby Slowick's mind to use Nico in that type of way, similar to Deebo?
Well, I mean, not the way that before Christian McCaffrey got to the 49ers.
No, I don't think that.
But the way that he's used now, I think Nico proved last year he's capable of it. I think he's more than capable of it. In this system, I believe that if they're going to put a guy in position to do the things that Deebo does, the wide receiver Deebo, then I think it's Diggs. I think Diggs is the move guy. I think Diggs is the screen guy. I think Diggs is the the outlet for C.J. Stroud a lot of the times. So I would see it being Diggs more so than I see what you're saying with the
just because to me, when I look at Debo and I look at Nico Collins, I think what's the best thing that they do? I think in space they break tackles.
Yeah.
And do you just try to find a way to get the ball in his hands so he can break tackles?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's very capable. I just don't know what. I don't see that being the plan with him. I'm telling you, I'm bullish on this. I think Nico Collins is a boundary receiver on the ball, don't move, and you be a safety net for the quarterback. If the corner's soft, I'm gonna throw you the quick game. If they man you up and press you, I'm gonna throw you the 50-50 ball, or I'm gonna throw you the fade over the top. Anytime I want to go to you when they overload the strong side, I'm coming to you with some kind of one-on-one route, whether it's underneath or it's a shot. I see Nico being that guy, especially with the personnel, with Diggs being here now and Tank being healthy.
Yeah. So my man Lloyd said, "Hey,
Christmas?
why don't you have mercy?" Lloyd